intellectual argument against him.
Go ahead.
And it's anecdotal as well. In fact, I'm not even sure it is intellectual. It's more just anecdotal.
Go ahead.
When I was growing up, I don't ever remember sitting down one day and thinking, okay, I've got a choice. I can go for the ladies, or I can go for the men. Which one am I gonna go for? No, I just had a hormone tell me, ooh, I really like the look of that girl. I think I like women. And so I remember it being a conscious choice for me personally. So I don't actually know why it would be a conscious choice for someone who's gay. I imagine it'd be very similar when they were just one day, when they were whatever, 10, 11, 12, whatever the age is, just to think, oh my gosh, I'm attracted to that. Because that's what happened to me.
Okay. You spoke on hormones. Hormones are completely natural. In the natural world, you do not see homosexuality. When children are young, they are not inclined to, as a male is not inclined to dress up as a woman or see any kind of sexual urges or lust towards the same sex. It's the corruption, the things around the child that lead to that. There is no evidence scientifically proven that anyone has ever been born gay. It's complete garbage. So it is 100% a choice.
If you're not born, I'm gonna tell you, there is one gender I think you haven't talked about. It's called intersex.
Oh, that's different.
That's not by choice.
Yeah, that's different.
That's not by choice. That's actually natural born intersex, right? That's a different. So there's three genders that I kind of look at it as natural, but. To each their own, bro. Because I lived in Saudi Arabia, you wouldn't believe it, even some of the Arab culture, some of the Arab society, bro, some of them are gays.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But
No offense to any Arabs in this room, no offense to you guys.
As an Arab man,
I lived over there.
Right away I was gay.
Yeah, I'm not Arab, brother, but...
Vegas, where you live, yeah, there's a lot of gayness over there.
Yes, as an Arab man, I truly realized that my love for men was just purely instinct. As an Arab man, I will confess to this, and I am very proud of it. 2 cups, I don't think you understand our feelings. Okay?
I don't. But you sound like a woman, so go ahead.
Brother, why would you call yourself 2 cups?
2 cups.
Listen, I'm gonna back channel you about that.
Back channel me too. What the fuck is 2 cups, bro?
Yeah, I don't get it, bro. I heard.
No, but it's not nothing.
1 cup.
It's not nothing.
I heard that before, but I never heard this 2 cups.
Brother,
1 cup.
Bro, you don't see any girls in the title or the name or nothing. It has nothing to do with that.
It's a coded language.
Respectfully,
anyways, that alien character down in the audience is probably recording. Fuck you and fuck your mother, you little John Kite, whatever the fuck your name is, bitch. Right? You like to record my rooms, son of a bitch. I want to
John, stop, man, John. This is ridiculous, bro.
He's an asshole. I have, you know what? He's got some pictures that literally he's got like 30 phones, man. Like, you're such a lowlife. You got nothing else going for you? Disgusting. Anyways, what I was gonna say was, we have George here. George, please refrain from saying the same shit like I called you out before, please. Okay. Thank you. I think by you hanging out with Nergis, maybe she changed you.
George is a changed man. I mean, woman now. George truly has high potential to change. I just want to say, George is a completely changed woman.
I think you might as well get the gender change operation done, so we won't have to hear about you talking about your, the S word. Yeah, he actually means happy, so.
He's still talking about the S word. Non-stop.
I mean, it's almost faggot.
He does, right?
Yeah, it's non-stop. I
don't know, man. I don't know. Although I don't, this guy is confused as hell. But Mark, going back to with this statement that when it came out, I mean, Netanyahu, he's probably pissed off at the White House at what kind of statement he was posting. You're such a bull, like, you got nothing else going for you? If Netanyahu keeps it up, I think it's going to happen. The regarding the raid. What I was gonna say was because the church here to it, right? The amount of killings and the amount of attacks you could do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it came from that church that got accidentally bombed and 3 Christians were killed. And you know, he came out and said, you know, whoops, that really was a mistake. We're really, really sorry. We're investigating it. And obviously some White House officials like, well, no, he's a madman. And
Yeah, but you
it's
never
a little weird.
apologized
I mean,
for the other
as
churches.
someone who values human life equally, I think it's kind of sad that, you know, if you are going to criticize the Israeli government, that you wait till 3 Christians are killed to do it. Like, there's a lot of other people who've been hit, you know, who aren't Christian, and you didn't hear a statement till 3 Christians were hit. So, and to be completely fair, I thought that was a little bit weak.
And other attack to the church.
Can you remember a couple of weeks back when they attacked Israel attacked Iran, and he used the F word, Trump did, to describe Netanyahu, and then 2 weeks later he's criticising him again, calling him a madman. So I think America getting a little bit sick of him at the minute.
Well, again, it wasn't Trump; it was a White House official. But yeah, but that was my point earlier, that there was a criticism made that at the end of the day, they were still
2 weeks.
right there with them bombing. You know, with Iran, they were, you know, he kind of criticized Israel attacking, and then a week and a half later, it was the U.S. dropping the bomb. You know, so that's why I wouldn't be too optimistic.
So can I ask you guys a question? Everyone in the UK, does the government of the United Kingdom, do they openly support Israel and fund their genocide in any way?
They conform to America.
Okay. Damn. That's great.
Yeah, but you know, people been protesting. There's I think 80,000 or 50,000 people protested in the UK.
Yeah, the biggest protest we've ever had, that was.
Yeah. So when they do protests, it actually does some sort of effect to it, cause and effect, right? And I think it's going to make a difference, man, for this people coming in large numbers. It's a matter of time, and it's a non-ending, protests that are happening every single day.
Also, the Irish people supported the Palestinian people. Let's not forget. Same thing with, I believe, people in Scotland who wanted their own country from the British. They supported the Palestinian cause. So we can never forget that, you know, there's definitely support around the world for the Palestinian people in a lot of countries. And we support Scotland and Ireland. Have their own identity. I know they're not British.
We're not going back.
I shared Epstein's flight list before, right? I don't know if you guys got that.
Is that just the wind?
The Epstein is that Epstein file released, but they got nothing to hide. They should release it. I don't know why they're not releasing it. But the one that they released back in 2015 was
The last, 3 years, we haven't seen him once in public or heard from him once.
he disappeared.
Completely disappeared off the radar. They don't even mention his name. Any functions.
So what does he do for entertainment? Does he come out at all?
He definitely doesn't go to Epstein's parties anymore.
Yeah, but do you think that he probably took a flight somewhere else? He lives somewhere else.
Yeah, King Charles took his money off him, so he doesn't get paid by the British taxpayer anymore. His pocket money was taken away.
Yep. It's Now, this was very interesting, right? There's been a lot of scrutiny on this, how they attacked the humanitarian aid thing that they've started, right? That's funded by by it's an Israeli organization. U.S. funds it, and they use their own funding, whatnot, and they've killed over 850 people according to the UN at these sites, right? And they even admitted it. Now, the big question is today, right? Earlier today, I mean, maybe you could say yesterday, they came out with a video, a propaganda video, that says they ordered people to, they ordered their soldiers not to do the attack, you know. And that was kind of interesting that these people are trying to, change the narrative, but it ain't gonna work. You killed over 850 people at these sites. What's with this one video that, the commander is saying, don't shoot. That means they have to be told, don't shoot, otherwise they'll shoot. Like, do they not understand that the people are there to grab the aid? It's crazy. I'll put the link in the chat. I want you guys to check it out. This was in the Times of Israel. It says, very crazy, man.
Wow, that's crazy. That was a general. I think he was from either the U.S. or yeah, he was, and he said that the idea for actually clowns, they're not a formal army. They just know how to oppress Palestinian people. That's what he said. He said that's why they're struggling against Hamas, and not only do they need training, but he said that they have no combat experience at all. They're just all they are is just cowards. They shoot unarmed civilians. That's literally what he said.
Right.
Just kids as well. They're underage. They're not trained. They're underage. They're just forced. They're forced into going there by the proxy government. That's what it is.
Yeah, and with their propaganda, they have the audacity to compare that to like Pearl Harbor or like formal, army on army wars. It's crazy. But Israel is the most delusional place in the world. Like you literally have to
Absolutely.
like dumb yourself down in order to believe some of the shit that they tell their people. It's crazy.
Yep. Israel apparently is delivering medical aid to Syria surveyors. The ceasefire appears to stick. It says sectarian clashes has surpassed 1,100 people dead. Some of these Druze people, they cannot be trusted, man. The shapeshifters. One time they're on the pro-Syria side, and then secondly they're on the pro-Israeli side. It just, I don't know.
And you actually read an FI Dre statement, take it at face value. Never.
No, I'm not taking the face value. This newspaper doesn't say that.
Yeah.
I'm making the judgment on this agenda.
Yeah, it's just this character is a piece of shit. Just lying piece of shit.
Which character? Netanyahu?
No, the spokesman for the Israeli army.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm saying this is from the time of Israel. So, guys, this is coming from a Zionist source. I'm just thinking about the Druze. The Druze, they're serving at the checkpoints in the West Bank. A lot of these people actually are from Jewish community, and Jews, they're just, I don't know what side they're on. They're freaking shapeshifters.
They are, yes, they're a strange bunch of people. But, some of them are actually so anti-Israel. Some of them are very hardcore nationalists. Some of them view themselves as part of the Palestinian people, but they have a philosophy in which they say we just live and are loyal to the government, to the government that we live under. And in 1948 and 1950, the Israelis kind of co-opted them and brought them into the fold. And their number is limited in Palestine. Some of them were, they were chased out, but all of them do serve in the army, and the Israeli army usually because they speak the Arabic language fluently. They are, Arab descent. They are a strange sect of Islam. Kind of, they call themselves Muslims sometimes, but they don't carry out a lot of Islamic things, like they don't fast in Ramadan. I'm not sure they do the Hajj. They go to a certain place in Jordan and Palestine as their prophet. So they believe in like strange things.
No.
But
Wow. That's insane.
You in Palestine?
yes, I am.
One thing I don't think gets enough airtime, and do you remember Shireen Abu Akleh?
Oh, yeah, I remember Shireen. Why she was a friend of mine. Why?
Because I remember that's what got me first into angry about this whole situation because I was watching it on Al Jazeera on the TV at the time when she was shot. And then at a funeral, they stormed the soldiers, IDF stormed the funeral and started putting the coffin and everything. And I remember watching that with my dad, thinking to myself how disgusting and horrible that was. And then October 7th came after it. I just don't know how they've got the cheek to turn around and say things like, oh, they've got the hostages, because look at what happened to Shireen. Shireen was just a journalist reporting, and I used to watch her regularly, and I don't think she gets enough airtime either.
Well, I've known Shireen since she was 10 years old. Okay, I've known her father, I've known her mother, I've known her family, I know her brother. Yes, they killed Shireen.
She was an amazing.
Yeah, she was an incredible person, yes. And she had the most amazing father. I've known her father. I've known her since she was 10. I still remember when she was 10 years old. Yeah, they did murder Shireen in Jenin. And she is, she's a journalist.
One other question to the brother that said he's Palestinian. Do you remember a U.S. journalist? This was like probably maybe like 10 years ago. His name is Tristan Anderson. And they shot him with the tear gas gun and he became paralyzed and his family sued Israel. Are you familiar with that case?
Tristan, what year was that?
Tristan Anderson. I believe this was maybe like 2010, 2009.
Yeah, I think it was a British guy, right?
No, he was American because his family sued in American court against Israel. And I think the Supreme Court stepped in and pretty much told them you can't sue Israel. You really can't take any action against Israel. That's what they said. So he was protesting the settlers. He wasn't protesting the IDF, and the IDF turned. They first started with the tear gas, then they used live rounds on the crowd. But the Palestinians were defending a village. He was just there to protest and document some of the things. When they started firing the tear gas guns, one of the shells from the tear gas gun actually hit him so hard, and it hit him in his head, and he was completely paralyzed. To this day, he's in the wheelchair.
Nigger friend. So when he gets offended by the word nigger.
Yes, he's also blinded. I believe he's blinded, yes.
Because it's the best word out.
And his family turned around and sued Israel maybe like 2 weeks
For the
ago.
record, let the record show like a good nonsense thing.
Yeah, I remember just seeing that on the news.
I like
Just a
this
small,
idea. Don't call me the N-word.
Like, it's different.
After Shireen was shot, the IDF, because Al Jazeera were running the story.
Alright, listen,
Then
I gotta go.
bombed the Al Jazeera headquarters in Gaza, remember right, and brought the whole building down.
Good night, Rose.
And they were kind enough to give them, I think it was like a 5-minute warning.
Yeah, that's crazy. They both.
Well, I think Justin was shot in Berlin and next to Ramallah. I think he was from California, I think.
Yes, yeah, I believe he was from California. I'm from California, so I remember seeing it on KTLA, which is like the local news station for like, Southern California. It's like the major station like Fox 13 or just, in general, their local news station. But I remember seeing it and I was shocked. I was like, I couldn't believe that, American journalist with credentials that was there with the visa and everything. He was just shot in the head and paralyzed. It's crazy.
The Israelis have something for journalists. They kill a lot of journalists, and they target them pretty frequently. Yeah. So.
Because they're showing the world and showing us exactly what's going on, and they don't like it when we start voting up against it.
Yeah, but Shireen was like a very well-known woman. She's been around for a very long time, and she's very well-known throughout the Arab world.
We're gonna fix that. Rosa clap for alarm. We're gonna put her back in the water.
Yeah, she's.
Look at that. Alarm. You know you gotta put this back in the water, okay? Here. We're gonna fix that Rosa copper alarm. We're gonna put it back in the water.
From Gaza.
So
That's it. Make sure my mother Chino. Wednesday, Chino.
I can't hold the knife That's the name of it, Kitover.
Yeah. Cheers. Cheers. Listen, I'm working on the Long God's hours. Coming up. You didn't see that new logo? Chairman of Five. Yeah.
Surely somebody's got to be held accountable for that. That's
230
almost deliberately targeting journalists.
Yeah, they killed over 200 last.
230 having a long range.
Dib, just send the best wishes to the family for me, please.
Okay, I haven't seen him in a while. My brother lives in the U.S. He lives in America. She was an American citizen too.
I don't know, I guess you
My parents owned a travel agency in the old days.
Oh boy. So
Yeah,
long, so long.
office
I'm
in
looking at my watch. It's so
I
long.
remember her when she was 10 years old, paying the back office of her dad.
Wi-Fi.
Yep.
They're the most
Because
decent
they pussy
people
fell
I've met
out.
in my life. They were very good people.
Why do you think they like to be around women?
She was great.
Yep. It's crazy about we had the Sharina Wilkley, and then there was another one. What was her name? Rachel Corey, right?
I mean, yeah, Americans should familiarize themselves with Rochelle. Rochelle actually was crushed to death in Gaza. She did spend some time in the West Bank, but she ended up living in Gaza for a while, and she was an amazing young woman who stood in front of a bulldozer trying to demolish a home in the West Bank, and they crushed her. The bulldozer crushed her to death. And her parents tried to get justice, but they never did, both in Israel and in America. Her parents are still around. And there's the Rachel Corey Foundation in America. If you guys want to check that out, they do good work, and they're still involved in the Palestinian cause. Her parents are getting older now, but yeah, she's an American woman who America should familiarize themselves with. She was from Seattle. She was in Seattle, I believe, from Seattle. I think you can look up the Rachel Corey Foundation.
Rachel Corey is looking up on Sorry, and you'll come across a whole bunch of websites about her.
yeah, most of the journalists, the things that happen to them is just by them. I'm not saying
There isn't any proof of the countries that did help, because Pakistan doesn't have diplomatic relations with that. You know that if you Israeli passport, you can't even travel to Pakistan.
They tried to destroy it. The Mossad was trying to destroy the nuclear bomb for.
That's what Netanyahu wants. He wanted to go after Iran, and then
Yeah, even before that, at the time.
They didn't help. I think maybe it got wrong actually, but
no, but it's something that claim that Mossad made. They said, you know,
we don't go based on something, we go based on facts. You saying right? Mossad didn't do
It's
shit.
an alliance between Israel and India for them to destroy the nuclear program
for Pakistan. I believe that. I believe that. Also, South Africa, they said they helped South Africa. That I believe, because South Africa was, you know, apartheid government, exactly what the Israelis are doing in Palestine right now. Apartheid government. So I think, you know, they were inclined to help someone who has the same kind of system as far as government goes. South Africa did have like 6 or 7
was like a Nazi Zionist collection of white people.
Yes, pretty much. And they came in, colonized, and then said this is our land, and that African American, but not African, just Africans in general, South Africa have no rights. And by the way, the South African tribes are like some of the oldest tribes in the world as far as people go.
100%, but they don't have that. Hopefully it gets better soon.
In relation to South Africa, yes, there's evidence available. You can pinpoint that yes, they did help. But related to the Pakistan, because they do have Muslims, they have problems with Muslim countries, right? So they would never help a Muslim country to build a nuclear weapon, which goes against their own security.
That's a fact. So they're openly, we can all agree that they are there to openly oppress and, you know, put these governments and countries, these Muslim countries down, so that way we can't have another Ottoman Empire. Remember back in the day when we had
Turkey is pretty powerful.
Turkey's a part of NATO. I don't think they control their foreign policy. That's what we need to look at, countries that have independent foreign policies as far as dealing with Israel.
Yeah, but it's a matter of time. So
They
Israel
tried
and
to
Turkey.
invade Pakistan in 2016 by a coup. Turkey was like the most country that had a coup on the planet, like over and over and over for 80 years. So being part of NATO is just balancing the balance of power. Trying to go through with NATO.
So for example, the country I'm from Somalia, so we had independent foreign policy in the 80s, and we had resources the U.S. wanted. We were supposed to basically give them all our resources and receive nothing, and then they destroyed our government from within. They funded different movements. You know, one of my family members was in the government for 25, 27 years.
Do this and we can get more into it when it's in the middle of the day and not like first thing in the morning like it is here. But we need to analyze why all these stories are coming out about Trump.
Well, you guys has no choice now.
Oh, stupid! They're not trying to kill themselves and have a bad government. Most of these people are being destabilized from the outside, and you see a lot of these terrorist groups and these different people that are just crazy. They're being funded, like they said during the war, the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq. There was actually a group of South Americans that were caught in Iraq fighting the U.S. government. They're basically CIA puppets, and they were basically inserted in there to just cause chaos. These people weren't even Muslim or Middle Eastern. It was crazy.
Yep, hey, welcome, Nubian. Assalamu alaikum, man. I told him, I said 2012, they kicked out asylum seekers, hundreds of families out of Israel.
That sounds nice, not surprising. Yeah, those people are extraordinarily misinformed.
He don't have in here, he does not have any self-respect. He acts like, his name is Ghetto, you'll see him probably not these rooms. Idiot.
So why do they support the Israeli government if they know they're wrong? You know, South Sudanese people, they should know.
Hey, what's up, Sai? If you want to come on up, or anybody else, just you can come on up. So I'm gonna come over, guys.
Substance people.
So it's the next one. Do they have an issue with just like, you know, governments that are led by Muslims, or what is their issue with the Palestinian people?
Substance.
Yeah, the South Sudanese, because a lot of them support Israel.
They're puppet.
Oh, okay.
So they're just so that whole state is a whole public state. That's why they want my independence against so hard, so long, and they got it, and they became the poorest one of the poorest
Countries, yeah, but man, that lets me know, bro, that this shit is all like man-made. These governments that want independence and stuff like that. Sudan was a very powerful country, not just in Africa, but just in the region as a whole. For them to have a huge portion of their land should be divided and a whole new country created, I think that was foreign powers, because you could never do that to a country like the United States.
With the gold inside, we have gold section because we allegedly supported 9/11 terrorists. So because we allegedly supported 9/11 terrorists, then they put that sanction. But that sanction, of course, also destabilized us terribly because once they had their treaties with Egypt, we had no other major threats in the region other than Sudan. Because Sudan is extraordinary, North Sudan were extraordinarily inside. If we had military capability, we would be probably in Gaza, along with Iran and Hezbollah and many other different organizations, send our own proxy wars. But they destabilized us 20 plus years ago when they took our number one export. Then our other exports, our agricultural exports that the country money, those were out of South Sudan. They created division between North Sudan and South Sudan by way of religion. Because they try to say South Sudanese are Christian, but the majority of South Sudanese are traditionalists and Adventists. They are like nature worshippers, pagans. So they try to create that division between the two of us. We actually won the Civil War both times in 1989 and 2011, but United Nations and decided that South Sudan could say anyway.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Look at that. And I'm pretty sure Sudan as a government, yeah, Sudan and Libya were doing really well compared to most countries just within the region. I feel like they're doing really well. And militarily, they were powerful. It's the same with our country. Like in the 70s, we fought with Ethiopia because they openly supported Zionism, and then at one point they said they were communist, and half of our land is stolen by Ethiopia, so we went to war with them. The U.S. played both sides, gave us weapons, and then took all the weapons away from us. They gave to Ethiopia, and we drove to the capital, and we started getting bombed. And so I feel like any government that imposes Western values and or is a threat to Israel will be destroyed. If it's an Islamic country, for sure. That's what people need to realize. I feel like that's the number one thing that people should educate themselves on. That the Middle East, that entire region, all the way North Africa to East Africa, was controlled at one point by just one major Islamic power, like for centuries. So I don't think they want that to happen again.
Israelis are playing a long chess game, and a lot of people are focused on the West Bank. But one of the Israelis' number one assets that they control over is the Suez Canal. So destabilizing Sudan, demilitarizing Jordan the way they did already, and then trying to make its quote unquote allies with Egypt. All these moves is for the greater Israeli plan. So once they finish off with Gaza, then the next move is for the Suez Canal. If they control the Suez Canal, they control the trade in the entire
God.
Yes, 30% of all trade coming from Asia, particularly oil and Iran's oil coming from the Strait of Hormuz. It's gonna end up going to the Suez Canal.
That's Saudi is making good chess moves as well because Saudi has their quote unquote vision 2030, but Saudi's being very strategic. Instead of them investing in Riyadh and cities that are already developed, they're investing all the new cities that Saudi is building is on the Red Sea coast, all the way north at the tip where that is. They have a project called the Octagon, which is supposed to be a seaport, one of the world's largest seaport cities that's going to be built right there to try to help keep a Muslim presence or a Muslim statement presence in the region. I think it's also going to be proxy for military.
I have to disagree with that. The Saudis are police. They're controlled by Israel, the United States. They're propped up. They're the most disgraceful government probably in the last 300 years for Muslims. They're absolute disgrace. They are openly hostile towards Iran.
I mean, I chose not to.
Their fellow Arab brothers in Gaza and the West Bank, which aren't too far from the war, they're being controlled in between them. They're being destroyed every day. They have an economic treaty from Muslim coming. But I believe that the Saudi and the Saudi government, not the people, Saudi government and the Israeli government work together. So I believe they're puppets.
Can
you just say just a minute. Since Rabbi is
superior,
I've got new PhD. I've got new PhD.
To see some military system, and most of the Gulf countries, their focus is on power. And if they allow themselves to be dragged into it, then they will lose an opportunity. And their opportunity to go up is based upon tourism. So their fighting is against racism and the prejudice towards models in our countries. So it puts them in that situation. I definitely see why financial movement that I've made here currently. I see financial movement and I see strategic movement that I've made. Not aggressive. As far as Iran, the conflict between Saudis and Iran historically predate, vastly predate even the state of the nation. But I get your point, and I hear that argument a lot. It's relevant, but I don't think it's reality.
It is. They're openly, again, they're open.
But you would have to gain but you would have to go beyond
and they're supporting me.
Yeah, but you would have to go beyond the tabloids. Like I said, I'm talking about strategic military base setups.
Yeah, no, there's about at least 4 military, U.S. military bases
No, I'm not
in
talking
Saudi
about
Arabia,
I'm talking about
where F-16s take off and bomb other Muslim countries.
that's not what I'm
Saudis are a complete disgrace. They're a complete disgrace.
You have to go beyond tabloid and understand what Saudi government is actually doing, not what the U.S. is doing through Saudi, because the U.S. is inside every single country in the region. So that's irrelevant. The point is what Saudi is doing militarily, and what they're doing militarily is they've been setting up new bases just for themselves all the way north the Red Sea coast to in between Jordan and a bridge between Egypt. They're even building a bridge. They have a bridge that they're building called Musa something bridge that's gonna connect Mosul to Saudi south of Syria.
Can I just reply to Dr. Doctor? I believe that I mean, you made some great points, but that is a cop-out. Having economic ties openly, they're basically openly supporting Israel in genocide, and then they aren't taking any action with the U.S. They aren't putting pressure through economic structure. If they wanted to, if the Saudis wanted to, the amount of oil they have, with them leading OPEC, they would say, hey, we're going to move towards BRICS. The U.S. has to cut at least 20 to 30%.
So they already did that. These are
Yeah, but it took them how long? With all the BRICS, it took them how long to say, hey, we're going to go to BRICS if America does not stop openly?
It did in a long time ago. First of all, it didn't take a long time ago. Second of all, BRICS, as far as its organization structure for exactly what it wants to do is relative. BRICS didn't start catching its own until the war between Russia and Ukraine, and then when America started putting financial sanctions on Russia's trade, that's when Russia joined BRICS, and then BRICS became a real thing because it's like, okay, if any major superpowers invest, Saudi Arabia is $1 trillion country, so you're not gonna get their attention just by having a couple pro countries say, hey, we're in.
Yeah, I mean, their economy isn't diverse at all, and they know they're gonna go broke eventually if they rely too much on because think about this.
And that's
Venezuela.
It's for them to spend their money on.
Venezuela.
That's financial strategic.
No, they need to strategically put pressure on the countries. Well, that's if they are Islamic government. They aren't. So, I mean, they aren't infallible.
But they're not in a position to do that.
They absolutely are. Turkey's been doing that. Turkey has been displaying soft power.
Turkey is much more powerful than Saudi's building. Massively more powerful. And a stronger reputation and more control on trade, energy. Like, what are you talking about? I don't think you understand.
I think the thing is, you support Mohammed bin Salman and the Saudi government, which again, it's your choice, but a sellout is a sellout, brother. You're arguing with reality. Reality says that this government is openly supporting genocide. They're openly supporting genocide.
It's just your lack of knowledge. It's not about supporting anyone or reality.
So Saudi Arabia is shooting down missiles headed towards Israel.
Brother, am I allowed to finish this sentence?
Go ahead.
It's not about supporting Mohammed bin Salman, and it's not about any of the things you just said. It's about understanding what the Saudi position. I think a lot of Muslims, what happens is they take, for some reason, they tend to forget that the House of Saud is the royal family of Saudi Arabia, not the kings of Islam. So when people confuse that, and they make it look like all of these people are somehow different than any other Muslim country in the world who's also standing with their living hand. So that same argument can be made for multiple nations. If you're talking about Turkey, massively powerful and more wealthy. The Saudi government is not the kings of Islam. They're the kings of their people in their country. Just so happens that Mecca is in their country. But based on the position that they're in, both financially, people make it look like they have unlimited wealth. They have a massive amount of limited wealth. They have one of the weakest militaries in the entire region, and they are one of the most American dependent on military support. So a military campaign from Saudi is completely out of the question. Not to mention, as soon as the war in Gaza is over, and even before it began, a gun is at Saudi's head from Iran anyway. So teaming up with Iran to do much of anything is rare. The Iranian government has been calling for the fall of all Islamic kingdoms, all Arab kingdoms that are unlinked to Islam. So that's not necessarily an ally. As far as Palestinian people, Mohammed bin Salman made a statement that his interest is on the progression of his country, and his country is below the majority of his country is below the 5, and their interest, I mean, his interest of Saudi Arabia is on the interest of the freedoms of Palestine. So he said he was his matters. But you have to make rules that you can make. People on the internet just call for missiles to fly.
I didn't call for missiles. Again, I will repeat what I said earlier. Project soft power. No, this is all Saudi Arabia has to do. They don't necessarily have to give an ultimatum, but with their strategic, because they have one of the best resources in the world, which is oil. Strategically, they can enforce a certain amount of accountability towards the U.S. and Israel. Yes, they can. They're one of the few governments that actually gets leeway from the U.S. Majority of those governments.
So I want to say this one thing about it. So, doctor, when did you become a doctor, man? And second question. because did the U.S. I mean the Saudi Arabia did do the retaliation 1973? Control the oil and whatnot, doctor.
That was during King Faisal. But what I'm trying to say is this: that if you control water and the rest of the world is thirsty, by saying I'm gonna leverage my power on water, that doesn't make people bend the knee. That makes people kill you. This is not fucking monopoly. Right?
No, but the oil, they can raise the price of the oil, right? Not
You can strategically
they've done it before.
Yes, I'm here. 100% right.
What happened to the Saudi king?
Hey, doctor, you have to let people talk. Because I want to.
Yeah, he got assassinated, right? But the doctor, they tried to do it during Biden administration. Nothing happened. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know if you know about the Biden administration, right? It urged Saudi Arabia to increase oil production, but guess what? They actually cut down the oil. You see what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is, it's possible. Look, doctor, this was my plan, right? When the 7th of October happened, and Saudi Arabia and all of these GCC countries, they knew from the jump that what's happening to Palestinians is wrong at so many levels, right?
Excuse me,
What they could have done
this is Morty.
yeah, one second. Morty, one second. Morty, one second, please, brother. So, doctor, my thing is, my whole plan was from the jump after 7th of October, get together. I know they hate each other. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, all of these GCC countries, they hate each other. They could have got together on the table, right? And they could have said all together collectively, look, we're not going to buy any arms, and the oil business is, we're going to stop it just for the time being until this problem is resolved.
That's facts. That's objective soft power.
Hang on, two, brother, hang on. And they could have done that, right? All of them, because back then it was just one country, right? Now, in today's world, they could have done that for the time being. That would have pressurized Biden. Biden would have to be like, tell Netanyahu, shut the fuck up, give them the state, let's say move on, so we can, have the oil supply, because we only get 7% of the oil in America from Saudi Arabia. It wouldn't hit the global market. And it's a dangerous move for everybody, right? It would hit the whole market. All I'm saying, they could have done some of this shit, but they didn't.
100% right. That's how you project soft power without taking military action. The UAE, along with all other Gulf countries, have a lot of influence in the region. The U.S. and Israel can never overcome the fact that these countries are strategically important to their region. So you can't come in and just force people because you have a bigger government. The world doesn't work like that. If they get together as a collective and they take a stance, by them taking a stance and not firing a silver bullet, they're gonna hold an they're gonna make an even bigger impact on the situation in Palestine.
What collective? The Muslim country.
Yes, the Muslim collective, yes, they're all Muslim.
It doesn't work that way. You have to build it up, and then there is a whole bunch of influence and a whole bunch of destruction in the education system that's been built in.
I don't think
the whole scenario.
I don't think the Gulf countries are uneducated. I think the Gulf countries
The
are
Gulf
educated.
countries is nothing but a makeover for the colonizer client state in the region.
Yeah, they're puppets. I said that earlier. I know they're puppets.
Puppet. No, it's not puppets. It's the steps. So you're getting colonized. Mecca didn't get colonized because it was in an uproar over the region from the beginning.
This was Dr. No, go ahead. Finish with you.
What I'm saying is that Saudi from the beginning, nobody was gonna conquer it because it would evoke a whole bunch of craziness going around the region. It was never conquered. That's why the placement of a Muslim country because of the shrines or because of the haram, and then a Jewish country in Palestine, and then a Christian country in Lebanon. This was the movement after decolonization from the land. So by doing this, it's all connected. Lebanon the way it is, Saudi the way it is, the Jewish state as a Jewish state. So for them to play into the balance of power, they have to move according to the time frame.
I don't know exactly what you mean by that. But like I said,
What I mean
these
is that
countries in OPEC, the countries in OPEC, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, also, again, Saudi Arabia. But look, they have an influence in their region. They're very strong.
No, they don't.
So they are basically, they're countries that are third world. That's what you're saying. They're weak countries that have third world.
It's not a third world. They're just extraordinarily American
Have
dependent.
they ever been bombed?
Let me just finish this.
They wouldn't get bombed because they are America from day one.
Let me just finish a very short sentence. The reason why they're not third world because they have the money that they can look pretty, but they have not released colonial control. That's the point. That's what they're trying to do in the middle of this conflict. That's what the growth of all these mega cities are. That's what all this investment is about. It's about releasing colonial control. Of course, they're not going to get bombed. Just like Qatar is not going to respond to Iran dropping missiles on them because they can't. Doesn't matter how much wealth you have. They're still technically under colonial control. They're just a pretty colonial country. They're trying to relinquish that without using oil dependence. By using oil as a threat, it's only going to result in bodies and destabilizing their government because America and other countries are not going to let you say, oh, we're going to take 30+% of the world's oil reserve and freeze it over a conflict. No one's trying to hear that shit. And when they do things like that, it only creates larger and larger problems. They're trying to do strength by peace. That's what the GCC countries have been trying to do.
Yes, but also the bullshit.
These guys are the way you explain what's going on right now is you just giving a cop out to the Gulf countries, but that's okay. That's your opinion.
It's not
They
like that.
are in a position to make a difference.
They are not.
Do not tell me that the Saudi government, UAE, Saudi Aramco, look up how much they're
freaking money launder, prostitution info, freaking
I don't even know what point she's making. I understand your point, but I don't know.
See, they did do it in the Biden administrations. They asked Saudi Arabia to produce more oil, and they did not do that.
Yes.
Joe Biden didn't ask him to do that. He said it in his interview, right?
Yes, he did. You're trying to cover for Joe Biden. Yes, he
I'm
did.
not trying to cover. No, Joe Biden works for us. We want gas prices high on American homes.
I will read you out the statement. The Biden administration urged Saudi Arabia to increase oil production to lower global prices after the Ukraine war disrupted markets. In response, Saudi Arabia and OPEC, including Russia, did the opposite. They cut oil production, citing market stability.
Thank you. Joe Biden claimed
the U.S. officials are angry, accusing the kingdom, siding with Russia. Biden even warned of consequences when no major policy change followed. Saudi Arabia Minister Abdulaziz bin Salman famously said, "We're not a school child that you can lecture." So all I'm saying is, it's possible. But the thing, I think doctors here are arguing, no, it's not possible. They did do it under Biden administration.
They wouldn't do it all the time. They do it.
It doesn't matter. See, it doesn't matter. They've done it.
That premise was never my point. And what you just read is not what you're asking them to do. What you're asking them to do is leverage their oil resources in military conflict. One of the longest standing military conflicts of the modern world. That's completely different than what Joe Biden was calling for.
I disagree. I disagree with that. But I mean, I don't disagree with everything you said. You know why? One of the things you said, you actually made a great point. You said that their economy is not diverse. I'm 100%. I understand that they rely too much on oil, and they're gonna end up like Venezuela eventually if they don't diversify their economy. And then also, you said there's other countries that are in the region that need to be held accountable just as much as Saudi Arabia. You're 100% right on that. So it's not all on Saudi Arabia as far as stopping Israel, but with influence, every country, doesn't matter how poor or how little it is, it holds.
Which country in the Middle East has the strongest military?
That would be, of course, Israel. I mean, do you consider Israel? Israel
It's actually Egypt. It's actually Egypt. Everyone's screaming at Saudi Arabia, and Egypt has the most powerful, most modern military, and has the least American militarily influence. And they're a military-controlled state. Their president is a general. So
I don't know. I think Egypt's military has been
Saudis have been buying.
They've been buying weapons, F-16, everything for a long time.
Turkey has the strongest military.
Yeah, Turkey has the strongest military.
And Morty in there, I think, let's hear from a Zionist perspective. Go on, Morty, because they don't want to silence Morty. Morty, let's hear you on this one. We don't want to silence a Zionist.
My PTO, I asked Google if Joe Biden has Saudi Arabia increased oil production. He did not.
He did.
I know, but he did not. He said he did not. At an interview after he returned from Saudi Arabia, he was asked, President Biden, did you ask Saudi to increase oil production? He smiled as he said, no, I did not ask them to increase oil production.
Of course he's going to say that when Saudi doesn't listen. But who runs Google? Just asking.
Okay, Joe Biden does not want low oil prices for Americans. Okay, he wants high oil prices. Why? Because he works for us. What do we want? We want to own all the American homes. Okay, when gas prices are high for Americans, it makes it very hard for Americans to pay their mortgages. What happens when they can't pay their mortgages? We foreclose. Okay? So, I think it's about time everybody stops talking Turkey in this room and starts getting down to brass tacks. Okay?
I agree with that.
Thank you.
You guys are just screaming at Turkey, the most powerful in the Middle East. Turkey's like again. Egypt has the most powerful military in the Middle East, and no one's more, and they're the closest.
Even Egypt is not in the Middle East, right, Doctor?
Egypt is if you type in Egypt is considered militarily part of the Middle Eastern militaries, and it's well known that Egypt has the most powerful military in the Middle East. They're also the closest to Israel. And you guys are whining on Saudi Arabia, which has.
Now, why it's because of Egypt went already and got the 1970s.
Yes.
I think Morty's whining about Saudi Arabia.
I'm not whining about Saudi Arabia. I appreciate that Saudi Arabia did that.
He was whining about Biden right now.
Yes, I know. Listen, I'm celebrating Joe Biden. I'm celebrating Biden and Saudi.
Turkey and Egypt aren't calling for war against Iran openly, just on any occasion. Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries just constantly want war with another government, but yet they have a country on their border right next to them that's openly just killing their fellow citizens, their fellow Arabs. Any way you look at it, is that there's no excuse.
I thought the problem was with Israel. If the problem
The problem was with Israel.
Okay, so the problem is with Israel, and I just pointed out who has the strongest military, who's strategically closest to Israel. Jump back to Saudi Arabia.
Yes, Saudi Arabia is calling for war against Iran. They need to turn their attention to the real enemy, not this fake propaganda. Again, that this country is a Shiite country. Oh well, I'm assuming. I'm assuming, brother, listen respectfully. I'm assuming. I don't even know what Shiites believe, to be honest with you. And I really don't understand their belief system too well. But at the end of the day, this is a person that is Muslim. So if we are going to claim we're an Islamic government and or republic, any one of these countries, it's not just Saudi Arabia, we can't just blame.
That's the problem. You're projecting.
So Saudi is just a regular country, so they're secular countries.
Listen, the Saudi government does not claim. I'm not making a claim, I'm speaking facts. The Saudi government does not claim to be an Islamic regime as Iran does. The Saudi government.
Was Arabia for the longest doctor.
Does anyone believe that Saudi Arabia claims to be a secular country?
Let's get new voice in there. We got a Palestinian on the stage. What's your take, brother?
Colonel Doctor is claiming that Saudi Arabia to be an Islamic country or an Islamic government.
I said Saudi Arabia does not claim to be an Islamic regime. They're just a real family that controls.
I disagree. Mecca and Ishtar,
So it's a fact. It's a fact. Is that the Saudi government is not Islamic?
The laws are under the Sharia law.
Yeah, why would they have Sharia law if they don't believe in Islam? So they can say whatever they want to do. Regardless whether they want to claim it or not. That's exactly what they are.
I'm just saying that this is right here.
If you can't drink alcohol, you can't do that. You say very much ladies in our members.
Yeah, people follow the Sharia in Saudi Arabia. That's 100% right.
I mean, there is no other law.
What you guys are failing to understand is I clearly stated the government. Just because the majority of the country is Muslim does not mean that the government
government claims to be. I'm from Sudan. Sudan does not claim to be an Islamic regime, meaning they don't make every single decision on the country based on neither does Saudi Arabia, neither does the UAE. However, the majority of the people are Muslim and they cater to those people. Saudi hasn't been an Islamic regime since the 1970s. You guys really don't know what you're talking about.
There's a big
This guy,
difference between the monarchy and the republic.
You're giving a cop out. At the end of the day, well, they don't claim to be Islamic, and you keep giving them cop outs on everything. So it's a good excuse. They were a government that failed the Palestinian people. That's all I care about. They're always calling for war. They failed them. They're from basically, okay, Palestinian people are basically, Palestinian people are Arabs. And there's no something that no, listen. Since you're saying that they aren't, we're not going to even listen to this. They're Arabs, and this means you're politics. You're from Eritrea, right? You don't know, I'm not from Eritrea. You're from Sudan. I am from Somalia, but I'm not Eritrean. I do support. Okay, you're from Somalia. So this Somalians, Sudan right now, we're in a civil war. Imagine if I started yelling at your government about why you guys are not helping us destroy the Egyptian people. We don't even understand the politics in Sudan, so we can't speak on that. But what I do understand, I've done my research. I've had background in Saudi Arabia for over 30 years. Why isn't your government helping us? We're East African, you're East African. Our ancestors were probably related. We've been in an even longer civil war than Sudan. Your civil war started 8 years ago. We actually have, we're trying to rebuild right now. But we're as having your own problems and navigating it as such. You're giving Saudi Arabia a cop out. That's the problem. They're not the only government that does this. When it comes to the problem is that you're trying to make Saudi Arabia an Islamic regime just because the population is Muslim and they're not. Okay, man, that's your opinion. At the end of the day, we're just gonna agree to disagree. This is not going anywhere.
You made a policy of Saudi.
No, I just I have. So let me tell you why I strongly speak on Saudi Arabia. I have at least 2 or 3 family members that lived in Gulf countries. I haven't personally. I grew up in America, so I can't say I have lived there. But what I'm saying is, I have someone in my family that spent 30 plus years living in a Gulf country, understanding the law, the culture, the history, and is also a scholar as far as the deen goes. So I am getting first-hand knowledge from someone that is well qualified to speak on the subject, more than qualified. Okay. No, not just because they live there, but because they're not only educated on the politics in the country, but they're the day-to-day, they understand everything. This is
I still don't understand what this conversation is about. So what is
I'm saying this. I'm saying that the Saudi government and the majority of these Gulf countries have failed in helping the Palestinian people. That's all I care about.
Okay.
They're being robbed, and they need to put pressure on Israel. That's it. That's all I care about. I don't care about what they do in there. None of that matters. All of these countries need to support the Palestinian people because not only is their population majority Muslim,
but you know that the decisions of those governments is not in their hands, right?
Yeah, there are puppets. So you're right. You're 100% right.
Can I say something really quickly?
Please, someone.
So, Doctor, I don't really understand what you mean by Islamic regime because this doesn't make any sense. King Salman, right? He literally said in 2015 during his inaugural speech, like, our constitution is the book of God and the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and remain committed to the pure Islamic creed. And in 2017, when he addressed the Shura Council, he said that the government of Saudi Arabia will continue to adhere to Islamic Sharia, which is the basis of its establishment and its constitution. And even like MBS, right, like the Crown Prince, he has like multiple interviews. Like during his interview with Al Arabia, he was like, "We will not move a single inch away from our teachings of Islam. Islam is our constitution. We will continue on the path of true Islam, not extremism." Like something along those lines, right? There's so many quotes in modern day saying, like literally affirming that Saudi Arabia claims to follow the Quran, the Sunnah, and claims to be an Islamic theocracy. So what do you mean by Islamic regime?
Thank you. So just made a great point.
So let me respond to that. All those things you said are really very true. All once Mohammed bin Salman took full control over his family, because at that time he didn't have full control. Once he took full absolute control between the imprisonment and the murders of even members of his family members, and he had absolute control, all of that rhetoric changed after 2020. Once you got into 2020.
That's not true. Because in 2021 he gave an interview to Vision 2030 where he said that the kingdom was founded on Islamic principles and we will continue to develop in line with our Islamic values.
The kingdom is founded on Islamic
Did you not hear the second part of what I said? The second part of what I said was, and he said it during this Vision 2030 interview, and we will continue to develop in line with our Islamic values.
Right. And are you aware that Saudi Arabia no longer requires women to wear niqab or hijab?
Okay, first of all, there's no, hold on.
Now you're gonna debate the subject matter versus the reality of the country one way.
Hold on, buddy, 1 second. You said, the first thing that you said was, Saudi Arabia does not claim to be an Islamic regime. This quote literally just affirmed that Saudi Arabia...
It does not,
Let me finish.
What you just read does not even claim to be Islamic.
They claim to be an Islamic regime. The way that they act upon that Islamic regime is different, okay? The way that they act upon that Islamic regime that's not what we're debating. We're debating whether Saudi Arabia calls itself an Islamic regime. They do confirm and claim themselves to be an Islamic regime.
Exactly, by every definition, and their own claims, to adhere to Sharia. Go ahead,
So, like I said, all of these commentary is before he got full totalitarian control of the government. After he had control of the government, if you want to argue 2020 or 2021, you have research in front of you while I was talking to him. So whether it's 2021 or 2022, the point is that after he got full totalitarian control of the government, things shifted. My argument still remains the same, regardless of what you read, because what you read did not include the Islamic regime. That Saudi Arabia is not an Islamic regime. Yes, Saudi Arabia is a Muslim country, but to define yourself as an Islamic regime like Iran means that every single action is for the Ummah. Saudi Arabia does actions for the Saudi Arabian people. They operate like an independent nation as any other country. They put Saudi first. They even have such thing. They even have such thing called Saudiization, which is where they prioritize hiring Saudis over other people. They don't say, "Oh, you're a Muslim, welcome. This is the home of Muslims." They say, "This is the home of Saudis. This is Saudi Arabia." That's how it works. That's how it's always worked.
Look, Doctor, I don't think everybody is disagreeing with you that Saudi Arabia is like the way that it is, okay? I think that as Muslims, especially who live outside of Saudi, we understand that Saudi Arabia isn't in like the favor of most Muslims. However, that's not what we're arguing. I'm trying to argue and I'm trying to tell you that Saudi Arabia does, whether it was during King Salman's time or during MBS's time, any of the de facto rulers claimed and to this day claim to live under an Islamic regime. If MBS were to say, if he were to come out and if he were to say that, okay, Saudi Arabia is not going to be, it's not an Islamic country anymore, it would spark world outrage.
That's not what I said.
Let me finish.
Why should I let you finish rhetoric? That's not even what I said. I never said that Saudi Arabia is not being an Islamic regime. It's an Islamic country. It's not the same thing.
I gave you your time to speak, right? Please don't interrupt me, okay? I'm speaking. Please don't interrupt me, okay? You also mentioned, okay, so as I was saying, let me go back to what I was saying before I was very rudely interrupted. I was saying that Saudi Arabia, like any monarch of Saudi Arabia cannot come out and say that, okay, Saudi Arabia is not as a country that does at this point, Saudi Arabia does not follow Islamic regime. It would spark world outrage because the sanctuary of the Kaaba, the sanctuary of Mecca, any of the holy cities of Islam would be questioned, okay? Now you talked about how no, it would, because then that would mean that, okay, if Saudi Arabia is not going to be a country, in any of the Sharia laws, it says that the Kaaba and any of the holy cities of Islam need to be protected. If Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Arabian government were to come out and were to say that, okay, we don't follow Islamic regime, that would mean that by their constitution, by changing their bylaws, the Kaaba would be open to everybody to see. The women would be open to see. I'm gonna end off with one point. Look, I'm gonna let you respond, but I'm gonna end off with one point. okay? The last bit that I'm gonna end off with is you mentioned that MBS came into power in, 2020, 2021. That's not true.
It's a totalitarian power. It's not twisting my words.
Whatever it is, okay? Power, totalitarian power. He became the de facto ruler in 2017, okay? So that means that anything that he started, let me finish. Watch, I said I'm gonna let you respond, right? So let me finish and then you can respond, okay? And otherwise, I'm gonna interrupt you when you're speaking, and I don't think you're gonna like that, okay? So let me finish. In 2017, he became the de facto ruler and he started to change a lot of legislation, a lot of policies. The idea that, okay, we're gonna, get the right to drive now, the fact that women don't have to wear hijab and niqab, it's not mandatory anymore, all of this takes time, right? So he had to spend time influencing it. Sure, maybe it came into power in 2020, 2021, but he became the de facto ruler in 2017, actually started introducing legislation, okay? He launched a lot of reforms, and I encourage you to if you want to know like when actually he started having significant power, is to read his Vision 2030 interview that he gave, where he sorry?
I live here. What are you talking about?
No, I know, but I'm still encouraging you to read his interview because it actually the Vision 2030 interview actually talks about all of the legislation that he was proposing before he became, because you keep interrupting me, so if you don't interrupt me, it's going to be much shorter, okay? The Vision 2030, the interview shows all of the different policies that he was advocating for before 2021, before he took office or whatever, okay, and he became the de facto ruler in 2017, so he started to change legislation then.
So, again, as I say, totalitarian. So anyone who's aware, and even covered it in this house before, myself, me, and others, that some of the things that MBS did, as far as holding members of his family hostage in hotels, having different writers, people who were critical of him actually murdered and assassinated, even across the global landscape. So it was a difference between coming into power and coming into totalitarian power. The Saudi family shuttles often between sons. It seems as though that MBS is not interested in a shuttle anymore, that he wants full control, especially after once his father passes on. He'll be out of full control. As totalitarian power comes in, I don't know if you've heard of Qadid. If you have heard of Qadid, Qadid is a massive gaming project, which is anti-Islamic in almost every form of fashion. It will include casinos, gambling, and everything else. What they're trying to do here is they're trying to isolate Saudi Arabia from Mecca and Medina as it was originally. Originally, you had the Saudi region, and then you had the Hijaz region, which had its own Islamic rules. They're trying to do the exact same thing now with the boosting of tourism and wealth. The majority of the world believes that it's so strict to be there and so harsh to be there that people don't want to have tourism. They've even built tourist sites in El Ula, which has been stated by Muhammad as a cursed region. So they're not an Islamic regime. I don't really care about global rhetoric. There's an order been published that's just extremism on the subject matter. The point is they're not an Islamic regime. If they were an Islamic regime, they wouldn't be building casinos. If they were an Islamic regime, they would not be building resort sites in what the Prophet Muhammad says a cursed land that Muslims should not go to. If they were an Islamic regime, they wouldn't be allowing a majority of things that are actually taking place here. The problem is most of the Saudi critics have never been from. So, or let alone Saudi going to see what I'm talking about. A lot of what I'm talking about is seeing. Whether my dates are correct, 2020, 2021. The point is, once he took totalitarian control over his government, his quote-unquote reforms that you're talking about in his Vision 2030 is moving away from the Islamic ideology. Most people who know Saudi history know that the Saudi government was massively influenced by Wahhabism since the 1930s. That's actually how they were able to regain power, is through a lot of extremist Wahhabis supported the Saudi family in taking the region back from the previous family that divided the state. So these extreme narratives have been unbeneficial to their government. Saudi thinks Saudi first, which is nothing wrong with that. The problem with the Muslim Ummah is the Muslim Ummah thinks Saudi is their home because Mecca is there. So they feel as though that Saudi is the king of all Arabs, which is not. Saudi is the king of all Muslims, which they're not. And because we think that, then they have this strong criticism towards them. I don't negate that Saudi Arabia's government can potentially find more avenues in which to help Palestine. I don't negate that.
So, real quick question, Doctor. You said you live in Saudi Arabia, is that what you said?
Let him finish. Are you finished, Doctor?
I'm almost finished.
Okay, let the brother finish.
Okay, would I be able to respond after that?
Yeah,
Let her finish, please. Let her finish because they gotta pass the mic to new people as well. So I'll give you like 30 seconds or 1 minute, and then we gotta give it to 2. Go on.
Yeah, like I said, I don't negate that they potentially what they can be done. However, based on the geopolitical position in Saudi Arabia, I totally disagree with the concept of weaponizing your only resource, the only thing that you have, weaponizing that as your line of defense. I think strength can be done through land, through politics, through wealth exchange, like the investments in America. Now you have, you put those investments, those trillions of dollars that the Gulf countries just put in America, now you can leverage that. Now you have power over other assets versus weaponizing your oil, which will piss off multiple countries. Now I can say, hey, I invested $3 trillion into this infrastructure. This is what the Jewish state does. The Jewish state has a lot of infrastructural investments within America, so they can destabilize America internally without having to say, oh, we're going to agree some form of trade agreement, which is going to fucking piss off the entire NATO, for example, just one right example, and then cause even greater problems for greater meetings. So I'm going to listen to like this right.
I mean, I agree with you. I don't think that anybody disagrees with what you're saying. I think what I'm saying is that Saudi Arabia, and this is what pisses off Muslims the most, okay? Even if you disregard Mecca and Medina or any of the holy cities for a second, right? You just look at Saudi Arabia as a nation, one of the most wealthiest Arab nations, one of the most wealthiest Muslim nations, right? The issue that Muslims have is that Saudi Arabia calls itself an Islamic regime on multiple occasions, whether it is King Salman or MBS or whoever it is on multiple occasions. This many of the Saudi monarchs, all the way back to the 1940s, prior to the Nakba, have all stated and came out and said that they follow an Islamic regime. The issue that Muslims have is that how can a country that says that they follow the Islamic regime go out and then commit these atrocities? That is what I'm trying to say. Saudi Arabia does call itself. One second. Saudi Arabia does call itself an Islamic regime, but the way that they act upon it is not Islamic at all. That's what I'm trying to say.
So it is my turn now. Hold on, it was my turn. So, Doctor, you made some good points. You said that they cannot utilize their only resource. Again, no one said Saudi Arabia needs to jump out of the window and compromise their entire security, economy, or any. What we're saying is they need to project soft power within their region. It's basically look at it this way: if you're at a company or if you're at a job, it's utilizing your own unique skill set in order to accomplish a goal. If that goal is strategic, it will improve your situation, regardless of whether you receive like a promotion or anything. You will be in a better position just based on the fact that you understand your skill set. Saudi Arabia, as a government, is currently, right now, for anyone who wants to go to Hajj, they are charging people $10,000, brother. And they have projects, the NEO project is the one you spoke of, and the line. These are trillion-dollar projects. This isn't a poor country by any means at all. Militarily, they have been buying U.S. military hardware for over 50 years. All we are saying is this: listen, you don't need to go to war with Israel or the U.S. government. What we need you to do is we need you and the Gulf countries to step up, to take account for everything Israel's doing. Have a strategic, at least a counterbalance to economically, not necessarily militarily. They just need to take a stand against the genocide. That's the main thing. They can do that without compromising their country. You are getting excuse after excuse after excuse. I'm starting to think, Doctor, you work for the Saudi government. Well, I'm being serious. I have no issue with them they are from Saudi Arabia. Oh, and by the way, there's always been for the Ummah, there's always been a love for, of course, the land of the Prophet, where the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
And that's the problem.
And also, look, as a whole, that is where Mecca and Medina is. So it is pretty much every Muslim's duty to defend those two cities for sure. So just look at it, just look at it from everyone's point of view. You just need to take accountability. And
Sure, brother. 1 second. There's two problems, right? I think maybe Layla too. Maybe you guys don't understand how Saudi Arabia was created. It was created over Muslims and monkeys, right? They got the help from the British Empire. That's how Saudi Arabia was.
Oh, okay, that's fast.
You see what I'm saying? So it's a fact. They killed a bunch of people, or, by calling them grave worshippers. Ottoman Empire was that. Muhammad bin Abdul Wahab, actually, Al Saud was an ally, became an ally of Muhammad bin Abdul Wahab, and all I'm saying is I think you gotta understand Doctor's point of view as well. Doctor is in Saudi Arabia right now. He can't really say much as well. Sometimes. I lived over there, by the way, Doctor. You see what I'm saying? I know how it is. Okay.
And Doctor, we don't want you locked up, brother. We don't want you to
No, that's not what's happening. But your point, to your point, that's my point, that it's not an Islamic regime. That's my point. But she's talking about, does it literally state, so she wants to read off sheets of paper, and I'm kind of feel like, so you read off sheets of paper, I'm looking at the actions. Every action here does not state Islamic regime. It states Muslim country. It states, it's just like Sudan. Sudan's not an Islamic regime. It's a Muslim country. The government are quote-unquote Muslims, but they are not. Islamic regime is like an imam or ship runs your country. Like, you're expected to hold these people in a very high religious guard. That's not what MBS is at all. Like he's just a royal. And he's Saudi first, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the problem here is everyone's saying that Saudi needs to be Islam first. And again, when Saudi was more like that, people hated Saudi. People complained about our police. They complained about Chop Chop Square. Now Saudi's awesome, and now everyone's saying, oh, they need to be more strict. It's just games. But like I said, you're just so joking. You understand Saudi. You view it as Islamic. You would review it as a royal family that took over an Islamic country. Once they took over an Islamic country, they have progressed into their own way of doing things. Hold every Muslim country accountable to being an Islamic regime.
It's kind of true, but that's a fair point. You made a great point too.
Go on, respond.
Look, Doctor, I think one of the biggest things, right, about being a Muslim in general is taking accountability, right? For me, look, we can argue and we can talk about whether, if you're a Sunni behavior, we can argue, right, day and night about if what Saudi Arabia is doing is actually Islamic or not. However, what my main point is that if you have a leader like MBS or Congressman, whoever it is, right, to move water based on whatever definition you want to provide. For me and for many Muslims, it's an issue when you come out and you say that, okay, this is an Islamic nation, we follow an Islamic constitution, we follow an Islamic regime, we follow Islam, and then you go out and you don't say a single thing about Palestine, and you continue to fund the genocide. Let me finish, and then you continue to fund the genocide. Okay, let me finish. I didn't interrupt you, so I don't understand why you keep interrupting me. I'm just speaking from my perspective, okay? I'm just speaking from my perspective, but I'm trying to convey to you, so I'd really appreciate if you don't interrupt me. It's really rude, okay? I'm trying to be really nice over here. So, what I'm trying to That's why I'm trying to be really nice. Okay, he looks mashallah, he looks educated, so I'm trying to be really nice to him, but he's being really devoted to me.
He's a doctor.
Stop interrupting me, doctor. Listen to me, okay? As I was saying, right? How are you going, if you're gonna call yourself an Islamic nation, which I've provided multiple interviews where they have modern, present, 10 years ago, now present, the last few years, you're gonna come out and you're gonna say that, okay, we're an Islamic nation, and you're not gonna say a single thing about Palestine, but you're gonna actively fund the genocide. You're going to do all of these things, right? So it's about taking accountability, because then there's another side to the coin they have to understand. Now what's happening is that people have this perception about Arab nations. As a student organizer and as somebody who works very closely with pro-Palestinian non-Muslim organizers, the very most common question that they get is, oh my gosh, why are your Muslim nations, why aren't your Muslim countries speaking out against the genocide? And Saudi Arabia is one of the very first countries that comes into this topic, because for the longest time we were told to believe that Saudi Arabia is the epitome of an Islamic nation, whether that is in your American school textbooks or whether that is in Western propaganda. That's why this whole narrative that Sharia law beheads people for having sex or whatever is a whole thing. It's a whole stereotype that's been pushed by countries like Saudi Arabia. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that part of being Muslim, right, and then also part of being just a decent human being is just to making sure that your leaders are taking accountability for their actions. If you're going to call something an Islamic regime, if you're going to come out and you're going to say that, okay, we follow the Islamic constitution, and by the way, those words were never taken back. If MBS wanted to say, okay, now we're going to build casinos and stuff, why did he never speak out and say, oh, we don't follow the Islamic constitution anymore? So what I'm trying to say, and I'll keep it short now, is it's about taking accountability. It's about making your leaders take accountability for their actions. If they're going to say that if their country is an Islamic regime, then make sure that they're following an Islamic regime. That's what I'm trying to say.
Can I just say one thing over here? She made a great point, Marshall.
I think Dr.
Doctor, I'm not going to respond to your point, but I just want to kind of elaborate on what she said. That was a great question.
No, she knows what she said.
I'm not responding to Doctor though, so I just want to.
I know, but it was Doctor's talking about that. You can respond afterwards.
She said it's only she said our government, our king, royal family, you have to take accountability. She said this how you advance and said anything that's absolutely wrong. MBS in the very beginning, in September 2018, or it started October 7th, he stated that Saudi Arabia will not recognize Israel without Palestine as a Palestine being a recognized state as a complete country. This is what he's made numerous of statements on the. I mean, I'm surprised that any person following this can even say this. So the Saudi Arabia says, Saudi Arabian Prince also said, he doesn't care. He said he doesn't care about the difficulties of the Palestinian issue. He tried to make this a headline after he was saying he didn't care about Palestine. In his full statement, he don't care about all the intimate details of the Palestinian issue. Saudi Arabia is not doing business with Israel without Palestine getting its state. That's what he has leveraged most of this time. MBS on November 11th were calling it a genocide. He called Israel a genocide against Palestine and the operations in Lebanon. That's these are news outlets. I'm surprised that in all your university research freshmen, you haven't done this. You haven't proved this up. Saudi Arabia, it's like 1,000 of them here. He said he won't normalize any relations. He won't normalize any relations with Israel. And this was done in December. No relations will be normalized between Israel and Saudi Arabia unless Palestine gets an independent state. His statements have been consistent and frequent. Like, not only does he want to avoid it, if he could have said, I just want to board it, and there's one people stop dying, like Donald Trump said. He said he wants Palestine to be its own independent state, its own independent country. He said that 1,000 times. However, the problem and the confusion, the part that no one seems to understand is that Saudi Arabia is not the royal family of all Muslims. They're the royal family of Saudi Arabia. So America puts Americans first. Mexico puts Mexicans first. Saudi Arabia puts Saudi Arabians first. You guys keep speaking as if Saudi Arabia is the government of Palestine, as if these are two independent countries. And Netanyahu made remarks against MBS in response. And his remark back to MBS was, why don't you let Palestinians move to Saudi Arabia? And Muslims got mad at him for saying no. Why won't he let them? The whole point is controlling that strategic point. I'm not going to move Palestinians to the mass populace. Layla, I let you finish. I see the unmute button. I'm going to the mass population of Palestinians in Saudi then you relatively lost Palestine, and then Palestinians over time just become Saudi Arabians, the way a lot of Palestinian migrants into Egypt have become basically Egyptian. So, and then, because, they have that, I forgot, what's the name of that law that the Israelis have? That if you leave, you can't come back. No, they have, I forgot what you
Okay.
if you leave, then you can't come back to your homeland. But then they have it where Israeli people anywhere on earth can come there at any given point in time and get full citizenship without even taking the DNA test. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, can I respond now?
Hey, real quick. Let me just say one thing real quick. It's quite interesting when you have a country that has the Holy Land for this particular thing, and then you have this Nubian guy coming with all of these excuses when you have a Kufar nation like South Africa has to be the one that brings Israel to the ICC and ICJ. And he's going to sit here and act as if that's okay. But yet, if you got like Kufar's not supporting, he will lambast them. He will talk about how they don't have humanity. But when it comes to the Holy Land, oh, it's for Saudis and Saudis first. I can't stand people like this. You're mad inconsistent. And you clearly have a bias. And you lead with an agenda. So I'm just gonna land there. Carry on, sister.
Okay. So basically, Doctor, okay, do you want to talk about me only, using sources on paper? Sure. Saudi Arabia only does not recognize Israel on paper. Sure, they go into news outlets and they say that, okay, or they release official statements where they say that they don't recognize Israel. However, their actions speak otherwise. There are so many economic engagement, opportunities, and coalitions that are built between Israel and Saudi Arabia that maybe you're not aware of. The number one being the Saudi Public Investment Funds. It's reportedly involved in investments in Israeli companies via private equity. There's I don't know the exact number, but I believe it's like $3 billion that is managed by the Jared Kushner Affinities Partners, which is backed by Israeli startups. There's also this one other example. I think it's called like Solar Edge or something, or like Solar Power or whatever, and it's an Israeli firm that has a joint virtue with a Riyadh-based company called Ajnan Bros, which is owned, by the way, by the Saudi government, and it's used to develop renewable energy projects that align with, again, the Vision 2030. So there's also strategic corridor planning, like the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, which is a large-scale infrastructure initiative that links Saudi Arabia, Israel, and other countries in energy, logistics, and technology corporations. There's also so many diplomatic and security preconditions, and so many diplomatic and security conversations, such as the normalization of this whole plan depends on Palestinian statehood, meaning that Saudi Arabia is only going to come out and say something once Palestine gets statehood, not during the process, not during the genocide, not during when there's a need for a call for a ceasefire. They're only going to call for Palestinian statehood. They're only going to, whatever Palestinian statehood looks like, whether it's a two-state solution or a one-state solution, they're only going to come out and support it when it happens. So being one of the largest and the biggest and most well-funded Muslim countries out there, they're not going to support it anytime during the ongoing genocide and during the ongoing occupation. So I could talk on and on about, I could give you a whole report on how, even though on paper Saudi Arabia says that they don't remain ties with Israel, in the back end there's so much that is being done, which is honestly the main reason why Saudi Arabia has not come out and has not called for a ceasefire, has not come out and said that we recognize Palestinian statehood. They're only going to do it when the genocide or when the occupation is over, which then at that point is what's even the point, because where were you during almost 80 years of occupation? You didn't say a single word. So it's sure, whatever you're saying is correct, but in terms of theoretical strategy or Muslim morality, it doesn't make any sense and it's completely wrong.
Right, so let me go ahead and educate you freshman on business 101.
Don't call me a
Right,
freshman.
so-
I'm not a freshman. Don't be disrespectful to me. I wasn't disrespectful to you.
Whatever you want to call it. Amir knows me well, Steve knows that business is like my forte and economics. Right? Let me explain everything that you just said. You said it out loud but didn't understand. The only way to control an individual is to be an investor. Otherwise, you're going to do what Chip was calling for, which is acquiring missiles. So the more financial aid that I put into a nation, I'm able to also destabilize a nation. For example, in China. China owns massive amounts of the United States stock. If China and America got in a real conflict, China wouldn't have to shoot missiles. All they would have to do is sell all their shares, tank the American economy, and the whole system collapses. Saudi Arabia weaponizes its money the exact same way. So when you see business relationships between Saudi Arabia and Israel, doesn't mean we're buddies. It means I'm buying equity and control positions within your financial government, controlling or buying into your economy. And once I buy into your economy, same thing with Saudi Arabia, the Gulf nations give America $10 trillion, or do some people say $3 trillion, whatever, between the two. Giving massive amounts of money, that doesn't mean I'm your friend. That means that I'm your debt holder. The same way China is a debt holder of the United States, these other countries are saying, I have to get strong by having major investment in them. Then I can leverage my withdrawal. Houston, Saudi Arabia doesn't recognize Palestine in the States. Saudi Arabia doesn't recognize Palestine in the States at the beginning of time. So I don't see how that's relevant.
Oh, that is pretty
You also
relevant.
made comments there. I don't know. You also made commentary about what they say out in public, but it's not what it is behind closed doors. Which exactly was my argument about the Islamic regime when you read those newspapers. But I said, in reality, for a person living in Riyadh, like myself, like moved here months ago, a person living in Riyadh, or in reality, for any person who's been to Saudi Arabia knows that this is not an Islamic regime. There's nothing Islamic here other than, unless you look at Islam as clothes and perfume. But beyond clothes and perfume here, this is not the Saudi Arabia that my mother visited in the 70s. So the reality of the situations is not true. Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030, and many of the other Arab nations are, when they say they're moving towards modernization, when they're saying, when they're promoting Islamic needs, that's not Islamic regime. That's not how an Islamic regime is ran. We have exemplary examples in the religion of Islam of what an Islamic regime looks like. It's called caliphate, right? And anything other than those examples is not an Islamic regime. You're not running your country with caliphate. You can't say you're an Islamic regime. You can say you're a regime who practice Islam. But if you say you're an Islamic regime, then you're just keeping up the tradition the same way America does with us too. Maintaining certain traditions of freedom, justice, and integrity. But in reality, America has none. So let me just give you some news that politicians lie. But investing in a country does not mean you're their ally at all. Investing in a country is actually one of the most dangerous things that another country is looking at. Because whoever buys in at a massive amount, they own it. So, and Israel, Saudi Arabia, and other Gulf nations buying in massive amounts by the billions of dollars into their country, it gives them leverage because now, wait till you're in the middle of your redevelopment project. Now you're trying to rebuild, let's say, Tel Aviv after the war, and now you're pulling one of those billions of dollars that's been holding. And then Saudi Arabia goes, nah, I'm gonna pull that 20 billion back and collapse your project and break your economy and send hundreds of thousands of Israeli people without jobs. This is how economics works. So when people see money moving and they just look at it as if when someone cash out, Saudi Arabia said they don't like Israel, but they cash out their $500. No, they're buying equity in a country so they can have more control and more say. Therefore, what took was called leveraging of oil, Saudi Arabia's only major power resource, doesn't have to happen. That's why another thing that Saudi Arabia and all countries are trying to do is they're trying to become major tech hubs. Because when you become a major tech hub, for example, the second greatest weapon on planet Earth is other than nukes, it's Twitter. Because Elon Musk was very strategic in buying Twitter. Because with Twitter, you censor and you control the thoughts and opinions of people
simply by what becomes promoted. You can take a certain type of post and make it more visible to the public and be able to sway the minds of millions of people simply because of what they see in their algorithm report. China did the same thing with creating TikTok through Singapore and then filtering certain information, what they call woke information, to American people, which ultimately led to massive protests in the United States, which is why Joe Biden tried to join TikTok, but Donald Trump didn't want it. So now the Middle East is seeing, oh, we can control and influence people with technology. Now we want to become an AI hub. Now we want to become a tech hub. We want to invest in countries who are our enemies, so we can have control of their economy. And it's going to follow Africa and the Middle
Really?
East.
He dropped? Do you have any idea how many munitions he dropped?
It's only 90 plus million. Those African countries are only 7 and we're just now modernizing. So we're still learning to play this multinational game. This global politics. We're learning. This is how the system we have. We have a great.
We're gonna take like 10 minutes, then I'm gonna fall asleep.
I think when he says how many
He loves
When she said you're university, so I know she's a professor. So I was trying to give her a lecture on geopolitics. No, let's decide what to go okay, so I'm just going
The reason why the United States wants to pursue a policy of preventing Iran from developing once again, because it's the whole reason why Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. They have to try to sort of divide the JCPOA like under its name with different clauses. And you know, the only way to get okay. I don't want
if the genocide ends and if there is an immediate ceasefire, but all these investments that Saudi Arabia is making is not going to help Palestinians in the long run. What if Palestinians get completely ethnically cleansed and wiped off of the face of the earth? That just means that Saudi Arabia is going to take over Israel and is going to turn it into another colony. Okay? Like, still at the end of the day, you know, whatever global economics, you know, lecture that you want to give me, it still doesn't take away from the fact that that money is being used to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. And rather than using that money to invest it into Israel so that they can take it over one day by buying it, why not use that money that they have to number one, lift the medical blockade that's in Gaza right now. There's people in Gaza that are starving, okay? Just this morning, I had a cousin who passed away because he starved to death, okay? So why isn't Saudi Arabia using its power, especially, you know, its connections with Egypt, to lift the siege, to end the blockade? You know, there's so many ways that Saudi Arabia can use its money to actually benefit Palestinians rather than thinking long-term in a global lens. And that is the issue that I have with Saudi Arabia, because they claim that they do not support Israel on paper and then on these news outlets like you mentioned, but then behind closed doors they're doing something completely different that is not benefiting Palestinians at the end of the day. That is only going to benefit them long-term because they're investing in Israel. Okay, it's not going to help Palestinians. Okay, it's not going to help them. If Palestinians don't exist, there's no Palestinians to help. There's no Palestinians to give back Tel Aviv to. You know, there's no Palestinians to give back land to if they're being ethnically cleansed. Are you talking about the people who are in the diaspora? They will have no homes to go back to because Israel and Saudi Arabia will just build new ones as part of the business model. So again, as you're saying, right? Sure, you know, maybe it is true in some capacity that Saudi Arabia is trying to buy Israel, is trying to have some economic control over Israel, but it's not going to work if there are going to be no Palestinians for it to benefit.
Again, another thing that keeps stating loud and long statements. Saudi Arabia has given $16 billion of aid to Palestine since the year 2000, and on my book, June 26
1995, Saudi Arabia gave $30 million in aid, which mostly consisted of food and medical supplies, to Palestine. That was just not even a month ago. So I don't know how much research you're doing.
It's not enough. That's what we say. It's not
That's
enough.
not close.
It's not enough.
I'm still talking.
Yeah, but you keep on saying the same shit. You're regurgitating and keep on rehashing the same shit, bro. It's getting boring.
Well, it's someone else, right? I'm 6'2" and 195 pounds.
Yeah, and so what? So what, bro? So what? You're not saying anything.
Alright.
You're still deflecting. You're still deflecting from the issue. You're so stupid, bro.
Let him respond. Let me get out the mic, brother. Go on.
$30 million in aid, one is a substantial amount of money. Two, that's not the only amount of money that they give. That's just the most recent check. So when you say that they're not taking care of medical supplies and food aid, but again, I'm just debunking point for point. And I did not say that they're going to buy Israel. I really hope that was not what you got from the economical stance. The economical stance is not to buy a country. When you're investing in a country, it's to destabilize it by then drawing your money. It's like blowing up a balloon. Blow it up if you own the air in the balloon. The balloon didn't own that air. So yes, the balloon may reach its full potential, but then if you release a large amount of air, now jobs will lose. This is a long-term strategy, but it also is something that's already been taking place before October 7th. So what happens is though, Saudi Arabia is able to utilize that, and that's why they keep making the same statement over and over and over again. We will not continue to do business, and that may not mean anything to people here who are warmongering and just listen, missiles fly. However, when you say we're not going to do anything until Israel, Palestine becomes an official state, what that means is all of that money freezes. So it's not when you say, oh, that money's being used. No, it's not. That money is not being used militarily. That money is on lockdown. It's frozen. You can close accounts. When you have I have to teach a whole lot. And all these times, when you have stock accounts, brokerage accounts, almost works like an escrow. You can freeze accounts instantly. You can have $10 billion in the country and go, I don't like what's happening here, and I can block and protect my funds. There's multiple ways to do that. The AI advancements. First of all, let's analyze Palestine. Palestine does not have anything that's set up to be an organized government. So they need countries, technology, and other opportunities that can benefit them in the long run. Plus, the argument is going to come when this war gets closer, not even this war, when this genocide gets closer towards the end. And it's not going to end with Palestinian extermination. It's never going to happen. But when this war gets closer, this genocide gets closer towards the end, the question is going to be, is Palestine qualified to be a country? They ask this question in the United Nations to every nation. And with the supporters and the recognition of countries like Saudi Arabia who keep their hands out of the main bloody conflict so they can be a representative factor, which is what European nations have. European nations have massive countries don't jump in the conflict, but they become a quote-unquote non-biased supporter even though they are a biased supporter. They call this NATO. So we have to really understand geopolitics. We can sympathize. I definitely sympathize and send my prayers out to every Palestinian around the world. And I want nothing more than to see Palestine rise as a nation and as a country, and us to begin global dominance back over the entirety of the region in a unified form. However, we're living in the modern world. So there is a modern approach to how to do this. And I think everyone has a part to play, both what Iran is doing, what Yemen has been doing, and what other countries like Saudi Arabia has been doing are all major parts towards independence. Do some small research about the end of my statement. Do some small research into the American independence. You'll find out that America did not win its independence war. It actually lost its independence war. It was the recognition of countries like Morocco, who were already long-standing, had relationships with Europe and other countries. It was the recognition and financial support that these countries garnered and gave to America, that America was able to sue the United Kingdom for all of these abuses and things like that, and ultimately create a nation. So please do research beyond missiles flying in the sky on how countries are formed, right? How the United Nations works, how the ICJ works. Do real research on how these systems happen, so then you know what to expect. And then when you look at the countries and see what every country is doing, you can now do a play-by-play and say, okay, what needs to happen next is this. So it's more, I'm not just calling for a ceasefire, I'm calling for a nation. I want to see a Palestinian flag. I want to see a Palestinian airport and capital, freedom and thriving. I mean, not even after this conflict, we're going to be dealing with PTSD generations of the children who have been there and seen the experience what they've experienced. So there's going to be a massive amount of aid and support needed for those people beyond this conflict. So it's not just endless, and it just doesn't work that way. The next thing that has to take place after this ceasefire is nationhood, and that nationhood is leveraged wealth, political power, and diplomacy, not through missiles flying through the air all day.
I'm just gonna respond for like 10 seconds because I don't think you're listening to me. If everything that you said happens, it will happen, okay? Because Saudi Arabia is currently doing those investments. They're making those coalitions, and they're buying those equities. However, there will be no Palestine. There will be no Palestinians to give back Palestine to if Palestinians are ethnically cleansed. The numbers are dropping every single day. There is an ongoing genocide. And until that genocide is over, there's going to be no Palestinians left to give back the West Bank and the whole 48 back to. So yes, in theory, you're right. Okay, this is how a nation, this is how a nation works. This is how global politics works. This is how global economics works. But still, at the end of the day, if everything that you're saying does come true, there will be little to no Palestinians to give back that land to. There will be little to no Palestinians who will be willing to come back to Palestine if they don't have their homes, if they don't have, their ancestral graves, if they don't have anything to return back to. So in theory, yes, you are correct. But what I'm trying to say is that all for what, 20, 30 years down the line, when Palestinians are completely ethnically cleansed, what's going to happen? Nobody's going to return. So what's the point? So I'm saying that Saudi Arabia should invest their money as they're doing right now. And sure, you're talking about aid that they have given for the past few years maybe, but that aid has not been able to enter Gaza and enter the West Bank because there are people that are still starving there every single day. Every single country that has tried to give them aid, every single coalition, non-profit organization, anybody who has tried to get aid to Gaza has not been able to do so. And even if they have been able to get a little bit to like maybe a pack of flour or like a case of diapers or whatever it might have been, it's still not enough. It's still not to the point where Palestinians are able to come back and fight against the genocide.
Again, Saudi Arabia's position is to be greater than most. They are arguing not only for a Palestinian state, but for Palestinian borders of pre-1962. And again, the number, I understand the emotions involved. However, again, it's impossible. First of all, it's impossible to annihilate the entirety of the Palestinian people. It's just impossible. But I'm not just talking about the people. I'm not talking about the diaspora. I'm talking about Gaza and West Bank. It's impossible. It's not bad. And I'm saying it's impossible due to the fact that we are Muslim. So, the fact that we have Allah. So that's just not going to happen. To me, to criticize any individual who's helping and say what you're doing is not fast enough, when what Saudi Arabia's long-term plan for Palestine is not the Gaza Strip, it's the pre-1962 borders. People look up on the Arab news on Al Jazeera. MBS talked about it when his father was coherent. He spoke about it before October 7th. Saudi Arabia is the third in the world for giving the most aid to Palestinian people, even more than the United States. So a lot of the statements that have been made and blanketed because Saudi Arabia has been quietly and swiftly versus loudly and boastfully. However, what the Middle East does not have is countries have leaders. You have your loud nations who make a lot of noise, like Yemen. Then you have your middle nations who allow Boston, South Africa, and then you have your superpowers. The Middle East is trying to become superpowers, like Russia. like China. You don't come in and scream a bunch of statements to attack or to feel the powers of the pen. Make moves quietly and swiftly. And that's what Saudi Arabia has intended to do. Again, I'm sure every government in the Middle East can be criticized for what we think. None of us have been a monarch. None of us have been a prime minister to know the ins and outs entirely of what the process looks like and what the global landscape looks like. But I don't see any reason why MBS would defy his own ancestral lineage. His grandfather was the founder of Saudi Arabia, was probably one of the greatest supporters of the Palestinian state. His fathers, his uncles, it just doesn't make any sense. So if people want to argue Islam, say Islam in Saudi Arabia, I argue that I live in it and I can see it for myself. And Riyadh will probably be Dubai in about 5 or 6 years with the massive amount of expatriates and how much they're doing. Even if you go to Mecca, I don't know how many people have been to Mecca, but everyone has. There are two Meccas in Mecca. You have public Mecca for everybody, but you used to say only Muslims go to Mecca. Now they have a public Mecca for everyone who's working business. And then you have the Al-Haram actual area. And they're doing a lot of development to isolate each area. But again, like I said, people tend to forget that Saudi Arabia is a country. They have interests of their own that for the next 100 years, plans for their own development, plans for their own people in pride. They're not just the keepers of the economy. They have a lot of other things that exist in that country. But like I said, when I hear a person arguing to you, say, hopefully this is going to work. Hopefully this is going to work. I mean, it's just too reasonable.
I just won last year, but I don't think we're going to
They're there for it, okay?
No, we're going to have TSA and deportation.
I've been around Saudi, like outside of Jeddah and Mecca. Like I've been around the country.
I've been to Riyadh. My grandmother used to live there. But that's not interesting. We're going back to it.
That's the visual landscape, but it's okay. Again, my purpose is the same. You just gotta learn about you. Try to understand the urgency.
Dan, I do understand. Look, I don't disagree with you, okay? That's not what I'm saying. I didn't disagree with the first started speaking. I didn't disagree with you, okay? I was just arguing that I'm saying that if you're not calling Islam Islamic regime, all Islam. If not, you know? But anyways, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. What I'm saying though is I don't see personally as a Palestinian, as somebody who has family in Palestine, I don't see there to be a value in investing in Israel in any way when if the end goal is, you know, to take control over Israel and eventually to make it do its bidding or whatever the situation is, or to have some sort of economic leverage over Israel. And it's not going to be any use if there's going to be no Palestinians to return to. You mentioned, okay, you know, like that's not going to happen. Okay, but quite frankly, like as a Palestinian, again, seeing my family members, like literally every 2 to 3 weeks, and this is the same for many Palestinians, seeing your family members die every 2 to 3 weeks, seeing, you know, like people, you know, come, you know, like to and take your homes and whatever, and having, you know, these stories, it's very much like demotivating. It's like, oh my gosh, they're, you know, it's like it's a question that we ask ourselves every single day, like, is there ever going to be a great Palestine? So when you see people from your family dying every single day, it's kind of just like, okay, now are we going to actually have a Palestine to go back to? And then when we see Saudi Arabia and the action that they're committing, you know, funding Israel for in the tech sector or in equities and stuff like that, we're like, wow. So even if Saudi Arabia claims that they're going to have economic leverage for Palestinians, or, you know, if they're going to have economic leverage over Israel for Palestinians, to us it's like that doesn't matter anymore because we don't have a place to go back to. We don't have a home to go back to. Everything is destroyed. We don't have family members who can make claims. You know, we don't have sons who can make claims on deeds. You know, like it's very like to us as Palestinians, we don't whatever Saudi Arabia's long-term plan is in terms of geopolitics, for us it's like, no, like we don't believe that it's gonna do us any good at the end of the day. We hope and we pray that, Hasna like we hope and we pray that if Saudi Arabia, if that's what their intentions are, that they do come true, that they do benefit Palestinians in some way. But for us, practically, we just don't see that there's a value in it. Like again, as I said, if there's no Palestinians to take back Palestine, it's just a business thing. It's just a business project.
Mostly the same thing, with a body count of 200,000 people killed, and friends or even people who might know. Even my own personal house instead, personal house. Or you can support the ways that you can, stand by your Muslim brothers and sisters, and for sure when you're great when you need, because it will be more guaranteed. But I would want the Muslim that the Muslim will succeed. And like I said, with a strong knowledge of geopolitics, I understand what you're saying, how that's a big deal, but in reality, that could be taken actually faster than anyone else that watch the development of strength in the Middle East, faster than anywhere else in the world, faster development rate, faster military strength rate. And like I said, I understand how the investments they make today, but those investments are probably the fastest solution to the Palestinian problem and a very secure problem for the future.
Well, I just hope that it's fast enough for Palestinians to come and take back their homes.
When you see Palestinian flag raised afterward, on here, how does that make you feel?
I feel represented.
Exactly. And before October 7th, that was not the case. So there's a positive side, there's a wisdom behind what's happening. So,
Wait,
that's
so
what
people have to study what's the flag?
I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, I understand the positions of Dr. Lucas is correct 100%. And that's unfortunately how the world works. What Saudi Arabia is doing is very, very deep politics. Okay? They have BlackRock, liberals, okay, so this subject is multi-dimensional. It's not one side, okay? You have to look at what's happening throughout the world because of the genocide, genocide. You also look at what's happening in the investment world and Saudi Arabia's engagement with the main, basically, I guess, economic levers of the world, led by BlackRock. So just wait. After 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, things will change for sure. This Zionist state will absolutely disappear. I know that for sure. The current government of Israel or another government similar to the current one will not be compatible with, the government, the powerful governments in the Middle East. I guarantee it.
Okay, well, maybe I will agree with you. Okay, but what I hope and what I pray for is that there are Palestinians to take back Palestine. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I agree with you. Okay, I think that there's at no point have I ever disagreed with what you or what Doctor have said. But I understand where you're coming from. However, what I'm trying to say is that to me, again, as a Palestinian and as somebody who has family in Gaza, I hope that this plan does work. Because if it doesn't, then it's just a business deal. It's just a business project. Okay? And I hope that it works fast enough where my whole entire family isn't annihilated.
100%, sister, 100%. People, the future Palestinians will reap the reward. You know what I mean? And people who died, they basically shed their blood for what's coming. And I believe a strong Palestinian state, recognized throughout the world, will emerge from this. So it's painful. I understand 100%. It pains me. I swear to God, every Muslim cannot feel terrible when they see what's happening. You know what I mean? And it's a human issue right now. It's not even Muslim only.
but you
And I
should
think a
not
lot of people are just maybe too opinionated.
it should not be in a place of power, and you should not be treated with impunity.
You guys are still going?
It's that simple. It's like everyone should be equal under the law.
What are you proselytizing?
That was a process. This is a simple question. I don't care how you answer it. We're proselytizing. We're trying to get them to that. That's not giving this right to Why? I can answer it.
Well,
Why do you think that Jews were behind blacks in civil rights in the 60s? Because they were fearing that they were going to become the blacks in America, right? So
well,
they
it's
were
because
pushing
they do
that.
good things. They're charitable people. They love supporting people.
That's why a lot of Jews will pretend to say, oh, I'm white and I support black.
Who do you think owns Yum Brand Foods? Kentucky Fried Chicken is a big business.
Yeah.
I'm a Protestant Christian. My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ will crush you, buddy.
Yeah, for bullshit. I don't get it. Why are we even talking about niggers?
Because the Civil Rights Act of 1964 would have been impossible without Jewish scholars.
Yeah, so it goes more or less possible, teaching your kids how to be
Jewish scholars.
teaching your kids how to be blowjobs.
Lyndon Baines Johnson was a Jewish prophet.
Yeah, okay. And you're smoking the devil's lettuce.
How did you know? James, let's just put it this way. You're kind of uptight.
You can fit 40 Earths in Uranus, and if you relax, 43.
I was born inside Uranus.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I can't believe that you are that oblivious to influence in the U.S. things.
I'm just saying, I understand Israel's influence in the U.S. I'm just saying it's a proxy for the military-industrial complex.
Okay.
You're not agreeing with me.
You
You're agreeing to disagree. Still existing or not?
Well, listen to what Goose said. Listen to what Goose said earlier. He said.
Keep repeating that the Congress.
Listen to what Goose said earlier. He said, "What benefit did America gain by destroying Iraq?" Oh, what benefit? How about like $6 trillion in fucking deficit spending? That's a pretty nice benefit.
Israel versus the American military-industrial
Okay, and that's Congress, That's okay, so that Congress funds them. Who pays for their campaigns? Doesn't every single Republican have an APAC guy?
Of course they do.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you what, overthrowing Saddam guaranteed, 74% of Israel's oil coming from the Iraqi part of the Kurdish part of Iraq. Did you know about that? That was positive. Yeah, but most of the Kuwaiti oil was, but the interest of Israel was more about geopolitics than it was about resources and money. That's what you're not comprehending. No, I know the other shows you what I mean when I say Republicans aren't done. Do that again. Do it again, because when you hear it the first time, this train go by my house. About the oil, I'm saying, Israel's, what benefited Israel, when it came to overthrowing Saddam in Iraq, was primarily about their geopolitical ambition and their ideological ambition than it was about resources or money. I agree with you.
So in the chess game that is still being played, who has more pieces?
As of right now, Israel.
Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Obviously.
Epstein, do you understand now why I always say Republicans are cunts?
Yes.
And total cunts. That they would literally watch their life get rocked rather than actually take a stand against the Jews.
Yeah, I don't get why this is like the one issue where.
Because some people.
The same cunts bitching about Ukraine are the same cunts wanting to fund Israel.
Hey, you know what? The only two American presidents that ever took a stand against the Jews were
Nixon.
No, Nixon and Carter.
No. JFK was not a Republican. No, was that? No. He never took a JFK. Yeah, they who did JFK?
It's the Pentagon.
He wants to do an investigation in Mona in Israel, the nuclear facility.
It's the Pentagon and CIA. It's the CIA and the Pentagon. They just had all these hearings on it over the past couple
Oh, so
months.
the CIA and the Pentagon killed JFK right
Yeah.
after he said he wants to do an investigation in the Israeli nuclear facility. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not Israel that killed him. No.
Oh, okay. It was Woody Harrelson's dad.
Yeah, it's not Israel. Well, yeah, that actually. Israel had nothing to do with the killing of JFK. Okay.
Okay.
You guys are retarded.
Listen, you're retarded. You're from fucking Jordan. I've been to your goat kingdom.
Yeah, I watched the movie The Patriot by Mel Gibson, and I have a different idea of Americans. There's a whole bunch of faggots.
It turns out that you're from a goat
There's a whole
kingdom.
bunch of bad faggots on scooters at Walmart while the oil drips down your fucking mouth. onto your
Listen,
fucking
you
mouth.
eat shawarma. They take beef. They take fucking goat. They take lamb, and they let that fat just drip down the meat. That's all you guys got in your country is fucking spigots of fatty meat. You stick it on a fucking pita with a pickle and some fucking white sauce. That's your culinary delight? You're from a fucking valley with a river and a couple goats. You sit there saying, oh, the guy is a first generation implant into this country, and he sits here and says, you know how many times Randy has said Republican cucks? Probably like 6,000 times over the past 2 years.
It's Randy's trademark. Yeah, that's true.
It is his trademark.
But it's also true. You can't deny it. The Arab way sauce, no homo is pretty good.
No, I'm not sure.
Can you deny that conservatives are cunts? Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is the problem with your conversations, is that you can't admit that your conversations are all political in nature. Even if you hate the Jews and you're an anti-Semite, it's still your political position. So you're just doing politics. That's all you're actually doing.
Who are concerned about the debt and about Democrats spending are exactly the people simply for the big beautiful bill increasing the debt by $5 trillion. How? Big beautiful bill, baby. Can someone explain that? Hey, asshole. Big beautiful bill gave me a major tax credit. Oh, you think that? But you're not. Yeah. No. So look at this nigger. He literally wants to save $5 on tax, but he wants to spend the money on inflation. But Republicans are some of the dumbest motherfuckers. I pay more in income tax than you earn in a week. Well, that's because you're a tax cut. But at the end of the day, I'm a tax cut, okay? Because you're a Canadian. Yeah, but I'm very nice. Yeah, how much are you getting taxed in Canada? Income tax? Yeah, 43%.
Ooh, that's nice. That's 4 out of 10 days you go to work for the man.
Exactly, douchebag. I literally pay more tax on my overtime check. Yeah, but I usually don't get against that.
You probably work 6 out of 10 days.
Asshole. No, you don't. You do make it fancy.
Don't forget, this guy has a monthly membership to FetLife.
Okay, well, I'm talking about it.
Exactly. He's the cuck that he calls everybody else.
$5 on tax so that you can spend
Takes a cuck to know a cuck.
Like, do you understand what it means when you raise that debt by $5 trillion? Some nigger has to pay that.
Do you know what it means when there's 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities?
You are that nigger who's gonna pay the debt. You are the nigger who's gonna pay the debt.
Just go to usdebtclock.org right now. There's 37 trillion in funded liabilities and 100 trillion, 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities.
Can you see how the Republicans always increase the deficits? Well, Democrats also increase deficits, but they don't increase it as much. Can you go ahead and check? Oh, you're kidding me. Yeah, can you go ahead and check how all the Democrats spend on the social programs is much smaller than the Republicans spend on the fucking military?
Can you explain to me why in the world would Alex Soros marry Huma Abedi? Why did Alex Soros marry Huma Abedi?
I'm just telling you, Democrats are much better at introducing them as a god.
Exactly. He's a cuck.
It's kind of weird. She's like kind of old.
She already has children with Anthony Weiner. Why in the fuck is this dumb bitch? Yeah. Yeah, the fucking Clinton laptop. She knows all about it. She knows all about fucking cosmic ping pong.
Okay.
Oh, conservative release. Letting out all that shawarma, white sauce, garlic sauce. Oh, George Galloway is here. The Israel, they are. I can't even do a George Galloway accent. It's kind of hard.
What you got to do? George Galloway! Welcome with me. Then us up.
Is that Tim's new profile?
To the mother of all talk shows.
I got a girl actually for Tim. She's a rambler too. They call her Babblerina. Babblerina.
What are you on? What are you on? Say that again, because I didn't follow you.
I know this chick who's like a local at the bars that I go to. She's a single mom. She's got a great body.
Like
But,
Canadian?
no, I'm American. But what I'm saying is she's a rambler like Tim, and she'll talk your ear off to the end of the night, and you're just like, I cannot believe this bitch cannot shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I see that. How's that working out?
I don't know. It's like it's nice having a wing woman because she's very social, and all the young chicks.
She's your own wing woman?
Yeah, she's my wing woman basically.
You sure she's not cock blocking you?
No, she's. I'm sure she would love to sleep with me, but I'm just a gentleman, and it's nice to have a friend at the bar. Even though she won't shut that phone.
You're tapping that, you liar.
No, I'm not. I'm not. And I try to introduce her to. I try to introduce her to people. I've invited her to Republican parties because she's a bad woman. Honestly, I think my game is pretty weak. I really want to work on it.
Why do you not have like a wingman?
I do have.
What's wrong with you?
I do. Well, she's always at the bar. She's always at this fucking bar that I go to. So it's just
Okay,
like
and how much pussy does she hook you up with?
fucking not.
No, so she's a cock blocker.
Actually, you're probably right. Well, I don't want to get past friends. She's not. She's ugly. She's like 46. maybe.
Okay, but so she's not working for you, she's working against you.
Yeah, you're probably right. I thought about that. I was like, you know what? I should stop
Right,
going
you
to
need
that
to go
bar.
to a different bar.
That's exactly what I thought. I agree. She's Italian. There's a lot of Italian people that go to this bar.
Okay, what's wrong with that? Are they Italian or are they Sicilian? There's just
Yeah, I guess they're Sicilian.
maybe.
They wear the cornicello.
Huh? I mean the horn.
No, it's like a chili pepper looking necklace.
That's the horn, yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely like a Sicilian for sure. Yeah, for sure. Calabrese.
She had to have been 10 when she was like
you're
in the
hanging out with
church.
Zingers.
Oh shit.
One of the seven. Really, I don't think I've ever heard that word ever uttered from you, man. Yeah, you have. Probably every time the president has to say it.
He's thinking about Dennis Hopper in that scene with Walken.
Yours is like, oh yeah, it's a romance.
Yeah, that is a funny scene. He's like, so technically, that is a great scene.
Did you guys see the use of the word nigger online and how it's skyrocketed in the past years?
No.
I'll stop going after X. I'm gonna say around 2016 it skyrocketed. When the God Emperor Trump. I'm pretty sure
2020.
skyrocketed after like Tribe Called Quest released a whole song about it back in the 90s. No, I think the last 2 years difference. Today, nigger is the most good word on this earth.
That was the only word I used. Yeah.
I'm just telling you that every active user of this app knows that.
I don't care if you hate Trump or the populace, right? But we have brought back faggot, nigger, and retarded. So you're welcome.
You were so afraid of saying the word nigger just 2 hours ago. You were literally saying it's I didn't go around.
It's against me.
Well, you just said it right now. So you need more alcohol and then you can say it?
It's my word.
If you say it like Tim Ramberson says it, and the way you say it, like you are what you are
Well,
describing.
technically, nigger was our word before it was theirs.
No, our word, not your word, nigger.
Oh, well, I understand nigger after all.
Yeah, he's a camel fucker.
Exactly. And you are a client state. So
Have you ever eaten camel meat,
we
Rabbi?
live by the grace of God and my tax dollars.
Have you ever eaten camel meat, Randy?
No, although I know the burger's not the test.
Well, he's eating the ass out of him.
Have you ever seen what it looks like when they strip a camel from its meat after they cook it? It's disgusting.
Yo, wait, people eat camels?
Yeah, man, it's fucking disgusting.
Seriously?
Yeah, the fat is so fatty that it like liquefies on contact. It is the most disgusting looking thing you've
No,
ever
I
seen.
think camel meat is very tasty.
I've never had this. I mean, I know people eat horses.
Just go on YouTube and watch videos.
It's kind of weird, but like, now they eat camels?
all the time. Yeah.
Why?
It's a lot of food. It's fucking like 800 pounds of meat.
It's better than starving. I've never heard that anyone eats camels.
Oh yeah, it's a
You
delicacy.
say it's pretty tasty, actually.
I'm today's a year old, but horse meat is pretty tasty.
Again, I haven't tried it.
Yeah, horse meat's delicious.
It is delicious. It's not as good as elk, but like I just feel bad eating it. I mean, you know, the chat. I mean, that looks pretty good.
Kitover, did you eat camel meat?
No, but I've had mensa many times. I love it.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Do you remember Tingma on this app?
No,
You don't know Tingma? He's from Toronto.
no.
Oh, well, he came to Montreal. I took him to the best mensa. It was very expensive, but actually it tastes
How much is it?
What is mensa?
It's a Jordanian national dish.
It's a plate of rice with meat and goat milk on it.
That's not goat milk.
What do you mean, Jameet is like petrified fucking rock with goat milk?
Yes, I'm not sure exactly what it goes into.
So is this like Middle Eastern paella?
I've made it. It's Jameet.
Yeah, it's
James, that's exactly what it is.
kind of, not exactly, but actually,
Without the high class rankings, right? Got it.
just Google it, the Western dish. It's not like anything else.
They should literally do like a Chipotle, but with
How does love now taste? Like the milk? I heard it's like salty.
It's like, how can I even explain that shit to you?
it's like it's condensed goat milk, isn't it?
No, they said it's salty. I thought it was just not salty.
Do you know what? Do you know pita bread?
Yeah.
Okay, so you get pita bread, like next time, I'm pretty sure you have some Middle Eastern, like grocery store or something.
Yeah. It's like naan.
You go there, yes, pita bread looks kind of like naan, but it's not the same. It's separate. So you just make sure to get pita bread, and then you get labneh. I'm pretty sure you're gonna find labneh in any grocery store, and then you just it's like that. You take the bread, and then labneh.
It's not a good bread they have in Dubai.
It's the best thing you ever ate.
It's kind of like a pretzel. Pretzel.
You can put labneh with cheese and tomatoes or something. And labneh is the best thing you ever ate. You know, so.
It's a pretzel, right?
Yeah, you see how you have nachos, and then you get the nacho with the cheese. The pita bread is the nacho,
No,
and the
what?
cheese
You don't
is
touch
the
that.
labneh.
It's not your cheese. Fuck off.
I'm just saying that's exactly how you do it. That's this one behind it.
Like,
That's how I do it.
It's like naan. Like or pita bread.
Pita bread is not naan. It's similar to it. It looks similar, but it's not the same at
What's
all.
the difference? It's about like
It just tastes totally different. It's not the same.
How's it taste different?
It's just not the same. How about you buy them? They got the difference.
I can't get those here. I look at them.
Of course you can get it. You don't have pita bread where you're at?
We do. So you're saying it's the same as pita bread?
Naan. It's not the same. Naan bread is different than pita bread. Mohammed is more Middle Eastern. Nam is more like Caribbean.
Yeah, it's really not all that different.
The taste is totally different.
It's actually not that different from a fucking.
Oh my god, this nigga. You know what? It doesn't matter. Don't have a brand. Nigga, don't get it. It doesn't matter.
It is.
My god, James. You know what?
It's just not like a brand. It's not that different.
Okay, this is true. This is exactly my
Now, do you use toilet paper or use a glass of water on your ass with your left hand?
God damn. God damn.
Or do you own a bidet? You fancy motherfucker.
We're not owning it there. It's not a car or a horse.
What, you have to rent them where you come from? You can own a bidet. Just don't say
All of them. It's not all of them. It's like owning a bidet is like saying you own a Mercedes.
You don't need a bidet in Jordan. You just need a Sri Lankan woman to wipe your ass for you after you're done.
Oh.
It's amazing having a servant cook your breakfast, cook your lunch, cook your dinner, clean everything in the house every day. It's like, it's amazing.
You're telling me I've been married for 22 years and I do all of that shit.
Oh,
I don't
really?
know where I went wrong. I don't know where I went wrong.
Oh, you're a cock.
No, I'm not a cock. I'm just better at these things.
Oh. Are you a deep cleaner?
No, I have a robo bag.
I need to get a vac, like a shop vac.
Yeah, a shop vac? Why do you have like a water problem?
No, it's just like, you know, I don't want to use a good vacuum in like rough areas in the house because I got like a basement that has
What rough areas do you have in your house? You dirty boy.
like the utility room in the basement with all the hot water heaters.
Oh. Yeah, you know what? Interestingly enough, I bought a quad filter.
What's that for the water?
No, it's for like the shop, for like the wood shop. It's basically like four HVAC filters with like a commercial fan. It sucks all the dust out.
Dude, honestly, after I just took a shit, I regret that you guys deserve everything. Honestly, you guys deserve everything and you deserve all the things. That's what I believe. You guys deserve everything. So I'm gonna go sleep while you guys sleep.
Bye.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna lose it.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
We do sleep on the app, and their rooms aren't even called sleep rooms, they're just political rooms sometimes. And, there's some pretty some.
Yeah, you put on the phone sleep.
Yeah.
I also didn't live in the room prior to this one.
Like, you should not have a home. Your parents are like, going to get looking like, oh, not that y'all know about the situation. I know a lot of people don't hear about other people. You feel me? Especially.
No, man, gay men should not be allowed to marry and adopt children. Put me in the queue and green bean and mob me now. Gay men should not be allowed to adopt beautiful little children. Pete Buttigieg and his boyfriend husband should give up their child. That fake ass Indiana mayor is CIA agent Pete Buttigieg.
Oh, I know. Well, we'll read through it. Listen carefully. Malachi chapter 3 verse 8. Will a man rob God? Yet he had robbed me. And you say, wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and offering. You're
Only way. That's like a circuit head. You go to today's fucking don't they even give it. Like most families is preventable. Like super preventable. The most annoying patients is the suicide patient.
Why?
Because they gotta end.
larger Air Force, you would definitely need American fighter jet because the Egyptian Air Force is nothing about it at all. So, me, one thing I do is I love to study military powers, and I pay very close attention. I go on websites.
Sorry for interjecting, just a quick question. Where did Egypt get their weapons from?
Most of Egyptian weapons are bought from Russia, the United States, and China. But Egypt,
Russia and China.
brother, take a deep breath. I know you want to fight with someone, but no one cares. So again, Egypt's policy for their military supplies is they believe in buying from everyone and no total dependency on any country. It's literally Sisi's strategy. So they buy from everyone equally. So they have American fighter jets, they have the best of them, well not the best, but they have some of America's good stuff. They have some of the best from Russia. They have weaponry from China. Egypt has a massive military, and Egypt's number one threat, the country that they consider their biggest threat to their sovereignty, is Israel. So everything that they do, train and study, is for ground fight or ongoing conflict directly with Israel, not with really anyone else, because Egypt doesn't have any other things here. So, like I said, Egypt has a larger force, a stronger force, but deeper financed force, deeper pockets for their military, because Egypt's military is vastly cheaper, and most of Egypt's faculties throughout their government is controlled by the military, so they don't have to depend on military aid directly to a specific individual, where almost the entire country is almost communist in government is ran. So they don't have to worry about that. They have more manpower, they have more tanks, they have more missiles, they have more air support, they have more almost everything than Israel. They literally made that their business. So did Israel win the war in the 1960s? Sure, right? You got your ass kicked in most of the battles, but you managed to pull it together at the end. You came through with a limping leg. So I applaud you. And it also birthed Nasserism, which was the birth of a unified Arab state to make Egypt stronger. Now that didn't last long. However, Egypt has made it their business to be the Sith Lord to your Jedi order, or I should say the Jedi order to your Sith Empire. So I think, like I said, I think Egypt would smash Israel like a cockroach. The only thing we're worried about is the United States, and Egypt would actually be harder to hit than Iran because of military basements. You would have to depend on your air carriers in the Mediterranean Sea, and they would probably make it rain. In Alexandria, Cairo was a very strategic location, further south, much harder to hit. And they just moved their capital city, so you have to pick between old Cairo and new Cairo. It'd be a lot more difficult. And then Egypt with their nuclear sites that are buried out in the desert, God knows where, because funded and supported by the Russian government. I think Egypt would be the strongest threat in the military, in the Middle East, militarily, towards Israel. Willie, I'm really sorry that I'm smart that you might not hurt you. But you can be the main character this time.
Excuse me.
Too bad.
If you're not triggered, why are you addressing me?
Because you're an idiot, bro. Here
comes the dick rider. Here comes the dick rider. Here comes the dick rider. Yo, y'all having bromance right now. This is unheard of.
We're brothers. We talk about brothers.
Alright, let's not do the personal attacks. Let's leave it at that. But, so Doctor, you said next year, the prediction is next year, by next year they will part ways. Israel will part ways with America.
I'm giving it as a deadline, not violence. I'm giving it as a deadline fall of 2026, I think. If this conflict keeps brewing over, America's going to have a decision. I think they're losing their people. So, and Israel doesn't really offer the United States much. So that's something other than, so-called, we get whatever the odds in the region. But that's what I was trying to explain to Palestinians. When the other Arab nations strengthen their ties with America, then the utility for an Israeli state becomes weakened less and less and less. So Israel becomes this American hub with eyes on the that becomes irrelevant as the Middle East calms their conflicts, dismantles their becomes a peaceful having beautiful capital cities where American diplomacy and diplomacy
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Now, they did make a good point.
Yeah, I believe so.
Anyone they have
Yes.
Senate, anyone they have they would have to expose the entire religion. Are supposed to have.
Am I operating it? No, I'm just sitting here now.
They would have to expose their hands to Americans or 60+%.
Because I didn't understand what you said. I said I'm not
That's when it starts to get scary.
I'm just waiting for you to come back.
Take action so they go to the streets. They have guns.
Okay, now you down to the courthouse, all right? I'll show you some
They're
videos.
civilized when they don't get their way. So
That's
I
well,
like to
that's
see
right.
they're trying to censor.
barely in business, right? Isn't that the whole sense where you gotta go, right? So how does this feel?
Leave that in. I got love, yes. Because I can't make this difference in Jeffrey's race yet. They Monday. They go for Monday, so that was like a 2-day notice.
Did they say the manager frontline to the owner of the
because they've seen
They was the last one.
information is more content to us. So now people are seeing it.
We need some type of funding. It's all time.
Reporters have been murdered. Journalists have been murdered.
So you currently have a California driver's license just to have a physical copy on it at the moment. That's my preferred method of identification. And this is, it's a cat collar, and we are identifying as a cat. Fair enough. The information here in this area is you lost your boyfriend. Yes. Well, it wasn't my intention to reveal him, but he was identified as the cat wearing a Heroes Wall Street shirt, so excuse me if I came to the conclusion you guys were involved in some sort of a homosexual engagement. I don't know now that you think we're together, but you're using gender identity. Besides, I'm not your boyfriend, I'm his owner. Well,
etc.
I'm just waiting. You're okay with the sausage and the bacon? How many waffles are you gonna want for that? 4? Okay. Go ahead, you sir, get your 4. How about some donut? Some beer claw? How about apple fritter? No? Okay, you want extra butter? Okay, honey. I got some cinnamon rolls for you, okay? You gonna want milk? You wanna put the butter yourself or you want me to do it? I know I have spoiled him, but he is a special kid, so it's hard not to. Okay, you always want dessert for you? Or did you want the pecan one? You're good on that? What are you gonna want for dinner today, baby? Meatloaf? You want any more bacon or sausage, honey, or you're good? No? Okay. Put enough butter on your waffles? I should have made your French toast. Would you like that better? Tomorrow? How many do you want? Are you gonna want me to put the powdered sugar too on top of it? Okay. You know, Mom worries about you all the time. So talk to me. I don't want to hear,
I know my mom does worry about policy. It's because I can't really instill that momentum. So I get prepared to train.
They've seen some stock market portfolio. Increasingly impatient on these things because of how bad the economy was. I know for a fact, as I said, I lived in America. That's the college kids are going to. It's about how much Congress is in the ceasefire, and then they're just spending billions are already eligible for medical.
This is 23 from New York, and born and raised Jewish.
Accusing Jews of being the oppressor. Take your photo. Where were your protests on October 7th? There were Israeli children.
I think the people have died.
People always ask me, Officer Jensen, how do I fix the door? Well, I don't know how to fix the door. My name's not Officer Jensen. My name's Officer Henry McFarland, Police Department. What I can tell you is how to keep your vehicle safe. First and foremost, make sure that you never leave your vehicle unattended with the keys inside you. Second, always be sure that you lock your vehicle door. And third,
Supervisor, now you're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened.
I am.
You're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened. I feel threatened. I feel threatened. Yo, right now. Stop right now. Stop right now. Stop right now. Get off of her right now. Get off of her right now. Get off of her right now. Let her go. Let her go right now.
Hello everybody, hi, David Scheller. David? Okay, yeah, David. And the guy's name. Well, the guy's name?
What do you think they're going to take? Couldn't dinner tonight, so after having just done his swim story at the top.
Anybody that brings up fucking counterfire war
to hide weapons for Hamas. The light I think he has the link. He tried to get him to provide the link. The so-called pro-Palestinians. Tried to get him to provide the link. I don't know that he ever provided it, but I think we can trust Black Rabbi. He's a good Jew.
Black Rabbi, the Jew, so you acknowledge him as a Jew.
Well, yeah.
We're trying.
There's an article in the Times of Israel, I believe, about him, of the Jewish Council. One of these reputable newspaper. This is a reputable newspaper that acknowledges him as a Jew. Who am I to say otherwise?
But what we're trying.
What do I need to know? Is this required information for the quiz that you're giving me?
I mean, I'm pretty sure even Black Rabbi looks nothing alike.
This is true.
A group that meets on the lakefront every weekend is hoping to make life a little easier. You can say it's a sort of therapy group, and what they do is a little unorthodox. If you're searching for serenity, the lake.
Anthony Weiner. You got some nerve running for office after sending that dipstick to that 15-year-old girl, dog. So I'm never running for office after sending him a dick picture of that 15-year-old girl, dog. Look, I will, why not? Regarding the prison time. That's exactly right. What about you? You think out of here? Yeah, my friend told him my dick was such a bitch ass motherfucker. Fuck you, motherfucker. You know, I never went to jail for shit like that. You know? Fuck you, fucking pig. You know? Fuck you, pig. You know? I'll kiss your mother with that. Yeah, tell me about your friends. Talks like that. No. I'm gonna say we're friends. We were acquaintances on Clubhouse. And we're trying to run this business trouble. Anthony Wheeler. You got something? Come on, let's go. My name's Johnny Grim. Grim, actually. Yeah, give him my name. Piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. You should be picking your pants. Wiener, you heard? Anthony Wiener, keep your dick in your pants, you heard? Get the fuck out of here. You're in the spirit with get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm a Trump guy, alright. Yeah, that's exactly what I am. You're a sex offender, dog. You're a sex offender. You shouldn't be going by the kids' playground, dog. You shouldn't be going by the kids' playground, dog. You're a sex offender, dog. You're not supposed to be so close to them, dog. Okay, you're a sex offender, my man. Get the fuck out of here. When you have intelligence, there's always threats every day. I'm a Trump guy, yeah. That's Anthony. Okay, concussion, 2 and 9 stitches. This is why we always feel show me your hands. Here. Now, this was in Jacksonville, Florida on February 19th. Now, why was Will pulled over? This is because his headlights were off. Now, this was 4 p.m. There was no rain. There was no smoke. There was no fog. This is police brutality. Watching Police Media Research Institute, which is the he pulled me over. He walked up, told my door to the middle of my work, right? And then I said, so what I did wrong? He said, well, for one, your headlights are all under this weather. I'm like, there's multiple people headlights all under this weather. And then there's no rain. It doesn't matter. There's no reporting. Can you put that law up? Can you put that law up? We're just about the car out. Can you call it supervisor? Can you call it supervisor? That's the vehicle now. That's the vehicle. Show me your hand. What is your reason?
How does a police officer in Chicago who was fired for essaying a teenage girl go on to work for the Chicago public school system? Well, that's exactly what happened after a police officer who was caught soliciting sexual favors from a teenage girl went on to be hired as security for a local high school. That officer in 2012 essayed a teenage girl after her mom's car was impounded and she had nowhere to go. After a years-long internal investigation by the Chicago Police Department, he was fired and then a few years later was hired as a security officer for a local high school.
How can you say those statements when you support me? Shut up and get out of here, Moses, man. Get out of here, you loser. Come on. By the way, to be clear, I hold you all responsible for this. It is the attitude that you have allowed on your top. I understand that our small entities are business each other. And we got
There's always been a link to our behavior, as well as back home.
Come on.
These misconduct settlements, they have skyrocketed way past what was actually budgeted for them. So I want to hear what you would say to Chicago and the school just met up to see paying out all of this money, hundreds of millions of dollars to families and survivors over police abuse.
It's really wondering how you don't see, do you feel like anti-Semitic? Do you feel like all the reader is using something called the Christian reactions? That's really actually creating a good image for Jews and making them safe around the world.
I'd love to answer that question. Yes, so when
You got that one already.
the October 7th attack, okay, that was done, okay, just to make us look bad, because the mass knew that we would respond like this.
Okay, well there you go. You got outplayed.
No, we didn't get outplayed, okay, well what's happening, okay, Black Rabbi talks about this too. This is a little uncomfortable to watch for a lot of people, including American Jews like yourself. Okay, but everyone just has to trust, okay, that what's happening.
Aren't you an American Jew? Are you an American Jew or are you Israeli?
I was born in Brooklyn.
Well, there you go. You're an American Jew too. You say like American Jews, so you know. You're
Like American Jews like yourself, I said. Like,
Okay. I take it back.
Yeah, so my point is this, okay, it's very uncomfortable to watch. I can hear everyone's anxiety and trepidation in the room, but you just have to trust that what's being done is for the greater good of civilization. But wouldn't it matter?
Oh my gosh.
And for everyone saying the same thing, and I'm curious to know why it was important for you to mention that Black Rabbi speaks about this too, considering the fact that he is also an American Jew. Did you mention that because he's Black?
Oh no, you can both we can have difference of opinion. Isn't that the point?
No. I'm just curious to know why it was important for him to mention Black Rabbi. He's really advocating for Israel in this room. Black Rabbi advocates for himself. He advocates for Israel.
Oh no,
He
yeah.
advocates for, no, do you know it? He's a clubhouse acquaintance. Oh, okay. Well, he's more than that to me. He advocates for himself. He acts as the token Black Jew who speaks against Jewish politics. Because Jewish politics are Torah-based politics. We're not about, supposedly, Israel is the nation state of Jews. And in the event that it's the nation state of Jews, not Zionists, then Jews know that murder goes against our Torah. Jews know that Israel's demonstration of genocide on a public stage affects and impacts, so what I think you were alluding to, I don't know how to say your name, Maximilian, it impacts Jews around the world. We right now have individuals targeting Jews because they believe
that Israel and their actions represent the Jewish standard, and it doesn't. Not in any way, form, or fashion. There is nothing Jewish today about what's happening in Gaza. There is nothing Jewish today about what's happening in Israel. Absolutely everything is happening to everything we believe in. As Torah observers, secular Jews with no attachment to Torah, no real attachment to the land at all, are making decisions that are impacting us. And again, I just don't agree. Uncomfortable about hate. It's not murder, it's not genocide, it's self-defense. It's hate. Self-defense. It's hate. And it's hate. And self-defense. Here, and so has Schmotrig. We killed 85 Palestinians today. For what? For what? Well, that was our last target. Oh, I'm sure. We targeted a 60 or 55-year-old relative of a 16-year-old in the same hospital room. And because we needed to get him, but the 55-year-old was still had not even been proven to be a liver of Hamas, we blew up hospital rooms, innocent people in them. I guarantee if Netanyahu was in, and he's actually been convicted as a war criminal, if he were at Columbia Presbyterian at Brooklyn 2, if he was at Beth Israel Hospital, in the event that individuals targeted one hospital room on a floor with 100 people, up in arms. Jews would be up in arms. How could you? It's the worst thing imaginable. But it's perfectly okay to take out Palestinian kids because you're trying to get supposedly one Hamas.
That's too intelligent of a response for him to gather. I mean, I hate to say it, but he's got impenetrable. He's got a better Iron Dome than Israel has.
Sick.
I think it's kind of insulting to take these as compliments.
What scares me, Maximilian?
Yeah.
What scares me? How much more anti-Semitism, like real anti-Semitism, people are experiencing because of the dipshits like this individual on stage saying that murder and genocide.
I totally agree with you. Morty, to his credit, he doesn't call me a self-hating Jew.
How the hell would he know what a Jew is?
Well, he didn't say it, but you can describe yourself.
You know what? It's always those Listen, it's always those who have no connection to Judaism or whatsoever. Like literally, their Judaism is hanging by a string. It's always those who pontificate the most. Do you ever notice that? Like, pork chop sandwiches, no observance of Shabbat, barely comes to shul on Yom Kippur, but they want to wax eloquent about a holy land and what should happen there. Like the biggest freaking chicksers on the planet are always the ones talking junk. It's disgraceful. Be Jewish first, then talk about Jewish homelands.
Drop the mic, bro. Or sis, I can't tell what you are, but that's good. It's fine. Well said.
I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish every day of my life, not just when it's convenient.
What is this?
Not just when
How do
I'm
you say your name? Is it Ease or what?
It's my last name is Eze, but the Hebrew phrase, of course, don't ask Maximilian what it means. It means how beautiful. Eze Yofi is an expression. It means how beautiful. It's also the name of my company.
Hey, welcome, Eze, and welcome, Max. I did wanted to, I was listening to Max, I think Max, you said a lot of the Jewish folks inside Israel, they don't agree with it, right? They agree with the actions.
I'm sure there's a certain percentage, whether it's 5%, that's still a lot of people.
Yeah, so 82% of Israeli Jews, they actually, they want to expel Gaza out of Gaza. There was a survey that was done. And then we have 56% of Israeli Jews that want to kick the Arab Israelis out of Israel. And 64% of them, they agree to what's happening in Gaza. So, I don't know, I think
think it's a pretty big number. I mean, there's good people in there. It's probably like 18 to 20%. But the rest of them is like, I don't know.
I wasn't making a point that, I was making a different point, perhaps. I was making a point that, I was making the opposite point, that it sort of made that everybody in Israel thinks this was a great idea. and myself included, because I have Jewish heritage or I'm Jewish, that I think it's a great idea because it gets conflated both ways. I'm sick of being conflated with Israeli policies and that my country, right or wrong, in Israel. It's ridiculous. I lived up in the United States. I was born on the year Israel was formed. I'm 77 years old, so I'm an old sucker, right? But I know when America went into Vietnam, it was wrong. I knew that Iraq was wrong, and I know that Gaza is wrong. You know, I'm not, and it wasn't my government. I mean, you're just like it's ignorant. And like I said, the parallel say because the Israeli government wants it, and I agree with it, Morty. It just sort of totally sounds like Germany, 1936. I mean, it's ridiculous thinking. It's not thinking for yourself.
I have to trust the experts. I don't claim to know everything about geopolitics, so I trust.
Well, you just pick where your heart is. I mean, you just want to believe they're doing right. So you know, you're in your little funnel when you read whatever you read, and it's amazing you even come in here. You get some kind of reverse thrill out of it. But other than that, I mean, you know, I mean, the Torah, Jews like to debate things, so maybe that's your proclivity.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, let me ask you.
Go ahead.
Do you think, okay, that Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, and all these people that are working for Israel, do you think that they might know things that we don't know?
They know that the people that were with Mossad have a lot of gory details, terrible, horrible pictures of some of them or things, and they're being blackmailed. Otherwise, they would do things that were more in their favor. That's what I believe.
That's
they do more than us. They do more than us, and they also are afraid of turning off the money that they get. You know, that comes from AIPAC. So yeah, they know more, but they also know more stuff that would put it in more with what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't entertain conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
You know what's scarier than anything, Max? That these individuals have single-handedly given voice to every and proof, credence to every anti-Semitic trope imaginable.
Yeah, right. They're living it.
They're literally demonstrating it on a public stage and daring people to question it.
I have a theory about that. It can be rejected or not, but you know, children that are assaulted or sexually assaulted or abused by their parents, a high percentage of them go on to do it when they had children. So I feel like the Jewish people were traumatized. You know, I'll give them that, or myself that. You know, I grew up with all these images about the Holocaust, etc. But at the same time, I feel like it creates that same propensity to recreate and make yourself, right. I think they're becoming the monsters that they felt they were traumatized by.
So are you saying that Jews who suffered at the hands of the Nazis are now becoming Nazis?
That mentality, yes. I think, but it's not on purpose, you know. I mean, it's kind of like I would use the child thing analogy again, right? If they've done studies. So if you've had a horrible background, if you have alcoholic parents, most people turn out a little weird, let's say, or not happy, or doing the same things that they suffered through. Let's just put it that way. It's a psychological. I mean, as far as studies go, and I've seen it with people I know. So empirically,
if you know that, because right, the saying goes that hurt people hurt other people.
Yeah, I would say that.
Right, but if you have a propensity for violence, if you know that you've been sexually abused, the first time you go to touch a little boy, you've got two choices: to recognize that you've got a serious sick problem and get help, or continue to abuse little boys.
Oh, I'm not making an excuse for it.
No, I'm using your analogy.
Oh, go ahead.
What it would mean for me is that every fucked up Israeli who is, and think about it, which this kind of blows you up, the argument
much as maybe.
Yeah, Google it. It broke my heart to see the numbers of young Israelis who are literally offing themselves.
Well, the Vietnam War, I'm probably older than you for sure, but, a lot of the vets, they ended up, suicidal, drug addict, same kind of
Because
thing.
they couldn't live with themselves.
Yeah, they did horrendous things in the name of the state, like Morty thinks. I bet you he's never even served in the military.
Yeah, he's probably part of the Goldsmith committee.
I have never served in the military. You are correct.
Right. So
Right.
It's an armchair thing, Marty. It's real easy to say, oh yeah, let's go out and kill a bunch of people because we're defending the world civilization. But it's another thing to put your ass on the line. And for one thing,
I would throw a little kid's head off and have to live with that.
I'm more valuable on this.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're more valuable eating a pastrami.
That's his only connection to Judaism too. A good brisket sandwich.
Yeah, you're like a kosher pickle, just the accent the stupidity.
He's a kosher pork chop wherever they sell them.
Oh my lord.
See, there's a little bit of Jewish humor. How do you like it?
Right.
This is just really great. I don't think that we should compare our people to the Nazis, by the way.
I think it's good analogies.
Oh, wait a minute. But you want to hear something even crazier that I read recently, which made a lot of sense? There were two rabbis that questioned how it is that so many first question was how many Jews, European Jews, were actually a part of the Third Reich initially before Hitler decided to come for the Jews. Like how many had assimilated into German society and literally considered themselves Nazis before Hitler told them otherwise. That was one. The second question that he asked was, did these individual capos, did they buy their own freedom by throwing other Jews underneath the bus? That was second. The third and most important question was whether or not these Jews were somehow able to escape Nazi Germany because of their connections with Nazis, and whether or not they and their own self-hating Nazi ideology emigrated to Israel and became the cornerstone of the foundation for geopolitics in the Middle East. That blew my mind. What if there were 1,000 Stephen Millers, 1,000 Roy Cohns that emigrated to Israel? Wouldn't that explain how many brown and black Jews were denied entry into Israel? Wouldn't that explain how many Ethiopians were left to die? Wouldn't that explain their feelings about Muslims and Arabs? Wouldn't that explain it all? That these people were more connected to white supremacy than they were connected to the Jewish faith, and that informs their political doctrines today.
Hey, I've got a scary knowledge, about the Jewish, the knowledge, about the Muslim side. I wonder how many Muslims get suicide, how many Muslims cooperate. Well, they're not a pretty picture either, but we're just talking about the Jews now. Right. I'm talking about Asian educated. She's so educated about the Jewish side. And
listen.
About the Muslims.
You're a Nazi, whether you wear a kippah or not. If you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi. You know how you become a Nazi? Not by being German. You become a Nazi by killing other individuals indiscriminately. That's how it begins. And then you find an excuse for it. And then you decide that you're not just doing it because it needs to be done, but you're doing it because God said it's good. Jews can be Nazis too. How do we know? Because there were plenty of couples in the concentration camps. Plenty.
And I wonder, how many Muslims?
How many couples were in the concentration camps? Amos. How many couples? How many couples were in the concentration camp? How many German Jews struggled
disrupt the good conversation y'all was having.
Wait a minute.
Hey, I'm here. I'm here. Are you there? I'm here. Yeah, no. Just mute this guy, bro. Just mute this guy. He just came in here to disrupt that
I'll give you the
conversation.
mic afterwards. No, it's a conversation because Eze is calling him out for being a Nazi.
Does it?
Because he's an Israeli, he believes in killing 20,000
No, bro, but he's an agent. So he came in here to disrupt the... No, he came to disrupt the good conversation between Maximilian and Maury and Essay. Because they're also Jewish.
Yeah,
and that was
I'll
very,
give you the
very
mic
valuable.
afterwards.
You need to listen to this fucking...
Let them finish.
Maximilian, are you aware of the German Jews that pushed other Jews into the... Are you aware?
Hang on a little bit.
Chat GPT it if you don't know.
What year are you speaking about? What year?
Sorry, I just moved to a place. What's the question? What's the deal?
During the Holocaust, number one, let's talk before the German Holocaust. There were Jews who were a part of the Nazi Party.
There was all, there's dirty laundry.
That's not dirty laundry. It's a truth that you need.
Okay, now you're arguing with me, but I'm saying sure.
No, I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is there's a difference between dirty laundry and dirty truths that people don't want to accept.
Well, that's true. I would agree with that, but I think it's beyond Morty's even ability to absorb. Let's just put it that way.
I was talking about Amos because here's what we do. We sit around pontificating about how persecuted, how oppressed, and how we suffered, which I will not argue. Jews around the world have been persecuted. They've been oppressed. They've suffered. But it begs the question, if you truly were oppressed, if you truly suffered, if you truly internalized the message of the Shoah, how can you make that happen to thousands and thousands of Palestinian children and women and elders, not even a century later? How does that make sense? If you are a great
shower of God, yeah? Thousands of children and women and put in a gas showers, yes?
I'm gonna say again, if you don't see the Warsaw Ghetto in Gaza today, you are more blind than Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles put
You're
together.
just talking about comfortable things for you from the Muslim perspective.
She's Jewish, Amos. She's Jewish, Amos. Unlike yourself, you're atheist. Amos, you're...
No, but you know what the sick thing is? This is how people are. They'll say, I'm a rapist. Yes, I'm a rapist.
Better that they took the microphone and don't shut the dirty mouth.
You didn't He's triggered. You know why? Because individuals who molest little boys give an excuse that other people are molesting little boys, so they should be able to molest little boys too. That's that logic. That's the logic.
That's why I'm not the wolf because the people who support the Palestinians suffer. But nobody speak about the 7th of October. This is not the only one side exists.
So go become a child molester because somebody else is a child molester. Go ahead. That goes without saying.
Almost 7th of October, 1,400 people dead. Okay. On the other side, 7th of October, more than 60,000 dead. Which one should I be talking about? Should I talk about the Gaza or should I talk about the Israelis?
Both sides.
No, I did talk about the hostage. I want the hostages to come back home. But the issue is, hold on, Amos Smotrich, hold on, oh my God. Hang on, Amos Smotrich, finance minister, and President Herzog said they don't care about the hostages. They lost focus. They don't care about the hostages. This is not about the hostage.
I'm talking about you, not about Herzog, not about Smotrich, not about Begbie. I'm talking about Amir and I'm talking about AC.
If the Jewish, she can talk about her, she can talk about
You come and try to put another opinion, he's not allowed to speak. Or you remove him down, or you mute him. That's the only thing you do.
Look at this guy.
Did anybody ever see the Dave Chappelle? Did anybody ever see the Dave Chappelle comedy act where he's black? He doesn't know he's black, and he's a leader of the Ku Klux Klan.
Wow! What? I saw it. It's actually
You saw it, right?
It's one of the most hysterical.
Okay, so that's sort of the situation here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
He probably doesn't even know who Dave Chappelle is.
He doesn't.
I know who he is. He's a good black. He's one of those Schwartzes. He's one of those Schwartzes that make bad jokes.
You said
That's it, by the way. That guy that's in the audience, right? His name is Ro. He's actually Rohan from Australia. He's Jewish, and he designed it. His daughter actually is a pro-patty. She raised funding for pro-patty protests or whatever. And look at him, this idiot, right? He's coming after me. He wants to call me out, do a whole bunch of shit. I'm a Jew hater, blah blah blah. Just because I talk about the Palestinian cause, how they're suffering, how they're getting killed, butchered, slaughtered, right? These people, these Zionists, they always have a problem. That why can't I talk about the suffering of the Palestinians? Thanks to your disgusting Zionist entity that's killing and butchering and slaughtering people, you should go call out your own people. Your daughter calls it out, she protested, but you don't have the fucking balls to say anything good about the Palestinians, motherfucker.
Well, here's the issue. If you would condemn Hamas, okay, which is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran, okay, maybe we would follow suit, but you have to go first.
And he'll do it right after you call out that.
He doesn't do it. Even if I condemn Hamas, they would never do it.
No, he doesn't like the whole
Think about it if you do it first.
The whole point is not to look at titles and it's not to look at labels, it's to look at behavior. That's the part that people don't get. If you did exactly what the Nazis did without a swastika on your arm, you're still a fucking Nazi. That's the point. You have people who did the very same thing that the Nazis did in South Africa, but
How many people
because at the end of the day,
how many people do Nazis get killed? How many people do Nazis get killed? How many people? How many people do murder? How many people?
I'm gonna do what everybody wants. I'm gonna condemn.
How many millions of people? How many people do Nazis get killed? How many people? Tell me numbers. How many people?
She'll answer the question. Just hang on.
You can't shut up long enough. Well, it's funny how we learn about the European Jews who were killed by the Nazis, right? We don't know.
But you don't say numbers. I ask you numbers. Say numbers.
Excuse me. Are your fingers broken?
I mean, you want to say 20,000 children, and I ask you different questions. How many numbers get killed in the Holy Ghost? How many? Say numbers.
Calm down, Amos. Calm down. She'll answer. Okay, calm down. She's not lying.
Talk about are the numbers of Africans who were killed prior to the Holocaust on Sharks Island. We won't talk about the number of North Africans who were killed under Mussolini. The only individuals certain folks are interested in talking about are the Europeans who were killed and murdered and exterminated under the Nazi regime.
How many? How many? How many?
I am going
How many?
as a Jew, as a Torah observant Jew, I am way more worried about the actions of my Jewish brothers and sisters than anybody else on the planet. Why? Because if Torah says, Kol Yisrael Amevim Zeh Bazeh, then I know that I'm responsible, whether I did it or not. I know that as I stand with the rest of Jews to say, Am Yisrael Chai,
Why you changing the subject? Why you changing the subject? You talk about the Holocaust. I ask you a simple question. How many get murdered in the Holocaust? Say numbers. How many millions have died in the Holocaust? Say numbers. Say numbers.
Are you okay? Did you take your meds today? Go get your Jello, swallow your pills, and come back.
You say you speak high, and you have a voice of an intelligent, stupid woman. So you, everything comes from like brothers. You come from Sinai Mountain in the Torah. It belongs to you. The truth belongs to you. I'm a Nazi. How many I killed? How many I killed? How many get you always comparing? You compare with Nazi. Say numbers. How many kids in the concentration camps in the Holocaust? And how many people get today in Gaza? Say numbers. Stop numbers. Say Nazi. Say numbers. What is not comfortable, you're not speaking about. You're speaking only about what's comfortable for you. You can shout Nazi and Nazi, but you have to find your friends. To make propaganda for the Muslims, for the terrorists, for the ISIS, for the Hamas, who will get killing that they want to murder just because they like blood. That's why they're killing and killing women and children. They're killing. The IDF maybe kill more, but he never killed just kill more. You don't talk about the supper of the hostages. You speak in one word. One word. You didn't manage the hostages and the killing of the 7th of October. You just speak and speak. One.
Only cares about their own day. Imagine that. Imagine if you told me tomorrow, Amir, the only children who matter are my own children. Only my children. I don't care if you murder 60 million of other people's children. Only my children. You should be ashamed.
60 million? I have good. 60 million.
That you heard.
The 7th of October about the Holocaust. You make one big salad, so I don't know what are you talking about.
I know. Do me a favor.
60 million, huh?
Don't worry about my salad.
60 million is the...
Leave my salad.
You dirty mouths, only garbage.
I know. You disgusting, dirty Ashkenazi. You disgusting, dirty Ashkenazi. You who condone genocide. You who condone murder. You who condone the death of children. You
suffer every day. I need to suffer my body.
I know.
You live in an office like me. You sit in the United States. You know nothing.
Say it with me. Are you ready?
Spreading propaganda. Hamas.
Come on, pray with me.
Propaganda you're speaking from Al Jazeera. It's the only what you have sources is Al Jazeera.
You be saying it in 2 months.
So you want to show that you know the Israeli Torah. You're the most risky, dangerous person because you like to go to the Torah. But you are saying garbage about the Jews and the Zionism. Lies coming out of your dirty mouth. How many lies?
If there's even one, you filthy dirtbag, you're still guilty. If there's even one, you're dirty.
Somewhere in the state, I don't know where you from.
There's even one. right in the Holocaust. They cry out from the ovens the same way Palestinian children cry out from the ashes of Gaza.
Terrorists like them, you know, when you support terrorism, you become a terrorist. You are a terrorist. That's what you are, a terrorist. You support terrorism.
You know what? You can
support the
smell the
children.
burning bodies. I know.
And you know,
You can feel the smell the burning bodies. And it messes with you. It affects your brain.
Iran, Russia, and Gaza. It's a line of
Smell the burning bodies in Gaza.
Iran, Russia, and Gaza.
Smell the concentration.
Pay a lot of money to the Putin just to send missiles to kill innocent people.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why Gaza.
How much in the Holocaust was it? 60 million or 6 million almost?
I wonder who are you talking only about Amos? Amos, you never.
Amos was it 60 million or 6 million?
She took the big since I ran to the room. She didn't
It's okay, you're going back and forth, you're cursing her out.
Amos. What about Daisy? Why don't you mute Daisy?
As they're saying the facts, she's speaking the facts. That's why you speak nothing but bullshit and lies.
From one side, 60 million.
You speak nothing but bullshit.
She said 60 million, huh?
Yeah, I wish you would speak, you're being honest, but you're not honest.
I'm not honest. You are honest. Yes,
I am honest. As is honest. A lot of people are honest here. Bull is honest, We have Morty. He's on. He tells the honest narrative of genocide.
Yes. You only saw once a point of the suffer of the Palestinian. You don't say anything about the Jewish suffer, about the Zionism was suffering for 75 years. On little piece
The
of
Palestinians are suffering for 75 years. Israelis aren't suffering. What is he on about? You are enjoying your fucking life in Israel.
Bombing buses inside Israel.
Bombing buses. You didn't do any ethnic cleansing in 47. You didn't kill anybody in 47. You didn't rape little girls in 47. You didn't start a fucking war in 67. You didn't do anything. The 2022 to 2023 was the deadliest year for the Palestinian children. He didn't do any of this piece of shit.
You got with the gun and start shooting
Yeah,
civilians.
you started with the gun. You're Jewish militia, Zionist fucker. They went from one militia to another. Start killing people. Started ethnically cleansing people. Not to mention in Turkey, the booty trap cucumber boxes, these Zionist mofos.
Not Jewish, yeah? The terrorists
You are the terrorists. Your people, the leftists that were involved in the fucking, ethnic cleansing in 47, that's you. That's your people. You, your father, your parents, your family, everybody.
You support terrorism in the world. You and AC.
I don't support terrorism. You, as if you ask the terrorists, hang on, Amos, hang on. If you ask, if you ask ChatGPT, the first terrorist attack since the 1900s in the Middle East, do you know what it will come up? A Jewish militia gang called Lehi or one of these Haganah gang in the Middle East, in British Mandate, Palestine. The first terrorist attack was done by these people.
Literally like off his chain.
Don't entertain this guy. He's going to make this.
Almost just stay muted for a second. I need to tell Eze something. So Eze, if you were to chat GPT right now, first terrorist attack in the Middle East, who was it by? If you ask ChatGPT, it will tell you it happened in British Mandate Palestine by a Zionist Jewish militia gang. I believe it was Haganah or Stern gang. And you have Ruhan down in the audience. He keeps on bringing up. They're Islamists, they're Muslim terrorists. Motherfucker, who made these people terrorists? It's your people. They funded, they're doing the weapons in Sudan. They're killing a bunch of, genociding people through the RSF. And in the Congo and a whole bunch of other nations.
Palestine, when the Jewish Israeli and one
Morty was in a mosque and I knew when he started.
The British control Israel and you make one big salad.
British said no, they're not gonna give you the fucking state in 1939 after the white paper. They said fuck you, we're not giving you state because your people did the fucking Black Sunday. Okay, thank you, Ahmad. Thank you. I'll bring you back up in a bit. You talk too much.
About time, God.
Daniela Weiss was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. I just want to put that out there before
Yes,
you
she
slander
was.
her.
Yes, she was. I'll put the article in the back chat. As was Bibi. I'm not gonna say by who, but at the end of the day, yes, she was. I want you to hear in her own words how she says the Palestinians are going to be moved out of Gaza, and that the way that they're going to be moved is by being starved to death. And this is a Jewish woman. It's right there. You can see it. It's not AI. And she represents hundreds, if not thousands of people who agree that the best way to remove Palestinians from Gaza is to starve them out. Interestingly enough, we are standing in the days between excuse me, Masad Tammuz and Tisha B'Av, days that commemorate the Jewish siege, the siege around Jerusalem that resulted in Jews starving to death. It's a little crazy. It's more than a little crazy. What Jew stands before Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, you guys can look it up, and says it's okay to starve other people to death, even as we mourn the destruction of the temple and the starvation of Jewish babies. You're not Jewish. That's the only conclusion. You're not Jewish. You don't have any connection to God, and you have no connection to the Torah. You're just a bunch of freaking barbarians.
Can I add a little Jewish humor?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, I will condemn Hamas because I like a good pita bread with it.
Oh, you're hilarious.
Sorry.
Not. Womp, 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 womp.
Well, bad jokes can be good jokes sometimes.
I hear you. But you know what? I appreciate your ability to see.
Can you explain the Dave Chappelle scenario, that episode to Morty?
He won't get it, boo-boo. He won't get it, boo-boo.
You know what? Also, I think he's lying because the way he said Hamas, he said it like in a Yiddish way. So I think he's not really. I don't think he's forthcoming about his origins. I hate to call him out on that.
I don't either.
There's something fishy there. And I'm not talking gefilte.
Gefilte fish, right? Exactly. No, there's something off.
There's something off there.
And most of these individuals who stand up and pontificate for Israel and Zionism and the rest of it on Clubhouse, I think are plants. I really do.
Plants? Oh, I don't know. I think they're more like little shrubs.
When I say plants, listen, there are people whose ancestors assimilated when they came here, right? It was hard being a Jew, in the shtetl, right? And when they came here, they wanted nothing to do with the old villages, with the old cities. I get it. But as they became more assimilated in American culture, I think they began to adopt American philosophy. The philosophy of white supremacy.
Yeah, I have a question for you then, since you're philosophical and I can tell very intelligent, I'm complimenting you, is that, don't you think that because of the Holocaust, and I don't know if you're a Holocaust, whatever you think of that, but let's just say the disaster in Germany, that a lot of Jews basically thought, hey, this promised people stuff is a lot of bunk. I think I'm just going to forget it.
Well, I think that definitely had an impact. I think the Holocaust definitely had an impact on the fate of a lot of German Jews. I know a lot of German Jews, a lot of descendants of the Holocaust who, just looking at the atrocities of the Holocaust, couldn't believe that a God witnessed that, right? And if you look at,
well, especially if you promote yourself as being chosen.
Well, I don't know so much about the chosen part, but how could God watch? That's a question. Viktor Frankl asked it. How?
Oh, I like his. Yeah, that's a wonderful book.
It really is, man. Search meaning. How could you watch it? Like, how could you see it and God Jewish people and let this happen? Okay.
Right. It's a good question, don't you think?
It's not one that I asked.
There's nothing to see there.
Right. I'm at a point where I believe that God is in control of the universe, and his balance sheet is not mine. And so
that's that's a reasonable point to take. I don't take it, but I can see how you could believe.
I don't tend to legislate God's activity. You know what I mean?
But don't you think Americans, like, I don't know if Morty's even around anymore, but Americans, we tolerated all that horrible stuff we did to the Vietnamese and the horrible stuff we did to the Iraqis. So
400 years of fucking owning people like they were cattle.
yeah. Well, yeah, that too, for sure.
I'm still here. I heard my name. I wasn't sure what the question was, but I'm still
The question was, don't you think America committed a lot of atrocities in Vietnam and Iraq?
Yeah, exactly. So why is everyone bothering Israel?
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what, Morty? I have a vaudeville joke for you that I think you single-handedly are you're bringing down the fact that Jews do have a higher IQ in general, which is not nice to say usually, but I think you're bringing it down single-handedly.
Can I tell you something? And this is the sickest part of it all. Imagine a Jew who screams never forget, developing a convenient memory when it comes to other people.
Yeah, that's true. It's weird. It's like totally weird. But I think, it's mind control, I believe, I think it's just like what goes on in the United States. I mean, we're brainwashed here like crazy too, so.
But we're not just brainwashed. It's a part of, it's like almost a part of, it's hardwired into our systems. Like, if you didn't know that slavery was literally a part of our financial and legal system, if you didn't know that, you would think it was like a blip on a radar, that it happened and then it went away. Think about that. Our presidents owned slaves. George Washington took the teeth out of an African slave and used them as his dentures. Thomas Jefferson, President Thomas Jefferson, raped a 12-year-old little girl and forced her to carry his seed. There's a whole family of Jeffersons from his rape of a little girl. And we look.
I'm not going to make a comment about the TV show because you're being very serious.
But I want you to really think about that.
Well, I get it. It's horrible, but.
But there's no point. I sit with that. I'm looking at his fucking face on a dollar bill. Every time I go to spend money, which means every time I'm reminded that a pedophilic rapist
I'm going to ask you. I'm going to pull in my Jewish view of things perspective, which helps sometimes. Aren't you waiting for the $500 Epstein bill? The Mossad $1,000 bill.
Exactly. So when it comes to me being Jewish in America, I feel like I have an obligation to stand up for what Judaism once was.
Were you raised Jewish or did you adopt it?
What do you mean? I'm born of a Jewish mother.
Okay, I just asking.
What's scary to me is that there's no way someone learns Torah every day. No way that someone takes our history as a persecuted people seriously and then turns around and become nasty, racist, low-life individuals. Like,
do you think there's anything to that Ashkenazi theory that the Jews converted? That the European Jews converted at some point?
I don't know. First of all, for me, whether you converted or whether you were born Jewish, you're Jewish.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because Israel's basically the Ashkenazi run.
I'm not gonna say that.
Okay. How come Nazi is part of Ashkenazi the way you spell it?
Okay, again, that's not. What I'm gonna say is that there are a lot of people who entered into Israel, Palestine, who entered into that space of quote unquote Israeli statehood with an atheist view of the world and life.
Absolutely.
So if you don't have a concept of something bigger than yourself, how am I expecting you to see God in other people? I can't. right? If it was all about politics and finances and like, like, why would I expect you to see Palestinians as just as important as Israelis?
Well, I think you could be a humanist and an atheist at the same time, like Eric Weinstein or something. But
maybe, but I'm just saying in terms of Jews.
Well, he is Jewish. He is Jewish.
No, I'm talking about like the people who established the state of Israel.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
It's kind of weird that you kind of orchestrated this. I mean, like, it's really kind of sick if you really think about it too. You came up with this ruse. Oh, you know how we're going to convince the world that it's perfectly okay to enter into this space and displace Palestinians. We're going to pretend God told us to do it.
Well, let's give a nod to the good marketing of Jewish brains.
That's not even that's Jewish. I mean, like, people say that Hitler was kind of smart.
Well, he wasn't necessarily. He was adept. What would I say? He was gifted in some ways. I don't know about smart, but yeah, he was definitely gifted and he knew how to move things around. Let's put it that way.
Hey, Maximilian, you're being inconsistent now.
Why?
Because when it comes to your suffering, it's not so smart. But when it's other sufferings, they're smart. It doesn't make no sense, bro. You gotta be consistent, right?
I wasn't talking about suffering. We're just talking about you can admire. You can admire. Let's say I'm trying to think of something else, but you can admire the brutability of Apple or the companies or Uber. Okay, you can admire something like Uber being super aggressive and accomplishing what they want. It doesn't mean that you.
So then let's call that to your teaching. How about that?
Okay, whatever. I think he's just wanting to call me inconsistent.
Well, I think what he's saying, and this is what I tell every Jewish person I meet, we are inconsistent if we claim suffering and oppression and the responsibility to call it out when it comes to our own folks, and we are not willing to do the same for others.
You must feel really like an outlier.
No.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of people within the Jewish community. There's not a lot of people you can say all this shit to.
That's not true. That's not
really? I got a feeling you're in a silo.
I grew up in Brooklyn too, but see, thank God for parents who taught me what being a Jew is really all about.
So you have a lot of friends. You know, like more than 20 people you can talk like this to.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
The sad part is that most of them, unfortunately, have been bullied by Zionists who make them feel like their voices are not worthy to be heard. I'm not one of those Jews.
Well, isn't there something in the Torah about standing up to power in a sense, or being?
There is something in the Torah about pursuing justice.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
It says tzedek tivdom. You have, like, and it's a double lashon. It says it twice that you have to pursue justice at all costs. It even says that if you see your enemies dunked under a burden, you have to relieve it. A donkey. How much more so a person? We're not supposed to be these nasty, heartless, cruel individuals. There is a mitzvah that speaks to being cruel to animals. Imagine that. But it's perfectly okay to use Palestinian children's heads for target practice.
I think you would be terrific, like on maybe it's not your inclination, but like Piers Morgan, or some debate, because they never have your viewpoint. There's either there's different people that give an intelligent view of how Israel might be blowing it, so to speak, or not Israel. Well, I say Israel, but I mean the Netanyahu Greater Israel whole thing. But there's nobody that really gets your view. I think it's really cool to be such a devout Jew, and also at the same time, see the fallacies of what's going on.
Well, I think that in the event that we were to return to Torah, all of us would. And that's the sadness of it all. that so many of us are assimilated that we don't realize that we're taking on ideas and views that are antithetical to Jewish mysticism.
Well, I might be an anomaly to what you say too, because I don't practice Judaism. I feel culturally Jewish, but I'm definitely obviously not in Morty's boat. That's the,
But Max have a heart, right?
yeah, for sure.
Guess what? For me, that's where it begins. You have, whether you like it or not, a Jewish soul, which means that you're only going to go so far before something's going to stop you in your tracks.
Well, I didn't go to the Vietnam War, for example. I knew that sucked. And,
right. But you can look at Gaza and see it as ungodly.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I wouldn't use the word ungodly, but...
why do I say ungodly? Ungodly,
why did you say ungodly?
For me, is to see the Torah does not start at Sinai, right? The Torah starts at the creation of mankind. Bereshit bara Elohim, in the beginning, God. So if you start there, you recognize it's not just about Jews. It's not just about quote-unquote Zionists. It's not just about Muslims or Christians. It's about all mankind. And in the event that you read carefully, you realize that there's some part of God in every person you meet. So for you to say that, or for any person to say that they can just genocide thousands and thousands and thousands of people with impunity, that says that you don't see God anywhere else but within the confines of your community. That's ungodly.
Can I just make a question? Amir, are you there?
I'm here.
Can we stop with this term genocide? This is self-defense, and I Hamas is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran, and I just don't think it's appropriate to continue with these very, these are dog whistles, is what this are. Saying genocide and then cleansing over and over.
Warsaw genocide?
These are dog whistles.
Was Warsaw genocide?
Yes.
Just don't say the word, Morty.
Right, don't say the word.
Okay, in the context of Palestine, so-called Palestine.
No, make sure.
You should be in favor of free speech, Morty.
I am in favor of free speech, except when it's annoying.
Yeah, you know what? You annoy me with your kind of weird accent, but it's no problem.
Wait, Matt. Matt, here's what we're going to do. All of those 30-pound refugees in concentration camps, we're not going to call them Holocaust survivors. We're going to call them war veterans.
See, there's the spirit. I like that.
Those were not survivors. They were soldiers who were injured in battle. Think about how sick that sounds. That the individuals in Auschwitz were soldiers injured in battle that were at war with Nazis.
Yeah, but you're just being too logical. It's not gonna crack Mr. Morty over there. You realize that, right?
I mean, look at the pictures. Don't you see them in uniform?
Are you talking to me? You're preaching to the choir.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, that's how ludicrous it sounds.
Well, it's obviously ludicrous, but I think it's fascinating. I'm joining in here too, because
women in hijabs were actually wearing helmets. Those are helmets. Those were not hijab.
No, they were stealing for Hanukkah. You just be local.
Of history.
What is it?
These aren't my ideas. This history revisionism.
I told you that. Anything you say is not going to convince me.
Soldiers, were they at war with the Nazis?
You're not going to convince me. I have closed
Were they at war with the Nazis?
No,
of course not. Of course not. It's too logical. Don't talk to me with real logic and real words.
Let's think to this.
It's too much for my little brain, Brooklyn brain.
Right. Amir, weren't those Holocaust survivors wearing uniforms when they found them? weren't those rocks that they had in their hands that they were?
They had steel enforced yarmulkes.
Right, there you go. There
it is. That's it. There I'm showing my true color, Morty. I'm a self-hating Jew. It's obvious. It's obvious. I need better pita bread with my hummus.
This is not laughter, this is derision that somebody could call Jews in the Holocaust, Jews who survived the Holocaust, survivors. But everybody else around the world, no, those are terrorists. Same condition.
We're making so much sense, will you?
Yeah, right. People in Gaza are terrorists.
Yes. Yes, I agree. So anytime you say that, I agree.
Warsaw, who actually fought back, those individuals are not terrorists. Those are heroes.
Yes, those are. There's heroines too. There were some women that did some stuff too, Morty. Well, we don't have to get too woke about it. Oh, okay. I'll go back to sleep and snore with you. Don't wake me up. My ambience taking over. I came in for a serious.
How serious?
Oh yeah, very serious. But you're not allowing any new ideas in. I'm seriously closed to any new thought.
How sick and cold must your soul be in your body?
Well, to his benefit, he's ignorantly blissful, wouldn't you say?
No, he's not.
You don't think so? Oh yeah, he's a schmuck.
He sits on his couch.
Right.
And he jerks off at the
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh my God.
He jerks off. He creams his pants at the idea of Israeli IDF soldiers using Palestinian babies for target practice.
Well, I think you might be going a little too far. Oh, okay. I opened the door a little bit, and now I'm wondering.
He's never in a day in his life ever won a fight. There's always been somebody who bullied him, who tried to knock his yarmulke off his head. Name one instance of anti-Semitism that he thinks that he experienced.
He couldn't find the mustard at the pastrami place. People say free Palestine to me all the time. When I have my yarmulke on, there's an anti-Semitic example. They always say free Palestine.
For you.
You're just hiding your bald spot. Come on, give me a break.
For you. You know what? Real Jews are got spit on by Jews and non-Jews alike. And guess what?
Equal opportunity anti-Semitism.
There you go. There you go. Real Jews who know what it is to fight on two planes to be Jewish. Not you who get to take off your yarmulke when it's convenient when you go into
Martin, you're just off course here. Just put up the white flag. Put up the white flag, Morty.
I'm winning this.
Oh, you can.
In your mind. I'm winning this. I'm really winning.
I do have a question for Morty the Zionist or anybody. Rono is asking me, Rohan, he wants to see my picture. I told him I'm straight. I don't know why he's
Ew. Is he really?
Yeah. Check the chat. He's asking me for my photo.
Maybe he wants to go out with you. You never know. You're a very attractive voice. I do think that Clubhouse has a great potential as a dating app.
Bro, I'm not into men. I'm not into men.
I mean, not yet. Oh, not yet. There's always a chance, you know. Look what happened to me.
I'm here in a really sexy words. Tell him, you first, baby.
I'm good. I'm not going down the path. That's crazy.
That's that Jewish sense of humor I was looking for.
Yeah.
Max a million, man. Yeah. You know how to do this.
Oh, no. I just have a good teacher, a good Rebbe that's teaching me everything.
Yeah, but Maximilian, on this app, they do corner you, right? I know.
I've been pastramied.
I'm sure you got cornered by Rohan and the audience and Yaakov and a whole bunch of other normal and a bunch of Zionists, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Trying to get you to change your mind and position and whatnot.
Not just right, just hurl insults.
Yeah, just stay strong with the with the position you have, because you gotta stay anti-genocide,
Right.
As El Normo taught me, Zionism is inherent in Judaism.
Has Elmo taught you?
That's what El Normo taught me, yes.
Who? Did he tell you that pork chops and applesauce are a part of the coleslaw too?
No, he did not. He's a good Jew.
Yeah, I've got a lot of bacon here, says Morty. Don't attack that. I'm still Jewish.
Nah, hey, listen, pork is pork, whether you eat it or don't.
Yeah, that Congress, they got a lot of pork belly because of all those APAC. I can tell you that.
I don't even like talking about APAC because I think it's literally the fulfillment of every horrible Shylock stereotype. Like, it's really kind of scary. How we will tell the world, please stop saying that Jews buy politicians and APAC buy politicians.
Jews, we're very good at being magicians. We're good at everything, even being magicians. We're good at accountants. We're good at communists.
Converting shekels to dollars is their biggest magic trick.
No, I wouldn't say that only.
Only.
They can be very communistic, technically, they can be very, they can go down to the south out of idealism. We're not, my alert meter just went off.
Sick. I just want to say we're not buying politicians, okay? That's not what we're doing.
No, you're just bribing them.
Right.
It's just a coincidence that these districts that have nothing to do with anything, they have to go to Israel.
Every New York congressman, every Florida assemblyman, every single one of them has hundreds of thousands of dollars from APAC.
They're not bribes.
No, of course not. They're not bribed.
Hold on a second. What is the abbreviation APAC stand for?
American Israeli Political Action Committee.
It's a foreign entity.
There you go. It's there up a good relationship, a good working relationship.
Right, and that's why dual allegiance is a stereotype.
It's just about relationships.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But if I could just interject something, okay? I don't think we should call it bribery. The Citizens United 2011 Supreme Court decision ruled that giving money to political campaign contributions is free speech.
Yes, this is one of the great changes that have happened. Yes, this is great.
Wait. They had the chutzpah to talk about Trump receiving a plane. Chutzpah! How could he receive a plane?
It's speech. I'm just telling you, this isn't bribery. This is how grown-ups speak to each other. You people aren't grown-ups. Grown-ups speak to each other with gifts.
I wish I could grow up and be just like Morty.
It's not a bribe because a Jewish person did it. That's why.
These were just speech.
Yeah.
That's how we talk.
But in the event, it's right. Shylock. You're right.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord. No, it's not oh my lord. It's Guttin Himmel. Get it right.
No. Yes.
Did your parents speak Yiddish?
No.
You can just make that guttural sound somehow.
No Yiddish. What's even scary? No Yiddish at all?
No.
Do you know what being a schmuck means?
Wait, hold on 1 second. So where do you get your Jewishness from?
My mother, of course.
Wasn't Jewish?
It must be.
Wait a minute, hold on. Your father wasn't Jewish?
No, he's not a Jew.
He was Seventh-day Adventist.
He converted later in life, but he wasn't.
When he got the light, when he came to his senses.
He wasn't born a Jew.
I got you. Well, he's still a Jew.
Yeah.
When my mother wouldn't sleep with him anymore, he thought it was good to convert.
I wasn't gonna go there, but
So we got
this nuance.
A little nuanced, yes. Very fine.
Do you guys have a number for how much schmear APAC is responsible for?
Are you talking about cream cheese?
I'm not talking about cream cheese at all. How much schmear is APAC responsible for? How much money they give politicians?
Way too much. One of the greatest.
Somebody asked ChatGPT, how much money does AIPAC share on American?
Yeah, and compared to other lobbyists.
I care about other lobbyists. I care about a Jewish lobby.
It makes sense to compare it if it's way out of proportion. I think it does make sense.
You have a hell of a way of talking about one of God's greatest gifts to America. Bribing. Yes. AIPAC.
About God's greatest gift to America, billions of dollars in debt from giving Israel billions of dollars in munitions. You know what we could do with that money?
What? What can you do that's better than giving Israel money? You can have a lot of yeshivas.
No, we could feed our homeless. We can make sure to take care of our veterans. We can make sure that every child gets to eat lunch at school. Should I continue?
Let's have this conversation when Israel is secure.
Let's have this conversation when
insecure or well, let's not even
stop compromising American citizens to be able to protect war-driven Israel.
Why are you so concerned about American citizens?
I'm worried about
there it goes.
Wait, hold on. Because American citizens live here and in Israel.
Yeah, the ones with dual citizenship, yes.
Yeah.
We can advocate for them, I agree.
70% of them.
And the Jews.
Stop the lies.
Yeah, the
Stop the
Jews.
lies.
Well, I'm not that concerned about them. You know, color me cold. I'm sure you will.
I'll color you. Because when you can't live in this country because you're making sure that a country that has surplus finance is better than you and kids, we'll talk.
Yeah, well, you know.
They're not starving.
That's
They're
what I
not
appreciate your
starving.
sophistry.
They're not starving. They're not going without. But
That's
they're
it.
not.
ChatGPT says since the establishment of AIPAC, since AIPAC Foundation 1954, exceeds $300 million, with the nearly $144 million provided directly or in super PAC spending in just the past two election cycles alone. So they've spent a lot of money in the past two cycles.
Sounds like a low ball from 1954. That sounds like what they just did.
That's because we're good accountants too.
So it's not just so. Here's the deal, right? It's not just the one Zionist Jewish lobby. There's actually more than 15 of them. Let me check into all of them. How many Zionist Jewish lobbies? Because everybody knows AIPAC because AIPAC is a famous one. But there's other ones at play here as well. You know, not the evangelical. The evangelical, that's another lobby as well. They got evangelical Christian lobby. Let me see how many are there Jewish, Zionist Jewish lobbies.
Make sure you look up the Morning Israel First.
You know, look, I think that's a trope. Okay.
How much money did Ted Cruz?
I don't even think Morning exists. He's just some sort of bot.
Yeah, exactly. He's a voice suspended in the abyss.
It's like the programmer made some mistakes and they're just checking it out with us.
I'm a good Jew. Yeah, you're a very good Jew. Very, very good.
So ChatGPT says there's totaling over 100 organizations, and they've funded a lot of money. There's all, and some of them are actually, some of them are Jewish, some of them are non-Jewish, but they're all Zionists supporting Israel. You have this, of course, the AIPAC would be the number one, number two ADL, number three Zionist Organization of America, ZOA, J Street, American Jewish Committee, Conference of President of Major American Jewish Organization, Christians United that's a Christian one, Democratic Majority for Israel, United Democracy, Birthright Israel, Stand With Us, Israel Project, Hasbara Fellowships. What the hell? They even have Hasbara bullshit? They make up bullshit? They spread lies about, it's like a pro-Israeli narrative.
Morty the Good Jew, what is the sixth commandment?
Thou shalt not be without
half the good mustard when I get a pastrami.
That's still not murder.
Do you think you need to match the first 10 before you get to the other 603?
Well, you know, it's already written down. I don't need to memorize all this stuff. It's all at my fingertips.
Understood. I'm still saying, do you think that we need to as Jewish people, do we need to master the top 10 before, there's 613 mitzvot? Do we need to master the top 10 before we get to the other 603?
I just have to know how to Google it.
I see. I
mean, look, I'm not really that religious. I think you probably figured that out by now. I don't think it's going to come as any surprise to you to learn. Culturally Jewish,
I got you.
It's not just a religion,
You like bagels and cream cheese and schmaltz herring every now
I can eat bagels and cream cheese every meal.
I believe you. Actually.
Only if it's from a good New York Jewish deli.
Yeah, I would agree.
Good.
Good stuff. But
we agree on
it's
something.
more to being Jewish than just bagels. More.
Yeah, matzo balls, schnitzel.
No, again, can we move a little closer to North Africa? Do we have to stay in Poland? Do we have
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, Scotty. Anybody want to come on up? Just unmute and come on.
Have you even heard of Jafnun? Have you ever heard of
like a UFC fighter?
Boy. No malawa, no Jafnun, no baba ganoush, no hummus, no.
Of course, we invented hummus.
No, it's not hummus. That's your terrorist group, remember? It's hummus.
And it's a math.
I see. Hummus. Say it with me. Hummus.
Hummus.
Mm-hmm.
We invented it. I know. It's a Jewish original recipe. It's so funny.
C'est lahmachin. Lox and gin. What I'm trying to say is those countries that are closest to Israel and the Middle East are closer culturally to Torah and Judaism, right?
Yeah, come on, the terrorist countries.
Is it?
That's where I was going.
A little bit off topic.
More religious Jews live in Muslim countries than they ever lived in Poland, Russia, or Germany.
Just a little bit of off topic. I was wondering, have you seen Macron's wife? Is it a man? Is it a he or she?
I think she's just a very ugly woman.
Brigitte. Can you put some respect on her name? Her name is Brigitte Macron.
Her name is Bubble Macaroons.
So Trump called Candace Owen to tell her to shut up and not say anything because he confirmed that he had dinner with her.
No, you know why? You know why this is significant? Because Macron is not really with us in Israel. He's been speaking out a little bit against us. Trump is trying to manage that relationship, massage it a little bit, and bring him back around.
Massage it a little bit? Oy.
We need to bring Macron back down.
Pause. That sounds like some homosexual stuff.
Come on, where are your people's heads? Why is everybody's head in the
Top up the table a bit,
I know it's the middle of the night. You just accuse me of masturbating on my couch. I said, don't masturbate on my couch, for the record.
I know. You do it in the mikveh with all the other sick people.
Oh, my Lord. I'm not going to disclose the location that I masturbated first.
You're giving me like heat rash. Stop. Disgusting. At the end of the day, though, I think it's important for us to realize, whether we're on it or not, there's going to be a whole lot of world leaders and people who are going to come out against Israel very, very soon.
Not if we can help it.
Well, how can you avoid it with what people are seeing today?
Mossad.
Mossad is not that good at Hasbara. Not that good. You cannot take that sight of Gaza and those children out of people's minds. You can't.
Well, here's the issue.
You know that Christian Zionists are pulling back by the millions in terms of dollars?
I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
because the yoga.
Torah doesn't allow you to stand in allegiance with Christians. Enter the Crusades, enter the.
Yeah, but they're coming around. They're coming around.
Ask a question.
Sure.
In what countries were Jews the safest?
Muslims.
I can't believe you actually formed your mouth to say that.
I figured that was the answer based on the
Amir, can you please find the applause button? Marty is coming around, people. Here we are.
He's honest, actually. When it comes down to some of the facts, he is honest, and I respect him for that. But he still is honest, I respect him for being honest.
Wait 1 minute. This is good stuff. Where were Jews the least safe throughout Jewish history?
Amongst the whites. The whites are savages.
Now you want to call them whites. Say it with me. Amongst the Christians.
Yeah, same thing.
No, because you didn't call Muslims whites or blacks. You called Muslims Muslims. Now you say amongst Muslims.
I call them Muslims.
Okay, I don't know who those people are. Muslims were kindest and the most loving to Jews. In fact, here's another fun fact. Most Jews from those countries no longer spoke Hebrew. They were so much a part of Arab culture that they spoke Arabic. Mm-hmm.
Well, this is very nice trivia from
Oh
back
no!
in the day. But if you haven't noticed, the Muslims hate us.
Where did the Holocaust take place in a Muslim country?
It almost took place, a dance of Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the Al-Qassam brigades. They weren't stopped.
Did you stop?
No, never stop.
Such a pile of hogwash. And I'm not saying that to you because you're a Jew. Hogwash. The most money, the richest Jews on the planet thrived in what countries?
Muslims. You just asked me this question.
Yeah, no. I said where were they the safest? Meaning, which countries were Jews safe?
Oh,
they weren't expelled en masse from Muslim countries. They had some of the richest Jews you know and I know.
Right.
Iran, from Syria, right? From Egypt. How is that possible? That today, individuals who practice religious freedom, who allowed us as Jews to live and thrive in their countries, how did they become the subjects of such ire? Could it be that European Jews came in and caused dissension between Arabs and, between Muslims and Jews? Is it possible? The worst thing I ever heard an Iranian say in terms of what they resented their Muslim neighbors for was that they couldn't build a synagogue higher than a mosque. Boy, so horrible. I don't ever remember hearing of any Jews in Muslim countries that were exterminated by the millions, by the thousands, by the hundreds. Ain't it funny in 2025 that the state of Israel stands more in alignment with Christians and Christian Zionists than they do their own family members in Gaza? Kind of makes you wonder what's at the root of all of this.
Well, I don't appreciate your sophistry, as I've said before, but it's getting about that time I have to go to sleep. It's been a very delightful conversation.
I'm going to teach you a little Yiddish. Gay schluffen means go to sleep.
Yes, but I just want to end this by saying I'm still undefeated in clubhouse debates.
Actually, I just put you to sleep. Good night.
Good night. Take care, Morty.
All right. Good night, everybody. I
hope I bring you back to the property side.
Never.
Maybe just be a mensch. How about that? The rest will come.
I could never. Mensch is
just be a mensch. A mensch is a decent human being. We don't even have to say pro or anti. Just be a decent human being, and you'll make your bubbies and your zadies proud.
I am a great human being, so I'm gonna continue being great.
Take it.
All right. Talk to everybody later.
Take care, bro. Take it.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Amir I need a bigger challenge.
We got Nubia, he's a bigger challenge. Nubia is.
This is the quietest I've seen Bull in months. What the fuck? Bull.
Bull doesn't like Nubia. Nubia doesn't like Bull. They were going into that earlier.
No, I'm saying usually I come into these rooms and Bull is going in. Where you at tonight, brother?
Nubia, by the way, Sister Izzy, she's Jewish. She doesn't support what's happening over there in Israel and whatnot.
Yeah, I was actually just enjoying the conversation, so I was just listening to be honest.
What'd you say, Nubia?
I don't believe in Jews who aren't Jews. It's no such thing.
What? You don't
When
believe
I see
in what?
Jewish people, let me be clear. When I see Jewish people who people claim Judaism, but they aren't, they are of other nationalities, then I just look at them as unfair. Like it's like seeing
Okay. Okay. Is that you in the PTR?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So why are you making assumptions about her?
No, leave him alone. Do you see what he looks like in his PTR? That's why.
Yeah, no, but you know this guy right here. He thinks he's the all-knowing and he knows everything. Like he just like take a look at you and just. Did I cut you off, sir?
I hate this guy. Amir, I
hate.
We need to coexist. We need to go, like Amos says, we need to coexist.
That's just blabber from Amos. But then again, bro, he thinks he's all-knowing and that he could just like take a look at a person and he knows everything.
This
And
guy's
it's just
mad
really
that I went to
fascinating.
college. He's literally mad that I went to college. Bro, anyone can go.
Who said that I haven't been to college?
No, but Bull.
You see, and now he's trying to deflect from the conversation. What was the thing that he said about he doesn't believe? What was that again? That you
He said that when he hears Jews who are of different cultures, I think I heard that he does. I don't know.
Different nationality.
You mean white? You're talking about the white Jews, Dr. Nubia?
Yeah.
I don't see the white, black. It's just Jews. And I know what a Jew is. I've always known what a Jew was. As I said earlier, I grew up in.
So do you think the sister Izzy is Jewish? She's Jewish.
If that picture is her in the pro PTR, then absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
You see that? He knows everything.
Wait, hold on.
This guy right here, bro. He's the problem. You don't want him to represent the cause. I'm just telling y'all. Okay, you got it. But you're the one who called for me. Remember?
No. What I'm saying is, I want you to look good at this person's horsehead PTR and understand that people whose parents or sister and brother, they go to college too. Leave it alone.
Thank you.
Parents, sister, but like I said, I just don't.
Meaning you're the product of incest and it shows on your face.
But I'm absolutely not. My parents are not even from the same country.
Like I said, it shows on your face. You were talking about someone else not being Jewish because of their race, and I'm looking at your face and saying that you probably have the same problem, which is why you're probably pointing at others. You grew up in Williamsburg. You didn't grow up in Sudan. You didn't grow up in Iraq. You didn't grow up in Afghanistan. You grew up.
How did you know he's from Sudan, Izzy?
I said he's probably not from those places. He said himself he grew up in Williamsburg.
Oh, okay.
Williamsburg is in Brooklyn.
Yes, I'm aware of where I grew up.
Right.
He wasn't talking to you.
Are you a Muslim?
Absolutely.
Okay. Where do you go to pray? Al Taqwa? Where do you go to pray?
What?
Where do you pray? I'm from Brooklyn too.
She's asking what mosque.
Yeah, I know. But this is just getting.
He's afraid to say. Why it's getting weird? Because you're a fraud. You're a fraud.
Yeah, and you overcompensate a lot.
That is an AI picture, not really you.
Okay.
It might actually be him.
But no,
Can we get a reset?
let's say something. Jump off the mic.
Now it's getting creepy. Now you have toxic victim mentality, but you just went at the sister for nothing.
There you go.
Listen, I don't believe in
Starts with personal attacks and ad hominems, and now you're the victim. Imagine that.
Asked me. He literally asked me. And I answered.
Brother, my question is,
got off a mic and you came out of your face with some nonsense, knowing full well that you literally AI'd that photo to make yourself look more Muslim. Nobody in Brooklyn, Williamsburg looks like that. Just cut the crap.
I'm not from America.
You're full of shit. You're full of shit.
I'm not from America.
You're full of shit. I know Brooklyn.
he's from Sudan.
Amir, he said he's from Brooklyn, Williamsburg. It's 5 minutes away from my house. He's full of shit.
No, he was raised over there, but he's from Sudan. I know his cousin is on here.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah, because his cousin is on here. I know his cousin Mahdi. You'll see him in some of the Quran centric rooms, or you know.
I'm gonna say that one of his Muslim or Arabic uncles married a black woman, and that's how he came.
I'm not mixed with African American at all.
I don't know what you are, but at the end of the day, I can.
Okay, I'll tell you this. I know you're not a Jew. That's the point that I was saying.
Because guess what? Because you're such a expert, I'm gonna take your word.
Okay, that's good. That's a start. All I said was that I don't believe in non-Jewish.
Either you know or you don't know.
Okay.
Right? Have at it, bro. One retard leaves and another one shows up, bro.
I don't think that's
right. And this is why this is why Amir was trying to give you the fair warning that stop doing the friendly fire, but you're beyond reproach.
We need ceasefire between Bull and Nubian and Sister Isn't, man.
It's not gonna happen. He's too arrogant.
Nubian, all I'm gonna say,
he's not a righteous person.
You're probably thinking about the Black Hebrews were like, is that what you're thinking of? But Sister Isn't is next to us.
No. That's not what he's thinking about.
Claim to be Jews, and like I'm thinking of black rabbi, guys like him. I just hate.
No, she's not like Black Rabbi. Black Rabbi is something else, bro. He's not even Jewish.
He's not gonna stand corrected. He's too arrogant.
She stands with the Palestinians. She's
he doesn't care. This guy is a cloud chaser.
It's about a tribalistic based religion. So how can when I met an Asian?
I'm here. Don't open the door for him. Leave him.
We don't want to hear him talk, bro.
You're really controversial, brother. You're really controversial. Oh, very controversial. Maybe I think I could use you for one of the big rooms.
I'm not trying to hear.
Oh my God, let's leave it at that, bro. Like
Imagine if I just came
up with just leave it at that.
Imagine if a person just comes out.
Imagine somebody at 5 o'clock
by the way, I'm a Jew.
talk about somebody else is a racist.
What?
Imagine that. 5 o'clock in the morning, he has nothing better to do than to pontificate about who's a Jew and who's not.
It's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm in Saudi.
Yeah, he's in Middle East and then
It's lunchtime. I'm drinking bacon juice and eating nuts.
Do you do this in the Quran Center room as well, bro? So
what's going on with people that got time to talk to people in America about their religious identity?
No, he's a businessman. He told me about some business things. He's a very he's gonna become a tycoon one day, right, Nubian?
One day, inshallah.
Yeah, he's gonna become a millionaire one day. Business tycoon. I told him once you get the $1 billion, let me hold $1 million. I'm in California. It's $2.16 here. My organization in New York it's $5.16.
I told you he was a cloud chaser, and he's just trying to come up in the Islamic world. I told you. Yeah, man, he will do and say anything just to run
Social media. This is the only social media I have.
Oh, it's cool, man. It's on need-to-know basis. You don't need to inform us about what you've been eating, why you here, etc., man. Relax.
Amir was talking.
His
discussing geopolitics of the Middle East,
How
but
the hell is he gonna make money as a tycoon wasting time on Clubhouse? Let us
Now you
how did that work?
So even his country, as it's going through a genocide, I feel really bad. It's thanks to the UAE, right? And Saddam, there more than 200,000 people dead. It's very sickening that these countries, some of these country leaders are responsible for it. Like the UAE is actually responsible for it. Israel is responsible for it because they found a whole bunch of weapons in the hands of like a militia and Sudan, and these militias aren't even from Sudanese. They come from outside of Sudan. Right, Nubian?
yeah, they're Zionist puppets.
Yeah, and they found weapons with the Israeli serial numbers and American weapon serial numbers. Finally, America came out and did arms embargo on the UAE. Like, how would you do that? A Muslim leader from UAE giving weapons to the militia, so that way they can rape women, kidnap their children,
Well,
take over villages.
It gets even better. They finally responded to it. What they said they said, oh, well, we sold we sold the Janjaweed those weapons when they were killing the Yemenis, not when they were killing the Sunnis. I'm like, what?
So, Nubian, what is your position on Saudi Arabia and the Houthis in Yemen?
My position on Saudi Arabia, I think
you think it's wrong?
well, I'm not going to
You're
talk
not going to use the same premise. It's a long-term plan and all of this shit that you were saying earlier. Or maybe UAE is having a long-term plan, right? It's a long-term plan, bro.
I'm not going to keep
Everyone needs a role. Remember, everyone got a role. They got different components they got to do, right? Easy.
See, this is what happens when you make less than $1 million a year. This is how you talk.
So now it boils down to money. It's not about life. Look at this guy. He's exposing himself. You see? So you feel good now because of some money you have in your pocket? Is that going to bring you Jannah? Are you going to get heaven because of the money you have in your pocket, Nubian? You're a very wicked person. You know that, right? Repent, man. Repent, bro.
That is not the way a Muslim speaks, Dr. Nubian.
I'm sure you would know, too.
You're right, cousin.
I can deal with these, but Bull is actually mad, and I don't have the energy for people mad through social media.
Who's mad, man? Nobody's mad. Nobody's mad.
Amir, who's Omar?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
Omar's my guy. We're with Omar.
Where is Omar? I don't see Omar. Oh, right here? Oh, this Omar is a good brother.
Yeah.
I don't trust your rooms, Amir. Like, they be sticking out your rooms. For real.
No. These are all pro-Pallies. We got everybody. I think in this room right now, the majority of them are pro-Pally, except for we had Rolo. And this guy, Anan is back. The guy idiot that streams my rooms, man.
There's two Anon in the group.
Yeah, one of them is a recorder. He streams my rooms on YouTube.
Amir, you have to tell these people though. I know I haven't been on Clubhouse for a while, but I've been in here warring with Zionists, like on multiple occasions. I mean, destroying.
I know. You're a destroyer. You should change your name to Dr. Destroyer, Dr. Nubian.
You see, here comes the cloud chasing. Do you want a cookie? Do you want a medal or something? I mean, bro, you know what? We should just open up a house for Dr. Nubian so he can have a whole award show.
I used to have
this guy, bro.
I used to have a house. I don't have a house. I prefer Quran centric and Amir's house, so I come to these two rooms.
That's good, thank you.
It's for Islamic philosophy.
Well, I honor your presence. I know you you like to start shit sometimes.
I come in here just to start shit. Like that's what I come in here.
I know. And then we have a lot of people from Zionist that they're shit starters. They like to start shit with pro-Pallies, man, all the time. Like today, the guy wanted me to put my picture, like in the chat, if you read it, his name is Rohan from Australia. His daughter is pro-Pally. And he wants me to put my picture up. I'm like, I'm not gay, man. And they into toxin business, like normal, You have the Rohan. You have the other people like Randy the Candy. That David with B. That guy, he actually met up with you know Rohan?
Yeah, I've had war with him multiple times.
Are you talking about the Australian one?
Yeah.
What did he say? Did you get him to change his position?
I don't think anyone can get him to change his position.
But his daughter's from Pepe.
I didn't know that. If I would know that instead of 11. I'm just waiting for Black. I'm really waiting for Black Rabbi again. So that's what I'm waiting on. Because I want to really have the conversation with him about what tribe he's from, and I just want to really just dive into the tribe, what tribe of Jews is he from. That's like my arch nemesis. He's the Sith Lord to my Jedi Order. So
That's your arch nemesis?
Yeah, I hate that. I hate him more than you.
And you're supposed to be this super duper intellectual guy?
Actually,
imagine that as a look at him. Suits you, man.
I'm just mad he's better.
Yo, I did not know. I'm sorry. Now that I'm taking a deep dive into APAC, I didn't know that Hakeem Jeffries receives money from APAC too. And that's some shit. Hold on. No wonder he doesn't come out for Gaza or Palestinians. Damn. And that's probably why he didn't stand up or publicly endorse Mamdani. Remember that? He needs to be able to say, what was it? Global Intifada. What was the statement? Amir, what was that?
Globalize the Intifada.
Globalize the Intifada. No, Hakeem Jeffries. I was wondering why he didn't stand up or endorse Mamdani. And it's because he's on the take from APAC.
He is?
Yeah.
Amir, when you moving back east?
Inshallah, once I do what I need to do, inshallah, then I think it'll probably take me 3 to 6 months.
You're paying triple in California.
I know. I want to move and just buy me a property.
Hey, Amir, don't put too much of your business out on the internet, man.
No, I know.
This is not a social room.
That's true. But I want to be close to the Zionists, so that's where I'm gonna move to.
Yo, this dude got 1,635,000.
Wow. It's a big list. It's a big list. So many of these people are connected. Even when I was telling somebody, if you go to a grocery store, right, we buy something from a cashier. We don't know if this cashier is connected to the Zionist entity. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all connected. They're spreading the narrative. They're pushing that, envelope or whatever you want to call it. And now what they're doing is because they lost the PR war, they're attacking Islam, the faith. And even Mamdani, because of Mamdani, some of these people are calling Mamdani like a terrorist Islamist. So they say he didn't even say anything about Islam or whatever.
Wait, you said Mamdani did it?
Yeah, no, Mamdani didn't mention anything about Islam, that he's going to bring Sharia law or anything like that. But these people, the Zionists and some of the white supremacists, you could say, they're the one that are Islamophobes, that they're spreading this narrative on social media. If you go on Twitter and on here and even on TikTok, they're spreading this narrative attacking Islam, that this Mamdani character is going to bring Sharia law, he's a terrorist, he's this. And in relate to the Zionism, if you go to the Zionist room right now, since they don't have any more talking points, nobody really talks to them as much because they lost the whole narrative, right? So what they're doing is they're attacking Islam. That's what they're going for now.
Wow. But you know what? Welcome. I'm so serious. Like, the world is finally seeing who people really are.
Easy. You make a very good Muslim. You should consider the Quran.
Amir, is this one of your friends?
Calm down, bro. Calm down, man. Calm down. This is not one of those rooms, brother. I know what you're trying to do. I don't leave it at that. Leave it at that.
I just saw a perfect opportunity for Dawa.
I know what you're trying to do. I'll leave it at that. Sister Ete, she's a good sister. I came across her a long time ago. She would call out all the Zionists on this app, and they attacked her. They even called her workplace. You know that normal character, the Zionist mofo, he called her workplace, trying to dox or whatever.
How the hell you
So
find it?
bro, these people are able to find everything on people. That's why, and the normal call start calling Fawad Jalani. So I called my other, I can't Fawad Jalani. That's what, because I want to spread this narrative full of lies. And even apparently he's making up another claim today that I have a arrest warrant out for trespassing. I'm like, which property did I trespass?
You're trespassing at a Sunday.
That's what he wrote in the chat. If you scroll up, it says, you were charged with trespassing. I'm like, which charge? Where is it? Which property?
That's crazy. Yo, the fact that they called your job is nuts. Yo, that is.
No, it's not. Listen. If you Google me, I mean, you will see speaking engagements. You'll see articles that have been written about me. I don't hide.
Oh, I said, you're a public figure. Okay, that makes more sense.
At the end of the day, you know where to find me. I know exactly where he prays. And the synagogue, I just haven't been to New York. But he's gonna shit himself when I walk through that door. He's literally going to shit himself. His whole diaper is gonna turn into a tsunami because it's all shit on Clubhouse. He's not gonna know what the hell to do with me when I walk up. Not at all.
When can we arrange that?
I'm sorry.
Personally,
when can we arrange that?
You're right. I need.
Things like this is why I avoid social media. I think the internet's become a weapon. I remember when social media first came out, and it was like, you can connect with your friends and family. But it's just become an information database where the fact that someone can find your job and call your job, find out where you pray and all of these different. So me, I just avoid. This is the only social media app I have. I don't have Instagram. I don't have Facebook. I don't have Twitter. I only come on here, and that's it. Because to me, it's just crazy that people can track you down. And
but to be honest, if you make the AI and the rest of it, they can do that anyway. If they really want to go.
The problem isn't social media, it's the people that you're hanging around with. If people are in the business of doxing, they will dox, regardless of where you find them.
Truth. I gotta decide whether or not to put expose him on my debate.
Okay.
The tracking system is going to be worldwide. It's not an American thing. It might start in America, in the West, but make no mistake about it. Where you are, Nubian, it will come to a city near you as well.
I'm not safe, right?
Lord have mercy.
I think I'm in one of the safest places. The good thing, I have multiple passports, so if it gets unsafe here, I'll be on route to the next location. I like to travel.
But doctors, Saudi Arabia.
You sure do like to humble brag a lot.
Saudi Arabia doesn't allow multiple passports.
That's not true. So, one, being American, if you're an American citizen, that's already one. Then two, you can have. I don't have a Saudi passport, obviously, because I'm not a Saudi national. But you can obtain multiple passports, multiple residency areas. So I don't know if that's a rule for Saudi nationals, but that doesn't apply to me. I'm an American citizen.
Yeah, it's for some. That's what because I rented it out. I rented cars out to a Saudi national before, and he said you can't do that. And I actually looked into it, and I think they have a law you can only have one. So
yeah, but they
only have one passport.
Yeah, I think that goes for their citizens. I don't think that applies to restrictions in Miami.
Not for foreign citizens, no.
Yeah.
I have a
question.
Is it true that if you've been to Israel that you can't travel to Saudi Arabia or you can't make Hajj or anything else like that, something like that, like certain countries, you can't visit a country you have Israel on your passport?
I've been to Israel before, and that was back in 2017 or something. And I didn't know.
Yeah, but they don't stamp your passport, does it, in Israel? They know that people, they don't, same thing in Iran, they don't stamp your passport.
Right, I got it with Walker. When I was there, they
treat you like a terrorist. I'm like, God, I never been to such security in my life.
They did a cavity search on you?
Bro, damn near. I mean, my full name is Juan.
Oh my God.
My first, middle, last, and then I have like all my grandparents give it.
Oh, wow. You're done.
Yeah.
So where were you? Or in Israel or someplace else?
Say again.
Where did you go through that?
I was going to visit them. That was the purpose of going.
Oh, you say when you went to Israel, you went through this.
I said I've never experienced a security like that in my life.
Yeah, he went to Israel. He got to Israel.
Craziest shit. When I went, it was all green lights. I don't even want to tell you guys about that trip. That was like, I'm not going to do it on Clubhouse, privately maybe, but all green lights.
You must have an English name. Your name is Arabic. If there's a Muhammad and a Mudallah and all these different.
Don't disclose anything. Don't disclose anything. Just let it slumber. Just let it slumber.
My first name is both Arabic and Hebrew, and so is my father's.
Oh, okay.
So maybe I don't know. But at the end of the day, I'll never forget because all of my siblings went to learn there. Like last year, high school is part of their program. But I remember my mama, bless her, she was so funny. I was like, I know that when we come through, they're gonna put all of the black. And my brother-in-law, not my brother-in-law, excuse me, my brother looks more Yemeni than he looks black, right? His hair, his face, whatever. I was like, watch me, but they're gonna treat him like he's a Palestinian. They're gonna treat him like he's a Muslim. And my mother's on the phone like, don't say that out loud. Don't say that out loud. I'm gonna put my son over the. And I'm like, Ema, at the end of the day, this is who these people are. And I talked all this shit knowing that they were gonna do that to me, right? They were like, Mrs. Eze, please move to the right. Okay, yes. Who are you going to see? Okay. Miss Yatova. Kept it pushing. I got scared. I was like, I know these niggas will set me up. For real. Like I'm looking around over my shoulder. But 10 years before, a group of black Jews had come from New York, and they were detained for over a week. At not the airport, over like in El Al, because at that time black Jews walked in solidarity with Muslims and Palestinians. I know that's a little bit longer than 10 years. I want to say maybe 20 to 30 years before. Real talk. What do you think they would do now, Amir?
So I think they're looking for everybody, like that does spaces on Twitter. They put his name on the rockets that they shot in Gaza, Suleiman Ahmad. He's pretty much on the wanted list. They passed the law. If you support, what was the law? The law was if you support Palestine, if you criticize Israel in any part of the world, and we have the information and whatnot, you would not be allowed entry. I think that's what they're doing nowadays. So if for me, I don't think I'll be allowed. I would have to go through probably Egyptian border.
Wow.
And Mazi that comes in here, he's an activist, so he's been to Gaza multiple times. The brother, he went in there with the aid and whatnot through Egypt. He said Egyptian, they took away, they went in with 2 trucks of aid or whatever before 7th of October, and they kept one of the trucks, and they made him wait at the border for 8 hours or 6 hours, and then they allowed him and his crew with 1 truck, into Gaza. And he said the Hamas are very respectful. They allowed it, they respected him, they showed him around what the Gaza, how people are suffering and whatnot. This is before 7th of October.
Gotcha. I don't know. I mean, I think with Facebook now and Instagram and the rest of it, they can do a search and find out much are.
Yeah, your Facebook is owned by Zionists.
Like I said, listen, you can keep it real. You have nothing to hide. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. Why be something else behind closed doors? Why? Who's that? You know, I think you do have a bunch of Zios in this room, Amir.
You have the ANN account. Or is it down in the audience, one or two account, the recorder? He's a designer. You know he's running for government? I have his everything, information, this idiot. I wonder, I'm gonna check with the lawyer if he can send him a cease and desist. So John, don't worry, we have a lot of information on you. His name is John Kitover or something.
Yeah,
Yep, you know, we'll send him a cease and desist. If not, we'll have to take him to court.
Wait, Amir, can you repeat that?
So the idiot down in the audience with the ANN account, you see that? With the ANN account, I can't kick him. I can't do nothing with this stupid new feature that they have, the plus account. I have a plus account as well.
Yeah.
I can go into incognito mode. I can jump in. Can you stop that? Wow. Seriously? Okay, have a safe flight to the hallway. Bye-bye. Okay. So the person with the plus account, like myself, I can go into incognito mode into any room and nobody can kick me out. And what he does, he streams it directly on YouTube or into his rooms and then from his room to YouTube.
Does he have nothing better to do?
Nope, he's a lowlife.
But shouldn't Clubhouse be able to do something about that once it's reported?
How do you report an anonymous account? Click on his account and you can't even report it.
No, can't you use the account that he has with his real name?
Oh wait, we're gonna send a friend request.
You can report that account, but what do we do about 30 phones? He's got 30 phones.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The madness.
Wait, Amir, you have a plus account. Shouldn't you be able to see and view who it is?
I can't. I click on it, it just gives me the same option what you see.
Amir, there's a simple solution for this. Move to the middle. Let's solve all the problems.
Bro, I lived over there.
Come back.
We miss you. Look at him. Nobody misses me, bro. But doctor, the Saudi Arabia, to be honest with you, apart from the holy sites, there's nothing there, bro. It's dry.
Wait, Amir, I have a question. Do you prefer the Muslim community in Los Angeles or do you prefer the Muslim community in Saudi Arabia?
To be honest with you, if it was in my hands, I would love to boycott all of the GCC countries because they are responsible for what's happening to the Palestinians. And whether, doctor, we agree or disagree, but we can always agree to disagree respectfully. But these countries, they're liable. Like the UAE is liable for what's happening to the Sudan, Palestinians, what's happening to Palestinians. All GCC countries are responsible for it. It's not just one.
So then we should just all live in America. America's not liable.
No, America is responsible. So I talked to my accountant how to not give the money to the genocide. So my accountant told me give it away to your either local mosque or give it to like UNRWA or something, and you get a receipt and you can find it's a tax write-off. And I gave something to General yesterday, and General said it's called a defund. I found out through Twitter Spaces. So what it is it's like a trust account. You set up a trust account in the UK, and the government would have to show you that the money is not going to the genocide or war. It has to be used locally, right, General?
Yeah, tax. So, for example, in the UK, when you work for an employer, your employer automatically takes the tax out and gives it to HMRC. What you can then do is you can request a refund of that tax, put it into a consolidated account on the side, essentially, until the government proves that they're not aiding and abetting the genocide or war crimes. And then when they've done that sufficiently, they can then access those funds. But it is a very interesting way of doing things.
I think that's both great and amazing. Me personally, I hated America since my parents came there, so I prefer to live in the Middle East. I like to California a couple times. I've been to Northern California. My ex-wife is from Northern California.
Oh yeah, mashallah.
Americans is not it. Even with everything he said sounds great now, Americans utilize that and give as much money as possible as they can afford to Palestine and Sudan and any other cause. To me, it's nothing better.
Yeah, but you know, Ben, you don't feel you don't see racism in South Arabia. I felt racism, bro. Right? The racism to the next level.
Amir, what are you? I don't know what your nationality.
I'll tell you about it later because people are trying to kill me on this app.
Right.
When I lived over there, bro, even black rabbi gave me a threat. He said he wants to kill me. If I told him I'm in Compton, come on, pull up.
By your mom, you wouldn't get
No, I mean, so Compton is getting gentrification. They're gentrifying it because they built a Ram Stadium in Inglewood, right? So and they spent I don't know almost more than I think $1 or $2 million on the Ram Stadium. So city of Inglewood used to be really bad. The crime rate. That's where next to the Ram Stadium, there's actually a cemetery where Michael Jackson's grave is, where he's buried, right? And that area, the houses and everything, the crime rate was really high in that area. And now, if you go to buy a house, you're looking at minimum, what is it, 1.5 million or 2 million? Because me and my partner, we were looking into buying a small parking lot for the cars because I'm in the car rental business. And tiny place, like you could barely hold like 10 cars across the street from Ram Stadium. You know how much they wanted? $1.2 million for a tiny piece of land. And I was in a shock. I'm like, wow.
That's California. You should spend $1 million on rental dates.
No. So I'll tell you this: before the Ram Stadium thing, right? It was you could probably find a land in that area. That area was full of crime. The crime rate was really high. You could get one for 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. It's because of Ram Stadium. Everything gone up.
Well, as far as your question, have I experienced racism in the Middle East? In the past, yes, not in Saudi, but I have experienced racism. Now, it wasn't towards me. I've never personally encountered racism in my life, other than Israel. I think that was more so for the Muslim. But in Qatar, I've heard about a lot of instances. I've never either come on. But in Riyadh, I've had a house here for years. I used to come here frequently for business, and then I just decided to move here. But no, I've never experienced any racism in Riyadh.
When I lived over there, I had to carry a copy of a residency, Iqama, right, with me as a 6A. But can you imagine 7-year-old? And I did get pulled over by the cops over there in Saudi Arabia. I was living in Jeddah, and walking to the grocery store, whatnot. My dad gave me a copy of his residency, right? And I got pulled over and I had to show them the residency. Otherwise, they pick you up, and then your dad or somebody would have to come in and get you released. And there was a lot of these things back in the day. And if the women didn't wear hijab, they would they will detain them, and some women would get their beaten up and whatnot. There was
the King Salman.
Yeah, and the women could not drive. This is a violation of the Sharia, the divine law. Divine said, the divine law is they're supposed to get the right. So there was a lot of these things, right? It was very restricted, and there was a lot of spies. And my dad was like, "Be careful! Don't say anything against the king, and this and that. Otherwise, And people get picked up like right and left, and even the scholars are doing time inside Saudi Arabia. Or anybody that speaks up against, any of these kings. And in their schools, they like to glorify fucking kings. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, but what's wrong with the kings?
I know you're naive. Don't say it. I know. I don't want something to happen to you, bro.
Oh, I'm good. Saudi Arabia is very welcoming. The Middle East is very welcoming to what they consider to be American investors. So I don't have an issue. Plus, it's really different here. How you're describing. I wasn't here during that period. I did have family members in I do have family in Riyadh during that period.
What are you doing in Riyadh? Why not live in Jeddah, like close to Makkah Mukarramah? Like you could drive to Makkah for an hour and Medina like 4 hours. Riyadh, there's nothing in Riyadh, man. It's like a desert.
You say
Well, there's business. I mean, business.
So I know, but I'm saying at the same time, you know, you could visit the holy places as well, like once a week or once every 2 weeks if you live in Jeddah.
Yeah, Jeddah's nice. Jeddah's very pretty. But Jeddah's hotter than Iran. Jeddah, bro. It's nighttime. Yo, it's nighttime. I tell everyone this story. I come out the airport. It's literally like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. And as soon as the sliding doors hit me, 48 degrees Celsius, boom, I'm like, the sun is gone. What's happening? You know, and I spent most of my adult life in Florida, and I've never felt that. So that was crazy. Jeddah's hot. This other thing is Jeddah's so far away from business.
What I was saying was the discrimination in general, like the kafala system, like it's basically, so when I lived over there, right, so my dad couldn't even buy a car under his name. It had to be under his, the kafil's name, right? Somebody that has a Saudi national. And, even the house back then, you would have to buy it under somebody that's a Saudi citizen. You would become a co-owner or whatever. There was a lot of these things back in the days, right? And you wouldn't believe it, my dad's old friend, he bought a store, a Riyalain store near Makkah, right? Near the Haram, And, he spent about 50,000 riyals, right? He opened up a store, it was a tiny place, and he started making good money, And it was under the Saudi national's name, and he was sort of like a side partner, you could say. And that Saudi guy, he saw him become successful, took over his business, kicked him out.
Well, I heard that many times.
Bro, there's a lot, and I felt like, what the hell is this? Look, I have respect for it only for the Holy Kaaba in Medina, right? The house of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him. But other than that, there's nothing there, bro. There's nothing there. These people are destroying the Islamic historical places. Like, look at the.
Well, to be fair, everything you named is literally probably 7 to 10 years ago. So none of those things are really happening now. Because
they are destroying historical places, though. The Masjid al-Qiblatain, they were in the process of destroying that, right? They even flattened Jannat al-Baqi, right? Where the graves of the Sahabas are, right? Whatnot. They've done a whole bunch of, and do you know that they were going to break the green dome on the top of the mosque, right? And there was a report in 2014, a cleric report from Saudi Arabia. They wanted to move the grave of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, to an unknown location. There's a lot of these things. It boils your blood that these people, who gave these people to, control the holy places, man?
Yeah, I think they have an organization that governs that. Again, like I said, I wasn't here for those different events. Relations for me, as you know, I'm a businessman. I'm here for business. Riyadh is better for business.
Walaikum assalam.
Yeah, because you have Jamal is nearby, Abu Dhabi is nearby, Qatar is nearby. If you're going from Riyadh, whereas Jeddah is a little bit further, Jeddah's like 3 hours away. So that's why we're going. Me personally, I still love Saudi. I came out from Saudi. I hear all those things you say. However, you're talking to someone like yourself. You're talking to someone who lived in America. So we go for atrocity. We can do that with every country in the world. There's no utopia on planet Earth. So for me, I just prefer to live in a Muslim country. Plus, how you should be dressed in my PTR, I dress like that almost every day. I prefer to wear jalabi. I prefer to dress traditionally when I was in Florida. That's just how it was. He's probably gonna hate that. The average day you catch me a jalabi and eat a ton of sandwich. So throw that out there for Bull to cry about.
Bull don't mind. He can live the way he live, bro. Oh my God.
Really, he torments me. So
no, it's like a love and hate relationship between you and Bull. You guys are both good brothers. It's just maybe look, me and Bull, we had that beef as well in the beginning, but then we found a common ground. You see what I'm saying? So he'll come around. You guys both will come around. One day.
When he comes to the Cool Centric, I'll make sure. I make sure I utilize my capability.
What are you gonna do with it? You gonna kick him out? Oh my God!
He starts talking, and I'm gonna kick him down.
Why would you do that? Who's this guy, man? Let me move him down. This idiot. Did you want to move down? Did you want me to move you down or kick you out? Okay, consider the audio. He wanted man. He wanted him up. He's calling me a B word in Farsi. Oh my god.
You should saw the PTR. Guys like that are hilarious.
Which of them? Who is this guy?
But like I said, Amir, we miss you over here, man. You know, there's really nice villas in Qatar for you. You know, we can set it up. You have a perfect idea.
Qatar, I heard it's a nice place, but a lot of these nations are getting filled with expats.
You have a perfect view. In Qatar, you have a perfect view of the missiles from Iran. Perfect view. I mean,
Thank you. Look at him, brother. Fayaz, look at this guy.
Did you see them fly over you?
I was actually in Qatar when that happened. I had a layover in Qatar. So I was flying from the United States. I was actually in Qatar when that happened. That was insane. People were overreacting though. They weren't as close. They were very high in the sky. I thought it was a shooting star until I saw like 10.
Oh,
They were shooting star.
We the people of Iran, don't want our bombs and missiles to fly to Israel. That's what you terrorists love, not me.
We terrorists love.
You want Israeli missiles to fly to Iran and kill your
He's a Pahlavi supporter.
Israel has no problem with Iran and Iranians as long as this terrorist regime that you love so much is raging over Iran. The missiles are gonna fly over Iran.
Did you want Pahlavi the prostitute to come back?
I want Pahlavi, the one that fucks your mom every night, to come back. Yeah, that's right.
You want him to come back so you can fuck your mom, right?
No, I want him to come back so he can put our dicks in your mom.
Yeah, really. It sounds like you want Pahlavi to live in your mouth.
No, I pushed him down. I pushed him down.
I was about to unleash some Iranian missiles.
No, you don't have to do that, General. I mean, what kind of
You have to stoop low for these scumbags. These
5,000 years of Persian culture.
Yeah, 30 seconds. That's what we should talk about.
I mean, I don't understand. I was watching yesterday. I think I suggest everybody watch this. Mehdi Hassan is doing a program. Did a program.
Oh, did you watch it with 50?
Yeah, surrounded.
It's brilliant.
It's brilliant. And
Did you see the Iranian one?
I saw the Persian guy. He says children in Gaza. I mean, Mehdi Hassan asks, is it okay to snipe children in Gaza? Because IDF has sniped children. He justifies it. He says yes, because children are indoctrinated by the Palestinians to hate Jews. So it's okay to kill children. He literally justifies it. So Mehdi Hassan goes on to say, look, you may have your problem with the IRGC, and just because Iran supports Palestine, you don't have to hate Palestinians just because your enemies. I mean, I'm putting these words: your enemy's enemy is your friend. But he says no. The children are being, radicalized. The Palestinian children. So literally, he says that it's okay to kill them. I don't understand these Persian people, man.
Yeah, but first of all, the proof is on them. Where are they being radicalized, first of all? You are radicalizing them. No, when you know how you radicalize a Palestinian kid? You kill their parents. That's how you radicalize them.
Absolutely. And actually the radicalization happens in Israel for Jewish children. They are the ones who are being radicalized. They are the ones, they have these Hesder system of education, which literally combines both military as well as normal education, military and religious education in a normal school. So this Hesder system of education is funded by the government of Israel, and it teaches children literally what the Talmud says about the Goyim, about the Arabs being lower in status and so on.
That's absolutely true.
They literally teach it to their children, and they start growing up hating Arabs and looking down on Arabs. This is exactly
exactly what they teach. And then when they reach the age of, just before they have to join the army, at the age of 18 or 19, they are given rigorous training in, killing, theoretical training in killing, in bombing and so on. The theory is based on religious scripture in the sense that what will you do? One of the questions that they will be asked is, what will you do that when you are, chasing terrorists, if a child comes across in front of you, what will you do with the child? Will you still, your goal is to catch the terrorists. In this case, they refer to the Arabs. But a child is going to hold you back on them. What will you do? The answer has to be, the answer they're looking for is, I will kill the child in order to go and catch the Arab. That's the answer they want every would-be IDF to say. That's how they are radicalized. So there's so much of radicalization in Israel that the more I read it, the more I'm scared for not just for the Palestinians or the Arabs, I'm scared for the whole world. This country, in my opinion, the longer it exists, the less safe the world is. This country needs to be dismantled from its current form. Something else needs to come up in its place. This is the reality. And I don't come here and BS. There are schools that teach this. There are yeshivas, the religious schools that are teaching these things, and they are funded, by the Israeli government. And there are thousands such yeshivas, and also what is known as the pre-yeshivas, which are basically called mechinot. Mechinot is the kind of preschool or the medium, what do you call, it's a high school before you go into the pre-university. So all these things are literally radicalizing Jewish children. And I don't see that's how that's going to be stopped. I'm just talking in the context of this Iranian guy shouting. I don't understand what's wrong with these Iranian guys. You can have your problem with IRGC, you can hate IRGC, but it doesn't mean that you have to hate Palestinians. And for this guy who cursed General and Amir, let me tell you, I don't consider Hamas as a terrorist organization. Take it, deal with it.
Yeah, but the irony about these so-called scumbag, Iranian Zionists and prostitute Pahlavi supporters is the irony is they say that the IRGC is tyrannical, but they want to replace it with something that is almost worse. Look at his father, the Shah of Iran, that prostitute. He was a dictator, and he had an organization, a secret police called the Savak. Ask them about what the Savak did to the Iranian people. They do not want to replace it with a liberal democracy. They want to replace it with the Pahlavis.
By the way,
they want to make him the king.
But the fact, you guys remember Aiden, that used to be here, that used to come in the chat, the girl picture? Do you remember?
Aiden or Ida?
Ada. Remember that?
Ada, yeah, I know.
You know, it's the same person. He had a different picture, and I checked the back channel message. It was the same person. Can you believe it? He was
He transitioned.
He transitioned. There you go.
Oh wow.
And he just makes me back channel. He's like, stop being a hypocrite. Mofo, you when you become a guy from a girl.
He did transition.
Yes, Siawash. Did you want to say something, Siawash?
Yes, please. First, I want to say hi to everyone. Second, so I can understand Andy, but if you search any prison in north of Tehran, it's a prison of north of Tehran that is very bombing. In that
Evin prison was it?
It's a Evin prison in north of Tehran.
Yeah,
that prison is only for opposition, for the people that they're protesting for either hijab and everything. And Israel bombing that. Can you believe that? It's a small room in a prison. The prisoner can't move anywhere. But Israel.
Yeah, I heard that they killed a few people in the prison.
Yeah, Andy, every time we said we don't have any problem with Syrian people. We have just problem with Bashar Assad. Bashar Assad. Israel is bombing Syria. He said, I don't have any problem with Lebanese, but he's bombing everywhere in Lebanon.
Yeah, but brother, he said he doesn't have any problem with the Gaza people.
Please,
But then he's killed how many thousands?
Go ahead. Yeah, a lot. Wash your eyes. See the word in a fair way. You know, that prisoner in the Tehran, I'm repeating that. They are opposition. And Israel, the meaning is they have a problem with the government in Iran. And Israel bombing that. I saw it peaceful even. First, they are bombing, and after that, you can ask them why you bombing the prison. The answer is they are using that for I don't know making bomb, making rocket, and other things. Come on. First, I want to let you know this, and with this way, you don't have any bright future because you are fighting with everything. I'm so sorry, guys.
You know, Tommy Robinson, you might have heard of this guy, a British guy who's a Zionist who support, you know him, yeah. So this guy issued a statement. He's an anti-Muslim and Islamophobic, pro-Zionist, pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian, who I think who's still in prison.
No, he's out.
He's out. Okay. So he issued a statement that Bashar Assad never killed a single Christian. Christians were safe under Bashar Assad. Now, so basically the U.S. and Israel, got him out, brought in allowed Jolani to take over. So now they are saying that Jolani is bad because Christians and Druze are being attacked. So these people have no basis, no conscience, nothing, man. It's on a day-to-day basis they change their positions.
In the north of Tehran, it's a street, we call it Passan, or the last name is Saltanatollah. Region, Iranian Jews, they have store over there. They are selling antiques and something like that. In these 12 days, before and after, you can't see anything from the other Iranian to say them why Jewish are doing that, because they are living here, the Iranian respect them, and they are respecting Iranians. They are living together for more than 3,000 years.
Yeah.
So Iranian Muslims, they don't have any problem with Christians and Jewish, but they have problem. Not the Iranian Jewish, but the Jewish that they are living in Israel, they have problem with Muslims. Everything at the Holocaust time happened for them. They are doing that with Palestinians, but they changed the view. Just they changed the view, and you can believe that it's a I don't know, because it's not 100 years ago, 80 years ago.
But Siavesh, only after this 12-day war, I found out, that Iran has the second largest Jewish population in the world, and also one of the oldest Jewish population in the world. And in Tehran alone, no, not Tehran, I think Isfahan or some city, they have about 14 synagogues and all old, traditionally built synagogues.
Iran is fourth or fifth because after revolution, most of them moved. The problem is because before that they can support the country Israel. It was legal in Iran, but right now they close the way that they can support it. Every Jewish must support their country. I can understand. It's really good if Muslims do something like that. Is good for everyone, But it's fourth or fifth. I think right now we have less than 1 million Jewish in Iran, and I'm not support my government. I have a lot of problem with it. But I want to be fair. Right now they have a chair in parliament in Iran. because of their religion. The only person that they don't have any chair is Baha'is. Unfortunately, Iranian government, they are not letting them. Christian, Jewish, Zoroastrian, I don't know, all of them have a chair in parliament. Come on, dude. I'm not talking about democracy. I know. Yuchi, one of our friends said Nabi was dictator. Yes, he was dictator. But when you want a dictator, you are comparing with Hitler, Gaddafi, I don't know, a lot of person. He was not like them. But remember that it's Middle East. You can't really bring a democracy like Swiss here. We are far from there for 200 years.
But Siavesh, can I intervene here? Pahlavi came after ousting Mossadegh, who was a democratically elected leader. So you already had democracy. Swiss had that democracy very late in today's life. You know, I think it came about only in the last one. You had democracy. Iran had democracy and elections much before the Swiss started having that. So you don't. I mean, when you say that we cannot have a democracy like the Swiss overnight, you are making it's a wrong statement. You already had democracy. Mossadegh was electorally elected leader, and he was toppled by Raza Pahlavi. Okay, that's the truth.
No, Brazil by the different. Honestly, I have a problem with Reza Pahlavi too, because for 45 years he doesn't do anything as a politic, as an opposition. He just sitting, eating, and have fun with his friend. I have a problem with that. And Muhammad Yusuf was a good king, honestly. And remember that if you search for your interviews, he has problem with Israel too. He said to Palestine a lot of things too. For example, you don't have power. You need to do something for yourself. The Muslims are just sitting and watching you. And he has problem with Israel too. He said all the media is under Israeli control. And your voice is not, and the people of the world, they can hear your voice. Muhammad Yusuf was a good king, honestly. He was dictator, yeah. But he was a good king. But forget about Reza Pahlavi. He's son of the king, and he's just, I told you, he's sitting, eating, and have fun with others. The problem is, yeah, we have democracy here, but remember that we are choosing our, I don't know, for example, president, but they are coming to our election as a systematic control. For example, they are choosing 4% and said you guys can vote to one of them. I don't. It's our problem, honestly. It's our problem. It's not I don't know word problem. And the other thing I told you, I know it's Middle East. We are better than other countries. Do you know? But we have a supreme leader like before revolution. The king or supreme leader, he can control everything. I don't have any problem with that. Do you know? I have problem, honestly. I have problem, but we need to work as a political things to resolve a problem, not just fighting, shouting. I don't know, saying bad words to others. Like unfortunately, some of Iranian, they forgot the subject. They just want to fight together. You know, forgot that Hamas. I'm so sorry, just one. They forgot that the person that he's trying to keep his land is not terrorist. So Hamas is not terrorist. They are fighting for his land, for their land. When I don't know, Iraq attack our country, some of the some of the Iranian, they are starting to fight with Iraqi people before the army can come there. So Iraq can call them terrorists, yes, because they are fighting with you. But in our view, they are not terrorists. They are fighting for their land.
Siavesh, I have a question.
Hamas and Palestinian, they are fighting for their land. So they are not terrorists.
Okay, Siavesh, I have a question for you, and it's a very genuine question that I really want to understand. Why is it you heard the other guy who was here, the other Iranian who was here abusing us, cursing us, calling us Palestinian terrorists? Who was that? Who was that, Amir?
So that's Artash. That's Artash. His name is Artash. Yeah.
Yeah, his name is written in Persian in the.
I blocked from the other account. He started coming into the room with the girl's picture in the audience. And then kept on complaining, why you kick out Artash? I'm like, come up, let's have a conversation. I kicked this account as well. And then today he comes up with the guy's picture and comes up, starts cursing, hey, B word, this and that. And then I check the back channel message, it's the same person. I'm like, oh my god, catfishing.
Okay, so this is my question. Maybe Narges also knows. Siamesh is here. So, okay, I totally understand the problems that Iranians have. Some of them don't want the IRGC, some of them want it, and those who are opposed to IRGC want IRGC gone, the Ayatollah gone, and all that. Okay, every country has its own problems. I don't have an issue with that. Okay, but here is my point. Why is it so many Iranians, like this guy that I just mentioned, who was telling Mehdi Hassan in his show that Israel has can kill children because these children are terrorists. So why is it that some of these Iranians hate Palestinians? This is something that I don't understand. Is it simply because of the belief that your enemy's enemy is your friend? Like Israel is Palestinians' enemy, therefore Israel is my friend. That kind of a thing.
Obviously for yours it comes from like superficial thinking, right? This would not hold true to all Iranians who do not want the IRGC. What you're witnessing is just loudness exhibited by a handful of people who are kind of jahil in a way. Like it truly comes from a place of ignorance, I think, because how is one equivocating a bad government to being okay with the death of innocent children, whilst the very complaint against this government is that they are crude or cruel to the innocent. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So somewhere there's
the right word is jahil. You're
yeah,
right.
it is just a pure ignorance.
Pure ignorance, and also a lot of, I think, brainwashing takes place.
But a very small group, Fayaz.
Yeah. Okay.
This is not, whatever you're hearing is loud noises from like a particular small group.
I want to explain my view too. First, you can't believe that there are too much. There are very few because you can find them in media, and media is the place for I know the people. They have a lot of free time. They're getting social or other things. I don't want to say anything like that, but honestly, it's just media. In the street, if you can say, if you can ask Iranian people, they don't have any problem with Jewish, but they have problem with Zionists. They don't hate Palestinians. Do you know that if you can ask in the history, don't believe the media exactly like CNN, Al Jazeera is fair, honestly, but BBC and other things, the organizations, media, they are telling you that the things that they want. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to tell you my view, but my view is not perfect like you guys. And the other thing, sometimes yes, if you want to close your eyes, you can believe that your enemy of your enemy is your friend. But honestly, they are not your friends. You can see Palestine, you can see Lebanon, you can see Syria, other countries. They just need to read more, but they are not too much. There are a few.
Yes, I know. I understand that. I understand that. But this is, I was shocked when I just narrated this before Nargis came into the room. This guy, this American Iranian guy who's opposed to IRGC, was sitting in front of Mehdi Hassan in his show yesterday and justifying Israel killing children because, according to him, Palestinians, radicalize their children to hate Jews. So he literally justifies killing of children by Israel. He had no other explanation for that. That's why I was, this was at the back of my mind, and then this guy comes and starts abusing us. That's why I had to ask this question. But I know it's very few people who are jahil enough to do these things, say these things.
I forgot to tell you guys. So Trump came out yesterday. He said, not Trump, White House officials said Netanyahu likes to bomb everything. He's a madman. Isn't that funny? A madman, and he likes to bomb everything.
Who said that, Amir? Who said that?
They didn't give out the name. They just said White House officials.
Yeah. Okay.
How does it make a statement like that, man? Like
It was in the Axios. It was like a leak. I don't think it was a leak, but the Times of Israel picked up on it. And you guys know how I feel about Times of Israel, right? Shame goes, he probably had a subscription of Times of Israel.
I'll consider it. I'll consider it.
You consider you want to become a Islamist or you want to become a Salafi?
I'll consider
Oh my god, is this Nubian?
Nubian wants to become a Salafi, oh my god. When is this happening? Are you going to read the Ibn Taymiyyah, Sheikh al-Islam's book? Are you going to read it?
What do you walk into, bro? God, what do you walk into? I'll consider it. You invited me to be a Salafi. I'll consider it. You have to show me a few things.
He would never.
Okay. Do you take any of the scholars, the four?
Nubian word, bro.
What about Imam Abu Hanifa? Do you take anything from Imam Abu Hanifa?
Like I said, I'll consider it.
No comments. Oh my god. Don't tell me we have another body here. Is that another body?
He's not his nephew.
I know, but he's not another body.
He is his nephew. Like he's his relative.
I know.
Name me the scholars, I'll consider it.
Doctor, do you take anything with Imam Abu Hanifa? Define consideration. What are you considering?
Oh God.
Speak up, Nubian.
No, just watch this. I invite you guys to my private room.
In my private chamber shall I reveal to you the secrets of the universe.
Randy said that for like 2 hours yesterday, and it's in Lions Den. They were attacking and calling him a heretic, and he just kept
He triggers everybody.
He was like, everyone can come.
Even I triggered him one time. I said, bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
I crashed out on him, just day before. I crashed out. And he was having a lot of support from like Christians and some others around him. I was like, and he was being all quiet. I was looking bad. In the end, I ended up apologizing. I freaking crashed out.
But you do take from Imam Abu Hanifa, right, doctor?
I'll consider it.
He does.
No, I'm just asking you. So which of the four, one of the four scholars do you think you're, the madhab from? Like,
See, I can't tell you who my scholars are. You have to come to my private chambers. We have a conversation over the
So do you call yourself a Hanafi or a Shafi or Maliki? What do you call yourself?
Oh, okay, that's an easy question. So I call myself a Muslim.
None of them.
Alright, so I think what it is, it's very complicated, doctor. We're leaving it at that. I came across quite a few people like that on this app. They're just follow the Quran Kareem and the Sunnah, and that's it.
Not even.
So then the Quran is a case of. I see you've been debating.
They don't like Quran.
You've been debating Nazia. She's a good debater, huh?
I'll put it like this, right? To the Sunnis, I'm a Quranic, and to the Quranists, I'm a Sunni.
That's true. These guys, so they're Quran-centric or something. I mean, that whole movement of that,
No, but doctor, just gonna tell you what.
They can choose hadith.
Imam Abu Hanifa's position was that it was sort of like close to Quran-centric position. Okay, You should look into Imam Abu Hanifa, right? That's one of the madhabs, right? And that was his position, more from the Quran Kareem, right? And then the Hadith. But the other madhabs is like 50-50.
Wow, I can sleep at night. I'm a Hanafi. Yay!
ये लोग कभी मजहब को नहीं लेते आमिर ये लोग कभी भी मजहब को नहीं लेते
I want you to teach me. I'm good. I'm not gonna go down that path. I'm done. I'm done.
If you go down that path, you better be skipping.
Have you watched Hindi movies, the British Raj movies, the English, with this English
Stop
army
it.
people?
I speak good Hindi. I speak good Urdu. I can tell Fayaz
I felt like I'm watching Lagan. I'm hearing a dialogue from Lagan.
Yeah, she's fluent in Hindi. I actually I found out, right? I was in a shock. How could an Iranian person speak, this language, this tribal language, right? I was in a shock.
No, she
lived over there. Yeah. She lived over there. I was like, wow, that's interesting.
And she seems.
I mean, look at Nubian. He speaks Arabic. He's not an Arab. He speaks Arabic.
Nargis tried to teach me Urdu. She tried.
Right? Nubian, you're not Arab. You're not an Arab, right?
No. Amir, what you don't know is that Nargis has not only lived in India, she has lived in an area where they speak the most colloquial Urdu.
the worst. Like everything I learned was from like service providers, if you know what I mean. Those give you service.
Khushai Jagabada? Like you don't speak Sindhi, do you?
No, I don't speak Sindhi.
Wow.
Oh, do you speak Sindhi? Wow. Are you from Punjab?
We'll have to. What is it?
If he speaks Sindhi, he should be from
go
Sindhi.
into detail.
Where's Sindhi?
Go into detail.
Doctor, I think we're gonna pass on that. I think you need to take it up with the Lions Den. There's a lot of clubhouse scholars.
Good doctor is a lost cause, man.
There's a lot of clubhouse scholars on this app. You should go into the Lions Den and kill their brain cells. Doctor, I know. I think I can sense it. I think everything is gonna be a teaching mark.
I got this quick stutter step cross. If you want.
I think you got under the skin. I think Bull and who was it? I think the sister Ezra, and then there's other people. I think they had a problem. I think it's gonna be the same thing with when it comes out of the madhab.
May I know why you've become a doctor overnight, doctor?
That's what I was asking. When
did you become a doctor?
I've been working the whole time I've known you guys. I've been working on my PhD. I told you guys that management.
What is your thesis on, doctor? What are you?
Shut the heck.
What are you doctor of? Sorry?
No, my education is in construction engineering.
No, the doctorate is for what?
Say again?
No,
For
what is it?
gibbering.
What does your
Jibber bullshitting, that's what it is.
No, you have a doctorate on what? You have a doctorate on what?
His doctorate
On which
on
subject?
trolling.
I've already answered the question.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Can you repeat that, please?
I said my education, my formal, where do you go? My formal education is in construction engineering.
Construction engineering.
Engineering,
Okay.
that's what I do. Yeah. Oh yeah, I hope you weren't expecting something, like philosophical. I wouldn't waste my money.
He does speak tongues, though. Well, at least he did. His profile did yesterday.
These tongues? I don't know.
Anyway, we started talking about what the Trump officials said about the Netanyahu, but you know what has happened actually, Amir, when they bombed this Catholic church in Gaza, that has actually touched a raw nerve in most of the American Christians, so at least Zionist Christians. I don't know if you guys know this guy called Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is a right-wing conservative Christian who also believes that unless all the Jews gather in one place, the Messiah will not return will not come. So he's one of those believers. and he's also the editor of the, you know that there's a magazine called The Wire, the Daily Wire. Okay, so he has extreme views on pro-Israel, extreme pro-Israel views. So he came out yesterday. He issued a statement. He has a YouTube channel as well. He issued a statement saying that we have so far been, he was addressing Israel and Netanyahu, that in spite of everything that you have done, we have been supportive of you simply because we believe that you are doing the right thing, which will help the Christian cause. But you have now crossed the line. I'm just paraphrasing what he said, what I heard him say. You have now crossed the line. You have started bombing us, in the sense, bombing the churches. So you will have to be careful going forward. So this guy, Michael now justifies everything that's going on in Gaza. Now, if for him to come out and say that you have crossed a line is a big thing. Even Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, he also went out and made a statement that Israel is. This was with regards to the attacks in a village called Taibe, where they are attacking Christians and they're ethnically cleansing Christian Palestinian population. So he made a statement on that. He also made a statement that Israel is not giving visas for Christian missionaries to visit Israel and propagate their religion. And he even warned that we will kind of reciprocate it. We will restrict visas for Israelis coming into the US. So, it is all happening now. I just hope that it all happens faster than it is happening.
Yeah. Is everyone going to ignore the fact that Nargis just grew a mustache? Or?
Yep. That is kind of interesting to see men become a woman.
No, that's the Indian part of it.
Women become a man.
Come on, General. So, doctor, you have written that you are working with your wife, and you still have your earphones on you.
No, I don't have my earphones. I have you guys on speaker pressed to my ear.
Okay.
I'm about to get in this car now.
I think you stay busy with the family, doctor. What are you doing on this app?
Please don't be jealous, though.
No. Doctor,
I'm not jealous, Dr. Mummy. I'm saying it, family comes first.
I am so jealous of you, Dr.
No, you know why Nargis, when my wife and I are going out together, and if I have my earphones on my मेरे कानों में जब होता है ना, तो she says, what is it that you don't want me to tell you?
Oh. So sweet.
That's flawless right there.
My wife is used to me either being on Clubhouse or on a business call. I live on the phone. Everything I do is on the phone.
That's disgusting.
So your phone is basically your private chambers then.
Your phone is your wife. That's what it is. Okay.
And we should find a girl for Amir.
Amir is that? I thought he was married.
He's also an older gentleman. He's 70, almost hitting 73.
No. He's much younger.
Amir's almost 73.
Amir
is an elderly gentleman. What are you talking about?
Where's Amos? I think Amos needs to find a wife as well. He wants to find Israeli or he's a kibbuznik. I told him he should move to Poland. I even told him, I said, inside Israel, it's so expensive to live over there, right? Leave and you can find 2-3 wives in Manila. There's a story in Haaretz newspaper. There's one, this girl, she said, it's so expensive to live inside Israel. And she packed up and she left to Manila, Philippines. She said, I was only making enough to pay the rent and the other stuff, I couldn't afford it.
Nice trick.
Israel is expensive.
Nice
We
trade.
can put Narcissist on the black rabbi. I mean, what do you think? We can put Narcissist and black rabbi together.
Oh wow.
Nubian, shut your mouth. Come on.
Nuggets is
Black rabbi, boys are confused so man.
Why don't you and Black Rabbi marry Nubian?
Oh,
Say what?
He would make a nice companion to you, Black Rabbi, and you.
No,
Both of you can travel the world and spread your religions. Like,
no, my wife, I have a lovely wife. I'm totally
you know,
happy with
your religions with no mazhabs in it, both of you.
no, I totally get it, doctor. I know your wife is listening to what you're saying, so you have to say all these things.
Yeah, like Scott pinched.
Oh, your phone is your second wife, Doctor.
No, it looks like it's his first wife, actually.
First and only, I guess.
But I mean, Nubian, say hello to us, to our sister. Assalamu alaikum, sister.
Assalamu
If you're there, just punch Nubian out every day, punch him until he drops his phone.
Now we're just gonna explain the mustache, or are we just gonna have to accept it?
Just enjoy it as you see it.
You look like a straight Michael Jackson in your profile picture.
Yeah, don't get too excited, Doctor.
Sister
Relax
Nuggets
yourself.
is
Relax yourself. Nubia and I don't get along, guys. I just want to let you guys know. Recently, I unblocked Dr. Nubia. What?
Did you really? Did you?
Yeah. He's so annoying. We both got into like battles before. Ideological. What ideological? Now we are friends.
Oh, it's like.
No, Muskani. No.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Otherwise,
Listen, I was modding with him. I made him mod today. He dropped me in the audience. With the
that guy.
Huh?
That guy.
Yeah.
Who, doctor dropped you?
Oh my God.
No, Fayaz, you don't know that story. It's long.
So, see, Durgis, yesterday when I said how long before you're gonna be in the same room together, remember when I
Listen,
said?
I
Wait for 5 hours, 6 hours, baby.
it was funny, bro.
SubhanAllah.
Come on, it was funny.
But then this is
Omar was there as witness.
Yeah, Narcissus is gonna have coffee on Rodeo tomorrow.
They did a Moscow takeover of
Hollywood Boulevard, actually, not Rodeo. But she's gonna have coffee on Hollywood Boulevard.
That's Abby goes there. What do you think? I can go there or what? It's
Personally, I have personally no problems with Narcissist. I consider her to be a friend and a co-member of our house for our center. I appreciate her philosophical comments and her little murmurs and whispers. They're usually unintellectual,
It
but
is
however,
haram to walk into your spaces. That's all
I think you should avoid words like haram. But all in all, but all in all, that's the only problem with Narcissist. Narcissist is one of my besties on this app.
nice. Wishful thinking is a good thing.
I hate her. My mom's name is Nurgis. It's weird whenever I say Nurgis on this app. I hate
Are
it.
you serious?
There's only a few people on this app that I can say I hate, and it's mostly black rabbi. I could literally rip his arms off with my bare hands and feel
He's so annoying, man.
I don't know, literally.
I have the same feelings about him, that's one person I cannot stand on this app. Just yeah.
Almost is a viewer. He's funny as heck. Almost, you dictator. You dictator.
No, the way he says coexist.
Israelian. Fayad. Israelian.
Yeah. Coexist.
He was here earlier, Sister Ezra, she actually called him out. She said, the Jewish sister that was here, she called him out.
It's damn cool, man.
Yeah, she called out the Amos that you are a Nazi and this and that, and he got butthurt. He said, you always talk about Hamas, you talk about what about the 7th of October? And then even Roman was in the chat, in the audios, right? He's like, well, can I put your picture on? I want to see it. I'm like, I'm not gay, bro. Come on. and then she triggered him really bad. He kept on shouting top of his lungs, and I actually had to move him down. He kept on shouting it as And she told him, like, how many, babies have you killed? 20,000 babies on the other side. Why
Yes,
don't you
it
talk about
gets
that?
them, man. Yes, it's a very sensitive court every time.
These people are sick. I mean, when you really just play by play, like when you just really listen to these Zionists, they're actually sick. Like it's madness. Like they have no, even Morty's the same way. You can talk, hey, this many babies were murdered. Well, they'll just be like, well, it's crazy.
Okay, that was very good contribution. Obviously, a lot said passionately and mostly nothing at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Nard. Thank you, Nard, just a chance.
Megan, how much longer before you're going to be co-modding that person?
Never.
How long?
Darcy had blocked me right away. Can you imagine? What audacity.
He blocked you?
What audacity. I called out some real metaphysical flaws.
Doctor, by the way, do you believe in Hadith corpus, Doctor?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I just need to.
He does.
Do you care? Do you respect the companions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, there's a video on YouTube. We called her out. Me, Nergis, and there's other brothers. We were part of
I do see Hadith corpus, Nard.
Look, we used to be
I know. I
part of
think it was.
we used to be part of this religious. I'm not gonna name any names. We used to be part of the Dawa room, and apparently she sent one of the brothers a message. She cursed the companion. She called the mother of the believers a B word. It's available on YouTube. If you Google it, if you YouTube it,
Nadia?
Yes, and Nadia and her husband.
Oh, her husband. He's something else.
Both of them. I'll put the
I was like, I don't know.
Bro, he recites like he's rapping.
Yeah, I figured. But I cannot believe Nazi said that. I cannot.
Okay. I'll back channel you the link. I'll back channel you the YouTube link. Just watch it. It's like only 1 minute long. And I used to go in there and Quran something, I would call it out. And I even told Brother Mahdi, but he's like, maybe it was taken out of context. I said it wasn't taken out of context.
I was the last person you should have told us to because I am gonna troll the shit.
I'm gonna send you the link right now, and just I don't even engage with these characters. And Nazia blocked me, and I am happy. I used to trigger her every time I see come across her or her husband. I'm like, these people shouldn't even be allowed in any Quran rooms.
Yeah, they're Quranists are the Western Quranists, I should say, are very interesting characters. And her husband doesn't even read or speak Arabic, so I'm like, how are you Quranists even learn the language of the world? Like, it's just madness. But I still can't believe I have to literally see that. I still can't believe she would actually say that. Like you said, the B word. That's extreme.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a back channel in the link right now. It's a disgusting. Brother, we used to be. I know all the Quranists on this. The part of that room that we were part of, they all started fighting because of the rooms that we used to host. And Nergis knows them, all of them. I know all of them, every single one of them, what their position is, how many rakats they pray, if they even believe in rakat, the salat. It's disturbing. And I got tired of it, and then the Palestinian, I was more into the Palestinian thing. I went on Twitter Spaces, and I said, on this app, we don't have a freaking room, perimeter room. So I started opening up rooms. The first room that I opened up, you know what the title was?
That's what
Therapy Room for Zionists. Therapy Room for Zionists.
Hold on, what was it?
Therapy Room for Zionists.
Oh, therapy room. Okay.
For Zionists. Because, the community, it's like a therapy, like.
Her husband and I were arguing over the proper way to do the proper shahada and all this madness.
Ooh. What shahada?
I respect the Sahaba. That's what you're talking about. Again, I'm a non-sectarian Muslim. I respect the Sahaba. I respect the Prophet. I respect all of his wives. I respect all of it. My thing is, my only contention that I always make, and I say it 1,000 times, should everyone.
So there's a link right there.
It should.
Wait, what is a non-sectarian?
I think every document, every piece of that's for relevance.
Wait, what?
Okay. I sent you a back channel message, doctor. Please do check it. That's only 1 minute long. If you want to watch it right now. I'm not putting it in the chat because some of the people, they might use it against other people. Anyways, what's up with you, Layla? Anything new?
Nothing. Wait, did he just say that he's a non-sectarian Muslim? What does that even mean?
If you were part of the Darbarum, Layla, you'll come across people that are non-sectarian. You'll come across people that are Quran-centric, Quranists, Shias, non-Shias, non-Quranists. They believe in. There's even a guy on this app. I forgot his name. He believes that according to Islam, they were what was it? They were the Jesus peace and blessing upon him was killed or something. According to Quran, yeah, you come across a lot of characters.
A lot of Malikis believe that. Did you know? It's not a small number, Anishan. It's quite a considerable number that but they won't hold to the story of resurrection. Like this would be the difference between like somebody who holds
Not the brother Sufyan, I don't. No, he doesn't.
Oh, Sufyan, yeah.
He doesn't. He's a Maliki Madhab scholar.
Correct.
I'm so confused.
So Layla, are you Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi? What are you?
I don't get into Islamic debates because I'm not educated. But
so look the way you're from, a lot of majority of the people are Hanafi. So just
I know what I am.
Take the title. You're Hanafi. Okay, take the title.
No, I know. I know what I am. No. I've been taught madrasa and I went to Qalam, so they taught the Hanafi madhab.
Did they hit you? Did they abuse you?
No, well of course not.
No, at the madrasa they beat kids.
No, really.
Who's Sunni? Oh my God, that's Noah. I can't believe you changed your name again, sister. I went to madrasa school back in Saudi Arabia. They do beat kids, and I told my mom to take me out. I was going to become a Hafiz Quran.
Going to be an atheist or what?
No, I instead of going to school, I saw there was a family friend that started, they left the school, and I was kind of, try something new. I think, what was it? I don't know, 7 or 8 years old or something. Tried it, didn't like it, and then they took me out, and then I went back to the regular school. So, did you watch it, Nubian? Did you watch it, brother?
He's on a walk or something. What time is it? Why does he take a walk?
He's in the daytime. It's at 12 o'clock. It's the daytime.
It's what time? 6 o'clock.
He's in Saudi Arabia.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's good. But watch the video.
Is there Dusra Wi-Fi, I think, over there?
I don't know, whatever he has. Anyways, just watch the video and call her out when you get a chance. It's disgusting, disturbing. So Leila, what you been up to? Are you enjoying the little carts on the side of the road?
No, dude, I got sick.
Food poisoning, just like Netanyahu?
Yeah.
Netanyahu got food poisoning, guys.
The day that he got it, I got it. I was like, stop for a while, man.
Oh my God, you guys have something in common, right?
No, please don't ever say that.
No, food poisoning. I'm not saying anything else. Food poisoning.
Yeah, I was tripping out for a second because I was like, what do you mean?
Right.
But it's okay. I'll be fine. I'll survive.
Sure. Just drink lots of water. See a doctor or something.
That's what I did, right? And they sent me home with liquid IV. Where I'm at, the doctors ain't it. They sent me home with liquid IV. and they told me to drink water, and I was like, damn, thanks. I'm not gonna get any actual medicine. Okay.
Yeah, drink lots of water. Make sure you get a spring bottled water because the tap water you won't be able to handle it
Yeah, that's true.
because you're Americanized. That's the problem.
Oh hell
That's the
no.
problem with these people that are Americanized, man. These people have been Americanized.
Totally,
What are you talking about? I can't have a single glass of tap water. What are you talking about? You think the only one with a freaking hot? I don't have it, man.
I get my water from the water store.
Oh, do you buy it from them?
So
Why don't you buy these filtration? Mama, when my mom came here a couple of months ago, she installed like filtration devices on all my taps.
Oh yeah, but I've been using the same water store for the past 8 years or 10 years, so I'm hooked up to that water, that taste. I want that same taste. So even if I move out of the area, I drive about 5 or 6 miles. I take my empty 5-gallon bottles until they're done, right, and then I bring it home. I have a water dispenser. So yeah, I go there
Come
like
and drop it off at your house. Why are you freaking going?
because I did subscribe to Sparklet and Arrowhead. I didn't like the taste.
Yeah.
I'm hooked up to the water store. Water store doesn't do that.
Oh, that's a deliver or what?
Guys, I love Dasani. I don't know what it is. Dasani.
Yeah, did you want to say something? Yep, that's good. So Ben is not speaking. We have Layla. She's speaking. Go on, Layla. Entertain us, Layla.
Okay, let me tell you about the time that I made a Zionist shit in his pants. So I'm not even kidding, right? So basically we had like this like tabling thing at our university, okay? And so the Zionist, like, he kept like, so we used to table like every Wednesday, right? Every Wednesday he'd come up and he'd like hog our time, right? So so basically there was one time, right, where somebody wanted to take the shahada at our table. And, like we were getting the works, we were coordinating like a sheikh to come to the table and give the shahada and whatnot, right? This freaking Zionist comes up, okay?
And you think using my profile picture will get you more girls? It's not gonna work out for you.
And then I was like, okay. So I was like, hey, do you want a cookie? And I put like a few lactates in the cookie. Like it was like a cookie sandwich, or like like whoopie cookies, right? So I put a few lactates in the cookie and I crushed them up and I ate into the vibe, right? And 20 minutes into interrupting us, he started to shit his pants. I kid you not. Like he just stood there and started shitting himself. So yeah, I don't know if that was funny, but like to me it was funny in the moment.
I hope he was wearing a diaper.
No, he wasn't. That's what made it funny.
Yeah. Dustin, did you watch the clip? Nah, bro, you don't miss me, man. Actually, did you watch the clip?
I mean, we missed you. Come home. Crazy.
I asked my dad, right? So I went to Canada, by the way. After my dad retired, right? He worked over there for 40 years in Jeddah. So I asked my dad, how do I boycott Saudi Arabia, right? He said, just don't go for Hajj or Umrah. I said, it's a yeah and nay, right? You have a religious holy place which you're required to, do, at least once in a lifetime. And then you have the leaders in power that they're always about the money. I know what you said to Layla earlier, it was all about the money, right? But I think we'll have difference of opinion. I need some physical people, physically there and doing something on ground. You know what I'm saying? I know, Nubian, it's what you said, that's a long game about the money thing or whatever.
What is this Nubian telling you, bro?
So Nubian went back and forth with Layla, right? And Layla, she agreed on certain things she didn't agree with him.
You don't agree with Nubian later.
So I agreed with certain things with the Nubian about the money thing, but then the money thing doesn't really matter. The life matters.
The longest been serving his masters, this Nubian, it's happy.
So he's a good debater, right? I think, you know how the Zionists, they come in here, they can derail the topic and whatnot. I think Nubian can put everybody, sort of like, give them a good comeback for the debate.
Yeah. He has value, he has value as a debater.
Yeah, he's got value, that's why he got pissed off. But I can't believe you co-modding with that person. I spoke to you like yesterday.
Within 5-10 minutes, I was demodded.
Oh my god.
I mod and I get demodded.
I just spoke to him like, how long are you gonna wait until you're gonna co-mod with him? And you're like, fuck you, Amir.
I thought of you. I swear I thought of you.
God.
When I gave the mod, I was like, should I be just here and watched this whole freaking. Immediately, I was attacked for my metaphysics. You're an atheist. You're a fucking atheist. Like, you piece of shit. Do you understand metaphysics of God?
What is metaphysics of God?
Like, there are many arguments for like God's existence, right? And some of us like hold models that don't look like the typical traditionalist, hardcore, like fundamentalist model, which is fine. But people don't grant you that worldview for God.
Yeah, there's different models, but later some of the models, they get a hold of the stuff. Megan explored all the models. She explores all
I am
the
definitely kicked out of the fold many a time.
Jeez, they did the Kitover, they called her Catholic multiple times.
Yeah, I've also answered back with a lot of grace.
But they did on me as well, like 100 times or 80 times.
Never, Amir.
They have done it on.
Oh, on you?
Yeah. People have done it. Yeah. It's a normal thing.
Guys, I'll be very honest. I don't understand why people get into religious debates on Clubhouse. Like, political debates I understand, but like, if you guys are all shayukh, you would not need to be on the side.
We're not. We're not. I wish we were. But we have Clubhouse scholars.
That's what I'm saying.
More fucking made-up scholars, bro. Like, these are lame-ass arguments.
These are Salafi scholars. What are you talking about? Look at my channel. These are Salafi scholars.
I just come on here to, find arguments.
Control.
Exactly. I don't think religion is something you should roll about. But like, you know what? You do you. I'm not for anyone else best.
That's true.
Yeah, what the hell was it with Morty, bro? Like, I can see him like being a Zionist in one room and then being a pro-Pally in another room.
Do you not know Morty?
No.
Okay, I'll back channel something. Just look at the message.
Okay.
Can I tell you something? Because I heard a couple of times you said Farsi is a tribal language. I'm so sorry it's out of your conversation. If you want it, I can let you couple, sentence about it. If you don't like it, I can tell you later.
See, Amosh, you know why I say this?
Yeah, what?
We have disgusting Zionist Iranians that come into this room, the Pahlavi supporters, that they justify the killing of innocent Iranian children because they hate IRGC. To piss them off, I say anything to piss them off. Nothing to you, nothing to do with you. It's the one that are Zionist Iranians. So I do everything in my power to say things that I don't even mean. I do it on purpose.
Sia, mas betonje je.
So you don't know that? it's nothing to do with you. It's not tribal. I know it's not a tribal language. I do it on purpose. I say this on
Guramiyan,
purpose.
گروهی بعد شرت و پرت یه مش شرت و پرت میگم با هم دیگه. خب آره نه این به ماش کاری نداره با اوناست خیلی خولن یه مش دیونه میارن تو
They can hate other GC, but it's not meaning that you can love Zionists. Do you know?
They do.
They like Zionist watch.
Yeah.
So, and do you know?
Fighting with them. Do you know?
Forget supporting the Zionists. You know this attack that happened recently? They justify the killing of the children, the 50 or 60 children that got killed, because these are the children of IRGC. Any children I see is innocent. You don't attack children. These people come in here, the Iranian Zionists, they justify, and that pisses me off. You don't do that.
But all the Jews are not. It's funny for me because I have a lot of Jews friends in Los Angeles. Actually, all the time they are supporting Israel. But in this time, in these 12 days especially, they never support Israel. Do you know? Because they
No, you're wrong.
friends.
Brother, you're wrong. Inside Israel, I'm talking about Israeli Jews, not American Jews. Israeli Jews, they supported it.
Yeah, of course. No,
So,
I'm talking
because look, the American Jews don't have any say what happens inside Israel. The Israeli Jews are the only one they get to vote.
I told to my friends, they are not my friends. In the other rooms, they are supporting Zionism. I told them, European pushed them to leave the Europe 100 years ago because they are tired because of them. You know, other Israeli Jews, they are supporting Israel and send money to them because they want just keep the Zionism in that land. They don't want them in, I don't know, America, other countries too. Different language, I know this. You guys actually started this conversation. So it was my bad because I told you are talking about the tribal language. I want to help you why. Okay, got it.
It's not tribal language. I know it's an old language, bro. Even some of the scholars on the Sunni side, they spoke Farsi. Anyways,
You know what I mean? The guys who organized the protests here in my city, one of the biggest ones, the ones in downtown, they were the gays from Hillcrest and also Jews from downtown, especially the ones I work with.
nice.
Can you imagine?
So the Jews are doing it.
Some of them are quite in-house. I think they're feeling
In
embarrassed
the
or
pro-Palestine
guilt.
or pro-Israel?
Pro-Pally? What do you mean? There's no such thing as a pro-Pally. I mean pro-Zionist protest.
No, they have
They
pro-Israel
have.
protests.
I see. And then they closed down the Starbucks on 5th. Can you imagine? Not the Jews, but the gays. They organized a whole freaking large-scale one too.
I wonder how the Zionists are doing in Malibu and Beverly Hills.
Yeah, enjoy themselves.
And some people live amongst the Zionists. Look at the evil laugh this person is doing. Look at it. Look at this evil laugh.
And the lotus grows in the most filthiest of waters. What do you think?
They live amongst the Zionists.
Alena,
They
the
love
most-
Zionists.
They don't. You should bloom like a beautiful lotus in the filthiest of waters.
You have no idea. My neighbor is a freaking Zionist. So basically, right, I was telling Amir, right, about where I live. In my backyard is a beach. I'm very, very grateful, okay? My freaking neighbor starts like setting his freaking lawn chairs in my part of the beach. And the part of the beach that we have privatized so that me and my sisters can like go swimming, right? We don't have to like, like we can go comfortably, like there's no guys and stuff, right? This guy starts coming around the fence and starts putting up his freaking lawn chairs, like damn, You're gonna colonize my house in America too now? The freak. Starts taking up, like, starts putting lawn chairs, starts, like, putting his stupid succulent plant that nobody gives a shit about. I just want to throw his chair into the ocean.
Oh, why would you grow like succulent plants when you live by the beach? It's so weird.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, that's kind of the weirdest thing. Oh my god. This guy, he has, okay, randomly every week, right? He just goes out into the ocean and he sets up a tent. And he just stays in the tent.
That's kind of cool.
No, it's not, because he'll like get out in the middle of like at midnight. He'll get out and he'll start swimming in the water or something like
That's
that.
creepy.
I know. Like, and me and my sisters one time we were coming back from the bonfire and we saw him. He's just it's the middle. It's like midnight. He's just standing in the water, like staring up at the sky.
Fuck, that's creepy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Buggy
I used to
weird.
live by Laura, and there used to be there used to be a lady with like a very tall hair, and she used to kind of wear it like an erection. Maybe used to call it the erection lady. So she, listen later, she would like have this cart, okay, from like the grocery store, like Trader Joe's, and then she would like push it and walk along the beach. She lived in one of these freaking magnificent homes. But yeah. So her husband left her for some other chick, and she kind of went cuckoo. And so her kids live in the house, but she freaking walks the streets, pushing this cart and wearing her like Gucci's and whatnot.
What the fuck?
Can you imagine? With her big long hair, like a freaking so fucking weird.
That is so fucking weird. I'll probably laugh if I see that. I'll laugh, bro. There's no, like, dude. Malibu has some of the weirdest people ever. Like, it's all those, like, finance bros and, like, surfers and stuff like that. Like, the hair that gets to their head.
A lot of orange spray.
Literally, like, I used to have friends like that, right? Especially the ones in high school. Like, a lot of my friends are white. And I'm like, dude, if you spent as much time spray tanning yourself as you did reading about Palestine, you'd become the next Mahdi Hassan, the next Candace Owens.
It's really sad. The amount of orange, the amount of freaking duck lips that I get to see on a regular basis. And the thing is, they get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Because those fillers.
Yeah, fillers are just plastic all around you. Kind of sick of it. I wanted to like pack up at some point. I don't know if I told Abby this. Just move. Freaking move. From America. Just go live it like, I don't know, maybe Spain or somewhere by the beach too. But okay, I got tired of the water, to be fair.
Really?
Yeah. It gets tiring.
Nargis, go and start living in the mountains.
I did.
You do?
I did. I'm close to the hills actually.
Oh yeah, nice.
They're the best, man, for yours.
I'm building a house in a mountain. Inshallah, in a year, we will move into that house.
It's beautiful, man, for yours.
Inshallah.
Mountains speak very different than water does to you.
I like water. I think for me it's just more calming. Mountains give me anxiety because they're so high.
But once you reach the mountain, on top of the mountain, you are, at level with the mountain.
Yes.
So you shouldn't feel that.
You're not looking up to it. It's living with you.
That's true.
There's something about mountain life. Something really beautiful about it.
Inshallah, this is going to be my.
Inshallah, it'll be nice.
Landslide, what about the land?
Negative Nancy has to speak. Like, why would why would you think about it? I mean,
This mountain where I'm going to have the house. Inshallah, there are no landslides there in that part of the world.
Is this south or up north?
South, yeah, south. Yeah.
South is beautiful.
Yeah.
And
And
coffee
it's going to be, I live in point A, which is and then my workplace is in point B, which is in a straight line, about 100 kilometers from point A. Then this mountain is in point C, which is about 20 to 30 kilometers from where I work. And then
That's
further
far
down.
away, man, Fayaz.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's closer to my workplace. So then I have another, a straight line. If you draw a straight line and if you put 5 dots on the straight line, those 5 dots is literally my life. Because my daughter lives in the first dot, then I live, or we live, then my workplace, then my son lives. Then the mountain comes, then the sun comes.
Fayaz is really nice. All of it in Siratul Mustaqim.
Siratul was absolutely right.
Listen, Fayaz, this is, don't dox yourself, but do these mountains contain coffee plantations?
No, it's not the one that you're referring to.
Okay.
No, but I can tell you later, or in the back channel. Sure, that's not a big deal. But what I'm saying is, of course, I must have done something good, some good making for Allah to bestow me with all these good things in life, Otherwise, I don't deserve them, to be honest.
Only He who is infinitely abundant provides infinitely in abundance.
People say absolutely.
Right? To expect anything less is idiotic.
What are your thoughts on Arabic poetry or Islamic poetry or Arabic poetry?
I don't know Arabic. I can read the Quran without making mistakes. I understand it to some extent, but I cannot speak, I cannot read Arabic.
Not your language, Fayaz. Like none of our languages. I think scripture came to sort of guide. As much as like one would say like it's good to know the Arabic behind it, I still think the main mission of any scripture from any religion was to show guidance in some form or the other.
Yes, but if Allah wanted to, reveal His words in any other language, He could have still done that. But why did He choose Arabic? Many scholars say that this language was chosen because this is the only language which can be read and understood even by non-speakers of any non-speakers from any area of the world, any region of the world, and they still don't have to know the language to read it. And it is true. I learned Quran by reading Quran. I was taught to read Quran by a ustad, and all that I learned was to read the Quran. If you keep a Quran Sharif in front of me, I can read from Alif Lam Mim up to the end of the Quran without making a mistake. But if you give me some Arabic text, I cannot read it. Yes, I can read it, but I will make mistakes. You get my point. But the same thing you cannot do with other languages. If I gave you a book in French, if you did not know French, you will not be able to pronounce it right. Maybe because the alphabets are English, similar to English. You may still be able to read it, but you will read it as an English text. You will not be able to, pronounce it the way it needs to be pronounced.
What do you mean? That's also taught for us. Like even the pronunciation of like words in a language like Arabic are still taught. That's how you've learned.
Yes, I know. But what I'm saying is, it's very difficult to learn other languages in just by reading. You know, if I phonetics, yes, that's the word.
True. And every letter would have its own distinct sound, which is very particular to Arabic. Like in Farsi, we have all the letters, right? And 3 or 4 more added, like pa, ga, sha, cha, which Arabic doesn't have. But it won't have a distinct sound in like the S's, like the th and the whatever, the different S. And like the z's will have the
From the throat, guttural, right?
yeah. So in Farsi, it's the S's are S. There's no distinction. Although when you write them, you'll utilize the different sounds, but not when you say them. Yeah. Like Arabic is
I like to, I like to hear people speak Farsi. That's kind of melodious. I like that. More than Arabic. It's more like I think more romantic, more French in its flow.
Yeah. Also contains quite a few French words.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah. Like mother, and just any of them, a lot of them. Like here, basic colloquial Farsi contains a lot of French.
I didn't know that.
Probably because of the French rule and the all-inclusivity. So I think that it would be the original language of the empire. Till like all-inclusivity in the expansion of this empire just led to like a pantheon of Farsi. Just keep adding on to the language.
What is the origin of Farsi? Where does
Afghani speak.
Okay, Deri, right.
Yeah, that. I find it hard to understand some of the Dari, which is weird because can you imagine how much change Dari must have gone through for it to become Farsi? Some of the basic stuff would stay, but yeah, the innovation to Dari would be the Farsi speakers of today.
But anyways, the Imam Abu Hanifa's opinion was that you could actually, recite in English, in your own language, right? If you can't speak Arabic, that his students actually had difference of opinion. So people, that when they're reading, when they're praying during the prayer, they can read, cite the ayah or not, they can use the translation. If they can't do it, for the new viewers, until they learn.
It's quite forward thinking.
Yeah, that's Imam Abu Hanifa. That's what I was telling Dr. Nubia, that Imam Abu Hanifa, he actually, it was more sort of like Quran-centric position, you could say. But there's other madhabs, they do 50-50. You see what I'm saying? And
Ethiopia is from Sudan.
these
are the Sudanese follow like the Ansars that came from the Muhajirin and Ansarin. So these Ansars went to Africa, went to Sudan first and foremost. That's why they settled there. They go back to the time of the Prophet.
Assalamu alaikum, Rahel.
Yeah, hi. Walaikum assalam. Hello everybody, how are you guys?
Good. good, Rahil ji. कैसे हैं आप? How are you?
I'm great, everything's good, alhamdulillah. So it caught my ear when you said Farsi is a romantic language. I agree with you, but I was also agreeing if Farsi is a romantic language, are Persian is romantic enough?
What kind of a question is that?
Persians are not romantic.
What is the point of a language being romantic if the people are not as romantic?
Rahil bhai, how do you know Persians are not romantic? Have you what do you call it? Interacted with them? Have you met them? Have you lived with them?
Yeah. Two very important people in my life were from Iran, and it was a very beautiful experience. Unfortunately, one of them is not in this world anymore. So all I have is the memories now. She died very young.
So are you saying they are not romantic? Is that what you're saying?
No. They are extremely intense. And romantic will be a very small word. They're extremely intense and dedicated. And they can, I don't know if any Iranians or Persians on the house here, but if they love you, then you're a very happy guy. And they are very, very selective also. They are very selective.
Have you ever met like a Pahlavi supporters? They're beautiful souls, and you should get in, talk to them, have a conversation. They're Shah Iran supporters. They use beautiful language. We were engaging with him earlier, and he went down on his own, in the audience. We didn't do nothing. So yeah.
Rahil, I know. Amir, Rahil is a friend. Oh God. No, but Rahil, the thing is, Iranians are nice people. Their language is beautiful, and I don't have much interaction with them. There was one girl who studied with me during the college days. Okay, she was from Iran and she was studying here. That's all. That was the only interaction I had with any Iranian, in life. She was a nice person. I knew her parents. They were nice people. That's all I know. But I know some Iranians on this app, and they're all nice people, nice, beautiful souls. Like Nargis on this app, you see Nargis? She is from Iran and she's a nice, beautiful person. Okay? So, yes, I agree with you. They're nice. They can be intense also. And I'm sure they are very romantic as well.
We'll have to know Nargis better to know that. But I think, you're right, they're very intense and they can be very extreme also in their feelings. I don't know if Nargis is from Iran or where. Like if they like you, they love you, then you're very lucky, very, very lucky. But if they decide that you're trouble and they don't like you, then you'll have a tough time surviving.
You seem to have had a good experience with them. What happened? Tell us.
I would like to remember the positive experiences, so I remember the negative experiences. So yes, it was very early days of college, when you're 17, 18, those days. So a very, very beautiful experience. And as I told that, unfortunately, it was just for a couple of years and then we had to part and they're very, Iranians and Persians are very, what do you say, that protective that, okay, you should marry, a girl should marry, a boy should marry within the community. That's what my experience has been. They're not very open to people, their girls especially, getting involved with a man who's from outside the Shia or Iranian community. And unfortunately, they can be a bit racist sometimes. At least the Iranians I've met in Pune, where I grew up. So, color of the skin is the big deal for them, which is very sad. That is one negative. But anyway, my love story couldn't go the long walk, and we had to part. And then after a few years, I came to know that she has left the world. So that was very heartbreaking for me. I can't say more about it. Thank you.
सब कई racist हैं, you know, we are racist to some extent. Indians, as Indians I'm saying, we are also racist. So the racism exists in every society, every country. So we cannot generalize. But I'm very sorry to hear that your love story could not be, did not extend beyond a point. But I'm also sorry to hear that that girl is no more. But at the end of the day, Rahil Bhai, there's only one thing. Okay, nothing is in our hand. It's all predestined. माथे पे लिखा हुआ है, right? So she wasn't made for you probably, and maybe God did not want to give you a pain, so He took her away before she actually went away. So a lot of things. If you really want to talk about college days and all these broken heart stories, we can have a separate room for that. We can invite everybody. Everybody can share their thoughts and pains.
Actually, since we are on this topic, so I don't mind sharing a little bit, why? Because it might be helpful for people who are listening who have young daughters or sons and all, because this is a very interesting thing, and that is why I feel like sharing. It's okay with you guys. So, her family, and we just can't force people to marry to someone whom we like. Like, we can't force a kids to marry someone whom we like. It should be the kid's choice. So, her family were really shocked and upset and angry that how could she even think of a non-Shia guy? Iranians are mostly Shia, and I'm a Sunni, right? Khan. So, they were very angry, and her uncles and cousins and bundas behind me and all that, which I got a bit scared, but I could deal with that. And then she was ripped apart from me and forcefully taken to America. And then at that time, I don't think there was internet and WhatsApp and all that, so we could not stay in touch. So they literally forced her to take her to America and all to relatives there. And then after a few years, I got to know that they got her married to a guy who was 12 years elder to her, which is fine, who was a Shia, which is fine, and who was extremely religious. Like middle of the night, he used to pray. If you know Tahajjud ki namaz, 3 o'clock in the night, there's a 6 namaz in Islam. He used to pray that. Software guy, drawing a huge salary in an American company, and they used to popularly call him as a Maulana. Although he was a software expert and but still very, very religious. So they thought he's the best guy for her, although a bit elderly, but that's okay. And they got her married. And okay, against her wishes, of course, because her parents forced. Yeah, I don't know what's so funny about that.
How he's elderly? He's 12 years older.
Yeah, older to her. I mean, can I just continue?
Yeah.
Yeah, older to her, not elderly. So then I said, fine, good for her. She's married a nice Maulana religious guy who's doing very well for himself and all. Then after, and she had a daughter also, lovely daughter. I met her once. So then we didn't really stay in touch. It was not the right thing to do. So after 5 or 10 years, I got to know that she killed herself. She took some poison and killed herself. And then all the skeletons came out afterwards that the main reason was her husband, the same Maulana guy, the software guy, who was a extremist kind of guy. He used to not like her wearing Western clothes and men looking at her, and so he used to be a lot of domestic violence and things like that. That in America, not in India, okay? And poor thing, she didn't get the support she wanted from her family, and she thought the best way out will be to kill herself, leaving her daughter behind. So that's a very sad story, and probably a lesson for. Yeah, and that's, I think, a lesson for all of us here. That's why I shared it. So we should never force our children to get married to someone whom we like. We should let children take the decisions and then let them see where life goes. Because whatever good bad happens, then at least they chose that, Because we as parents are not in a position to say what is good or bad, who they should fall in love with. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you for listening.
Thanks for sharing, man.
of course, life goes on. Yeah, we all live. But that pain will always be in my heart. That at that young age, I didn't fight for her, and I didn't do heroism and pull her back or run away. And because of that, today she's up there in the skies, probably watching from there from heavens. So, but at that young age of 18, 19, you don't have the courage to fight the entire police and gundas and parents and rich and powerful people. You know what I mean? So that regret will always be there that I didn't fight for her.
Yeah, maybe once upon a time I saw something planned for you. You know, that's why maybe it was going to happen. It happened for the best.
It's not your
So
fault, right?
it's not your fault.
Don't carry that weight on your back. This is not your fault. She had to do it. And it was her choice. You have to respect it.
No, it was not her choice. No, it was forced upon her. Like she didn't have a choice.
No, we all have choices. Either they or we don't. Living is a choice. It's a privilege.
Oh, you mean that? I thought you're talking about the marriage. For the marriage with that Maulana, she didn't have a choice.
But living in and of itself is a choice. It's virtue to exist.
No, but see, certain times, it's very easy for us to say that people have choices, but when a person decides to kill himself or herself, I mean, they have really lost all hope. I can imagine, I can't even imagine neither of us that because, taking your own life requires a lot of courage. A lot of courage. It's not easy to take your own life unless you're intoxicated or you're under drugs. But if you're a normal person just going through depression, to take this extreme step means you have gone through hell, extreme hell, and that's why you think this is the best way out.
Right, it happens a lot in America, by the way. A lot of people. If you look at the data, there's a lot of people that have tried to commit suicide. It's because it's depressing, right? You have, a lot of people are lonely. I'll share. This was posted in Times of Israel, LA Times, a long time ago. I keep bringing up Times of Israel. So this was posted in LA Times. When I used to own a store, I used to read a newspaper, hard copy, every day, because I was selling newspaper. So there was a story posted, an old man, right? He would go to a park. He was so lonely, right? No family, no connection, whatnot. He started paying people to sit with him to have a conversation with him. That's how, the loneliness, it gets to you. You see what I'm saying? And it happens a lot. Why do you think on this app, there's a lot of people on this app, they actually have loneliness as well in their real life. They don't have nobody to talk to. Why do you think people are on this app? It's because of that. So what I'm saying, and I have spoken to a few people that were going to commit suicide. They told me that. And I spoke to them in private. So I'm sure that would be there.
No. Sorry. You didn't complete. Okay. No, in Japan, loneliness is a very big issue. In fact, they now have government sponsors people to go and spend time with senior elderly people because they commit suicides, they take their own lives. So there are also agencies in Japan whom these elderly people, lonely people can reach out to, and they will send somebody to spend the evening with you. So this is a big thing. I agree with you, but I just want to get back to the point that Rahil was making about he kept referring to that guy as a Maulana, and he also said that guy was also reading Tahajjud. No, I just want to mention one thing. Just because somebody reads, I don't know about that guy. So somebody reads Tahajjud, we cannot call him a Maulana. Okay? I pray, every time I have a hajat, something that I need to ask Allah, I try to pray Tahajjud. Because if I pray Tahajjud and if I ask for something in Tahajjud, Alhamdulillah, Allah responds. He gives it to me. And this has been my experience. But I am nowhere near a religious person. Okay, people who know me, they tell me, tum kab sudroge, you know what I mean? So that kind of a thing. I don't have any vices, but I'm also not a religious person. So just because somebody reads Tahajjud, we cannot why we as Muslims, denigrate the term Maulana. It need not be denigrated. Maulana is a title given to somebody who has studied religion. And this guy that you are talking about, he may not have studied religion. Okay? So this is just something that I wanted to tell.
Yeah,
but no offense to you, right?
No, you're right, Fayaz bhai. But the thing is, he was popularly called as Maulana. He was not given the title, in a lighter vein, because he was so religious. That's why people used to refer to him as a Maulana. Like, he's such a religious and nice guy, inverted commas, mein. So that's why, it was just in lighter vein people used to address him as that.
But regarding tahajjud, Rahil, I tell you one thing. Try to pray tahajjud. I'm telling you, हर एक मिन्नत हमारी पूरी होती है. Literally, God listens to you when you ask Him for something in tahajjud. And I'm talking to you with personal experience.
There's something about that time of the night, right? It works differently. Like spiritually, it just hits a different chord.
That's around 3 in the night, no? You do the. Am I right, Fayaz?
Just before Fajr.
Yeah, just before dawn.
Maybe 2 hours before.
Yeah, that's right. But I tell you, Rahil, it gives you so much peace of mind. You literally are one with Allah when you are praying at that time. When you are in sajda, you literally are transported to the other world. And whatever you ask for, if it is good for you, if it is going to bring benefit for you, you are given. There's no denying that. You are given. Alhamdulillah. So I always suggest everybody, that if you have something, some issue, just go pray 2 or 4 rakat tahajjud and just submit the application to Allah. That's it. And do it in such a way, and you do it in such a devout way that He cannot ignore you. But what happens actually is when you are in tahajjud, you are actually alone. Even the people inside your house are sleeping. So literally there is a calmness that you cannot get anywhere else. Okay, during daytime, if you are praying in a room also, where only you are there, you don't get that calmness. But at about 3 o'clock in the morning or at about 4 o'clock in the morning, that's the time when people get the maximum sleep, what is called as REM sleep, that's the peak of your sleeping pattern. That's the peak in your sleep rhythm. So that is the time when everybody is asleep and deeply asleep. That's the time when you wake up, you go and start praying, and you are literally one with the God. There's nobody around you or between you and God or within you. Literally no one. You are just there with Him. That's it.
Yeah, well said, well said. But Ryan, there's a lot of Maulanas that are good people. There's a lot of Maulanas that are bad people. There's people that are not Maulana that are good people. There's not Maulanas that are bad people. And you can't just generalize it. There was a Maulana and this and that. Maybe Allah knows best. Whatever happened, I don't know. Some of you it's sad. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave her space in Jannah, but committing suicide actually goes against their religion.
So 2 years ago when I was in Maulana, guys, I have a story to tell you. So the most successful years of my life. In fact, I was so respected, called to places to speak as a Maulana. And soon I had to give up.
person is still here who keeps kicking you out.
I guess, don't you still do the work? I mean, I've seen you in the rooms on religion quite often. You are
She
discussing.
gets kicked out of her own room, brother.
Oh yeah, she told us.
Today it was an exception, yes.
It's all the time. It's not just the first time.
It's been a long search for me for years. I was not raised with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Nargis, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to preach, but this is one thing that everybody should try. Everyone who knows, who wants to practice, who wants to practice Islam, try tahajjud.
Of course, I have, yes.
I'm telling you, everybody. This is what I tell anybody whom I want, who comes up to me for a solution or suggestion. This is the first suggestion I give them. Whatever I have to tell them, on a worldly basis, once I do that, then I tell them, look, just go and do this. And you also know that in the Quran, literally every word is meant for something. Okay? Every word is literally meant for something. And when you join two words, they give you something else. When you join three words, now for example, Ya Subbuhu Ya Khuddus. If somebody is upset with you and somebody is, giving you a lot of problems, all you have to do is look at them and pray to Allah by reading these. These are these two are his names. 99 names. These are two of his 99 names. Okay, Ya Subbuhu Ya Khuddus. It melts their heart, and I have tried it. It literally melts their heart. They have no rancor against you. It literally works. Then I'm just giving you a few, tips. I'm sorry, I'm going on the religious side now. Rahil started it. So, for example, if you read, Surah Quraysh, Ilaf Ibrahim Ilaf, okay? If you are not able to find, for example, you have to go somewhere, you don't have a transport, you don't have a ticket, you are not able to get an airline ticket, or you're not able to get a car to go, read Surah Quraysh and pray to Allah. The way He arranges it for you, He arranges transport for you mysteriously, you will not believe how it happened. Similarly, there are thousands and thousands of small things like this. Nuskha, like we say in Urdu, nuskha. I mean, small cures for everything. You get it from the Quran. Literally everything. Okay, I'll just be back.
Yeah, sorry, I was not in a network area for the last 10 minutes or something. So I didn't hear if anybody asked me any question.
I think we didn't ask him. But anyways, if anybody else can come on up, you guys can come on up. I think this room has served its purpose. I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna end it. So if anybody wanna come on up, you guys can come on up. If not, I'll be ending the space. And okay, Kim, come on up, Kim. See what Kim.
I just wanted to say, Assalamu alaikum. I just wanted to say before you end the room, fuck Israel.
Alright, anybody else wanna say anything?
Free Palestine as well. Yeah, fuck Israel.
What did you say? Check, okay, let me see. much. And apparently, that person, that person changed his name to. I'll send you what he has changed. You seen it, right? He really wants more of the dinero. So are you gonna do it on this expose? When should I be expecting? I need to grab my popcorn and soda. When are we doing? I'm gonna bring my people in there. Who's doing the show?
The official will take care of it.
The official, but on this app, I'm talking about. Somebody's gonna do the show. But you have to let me know so I can bring my people, and I can be on this app and just join.
I'll let you know.
You get us notice. You do. Okay. So Marcus, can I ask you this? The numbers, would you say is it 5 zeros? I know, but other people are they in touch with you?
Yeah.
Okay, how many would you say? Is it 5 people, 10 people? No, I'm talking about the people in general.
Those are still on here, still hanging around, looking around. But some others also I heard. That's why I got on. That's what the government needed info.
So your side is 5 zeros, right? Okay. Do you think anybody has 6 zeros in there?
Of what I know, not yet.
So I want to give you this scenario. So do you think this person can put his hands up in the air and say that it has nothing to do with me, it's the other party that was involved?
Yeah, can. But that's what they need to pick. Which party? What's your network? Who are those involved? Working with you, etc. So this I filed a while ago. It was required of me for the sake of my taxes. And then, yeah, I have to let you know. First.
Let me know. I'm gonna bring my popcorn soda. I'll probably be in the audience. And you make sure you do the room with the replays on.
What's your rules? I never had because of the amount of damage I do.
Rosie यहाँ पर बैठा होता है।
इधर पे?
पता ना रोजी यहीं पे सोता है, हफ्ता सब मुद्दा ही कर रही है।
Why do you think?
ये देख उसी की बात कर रहे हैं ना जो है वो जो सांस जिसको सही ना आती है। हाँ वो यहीं पे अभी भी होता है। रोज उसके हमारे यहाँ रात होती है उसकी सुबह होती है। वो जाग रहा था कोई रात।
Markets, anyway, all I've understood was little religious voice that drawn into it and cheated. That is a lot of
Man, you know what I would suggest? It has nothing to do with me, but I think if it was my case, I don't know if you signed the NDA. Have you signed the NDA? Oh, okay. Do you know the party's name and company name and everything?
it was a scam. So
Okay. So if I was you, if I had the information, I would, once the case goes through, then I've got to bring awareness of this episode. So
companies through which these things were done are reputable companies. They should not have allowed them. So those are the ones like that I fought, right? And it's come through almost after such a long time. But now, like, even those friends I have, like, or even the ones make documentaries, he was like, my God, how is he planned it out? Like, this has to be like scam of the,
Ponzi scheme.
it's a scam of the decade. The way, like, all of this was put together. So if they do anything, then probably he was like, let's do something about it. I said, no, wait, like, you can't jump into it like that till like everything is settled and closed. Then someone is going to get a knock on that door. Because even if the government doesn't care, okay, about your personal thing, they still want that dollar amount come out of that taxpayer, right? Who has the funds? They don't want funds, stolen funds, right? Because who's paying taxes on those? These guys are not paying taxes on those.
Yep.
Yeah. So for its own sake, it's going to be after such crime. No, it has to be exposed. It has to be. I don't care. Even if it means like a dime for it, I would do it. Because there's so many others who will fall for this shit. Calling people into rooms, talking about how much you've got, this and that.
कितने कितने जूते दिखाते लोग कंजर.
And that do that is an excuse.
जूते तो उसको जूते पड़ने चाहिए. उसी जूते से जूते पड़ने चाहिए.
No, they are excuses. उसके पीछे जो होता है, that's a different crime.
वही बात है.
Yeah, tomorrow you have a meeting with my lawyer.
वही.
Yeah. After that, like, just give it a little more time. Couple of weeks, 3 weeks. So let's settle this one out and then get to that. Fuck. This is why I think when decisions are made, needs to just, this person's religious, looks like they cannot not had that experience, no. I mean, for me, like anybody who holds religiosity means they're good. This is what's happened in my psyche. I was not raised with such a terrible.
बहुत खराब इतनी इतनी अच्छी दोस्ती थी, बहुत खराब कर दी उसने. बेटे ने.
What happened with you?
With me.
Because I wasn't there.
तो मेरे ऊपर उसने 20 रूम चला दिया. 20 से 25 रूम. बीच में सदाफी की जो ना मैंने माँ बहने खरीदी थी इसके रूम में, तो किक आउट कर दिया था कुछ रूम बनाया मेरे ऊपर. बार बार पता ही ना होता था ना, 3 साल की बच्ची के साथ या उसके साथ जो भी शेयर लड़की कोई भी आ रही कि मैं तुम्हारी बेटी है, बेटी के साथ मुट्ठा था, ऐसे ऐसे गंदे लोग हैं ऐसे. तो मैं जनरल को मना कर दिया, मत करो, निकाले मुझे. तो वो निकाला, फिर उस कंप्लेन करा, फिर उसके बाद दूसरी कंप्लेन, फिर दूसरा रूम बना, फिर उसके बाद दूसरा ये वो बैक एंड फोर्थ. एंड देन आई मूव्ड ऑन. आई एम लाइक फक यू. बस रूम भी कुछ खोला मेरे नाम पर. कंजर का बस. तो वहाँ से फिर हट गया. और आखिरी मेरा हुआ है अल्टरकेशन उसके साथ, नूरी के साथ. नूरी कंजर जो ना मेरे नूरी और एजे कंजर एक सुअर का बच्चा है, पीठ पीछे बहुत गंदी बातें करते हैं. उसको तो मैं डायरेक्ट मेंटल रिटार्ड बोल के उसकी वो क्या कहते हैं ट्रिगर हो गया था मुझसे. फिर नूरी बकवास कर रहा है मेरे पीछे, और फिर मैं जब रूम में आया तो मैंने कहा मैं तुम्हारी माँ के साथ मता कर रहा है इसलिए तो और ट्रिगर हो गया. क्योंकि सुननी है ना ये CIP टैक्टिक यूज करो तो ट्रिगर हो जाती है. मैंने कहा तुम्हारी माँ के साथ मता कर रहा था क्योंकि मेरी पता नहीं क्या क्या बकवास कर रहा था. मैंने कहा तो वो आखिर में उसमें से एक कोई मॉड था, उसने मुझे गेट आउट कर दिया. फिर उसके बाद आई थिंक दूसरा रूम चल रहा, फिर उसके बाद दूसरा रूम. तो ऐसे फिर जो है पार्टी प्लेस. और EIF मिल जाते थे यहाँ पर. EIF हो गया. तो उसके बाद जो I
कि अरे ये सब तो नहीं बोले सिर्फ इसके ये कहानी इसका और इसके पीछे पड़ गए कुछ लोग हैं और ये चोर है मुझे पता था कि कब नरगिस लेकिन कब पैसे बता दे तो सही मुझे कि पैसे दे रही हूँ कुछ एडवाइस तो ले लेती कुछ लोगों से मैं तो शुरू से मैं डे वन से जब से रूम शेयर किया जब से फ्लैक्स करता तभी बुलशिट में लगता था क्योंकि जो भी फ्लैक्स करता है सब बुलशिट जैसे में पता नहीं यहाँ इस ऐप में मैं बिजनेस लोन के अंदर ज्वाइन किया था चाहिए वहाँ पर इतने बुलशिट आते हैं मेरी इतनी प्रॉपर्टी देखिए इतना बड़ा बुलशिट है जिसकी प्रॉपर्टी होगी ना वो कभी बकवास नहीं करेगा यहाँ पर आकर फ्लैक्स करने के लिए फ्लैक्स जब से मैं एडवाइस तो ले लेती कुछ पूछ लेती चलो it's okay but अब तो लोगों के थ्रू देखते क्या होता है
There is a system of justice by which like this world is governed. I've never lost hope.
Inshallah, I hope you win the case.
Yeah, inshallah. I hope the wrongdoers get caught because they're creating more harm to others. ये जो लड़का है जिसने सलाफी लड़का जो दूसरी लड़कों के साथ उसने इसके बिजनेस में इन्वेस्ट किया है और उसने कहा कि इतना पैसा हम लोग को डाला इसके बिजनेस में और पूरा का पूरा ये चोरी किया और एक साल से इससे पूछ रहे हैं और आखिर वो आके मुझको almost was requesting so much कुछ करो हमारे लिए क्योंकि ये सही नहीं है इतने लोग क्योंकि मुसलमान रूल्स और इस्लामी रूल्स दिया करता था तो इसलिए सबने सोचा कि ये कभी भी ऐसा काम नहीं करेगा लेकिन direct investment जो इन लोगों ने किया like more than 2022 इसकी ही direct account investment जो किया है has not just not provided profit on the investment इसने वापस ही नहीं दिया like the rates are unbelievable these are large amounts including mine and some others who joined so it's almost like 30-40 people of which I know of which
कितना होगा 5 लाख होगा ये जूते खरीदते रहते हैं लोग रखते हैं
this is this one and something where the fuck it is even I don't know should give up on it
no inshallah I think
every
you
time I
inshallah
feel like my heart just sinks and I was so embarrassed for a few months because I have been a business person
इसलिए गायब हो गए थे
the depression was fucking
yeah
felt like dying and imagine like having a child being answerable for it at 40% bullshit it's not based on that because I thought कैसा जो बोलेगा ये जो हिसाब करता
I guess 50 से ऊपर है
of course
50 से ऊपर भी है
way
यार नहीं आपने
way
Yeah, what's going on here, man?
hang on please calm down I'm about to end the room anyways I'm just trying to finish this yeah
but I'll let you know at least अब मैं नहीं बोल सकती मैं तुझको मैसेज को दूंगी okay
चलो अपना ख्याल रखना और एक और सवाल ट्रस्ट कर सकते हो तो बनो ये मॉडरेटर ऐसे रूम के
लेकिन मैं
चली आती बार बार.
नहीं, I'm in and out working. Oh, I'm just in and out. But yeah, when everything will resolve
बनोगी?
Like give me some time.
ग्रीन स्टार बनोगी?
थोड़ा time दो मुझे को.
चलो कल परसों ट्राई करते हैं. चलो इंशाल्लाह फिर बात करते हैं. Alright, thank you for the share. Thank you guys for coming, guys. Sorry, we were engaging in it was a secret conversation, confidential. When the time is right, you guys will find out, inshallah. But until then, please don't trouble your mother and don't trouble your brothers, sisters, your family members. Just, take it easy with them. And we'll be in touch with you tomorrow, later today when I will refresh you. Thank you for coming. So I want to complete you guys.
Said also before they actually announced that when he died, right? Because a lot of times people get so caught up in religion, they forget about the relationship. They forget about when if we're gonna talk about God, right? When God is speaking to you and giving you information, right? That trumps anything that's just willy-nilly, even on the news. Because even the news, everything, they give you bits and pieces and they throw in lies in there as well. And this is why critical thinking skills is a lost art. Because a lot of times people receive whatever information, even if it's a quote unquote reliable source, and they run with that information as its complete fact. And the reason why they don't tell you everything, especially when it comes to the Roman Catholic Church, is because they don't want you to know. There's things that they keep secret and hidden because it's not for, they don't want the public to know because they feel like the public is either stupid or don't have the capacity to understand why they hide certain things, and then they're scared they're going to be accountable for the things that they do hide as well. So I'm speaking from, let me tell you about me. I was in Catholic school for 7-8 years. I had to learn everything from the root of the tutor. I couldn't even pass to go to the next grade. So you're not speaking to somebody who does not know about the Roman Catholic faith. And I land here. I have been to Rome. I've seen the Sistine Chapel. I've been to the Peter Basilica. I've been to Spain and seen the La Sagrada Familia that has a museum attached. I've been to Israel. Okay, I've been to all the lands that the Bible derived from, besides Egypt and maybe went a little bit in Jordan. So I'm not speaking from someone who has not actually experienced these things, seen these things with my eyes, put the little pieces together, and even then I don't have all the answers. So I only speak on what I actually know, and that's what I was talking about when I interrupted Magnetic about when she was speaking about the death of the Pope and the code, that to remind everyone that was listening that he opened portals before he died. That's all I said. And I don't know how this turned into, I need to tell you social media. It's not that serious. It is not that serious. I'm glad that you're well schooled in your theology and understanding the Bible. I hope you know about the Apocrypha, and if you don't, check it out. And that's it. I land my.
Yeah, so I'm sorry that that was.
He's not well schooled. He's giving the Bible any exoteric format. That's the. Girl, I was being magnetic. I was being nice. I was being nice.
Yeah,
We can't be nice with these people. They're crazy, girl. Shit, they want to give out that bullshit in that upside down version. No, that's the wrong way to give out those scriptures. And did you know the word Cretan and Christianity are one and the same? Repent, stupid, imbecile, stupid people. Like, it was derogatory. We can't even talk about Mommy Wata.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to what you said. So I don't think my response about the doors had anything to do with what you said. I think I wanted to let you finish respectfully. But my response was just basically
mean, that's pretty much where it's at. I don't think the response was towards you. I think the response was generally that on social media, people believe that these portals meant something other than what they actually were. And that's because TikTok and things of that nature came about after the first one that occurred. Well, not first one, but it's been going on for 1,400 years. As you know, right, from what you studied. The opening of portals happening was going on for 1,400 years at these 5 basilicas. But what we noticed is that TikTok came on the scene after the last time the doors were open, which is around 2015, 2016, and people started to take them in a different way. So that's pretty much all I was highlighting. And about the whole thing about Christian comes from the word Cretan. That's actually been proven to be false. The etymology of Cretan don't match with Christos. Christos comes from the Greek word to rub on, which is where we get our word Crisco, right? That comes from the whole idea of rubbing on or to smear on. That's where it comes from, which comes from a Hebrew word that's already used.
Sir, the Christos is the crease, and the crease is a sacred elixir that's located in the central nervous system. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, so I'm talking about
Christianity go hand in hand, and it means imbecile, stupid, not it all.
Your magnetic, can you provide any type of proof of that?
I'm talking about don't you got something in your hand that's called a smart phone?
Right, so well, I'm asking you because you made the claim, right?
I don't care if I'm making the claim, that means you need to go look it up.
Well, here's the thing. If the idea is that we should look up what someone is saying, then I think that should have been something you should have done, right? Like, for example, when I mentioned Christos, which is actually a Greek word, actually spelled with Christos, right? Christian, tien, the suffix tien actually means those who are related to. Christianity means those who are related to Christos and also practices those things that are related to Christos. So that's where it comes from. The word Christos itself is not original to the concept, though, because again, he came as a Jew, and the Jewish people was being dealt with. So
Jesus was a female, and the word Jew is the root word of jewelry, and the jewelry will take you to something called family crest, and the family crest gonna take you to somebody called the people that stole a lot of our shit, was we the motherfucking Moors and shit. So we ain't trying to hear what you're talking about.
The Moors would have been in the 8th century AD.
You're speaking mumbo jumbo, so what you about to say, Rock?
No, it's not. I'm just trying to. Yeah, magnetic. I'm just trying to set up the thing.
Jews not even real. That's talking about the jury. It's giving you codes and symbols. The jury esoterically, the jury is also speaking about inside the body. It's connected to the 7 of the chakras, sir. It's connected to how you raise an ascension.
Okay, all right, no problem. So what I'm asking is that, okay, there's a lot of claims to be made here, right? So number one, when we're talking about the Moors, they stole from the Moors. How could
the Moors stole from people?
So how could a religion? Let's look at this claim for a second, because we're making it an anachronism. The Moors were for the Islamic caliphates that ran through Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. Those Moors actually ran themselves up and took over much of Europe in the middle of the medieval period, right? Christianity actually has its roots in the 1st century. And Christianity has its...
religion is a fairly new concept brought to the realm. If you don't knock it off, that shit is new as fuck.
No problem. I don't think I have to...
In primordial times, we never had a religion or Bibles. What are you talking about?
No problem, but...
You are with this new age shit. That from the reconstruction to the construction. Y'all just lost. Get out that motherfucking Bible. But listen, if you really just want to learn that Bible, you want to be in it that bad, then okay. The Bible do got hidden information in it, codes, clues, like I was saying earlier, but you wasn't in here. Go learn it from the ESO. Listen. Go learn those scriptures from the ESOTERIC way. Please. If you learn it from that way, we can really talk. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can talk to you again. The way you got it going on, it's gonna be bullshit. Because I understand that Bible from the esoteric and the exoteric format. And you only trying to give up that one unbalanced version of it, and that's not good. Motherfuckers is tired of that version. That's the belief base
The way you're giving it out is trying to keep my people vibrating in a 10% or less thought form in a belief-based system. Belief systems are null and void now, sir. We're in something called the knowing.
I hear what you're saying, but
You cannot put us under that spell anymore because that shit is dumb.
It's not a
It don't
spell.
work.
So
It
seriously,
is one. It used to be one on me, but that shit ain't no more. And now I understand it from both formats. One format is lies. The other format is the truth. And you want to be on the lie. That's dumb. Well, where is on this other version?
So what I'm trying to do is just understand where you're coming from, respectfully, just and a lot of things what you're saying I'm sorry, they just don't match up with history, like the Reconstruction period. Like that was after Civil War, and that was like maybe 1,000 years or so after the time of the Moors, and the time of the Moors was almost 1,000 years after Christianity. So I think when you're putting all these things together, sure they sound nice.
Boy, I'm talking about
they're just not.
I'm talking about a new reset. Boy, this is you're so stuck in that damn Bible, you don't even know when we had a reset. That shit was not that far along. That shit was not that long ago, sir.
So right now,
the Bible is made up.
Okay, no
The
problem.
shit you talking about that you're trying to equate to 1 BC and all this shit, that shit is made up, sir.
Okay,
it has a meaning there, but it's not the meaning that you think it's saying at all.
All right, no problem. No problem. So what do you know about Christianity? When did it start?
I don't give a damn when it started. I don't.
So, I mean, even if you're against it,
that shit is not real.
Well, hold on, no problem. But if one says that it's not real, and one
the shit is not.
I would think that they will.
From the context of you, the way you give it out, none of that shit is real.
No problem. But I feel like if one is to, if you're going to be in your position, which is fine, then I think that you should owe it to yourself and others to actually prove what you're saying, or have knowledge of what it is that, even if it's a lie, to refute it. And the thing is that if I'm talking about
didn't your God tell you, sir, didn't your God tell you that to not talk to people that you're not that you're unequally yoked to?
No, it doesn't say that.
The
Bible doesn't say that.
It's bullshit. So I think it ain't that. See, I'm not gonna argue with you over something, and you in a belief system.
So back then, the Bible actually does not say that. It doesn't say.
Let me tell you something. You really in too low of a system for me to even be conversing with you. Because right now you think you can pull off my frequency, but I'm not a transmitting energy, buddy.
Okay, no problem. So whatever.
Information wrong, but this is not a Bible thumping room.
Okay, no problem. No, I'm not trying to make you a Bible thumper. What I'm saying is that in your claims about the Bible, right? I'm verifying if you're familiar with what it is that you're saying, right? So, for example, when you say that, Christ is a female and this, that, and the sort.
I said, what did I say? I can go to where it says she a female now if you want me to. I didn't say that, so you're lying on me. I said Christ is a sacred elixir located in the central nervous system, sir.
Okay, did you not say Jesus was a female?
Oh yeah, that she is a she. Yes.
Okay, can you provide proof for that?
Well, your scripture said that Jesus was born of a virgin birth. And that virgin birth is very significant, and it's good that it said it because I suppose. So the virgin birth mysteries are the parthenogenesis mysteries, which we only birth females from that, sir. So yes, Jesus is a female. And two, the letter J is still not in you guys' alphabet, so at that time they were using the small letter I. So instead of Jesus' name being spelled J-E-S-U-S, it will be spelled I-E-S-U-S. When you have two vowels right next to each other, you drop the second one. You can drop the second one. Hold on. You can drop the second one. So that means instead of I-E-S-U-S, because we learned that in school, you're going to say it's I-S-U-S. So I-S-U-S surely sounds like my sister Isis, which was the youngest female principal that you guys came to colonize when she was on a low vibratory rate.
So let's back up a second. So here's what we're talking about. There's no. Okay, no problem. So, I don't want to say things on your mother or anything like that, but here's the thing. So, all right. So number one, I just want to talk about a couple of things you just said. So number one, there's no feminine pronoun that's ever used for Jesus at all in the New Testament. So we can't conclude by this thing of a part of Jesus.
So in the scriptures,
okay, no problem.
What you say, bro?
Also, the whole thing.
Because you're just trying to debate about this Bible bullshit.
No, I'm not trying to debate you. All I'm saying is that.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear what Rock has to say because me and him is on the same level. This information. What you say, Rock?
All I wanted to, a lot of this modern information is made with a twist. It's a great ritual to remove you from your original mind. I don't have a problem with your belief, Kevin. My thing is this: how can we all come to a medium? I said this before. The thing about the information that me and Magnetic and Shiny is speaking from, people like Barack Obama, I mean not Barack Obama, I don't even know why he came out. People like Bobby Hemmett, people like Phil Valentine, people like Eileen Bay. These cats can take the information no matter where it's coming from an Islamic, Moors, Judaism, and can relate to how it metaphysically makes sense, right? To what's actually being spoken about. But when you coming from your perspective, it's like, okay, but this is what I'm saying, and at the same time, if you don't see it this way, then it's like we can't have a conversation. That's kind of like what you're telling me in Magnetic. If we're not seeing it from your way, we can't have a conversation, and that don't make good solutions, or you know what I'm saying, or good resolution.
Yeah, I don't think. So I never said made a claim of the sort. I don't think I ever said anything about, well, if we're not speaking the same thing, we can't have a conversation.
No, you didn't say that. I assume that. What I'm saying,
Okay, no problem.
I'd rather listen to you and sister have a conversation, right, and see how y'all can relate versus going at it, because it's like it's like you want to, you trying to trump her information.
Exactly. Even when I said portals instead of doors, he had to say, no, it's doors. We know what we're talking about. Sir, it's in the chat. Sir, it's in the chat.
Yes, I just said portals can't be doors. That's all I said.
Like I said, it's almost like you want to try to just, you got to the etymology of the word, or I got to twist the word, or we're saying you don't need that extra sauce on there. Like, I said what I said, she said what she said, he said what he said, and you said what you said. Nobody's trying to change what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? It's a respect level, right? It's not. It's almost like it's being antagonizing. Like, oh, let me play. Actually, that's not what it is. What it still is a portal. Whether you want to call it a portal, a door, whatever the case may be. What I said was what it was too, right? So we can't have it, and this is why I said earlier, we cannot have a true discourse unless research and time has been in what we're talking about, because then we're just talking at each other, and that's what I also said in the chat.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you. I think research is the way we have a common conversation. What I'm about is actually the objective truth, which is what I'm talking about. For example, like I hear a lot of things that Magnetic says, and I respect her, it's her space and things of that nature. But I will object respectfully, because the information presented is just not what it is. For example, the whole idea about ISIS being the name of Christ, that's actually not true. The word for Christ, where we get Jesus from, is from a Greek attempt to spell Yeshua in Jesus. Jesus, because the Greek doesn't have a J, nor does the Greek have a Y. So what the Greeks did in order to try to sound out the Y, they combined two Greek letters, which is iota epsilon. And iota epsilon, which is the beginning of Jesus, was an attempt to spell the Hebrew Aramaic name, who is Jesus, which is Yeshua. So Yeshua is actually the name of Jesus. Yeshua was translated into Greek, which becomes Jesus. And Jesus, because it's Greek oriented, when it came in contact with Germanic languages, that's where you get the letter J from, which is your Latin languages, like, Spanish or like English or Germanic, just your Germanic languages, both Latin and Germanic based. So that's where it comes from. It's not a conspiracy.
I know what the AASUS is, and still talking about. You can still break that down to ISIS, sir. I know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm retarded now.
You don't have.
I'm retarded now.
Yeah. So that will be impossible, because if you were to spell out ISIS, for example, in Greek, it doesn't spell out the same way at all. Like
Creation information. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no problem. I'm just trying to deal with the
modern world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You not understand. I get it. You can't understand this what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I'm respectfully just aren't true. So what I wanted to ask was, where was this information coming from? Like a lot of things I said about history, a lot of things about Christ, and this is why this, that, and the third, and everything else just doesn't chime well. Like one of the basic things about Christianity, for example, when it says that he's female, the Bible actually doesn't posit an idea that the advent of the person of Christ took place in the incarnation. It won't be his birth that actually makes the person. It's who he was before, right? That's why we have in the prologue of John, in Arche in Logos, right? In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything that was made. Then in 14, we have where it says, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory as the only begotten of the Father. So then we also have in 18, and no one has ever seen God except for the only begotten God. He has come. Notice the pronoun, otus. He has come to make him known. So the Bible fundamentally does not teach the things that are being said in this room. And I think, and you guys should respect that an advocate or an apologist of any standard should have respect enough to kind of interface and see if those things are actually fundamentally true.
Right? I understand that, but let me ask you a question, Kevin. Sure. Do you believe, and I have my own answer, but I just want you to spill on it. You believe that the Bible itself is a history book or a book of historical events?
Yes.
And that's where we're going to have disagreements. You know what I'm saying? Because we can understand the book without seeing it from a literal standpoint. You know, in my mind, it's metaphysical. When you speak about Jesus, Yahshua, Joseph, Abraham, and all of them, when you look at esoteric information, is broken down deeper and from a metaphysical, right? There's a difference between the two terms. You seem really.
What is metaphysics?
I'm about to get into it. That was my next statement. There's a complete difference between esoteric and esoteric, right? And you're coming from an esoteric, which again, a lot of the people who are speaking this new information, like the Sister Magnetic was saying, this modern information going back 2,000-3,000, bro, that's like 2 seconds old compared to where we coming from. It's new information, and I don't have a problem. See, the thing about information is I don't believe in right or wrong specifically. Information is information. It's just where the individual who is analyzing it or observing it can see it from a level of consciousness. And a lot of
that wouldn't be what esoteric would mean, right? That's all esoteric means is that which is understood by a small group of people. That's all esoteric means. So it's okay. Esoteric within itself doesn't carry any level of understanding of information. Esoteric. That's not right. Here's the thing. So esoteric means to be understood by a small number of people. Like for example, if the country is 90% conservative and then only
brothers don't have to preach to me. I just looked up the definition before I even spoke. But the point that I'm trying to make is it's the so-called new information that you're speaking of. It's not information that's going to resonate in a deeper understanding. No one is refuting your information. All I'm saying, how can it relate to information that we're speaking on? Versus you're saying, hey, what you're saying is not correct, or you're saying something that's incorrect. What you're telling me is your truth, and it ain't gonna get no deeper than that, to be honest, Kevin. Like, you're giving me think about it. It's really common sense, even though common sense is not common anymore. You are literally giving me your perspective, like your view and how you see things in your brain and all the makeup in that paradigm, bro, is coming from you. But that don't make it fine truth, if you understand what I'm saying. Don't make it wrong. So
here's the thing. So the Bible does teach very, very deep things about spirit. We're just, you keep talking about as a rule.
Mention objects, bro. Well, here's my thing. So let me ask you something real simple. Are you or the Bible? Which one is stronger?
The Bible obviously is stronger. So let me know which one finish my statement here. So
no. I said, is you or the Bible? Which one is stronger?
The Bible.
Okay, we definitely have it.
No problem. Let me just. I mean, it's fine if you make claims, right? But I think those claims should be.
But what I'm saying is, when it comes man made the book, bro. It's simple. Man made the book, but the book can't make a man.
Well, that's fine, but then that will be circular, because if man is greater than the book, and the book is a product of man, that means I'm facing the same greatness of myself. But that will be So here's the thing, right? So it's not that Christians are in line. Let me just finish, brother, if you don't mind.
Question that you are greater than the book. You are three-dimensional being, right? You're a multi-dimensional being.
Right, but if you talk about
that was created in this hemisphere.
Okay, so if you talk about myself as a three-dimensional being, three-dimensional information cannot in no way compare itself to transcendental information or transcendent information. So hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying. So when we're talking about aspects and ideas in the Bible, sure, they can go really deep. Just that as a practice, I'm not at liberty to talk about such wisdom if one is not shoulder to shoulder or on the same yoke as me is what these things understand. The Bible has a plethora. For example, when we're talking about logi or logos, as we're talking about, I'll give you this. So logos, for example, let me ask you a question. What is logos? What is the concept of logos? No problem. Okay, so you give up. All right. So again, I
don't know that verbiage. You can
no problem. So here's the thing. I think that in these esoteric circles, information becomes extremely attractive because the way that they're framework and what they're talking about, and they speak of these things in comparison to a traditional view of the church because they feel like the Bible lacks this vocabulary or lacks these concepts when the opposite is true, right? The Bible's chock full of them. And wisdom and understanding, even from the conceptual, either from a transcendent standpoint or from a peer-to-peer, meaning man-to-man, or even a lower point of that, could be understood. Like, for example, there's tons of patristic sources that talk about this. The reason of God, logos, information, the fluctuating information that upholds all things, existence itself, right? These things can be talked about. But the liberty of talking about these things always has to come to the front door, who we will call the person or man who will call Yeshua or Jesus Christ. Christ says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. There's no way to the Father but by me. But he's also called within that same gospel the Logos, right? Or the Word of God, which the Word of God is understood to be the conceptual information that either we can perceive or cannot perceive from a metaphysical standpoint that upholds all things that we are: matter, physics, mathematics, logic, morality. So hold on. So the thing about it is that so the idea when we deal with Christianity is that it comes with the presupposition as though we lack this understanding, but we do not, right? Just that the understanding of such things must be governed by the truth in which those things are frameworked. In other words, I'm not at liberty to use the palette or paint of the Bible to go and paint my own picture, right? I can only, because it is a set principle, deal with the truths in which the Bible is even talking about. There's a theological goal in the Bible, meaning there's a goal to it. There's something that's going to happen, and there's a goal for every man, woman, and child that puts themselves in Christ, and there's a goal for every man, woman, and child who do not put themselves in Christ, right? But it doesn't lack these things, right? So when we're talking about like information, sure, the Bible has a lot of this, right? But if we're going to talk about these things fundamentally, we must agree on what they are objectively. Like when I ask you what is logos, you say you're not familiar with my terminology, fine. But if you don't understand what it is, do you also think that it's true that you can just use logos or word of God or if you like? No. I mean, you can't.
How
because you're at liberty.
That help me survive in this dimension? This
Okay.
thing that they call.
Can I interject briefly to help, facilitate this confusion? Now I'm gonna play by Kevin's rules for 2.5 seconds. Now, Kevin, do you believe, since you strongly believe in the Bible, do you believe the other part of the Bible is not just a religious text? It has spiritual aspects to it that are only unlocked and secrets that come from the Holy Spirit to interpret. So until that relationship is connected to the author of the book, right? Then there's no way to interpret everything. We're just going by what we think or our logic. There's certain things that are only unlocked when you tap into the creation, the creator, right? Because it's not all about us. Because we can all sit here all day and interpret to that?
Sure. I mean, I would agree with that because if you look at John 16, for example, Christ even says himself, "I have many things to share with you, but you cannot bear them. But when He, the Holy Spirit, comes, He will teach you all things. He will not speak of himself, but only speak of those things which He have heard. And those things He have heard, He have heard from me. And what I received from the Father, and therefore He will take of what is mine and show it unto you." So the whole idea there is that yes, one cannot interpret Scripture unless one has the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit goes hand in hand with the Scripture because it is also believed that the Holy Spirit is the author of such Scripture that come through men who are moved and inspired by the Spirit of God, right? So yes, that prerequisite is definitely there. We shouldn't be trying to do it based on our own way.
Exactly.
However, when we're dealing with something such as the Holy Spirit, we must also understand that the Holy Spirit is going to be one that's going to be an advocate for truth. Would you agree with that? In other words, the Holy Spirit would not would not vary on truth. It's not going to speak a lie, for example. You would agree, right? So if the verification of the Spirit is truth, that therefore the Spirit must base its conclusions on objective reality. It can't base them on subjective whims, right? And the Spirit being a part of the Creator or proceeding forth from the Creator who is the Father, if He is making claims about the world, those things must be falsified. They have to be falsifiable. In other words, if someone says they're getting information from the Spirit, and then one goes about and says things that are incorrect objectively, then one, if the Spirit does speak truth, then one can deduce that they're not hearing from the Spirit.
Kevin can't let you slide like that, bro. So if you say, given what you just said, right, the truth has to come from the Spirit. That ain't gonna be about no Bible at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
So, all right. So yeah, I see the magnetic. You're talking about Christ. I think you're referring to the Egyptian word, right? Yeah. So let me tell you a little bit about my background. So I have studied like pyramid texts. I have studied a lot of things in Egypt. I'm not trying to showboat or nothing like that, but
My next question was gonna be: is this your original plethora of knowledge? Like this is all that you've been studying since? I don't know how old you are, brother, but I'm pretty up there, right? So how long you been studying?
Long time. I mean, I've always been a Christian. My dad has been one of knowledge. I've studied Egyptian, the Nile.
What's a long time? What's a long time?
I would say probably all my life. I would say ever since I was 12 years old, I've been involved with different forms of information. But I'm 40 years old now, so I bet that's almost 30 years of studying. And I've always had a heart for it. Like, I read stuff by, Jacques Vallée and people like Graham Hancock and, some of the more French archaeologist stuff, even the information from, Israel, Egypt, Canaan, and Israel by Donald B. Redford. I read various lexicons. I read various authors like Dr. Michael Heiser, Daniel Bayarin. I dealt with Egyptology. Like I read about the pyramid text, coffin text book.
You keep saying Egyptology. Do you think that's the preference we're coming from?
No, not at all. But I see that magnetic and put the word Chris. Like the word Chris actually means to be buried. The root word for Chris does not mean Messiah, right? When we look at, so the only time we see the word Chris.
The Chris is the crease. If you understand, you don't even know how I'm saying it. So you want to knock me down so bad. What's crazy is you don't understand that I stand 10 toes down on any of my scholarship, sir. You can't knock me down, and you can't try to gaslight me on my mama. Because one thing about me, I'll make sure when I put in that chat, I'll make sure I did some research on it.
Okay, no problem. So
every time it's like you're looking at me. First of all, you chat gazing. I'm just calling it out. You chat gazing on magnetic. Every time she spills something, you speak on it. You can be having. Can I hop in there? No problem. Yes, sir. Yeah, we have enough.
Can I hop in there?
Hold on. Let the man chime in for a second.
I've been listening for a minute, and I get lost as the dialogue go further and further. You know what I'm saying? I think Kevin made a point, and we have to all respect that point. Point is that when we say certain things, we can't just simply make up what certain things mean and then run with it and create a narrative around it. We have to at least, first and foremost, have talk about things like Christ, where did it derive from? Which people did it derive from? Christ is an equivalent to a Messiah, which is from the Hebrew word Mashiach, which is from the root word Mashach, which means to rub, to anoint. They didn't just make these things out of thin air. And if we don't accept that, right, and we just simply say that Christ means this, it means something else completely foreign to the people who it first derived from, then we got a problem. Right? That's what
Well,
Kevin
see,
is
this
trying to point out.
Where's it, Rob? And I'm speaking from, I mean to cut you, brother. I'm gonna let you come right. I'm gonna just give you 2 seconds.
Yeah, he was finished anyway. Plus, we can't hear you, Rob.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear him.
To me, he was going in and out.
Can you hear me?
I can hear him. I can hear you, Rob.
Yeah.
Can everybody else hear Rob?
Can anybody else hear me?
Now I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was actually gonna yield to Brother Yes and let him finish, but the thing of it is, okay, I'm 49 years old, right? So I've been around the block a few times. My thing is, it's information. Now, if we're gonna be honest, this is right here the normal American conversation. You got people outside of this corporation, because this is what it is, right? That has never had access to the information that we're talking about, nor is privy to the information, right? They have their own culture and how they see things. And it's like, how dare me say that, hey, this information that you're talking about, I don't even know what this is. This is nonsense. Like, it's going to come off egotistical. I respect the paradigm and his mindset. I'm talking about Brother Kevin. But every time somebody else speaks, whatever their plethora of knowledge is, he automatically has a defense for it. That's ego. Automatically, you show me that you're not open-minded to have an actual conversation.
Well, I wouldn't call him ego. Like I said, I'm an apologist. An apologist is one who is in defense of. That's why.
You know what ego means?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me stop for a second. Because number one, Sandra was trying to speak. And before I let Sandra see it in two seconds, is the fact of, right, if we really want to get to the word, right, it also says, don't throw your pearls to swine. And if someone doesn't receive what you're saying, dust it underneath your feet. And at the end of the day, regardless of where you got your information from, right, you can always, it does not hurt. Like today, I was sitting in my friend wanted me to visit her church. I listened to what they said about how many angels were actually named in the Bible. They said only 2. I knew immediately they were incorrect. Why? Because I read about. Did I challenge anybody in there? No. I took my own due diligence to verify what I already knew, and knew there were at least 4 to 5 angels, and it was actually 4 angels mentioned in the actual Bible. And then I reread what they said, and I said, oh, they were talking about the ones they actually, the ones on the one side, but not the ones on the other side. See, it's okay to disagree with something that someone has to say, or don't understand where someone gets the information from. This is why we have technology. This is why we have critical thinking. This is why we have research, right? And we can also read the text. Remember, the texts are old. Look, I've seen the Dead Scrolls. These things are old. These things are ancient. There's certain things that are not even written in the Bible that people haven't read because they don't even know about the Apocrypha. So always, before you are so strong to say something, at least take the time to research it. So at least when you come with something, you have some validity. Like I could actually come back to that person and say, this is actually wrong. There's actually 4 angels, right? There are actually 4 angels that were mentioned explicitly in the Bible. But I didn't have to do that. I did it for myself. Now, Sandra, go ahead and speak. Thank you for allowing me my two minutes instead of 2 seconds. Go ahead.
Please, all I wanted to say is we increasing. We not staying stagnant. Books, none of that. We increasing. So we know what's in the book, but right now we outside that. We moving forward, going to higher planes and higher mountains. And that's what we're about. So I had to digress in conversation. We had to progress. Just for all who speaking.
Yes, we're here trying to learn, and when you're trying to like discredit somebody or try to overcorrect, because I mirrored you actually, Kevin, because I was going to say all this stuff about my background, right? But I wanted you to see yourself for a second. I don't need to say my all the things that I studied. I went to the land where the Bible is. I felt the anointing in there. I could have said a whole bunch of stuff, right? But that doesn't matter. That's not gonna. My thing is planting a good seed. I don't care about anything else but planting a good seed. If anybody takes anything that we've said today away, I want you to take home this. Whatever information you receive, challenge it. Even God wants His word to be challenged. So I don't understand the visceral. He don't need anybody to beat somebody down with the Bible. He doesn't need that help. He does not. So you can just take that off your shoulders because it's not needed. Jesus died, Jesus wept, okay, and resurrected, okay, according to the word of God. So he doesn't need you because you know what happens when people do that and they want to use the word and twist it or use any spiritual text and throw it at people? It closes people's ears. They can't even receive the information because there's so much visceral. Because I gotta prove to you I know something. I gotta tell you because you don't know. When we say for people to research, it's so that we can all learn something from each other. That's not to downplay anybody or to make somebody feel lower than the other person, right? Because that gives us an opportunity to learn. You know what? If I don't know, so that's why we got 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we can listen more and speak less. Because we can learn a lot when we listen. Okay, I listened to what that person said. I don't agree with this, this, and this. Let me write it down and look it up real quick and then share what I found. So that's how you can actually have elevated conversations even when you disagree. But when it comes with the visceral or the let me tell you something about yourself, or let me tell you, because you don't know, or you're stupid, or you start using you're attacking the person instead of really talking about the topic itself. And that's how people come in and they're lost because ego and pride is all in it. They can't hear the actual content because I want to be right so bad. If the truth is the truth in the word, it can stand alone. It don't need nobody's help. Let's be clear. So I open the floor back up to whoever wants to speak. I just wanted that to be known. You're not going to get anywhere with the visceral. Just in this room, anytime you see pretty open room, it's not a man bashing room. It's not a religion bashing room. It's us actually having discourse so everyone involved can learn, regardless of what people think when they see the title. All right, continue.
Yeah. So, and I appreciate what you just said. I think that nobody wants to.
Touch off real quick. I'll let you finish. Guess what it said, Shani? I think we gotta be paying attention to how long the room been open because I'm sure she want to save her replays.
I know it's been at least 6 hours on this room, and I think they cut off at 12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been at least 6-7 hours. Go ahead, Yeshua.
Yeah, thank you.
It's just time.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. No, I appreciate what you said, and I think that I don't think it was Kevin's intentions to be visceral or to sound visceral or whatever. I think he was just saying that the information from just dealing with the meaning of certain words was kind of misplaced, and it would actually draw faulty conclusions. But on that, and I'll just say this, and I'll mute my mic. I mean, I love intellectual dialogues and engaging in discussions that are mind blowing. We love it. You know what I'm saying? Me and Kevin, we do a lot of work together. We share a lot of information, and we tell people where we get our stuff from. And so one of the questions was being asked earlier about where do you your source for and it may not be to you, but I can't remember who it was towards. But hey, where did you get this from? It was more so of just finding common ground for understanding so that we can move forward. Because that's important, you know what I'm saying? I was born in Nigeria, culture in my village. They have their form of religion that is indigenous to the people that are there. And so I have the best of both worlds of one, living as a Christian, but two, also knowing what my people from a tribalistic standpoint believed in and adhered to. And so seeing the connection between what they believed and what was believed indigenously in my tribe and what is believed now by the majority of people in my tribe and why they believe it. So, so I think that just the importance was being able to have common ground with the information and where it came from, so we can build from there. And I think that that's all Kevin was doing. On that, I really appreciate the discussion, and I'm gonna just go ahead and yield. I love you guys with the love of the Lord, and hope that maybe another time we can dialogue further. Y'all be easy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't wanna turn this into another religious room.
Brother Yashua, are you a Christian?
Absolutely.
What you were saying?
I'm sorry, was that towards me, sir?
Nah, I thought Magnetic was saying something.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm you.
No, I said, we ain't gonna turn this place into no religious room.
That part, because the title was about creating life, and for I hate when people just came in and didn't even like been in this room for 5 to 10 minutes, not even 20, and have so much to say in the chat. You guys can learn so much by just observing. Nobody was arguing and carrying on. Actually, that was earlier, and it wasn't even Kevin and everybody on the stage. So I don't even know.
Yeah, to be fair, I haven't even said a word on here. I was just saying that I definitely.
But why? You just got here, sis. You just got here, sis.
You just immediately interrupted me without even allowing.
No. But I actually was speaking, right? And I didn't close my mic, and I didn't close my mic yet. Correct?
Oh, you have to close your mic.
Yeah, I have to close my mic because I'm a moderator, and I respect the space and the people in here. And I've been here for a long time.
Oh, okay. I
So
didn't
what
know
I'm
that
saying
the
is,
law
let me
had,
finish what I'm saying. Give me 1 minute, and you have the floor. I hate when people come into a space and make a judgment call when you've only been here a short time. There has been 2 rooms open on this topic, to be exact. The first one lasted about 2.5 hours. This one 6. We weren't arguing, besides at least, I think, 5 men that came in here in the other room that started arguing. Because we're not here to argue. We're actually here to learn from one another. That's what we're here for. That's why Pretty opens these rooms. Not to troll, not to male bash, not to female bash. We're actually here to learn. So he did have an open floor to speak, but you maybe weren't here when he started speaking. And he spoke a whole lot in the chat. You can scroll up. It is on replay, just in case you want to check before you make a statement. I just want people to come in, read the room before making statements, because you shift everything off when you've only been here for 5 seconds. You got the.
Yeah, so clearly you misrepresented what I was stating when I said that I think Kevin should have the time to speak after what you guys were stating. I wasn't saying that you guys were neglecting his ability to speak in totality. I was saying that he was not, everybody was consistently speaking and making the same point when I joined in here, and he came off of his mic to respond, and then somebody else went back in and said the same thing again, and then everybody just took back over making the same claim again. So, and before you take over, Brock, I would just like to add that the only sufficiency within my claim was stating that he should be able to respond to the ego, because when you made the statement that you would do better listening, and that when you went to church, like you didn't just immediately objectify when there was a false claim made, that you went home and did research on these angels, whatever, cool. There's a difference between like appropriate timing in a church and disrespecting somebody who believes that they're leading a congregation versus like a conversation on Clubhouse. So I wasn't stating something that happened before I got here, or stating something that I did not see myself. So I don't know where you're getting this. She just got here for 5 minutes.
I got this, Rob. Because what she did not see, which you can scroll up, right? Are you done, Ryan, before I go there?
Oh, yeah.
So what you did not see, okay. Are you done? Okay, awesome. So what you did not see is what him talking about his whole background about all his learnings that makes him, you know, and his titles that makes him viable to have the conversation. Nobody had any titles when we came on this stage and opened this room. I don't lead with, well, I went to Catholic school for 8 years and I did this and this viable for what I say. I only mirrored him, like I said in the chat earlier, so that he can see what he sounds like. So at the end of the day, we're trying to learn, not use titles, not feel special. If he wanted to rebuttal at any time, he had the floor to rebuttal when it was silent. Because at some point, everybody does stop talking. I don't think people need a referee here when we have the mods. And I've been modding on stages for the past on Clubhouse and opening my own rooms, right? For a good 5 years on this app and having my room for a good 3. So I know how to mod a room. So if he wanted the space, I think he's grown enough to like say, hey, can I speak to what you guys are saying? Because we're all trying to learn here. It's not about ego and attitude. And this is why I think sometimes we need to go back to having no chat, because people get so caught up in the chat and they're not on the stage. And then a lot of the things people say in the chat, they could never say on stage or in people's faces. It's just giving people more brazen things to deter the topic that we're talking about. So we're gonna stop talking about religion at this point, because people and spirituality in this manner, since it's gotten people all riled up in a bunch, and go back to the topic at hand, which was scientific when we first started this conversation. So what does anyone on the floor have to say about men don't create life? Prove me wrong. Let's hear what people's background about this topic is.
Yeah, sure. So if you guys don't mind, since my character came up and was judged several times, I feel I was consistently respectful in the room. I didn't come up in the room and even say, hey, I'm this, I'm that, I know this or that. That didn't happen. I came up, Rock invited me, and then he asked me, what is your background? And I gave him my background. And then even while I was speaking, Rock even gave me the credit to say, even though I see that your interface was shiny and I forget what the other sister's name was, he says, I appreciate you for being respectful. Nothing came up about me being, I don't have that about myself. And I'm not going to argue with people about it because I know it's incorrect. But I thought that I'll talk about it now just to move it forward. That I don't think that it's right to say that I was showboating or there's people up here that know me. Like Ryan knows me, Shu, I've studied with him for about a couple years now. And he knows that about me. Right? So I don't think that was the idea. I think the prime idea simply was just this, right? That me being familiar with certain things, if certain things are being said, then I think that one who is an advocate for those things should at least offer the truth on them, or just talking about it to make sure that people are well informed about what's being said. That's it. That's pretty much it. But I appreciate Rock for inviting me up and for asking me those questions.
No problem, Kevin.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Yes, thank you for your share. We appreciate it because it brings, context to what we're talking about in certain aspects. And it looks as though we lost Magnetic. All right. So does anyone want to talk about the actual topic and that's in the goo or whatnot? If not, we've had this room open for, and if anyone in the goo wants to come up, I'm going to close the space in 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, if no one wants to talk about the actual topic at hand.
Dang, man, y'all got up thinking all the y'all got up in y'all religion, man. They tore it up, man.
Yeah, because people use it as a weapon, and that's the problem. That's the difference between religion and spirituality. And we're talking about science.
It's
and
not
so how we got here.
It's not in the book. Life ain't in the book either.
Man, so you can't tell. Listen, the very point that Shani made, that I think we all can learn, is about when you step in spaces, you need to read the room. I literally came in this keep it a beam. I guess because at that time, when I entered the space, the vibration was so high, it was all self-detained. And the point that I'm making is, I didn't even have to get answered. Instantly, I respected the room at that point and said, you know what, let me see what's going on. And I listened. And it literally took me less than 30 seconds to understand what the space was really about. And at that point, I matched the frequency, and then I got on stage, and it continued from there. It was only until one brother who entered the space, and I guess another brother who, according to him, was already in the space before I came, both coming from a Christian perspective, right? But it never freaking fails. As soon as there's information that goes against what they believe, they gotta enter the conversation, and it's gonna always be on some ego shit. Every time. I only get it mostly from Christians. We all know there's over 100 religions, but the Christians, some of you brothers and sisters will die for this shit.
No, let's tell the truth. Some of them don't read the stuff, and they won't die. It's just to be cute with everybody else, so that I can say I belong to something. Because they'll talk about dying and be like Peter and deny Jesus 3 times when his life could have ended right then and there. So I met somebody who was really about that life. I can honestly say this weekend I met somebody that was really about that life, that that literally could have went to jail, could have died, lost his stuff, lost everything twice, and his daughter. That man, he's serious about his faith. All right, I can't say that for everybody, but anyway, it's not about him. But I just wanted to give that example. Like a lot of people just think it's like cool, like being part of a fraternity or sorority, and like to nitpick, because even there was a man earlier that was cursing, using the name of Yahweh to curse the people in the room. I said, where does it say in the Bible that you can curse somebody with God's name in it? Oh, because when Jesus cast out the demons, that's casting out demons. There's no demons up in through here. And a lot of times, while people are sitting up here pointing the fingers, they have the issue that they're pointing the fingers at. And this is why I'm saying for people to read the room before you come in and you speak or you type in the chat, because you haven't been here. And it's sad that the room has turned to where it is now, where I'm getting ready to close it, because now that we said no more to the religion part and back to the topic, no one has anything to say. But the visceral is all around religion. And it's just like, this is why religion is so divisive. It's so divisive because, I've had to deal with it, and so has everybody else here at some point in time. And this is why we can't move past things and learn from each other, because, I have to be right because of my background, or I have to be right because I think I'm right. Like, we all don't know everything.
We don't know nothing.
That's what I'm saying. I've been a teacher, okay? And what I've learned as being a teacher many times is a teacher is always a student. And when you come at that with that approach, you're not so quick to let me tell somebody off. Let me tell somebody who I am and what I know. Because that's great that you know that. But there's a lot of people that don't, or have a different perspective that you can learn from. But it gets lost in the sauce because ego, and this is the root of every single thing that goes wrong in this world, is the ego and the pride. And until people can get to know themselves, see themselves as they really are, and for those who believe in God, to see yourself the way God sees you instead of the way you see yourself, then maybe we can get to a level where we can have conversations that are elevated, where we can learn from each other. And I see Paris, who just came on stage. Did you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, I want to say I appreciate the role, the way that you are moderated. It was more than lenient with somebody being disruptive and not respecting the title. Even when you tried to call them back to respecting the title, stop contending with people by asking questions, but rather go ahead and make your own point. That was asked several times but never honored. And it just came to the point where you all still allowed that type of behavior to go on and still converse with that person as much as possible. So I do want to acknowledge you all for that, because sometimes the grace and the decorum that we have in this room gets or tries to be overshadowed by people who don't like the topic. If you don't like the topic, you can always open your own room and have fun together, rather than come in and disrupt somebody else's room to now they want to actually close the room earlier, but you think that's okay. But I do want to acknowledge you all for hosting a beautiful space, and thank you, and I look forward to being in another room again.
Yes, I see Angel, you wanted to come up. And, and I see what's in the chat. Only God, you don't really know. He knows the hearts of people. And it's really sad. It's really, really sad. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead. Angel, I just gave you a request if you wanted to speak before I close the room. And then I'll leave it to final thoughts and close the room.
Is all I want to say is crazy, because before the shindig went down, we was really on some good shit. You know what I'm saying? The frequency was there, the vibration was there, the energy was there. All it takes is one bad apple, and it takes 2 seconds to dismantle and destroy, but it takes so much more longer to get back on one accord. Because we've been at this point for what, an hour now? Probably longer than that.
Yep, because it started in the chat.
Thank you. I don't know what the experience was with the Christians that you mentioned, and so I can't really speak to that because I don't know what the discussion was all about or how deep and intense it was. I just say that just speaking on from me specifically, and Kevin will probably agree. He's free to agree or disagree. I think that when I constantly hear bashing towards Christianity, I will honestly say that I get incensed by it, and I get irritated by it, because many times there's certain statements that are being made that are not necessarily true, and there's certain things that we're forced to accept, especially when it's not, especially around the fact when it's not even true, because of the moderation of the room. So I'm quiet and I'm listening. I mean, I looked at the topic, men don't create life, prove me wrong, and I actually agree, men don't create life. The reason why I was quiet is because I was waiting for other people to, kind of speak on it, to kind of get an idea of the direction of the room. But I actually agree with the title, men don't create life. Yes, religion does divide, and I think more than religion dividing, I think truth itself is divisive. Whenever the truth is being told, there's going to be people who are not going to like what they hear and want to push back against it. That's just the reality of it. So if we're ever trying to get to a place where we're just trying to unite everybody, it's just impossible if we're going to be truthful. That's just the reality of it.
So in that, right? Religion is totally different than spirituality. Spirituality is a relationship, right? Religion is man-made. It could be ritualistic. It could be a whole bunch of things that have nothing to do with the Word of God, the Torah, or even the Quran. Because people pick and choose. It's because people are imperfect, right? That's what the problem is the people that are imperfect, and they utilize the word or spiritual text to justify the actions. And that was the problem in here. It's nothing wrong because even some of the speakers that we were listening to on the audio did bring up some esoteric things, did bring up some things from the Bible, but it didn't create divisiveness in the room. Let me be clear, in both the rooms that was had around this same topic, because there was a room before this that lasted 2 hours, 3 hours. So it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I don't know how many times
many times I can address that in everything I've said. You can come in here and say what your opinion is, but when you come in here with a chip on your shoulder, you haven't read the room, and you're throwing what you do in all your knowledge, that well, I feel like I can speak on it because I have all of this accolades, then it actually takes away a truth. Like I said before, truth can stand by itself. Like I have in my bio, truth teller has no friends. Nobody has a problem with hearing the truth. It's in the way people try to use if they're using the truth to attack people. Because then it's not gonna go anywhere. Because even if the person wanted to hear any part of the truth that they were saying, their ears are closed now because even guess what? Even Jesus is one bring up religion and won't bring up spiritual. Even Jesus, when they said crazy things to him, guess what he said? A lot of times, absolutely nothing, because not everything needs a response. And I'm gonna leave that there. If no one else has anything else to say, it has been a pleasure. For those who came and enjoyed the room, you guys can listen. For those who want to, you can listen to the replay. The first audio that we listened to was from Cynthia G. The other ones that Magnetic played, I am not sure, but it was in her own library of things that she's heard. I don't know the names of those people. And I hope everybody has a wonderfully blessed day and can take a breather. Because, child, take care, everybody. If there's nothing else that anybody wants to say before I close the space.
I just want to thank you again and close out. My final statement is 2 Timothy chapter 2 tells followers not to do what these so-called followers in here did. So thank you for being so gracious and not letting that ruin the energy completely, because like it was said, we had a beautiful study, and I look forward to coming back. See you next time.
Take care.
Which is ridiculous. But she's never been that low in her entire time as a senator. They think that even despite the fact that she voted against the bills, she voted for the motion to proceed for the one big beautiful bill. They think that still is what hurt her because it eventually then became law. If she did not vote, vote for the motion to proceed, would have they go on the floor and they voted on. So she's riding the line like you said, but people are also saying that Janet has said, give me till August. I'll make the She has a 52% approval rating in Maine. She is considered the only person that can actually beat Collins in a head-to-head. They've also done that, match up with the two of them. She does beat Collins. And so what's interesting is she's older. She's about 76. So if she runs, she'll be like a Bernie. She'll be like some of these very old senators that we have in the New England states. That's not really a problem for the New England states. A lot of people are like, she's too old though. She could be a junior senator in her 70s. Yes, she can. Y'all elect these people all the time when they're 82 and 83. They're freaking senators. So stop talking about y'all. But, people are trying to say, like, how did you do that? Jim Justice in West Virginia is like old as hell, and he is running for one term, and he did, and he got mansion now. So people got to understand it's totally fine if she runs for one term, and at least gets Collins out of there, so that you can have new young leadership come in and run. And the other thing that people don't realize is Troy Jackson, by the way, he follows me on X, and I'm like, I never now know that. A bunch of other, very prominent Maine Democrats, they're all running for governor. A lot of them are going to be dipping out of the race, though, because when you look at the writing on the wall, there are a lot of folks that are probably going to, someone's going to emerge as the clear winner. And these other folks are going to have somewhere to go. They do want to still run statewide. So you got AG, right? You have a lot of other places they can run to. But a lot of young people are saying they're giving Janet Mills first dibs on the Senate. She's the one that can win. She's the one that a number of states can win. So they're going to let her be the one to decide, is she or isn't she going there? So I actually think Janet Mills, and split ticket hub athletes, all of them are showing that Janet Mills beats her. Just like Roy Cooper even beats Trump, and pretty much every single North Carolina Republican that they can put on mean, all these races will be won. Predictions means Democrats can be actually competitive. John Bel Edwards, who is now gone as governor, he's considering running against Cassidy, who is also a big flaw. MAGA hates him. He voted for Trump to be impeached. And, convicted in the Senate. He was one of the only Republicans who voted to do so. He just put up Art Peck, lied and said, let's see what the guy does and make America healthy and do what we all know, not make America healthy again. So, Cassidy is extremely flawed, very vulnerable. Yes, he's an incumbent, and according to Trump, they're trying to mount a challenge for him in his own primary. However, if he ends up winning, he's not guaranteed. And I do think that John Bel Edwards, who has won twice statewide to be governor of Louisiana, has a shot to run against him. Schumer's trying to recruit him really bad. So there are other states to look at. Obviously, some of these are long shots, but others are not. Others are actually, some of this is really within reach, and it will be on how these folks run their campaigns. So I just wanted to mention those other little outliers that people don't really chat about because I've been watching them, and it's just fascinating.
Yeah, you be on it.
I know I'm a nerd. I'm a loser.
No, you're not.
I gotta go to the gym now. We can run.
I think Susan Collins polled me at the last time and she overwhelmingly won. So outside of Janet Mills, she doesn't really have a serious opponent, and past history showed that even if when her numbers are down, she still won. So unless they're gonna float, have Janet Mills to cut the current governor, who she's squirrely in saying whether she's gonna run as a senator and give up the governorship. I see she's
Trump's not
in her.
She's Trump. She's not.
Yeah.
She can't run again, so she would be running.
Yeah.
She would be losing anything by saying she's gonna run for Collins seat. But she said, I'll get back to you guys in August. And when asked recently, she said she's not making her mind.
Yeah, as I say, she's squirrely. But outside of her, even the last time Susan polls were down and she overwhelmingly won, they still put it back. So outside of Janet Mills, who is the strongest opponent to her, I see her back in power.
I'll see if there's research on the split ticket that would maybe help understand why this is the lowest she's ever been. And they actually showed the math that she doesn't really have a path forward unless somehow magically her polling rebounds, which is still possible. Of course, anything's possible. But they very squarely show, like within how they calculate the war of her candidacy, her incumbency, and all that she actually doesn't have a path forward. If it's not, even if it's not Collins, Mills, there are others that they can put that show they can beat her this time. It really will take resources though, so it's not going to be easy. But she's not the only candidate that can win, but she's the best candidate to put up on against her. Makes sense. But I can send it to you from Split Ticket because they broke it all down. And I was like, how fascinating. He's been talking a lot about how everyone sees her as like untouchable. And now she kind of sees herself that way, but unfortunately, even her own internals are showing that she is not untouchable.
How the hell you sit around and read off?
I'm Gus was like, Matt, you're a political junkie. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's pretty embarrassing. But I have a whole spreadsheet. I have so many different candidates. I have their matchups also from all the different pollsters. Angus King's son, they're also floating that he could be. I'm sorry, Angus King's son. Yeah, this is son. They're floating he could be also someone that could beat her because of the name recognition of the Kings in Maine. People will think that it's the dad on the ballot. So they're like, but Angus King, if his son does not, take credit for governor, put him up against Collins. He could probably beat her too. There's a lot of internal polls I also look at. Y'all can get access to them if you go to Puck, and if you subscribe, it's a little pricey, but it's not that expensive. But they'll post some of the internal polls. Split Ticket does as well. Cook, I also pay for Cook Political.
Oh wow.
I'm a Cook.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everyone. I was talking about this yesterday. I was like, "Where's Matt at?" Because I know I needed that, like the breakdown. So I was looking at an article that had somewhat of the breakdown, but you really know what you're talking about. So thank you.
Oh, no problem. And well, thank y'all for listening to me ramble, because I've been talking about this shit on the phone to my nigga, and he'd be like, damn.
I actually want to get so those like I want to hear from people in North Carolina, right? People on the ground. Like I hope we could get people from North Carolina, from
ping your
these
mama.
people.
Your mama on the app, she's from North Carolina, and she actually used to be a staffer, and I think she was a campaign either manager or she was an assistant.
I love her. Yeah, she comes in here sometimes.
Yeah, if y'all get her, she will give you all the North Carolina stuff, like the triangle, like all the demos, and we were talking about it all the other day. And yeah, oh, by the way, sidebar, Cooper is running. They've already one of his advisors already, he is running. This event this weekend is going to be his big that is already scheduled and has been scheduled for 3 months. This is his big stump speech, by the way. Yeah, that he's going to be speaking at, but he is running. So everyone's now saying, LOL, Miss Laura Trump talking about, I'm deciding things after Thanksgiving. Girl, you ain't gonna win even if you run. So as soon as Cooper officially announces, probably before the end of this month, I mean, I'm not sure who the hell is going to be dumb enough to stay in the race. Sorry, but let me get my car. I had to get to this little. Oh, sorry, I said cook. So go to split ticket. I'll write it in the chat. Split ticket, something you guys should follow. That's on Twitter, X. It's also a website. Cook Political. You can pay for it. It's not that expensive. I don't even remember how much it is, but yeah, Cook Political. Huck News. Those are ones I would follow, and then Atlas. Always look at Atlas. Atlas is the #1 pollster, the most accurate pollster in the entire country. So those are the best ones. You can look at other ones too. There are several pollsters that are cool. Morning Consult, right? But I like Atlas the best. If Atlas doesn't have one out, like Mammoth, if Atlas doesn't have one out, I'll go to Morning Consult next. And then Mammoth, I think Mammoth is closing up. And then there's a friend of mine named Adam Carlson. He used to work for Mammoth, and he's amazing. He just started his own pollster, group and market research group, and he's incredible. And so he's another one to follow. But yeah, y'all, I literally read this every morning. It's like I read this in the trades. I'm in the entertainment industry just because I have to know what's going on.
So have you had any gigs lately?
I actually just sold a movie to Amazon. We're doing it with Alice Hodge. I don't want to talk about the details. They'll know. I don't have any of them. But it's set on Wall Street in the world of corporate finance. So it's essentially a reimagination of the Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas, classic literature. And I would say it's if any of you watched that old movie by Tom Cruise called The Firm, that would be a comp. Firm meets Succession, and it is a story of revenge of a black man getting something that was taken from his family back from this powerful dynasty run by a matriarch. And we have Julia Roberts reading right now. I don't know if she'll do it, but we'll see. Yeah, she's reading. She's read by the same. So I'll say it about it. George Sloan Jr., the director who just did the George Foreman movie. He produced the Bob Marley movie. He, did Hate You Give, Soul Food, Robounds, Barbershop, Beauty Shop, Man of Honor. I mean, he's a legend, black film director. Has a company called State Street Pictures. They have a first with Paramount, and they are the producers of the film. And George really wanted to direct it, but he has 4 movies lined up. One called The Prince of New York with Damson Idris, Letitia Wright, Giancarlo Ricardo Esposito and Anthony Ramos at Paramount. He has Danny Cam, the thriller at Amazon he's directing. He has some other corporate thriller that my friend Michael Scarberry is writing for him. They did the inevitable defeat of Mr. P together. George directed it, Mike wrote it. With Jennifer Hudson. I don't know if you saw that, but that was in India in like 2012, 2013. And then he also has another movie lined up. I forgot what it was about. Oh, and also I shouldn't say that. What was in here? I don't care. They're producing the new Friday movie at New Line. It hasn't been announced yet, but they're the producers of Last Friday. And they're closing their new line right now. Or it already closed maybe. So they're doing a lot of awesome stuff, especially on good black stuff. But yeah, so they're producing the movie. We're out to different directors right now. Ronaldo Marcus Green is reading. J.D. Dillard is reading. He did Devotion. He did Sweetheart. He did Slight. Who else is reading right now? Oh, Cord Jefferson, who just did American Fiction, is also reading. So we're trying to get a director, but Amazon wants to movie. So just sold that. Waiting on my check to come in because Amazon be taking too long to pay. Yeah, that's one we just sold, and then we're in the process of setting up an adult anime comic series. Yeah, so the business has still been okay for me. It's still been very difficult to get stuff sold, but the market is still buying right now. And I'm trying. My cousin, I already know my cousin is already said it's Rashida Jones. I'm trying to like Johnson. Johnson. So she just sold a couple things. She had a project with my friend Kira that she didn't sell. So I'm afraid to go out with a half-hour comedy because they just don't seem to be moving at all anywhere. But 1-hour dramas, features, half-hour animated comedies, stuff like that. That stuff's moving. Yeah, trying to make some more moves. We'll see what happens as the year ends because it's been an interesting year in the industry as everyone reacts to Snape being in office. I know.
You just have to sit a little bit above.
Matt.
Yeah. Congrats, Matt.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I had my volume down so I can hear y'all. Need my coffee. I wanted to, I hopped up to say that if you have any of those, or if you know of any of those projects, those Netflix projects that eventually are going to be shot in their new facility once it's done in New Jersey, I want to connect with you. I just followed you because my client put in for the grant to build the workforce development pipeline.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. So part of the grant requirement is to connect with potential employers upon their completion. So I think that we should connect on that and some other projects as well.
For sure, yeah, that channel.
Okay.
We've talked about shooting that. I mean, we have a new director, Nefertiti and Gulu. She's directing my movie Sonata that we're doing with Lexi Underwood and Zoe Kravitz. And we discussed shooting in that facility, but we don't know the logistics of it yet. So if you know T, let me know. Because we are talking to a company called Fifth Season that used to be Endeavor Content, and they want to fund the film. But we're personally wanting to go team up with A24 and have them just do a co-fi with the studio. Either them or this other company, Neon, or maybe even Black Bear. We're trying to see though if Searchlight or Focus Features want to just do it. It's one of those specialty art house films. Budget is around 8 to 10. My friend Judy, she's gonna be our line producer. She's done everything from Apocalypto to a bunch of shit. And then my other friend is also producing with us. And she used to work for James Franco's company back before he was being a weirdo. And she's produced a bunch of his films that they've done. But yeah, so we're figuring out the logistics of that particular soundstage and that lot because it was perfect. We'll have a lot of exteriors to do in New York. It's actually going to be set in Brooklyn and Williamsburg in the classical music scene. So yeah, let me know what you know about that.
I'll definitely do that because I'm trying to build out like a short list and
I have a lot of people on the list already that are like locally based, they either live in New Jersey but work in like the tri-state in terms of film and media. So yeah, I can definitely hook you up.
Yeah, if you have crew lists, please send, because we're trying to, Judy's trying to, I mean, I'm glad because I have time to, she's queen of wine producing crew hire, department head hire and all that, so she wants a large spreadsheet of folks that we can go to when we know, okay, cool, this company is going to do a co-5, or, we have all of our ducks in a row. And I would love to shoot in the fall. I don't know if it's possible because of all of the logistics and all the things we're up against. We're trying to get Anjali Ellis attached right now because we want to have a trifecta. Yeah, she's so sweet too. She read the script and loved it, but her and her agent Brian Moon and CAA Rex Lexi. So we're trying to just make sure we're good to say she's attached. She just read the script 2 weeks ago. So I'm trying to I have a call with Brian. We have to talk about all this. And so, gosh, it's been a lot going on. So
I have cool spots in Williamsburg if you're looking for locations and stuff.
oh, thank you. Period. Please, yeah, absolutely. As soon as we get everything approved, and I know we have a lot of exterior shots, like the lead, Lexi Underwood's character. By the way, if y'all know, she's from Little Fires Everywhere. She played Kerry Washington's daughter in that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's going to be trying to get a job, so we have a montage scene of her trying to get a job in the film. There's a music shop we need to make that she works at.
There's a music shop here. There's a new record store that just opened in Bedford.
Do they have any? Well, we can just dress the set, obviously, but it needs to feel like church. Like our hope is that it's not. I want to do it in a way that doesn't feel like we're really like living in the gentrification of it all. Like I want to live in like old Williamsburg, If that makes sense.
This is the focal point of gentrification.
I know.
I mean, look, there's still a few spots that are just like, rugged. There's still a couple of soul survivors, but
that's what we're gonna have to find then, because
yeah, I know of a couple of spots here where locals still could afford to go to. I mean, there's still a few locals left. My partner's from Williamsburg. His dad's from Williamsburg. I mean, you're talking about generations of people that are from Williamsburg, and like the people on our block are still mostly like, were born here and raised here. But yeah, it's wild, honestly. It's the weirdest place I've ever lived in.
I can't wait. I hope we get to shoot this movie, I swear to God, because it's called Sonata, and it's literally about music being used to heal, and this young woman discovers that when she plays the cello for people, they begin having these memories of who they're supposed to be, and it's supposed to essentially inspire them to kind of walk outside of their pain, their struggle, the things they're holding on to, and basically towards the person that they're actually meant to be all along. And it's just a movie that shows you that music is literally a bridge to the other side, right? To our best self from our worst. Yeah, we're using classical music, of course, as our vehicle, because she's a classical, she's a cellist. Her mother was a cellist, concert cellist, was in the New York Philharmonic, and all that stuff. So, yeah, but we'll see what happens. But thank y'all. I gotta get this car out, so that's good. I gotta hit him.
Sorry, I'll pull out this paper real quick. So what's going on, y'all? Anything popping? Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Alright. I thought I'd pull out the room because I need
Nothing's going on here. Let me look at the news.
Did you hear? They're talking about. Wait, let me make sure I'm correct on this. It's about Barack.
So we talked about, did we already talk about yesterday, Tulsi Gabbard threatening prosecution of Obama?
If you did, I wasn't here.
So she is talking about prosecuting him. Trump has been posting these AI-generated videos showing Obama getting arrested.
Oh my God. Are we on Twilight Zone?
Not from the law. This is crazy. And then he's demanding his arrest. And saying President Trump called for Barack Obama to be arrested after spy chief Tulsi Gabbard claimed the former leader was behind a years-long coup against him. But yeah, freaking, this dude is fucking wilding out right now. Let me go ahead and go back to breaking news. But yeah, I just seen that yesterday. I was like, fuck. But they're gonna talk about that in depth later on today with Lisa. Lisa wants to do a room on that, so. And I think she said she's gonna open at 3 today, so.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, no, so we can be with the hotels. Yesterday, I freaking saying.
I was listening to some other replay this morning, but I didn't get to finish.
Oh my God, you was in there, I think, in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Y'all are killing me with this assassination wasn't a real thing. Y'all are killing me with that shit.
Yeah, the conspiracy theories.
Yeah, and this is coming from us. Like, I was the only one on stage, like, no, they really said kid tried to assassinate him. Like, I don't know how you fake that, because if you did, then what? Biden is a part of it as well? Because it was his goddamn, people that was protecting him. And they was like, did y'all, this is what they said. They seen videos. That ran here with that shit too. They said they seen videos where the Secret Service was directing the camera on where to shoot. And I was like, what's going on? Are y'all for real? Or are we trolling, Patty? They was like, no, I'm serious.
I mean,
explain yourself then.
No, I was gonna say, all I can say is that news has changed so much because I feel like because things move so fast, right? They didn't really cover this story like that, and I don't know. It's just I think it's like the media coverage that people have an issue with because it feels like the story came and went really quickly, and it sort of just like disappeared. And I think like Deborah was saying, like, why haven't they covered the 1-year anniversary of this? Like, usually when we look at other assassination attempts.
They did do
Okay,
it.
they did.
So we talked about it in the room because I said it's the 1-year anniversary and I played a clip. Because they were talking about it. It's just so much other shit he's doing that overshadows.
Yeah, it's just a lot going on, and then the media just moves really fast. But yeah, I don't think that that's very a fake attempt or anything like that. I just think it's just the media just decided we're just gonna move on because we got a lot of stuff to cover. I mean, the media is very disconnected, I think, from like, stuff that we probably need to hear in general, right?
Trump has done so much that it's hard to just say this is one thing that we're gonna focus on. You know what I'm saying? Like if you focused, if we would have stayed focused on his assassination attempt, what happens the following day? Freaking
it's publicity for him, right? At the end of the day, it is publicity for him. And maybe they are trying to give him as much coverage, or they cover Kamala evenly. I mean, it's a tough decision to make, because what do? This is an election at the end of the day. So I don't think it was planned or anything. Like, I'm not the type of person that he thinks he planned or anything like that. But I do think he milked it for what it was, right?
Yeah, I do.
Certainly, it's like, oh shit, we have this gift. Let's use this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because people die, right?
Right.
You know. So RIP to those people that we don't really even discuss, but people did die over this. So it's tragic.
And that's what I said. I said people die. Like, how do you plan other people dying?
Yeah.
And they actually found shell casings. Like, the Secret Service had 8 shell casings. So, like, if this was an attempt to hide some shit, that means the DOJ, because this all would have been federal, the DOJ, freaking the Secret Service, and Biden is all in cahoots with freaking, like, this is not something you can, like, just pretend or fake.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, oh my God. Yesterday I was like, no. And then here comes JD coming off mic. Well, I kind of think, hold on, no, you're not. So I was like, you can't be my husband if you're going to be on these conspiracy theories. Oh my God. I'm just so, oh man. It's getting bad because, Democrats really weren't like this. And it's been a couple of times I was like, what's going on here, y'all? Like, come on. We're smarter than this. We like actually read the information and then have this conversation. Now we fuck up it sometimes interpreting the information, but we actually really do read.
I think it was the fact that he milked. He conveniently used something to gain more publicity and stay on the air longer and gain sympathy. He had that big fucking diaper on his ear, or maxi pad, whatever you want to call it, on his ear. Like, so it kind of seems like, oh, this is so convenient. Like, he's milking these things for all he has, But sometimes, things happen where it's like a gift, and that's just what it was. So, who knows? Had that happened, I mean, we could do for the what about and all that stuff, but I'm sure gaining sympathy and all that stuff certainly helps. It's like a free commercial, right? So I think he raised a lot of money the next day, and that's the thing too. The thing that scares me is that people, we're talking about this stuff about the election and the midterms and all that stuff. I think one of the things that scared me is that we're not raising money like the other side is, right? Tom Homan, very weirdly, it's very weird that whatever his title is, he's doing speeches and rallies now, and I'm sure that is raising a lot of funds, right?
Like, why would he be doing rallies right now? He's supposed to be homeland security.
But it's fundraising. It's fundraising. It's that's what I'm saying. What worries me about the Democratic Party is that we're not raising money like our counterparts, right? Supposedly the DNC is like broke, right? We need people to be on social media. We need to be, that's why I was like, I kind of like Gavin right now. I see what you're saying about Bashir, but Gavin is becoming like a big troll, right?
Yeah, but he's not popular.
No, he's not. But whoever's running, we just need whoever's running his Instagram, his Twitter, right? Because that trolling is top tier. You saw the Elon Musk and Trump thing.
Yeah.
That was funny. like
I think
Coldplay affair. I don't know. That was.
I think he could get people, like maybe people from New York, maybe, but like outside of cities like New York City or the state of California, I don't really see.
Yeah. I definitely see what you're saying. We get a hold of people in the DMC? Like, can we bring them on Clubhouse just low key, or would they just run them off the app? I don't know.
I'm sorry, I mean, yeah.
Nah, it's all good.
I don't think they'd come on this app. They'd probably do some research and be like, these motherfuckers too toxic. They too toxic. These people do whatever. Like, you can dox them. They're doxing them ain't nothing. They're public figures, but these people make videos, something. Now let me see what's going on. So I do got an article, and it's talking about what to expect as Harvard takes on the Trump administration in federal court. So Monday, Harvard is supposed to be back in court for their hearing and the funding fight against the Trump administration. This is the next step in battle over restoring more than $2 billion in federal funding for research posted by the White House. If they get this fucking money back, Columbia, it rocks. You see a lot of those kids that go to these schools are really, when you're young, you have all these great ideas on how you can save the world and how, you like, they really have these, when you were young, like when I was young, I believed in everything being, give poor people more money and access, make sure this and that, like, everything free. My daughter is kind of like that. She has her explanation, but then I just look at her and just smile and be like, wait till you gotta pay bills.
Daddy, I started off as a libertarian. Please do not. It's never leaves this room. Never leave this room. I don't know.
You live in Miami.
No, just me not experiencing life and just reading a lot and really thinking that this is the best form of government, right? It's just liberal when it comes to social issues, but fiscally conservative. And I think a lot of me is still like that. But the reality is, I joined the Libertarian Party and right away got out of it, switched to Democrat, and I realized that a lot of this stuff is coded in just racism, right?
Yeah.
And people will rather spend money on billions going to Mars or some shit like that than SNAP benefits. Like that, there's something fundamentally wrong with that, right? And you realize these Republicans, it's not about being fiscally responsible, fiscally conservative, right? It's about taking everything that poor people have and giving it to the very, very wealthy that are never gonna spend this money. So,
right.
When you realize stuff like that, you're like, okay, now I see what's going on. But yeah, I part of me is, I studied taxes, right? A part of me is like very conservative in a way, and I like that tax. I know it's not very popular, but I like a VAT tax.
I like VAT tax too.
You go to countries with VAT, they have way better education than we do, right? Our education right now is funded by property taxes. That's inherently racist, right? So we know this country has been, many Black people still live in historically redlined areas, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, this system is racist as fuck. So it's like, how are we still, funding children's school off a fundamentally racist system? So that could alleviate that. Obviously, it's a regressive tax, though. But if you have free, high quality education, free, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but I don't like this deficit, right? I think we need to tax wealthy people. That period, that's it. And I think that, I was on the side screaming, Kamala Harris, these tax policies, because I thought they were good. And I thought, like, we really need to try something. We need to really tax this wealth. Wealthy people themselves, right? Like the Warren Buffetts of the world, right?
And then
Bill
a
Gates.
lot of them are real. The ones that are super rich are willing to, like Warren Buffett.
Yeah, they're like, talk to me. They're actually begging people to tax them more. So it's like wild to me that like a lot of the wealthy. Of course, a lot of wealthy people are gonna move out, right? We always have that. That's always gonna remain. They're gonna expat, like remove their citizenship, move to another country, and that's okay, right? That's always gonna happen. That's happening now in UK. That's why I was like, I'm glad that guy Jay something came in the other day, because that's what we're gonna be dealing with if we get if we get another Democrat in office in 4 years, or 3.5 years. We're gonna have to play major cleanup, which is what the Labour Party is doing now, right? They're trying to reverse some of the shit that Brexit did, and they're trying to, fund the NHS system.
They're trying to do everything that's fucked up, and that NHS is all behind conservatives. Conservatives will fuck you over. It's happening.
But my thing is, y'all know these nurses have never had like a white American nurse. Okay, it's like barely in my life, right? All the nurses are Filipina,
right?
Let's be real. So you want to deport all the Filipinos, right? Like, you're not the only show in town. Like, people are gonna go elsewhere, and like, now what are you gonna do? So, UK has been moving goofy, and now what happened? Now we're dealing with those consequences: mass deportation, mass divestment with these tariffs, and so now we're dealing with all these consequences. So we're dealing with the shit that UK dealt with years ago, and he said like billions leaving the economy. It's actually projected to be trillions, right? Because like I worked on this stuff. And I helped get businesses out of UK after Brexit.
Yeah, because they knew what the revenue was going to look like. There was no freedom of movement, whether it was supplies, personnel. I don't know why they thought this would be a great idea.
Racism. They thought immigrants are taking their jobs. They thought immigrants were benefiting, and so they wanted the immigrants out. And so it was about racism, right? The same thing as the election largely, right? Our this election was about racism.
Right, and we didn't learn the lessons of what happened with you.
No,
we're not learning the lessons because they don't even associate how Brexit looks. If you look at policy versus policy that we're trying to do with Project 2025, like Brexit. Like when I would watch it on TV, I was like, this shit isn't gonna go through. They're not stupid. They can't be this stupid. Then when they were debating the freedom of movement, I was like, yeah, this isn't gonna go through. At least they won't let this go through. Yeah, they did.
And they were looking at, you were looking at them, and they were looking at us like when Trump was running for office. He's never gonna win.
Right, and they had the big balloon. Remember, they had the big balloon over some of those European countries. In the UK, that balloon was there a couple of times. The naked baby Trump balloon with a diaper. Like, I'm like, you motherfuckers are shitting on us, but you guys are fucking working towards a Trump-like president, or not presidency, parliament. Like, you guys are bringing all these people into these roles that are Trump-like. And then Trump is shaking their hands, telling me he's got the greatest ideas, he's the best candidate
separately.
Not Tony Blair. I know his face because he has that blonde hair that always looks messy.
He always looks messy. Let me see. That dude is Trump 2.0. It's like he has the greed, but he also is very intelligent. So his thing was him getting richer and everybody else around him getting richer. Okay. And then the Labor Party was fighting against it. What's his name? Boris Johnson. There you go. Boris Johnson. He's trash. Boris Johnson's trash. And that one female, there was a female right before him that actually opened up the conversation. What is her name? Let me sit down, female. Theresa May.
The lettuce, they got her out of there. I'm like, that's when you know these people in UK, boy. And I was here in a room. This girl Eunice. Oh my God, I love her rooms. She does these UK rooms, and she's in UK, and she streamed the debate, and their debate was really good. I mean, they get crazy.
Yep, they get crazy.
They get wild over there.
I was like, she opened up the conversation and Boris Johnson jumped on board and said, let's go. And David Frost just says here.
He can understand why his priest or his pastor wouldn't accommodate him. And I think if we're not careful, we slide into kind of a lukewarm state of Christianity.
Well, yeah, I mean, don't do that. Always guard your heart. The armor, the armor of Christ, put on the full armor. There's all kinds of pitfalls about being complacent. You don't want to do that. And Jonathan, we'll get to you in a second. Someone asked, "This is so great! Oh my gosh, the Lord has shined up on us today." I started this whole podcast this morning with this very thing. So, Spartan in chat says, "Where in the Bible does Jesus said?" I'll just read it the way you should have written it. "Where in the Bible does Jesus say, 'I am God, worship me'?" That's what you meant to write. And then he says the same thing. He says something that Jesus says when he confronts the devil. I'm not saying you're the devil, but interesting way to write that. So, where it is written is what Jesus addresses. So I wondered often why people don't bring up Matthew and Luke more about the temptation of Jesus when he says, "Where does Jesus say, 'I'm God, worship me'?" And by the way, in perfect Arabic. And by the way, 300 times. And then all the Christians go to like Abraham, I was, I am, I have the water of life, only God can forgive sins, as if that should totally be adequate. But why don't people do the temptation of Christ? Because he absolutely applies this verse to him. So if he was improperly applying this verse to him as deity, the devil would have been able to be like, "Oh, well, I'm going to have you crucified for blasphemy." He would have done that right then, but he can't, because the devil, how bad is that if the devil understands Jesus as God, but you don't? That's bad. Okay, so Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, returned, and he goes on, the devil tempts him, and he says, the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms. This is Matthew 4, verse 5. The devil took him up and showed him the screen that I'm sharing. Okay. Showed him the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time and said to him, "To you I will give all authority and their glory, for it has all been delivered to me, and I can give it to whom I will. If you then will worship me, it will all be yours." And Jesus answered him, "It is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and you shall serve only him." And he took him to Jerusalem and set him on the pinnacle of the temple and said to him, "If you are the Son of God, throw down yourself from here, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you and to guard you. And on their hands they will bear you up and not let you strike a foot against the stone." Jesus answered him and said, You shall not put the Lord your God to the test. And when the devil had ended every temptation, he departed until an opportune time. So there's your answer. I mean, there's one of 20 plus answers. But how do you get? My question for you would be, how do you get around that? Like, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test. So throw yourself down. Angels will help you. You shall not put your Lord your God, the Lord your God, to the test. He is absolutely applying this to himself. There's no way around that. That's the answer. I mean, there's plenty of other answers too, but there you go. And the fact that you don't see that, which I'm not watching the screen, but I'm just assuming you don't, would be where Jesus gets the parables and says some people, this is God's good pleasure, that many people receive these parables as little children and they just get it immediately. Like other people, they like toil and trouble and they cannot wrap their heads around these simple parables. So I hope you don't follow that path, but it sounds like you are. Oh, now I'm watching the screen again. You are beating around the bush. Directly quote me where it is written. Gosh, I don't want to.
He's asking for an exact word fallacy where Christ said exactly.
Right, I know, that's the entire point. Like, you're not going to get one. Like, this is the answer. Like, if you don't believe the prophets, and by the way, like John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God. And if you're like, oh, well, that's just a prophet, that's just a prophet. Whatever your excuse is, you have no business believing Moses. You have no business saying, we believe the prophets. No, you don't. You're a liar. You have no business believing any prophet, including Muhammad, peace be upon him. You have no business believing any prophet if you don't take the prophet's words. So just stop, repent, believe the gospel. Jesus can save your soul right now. And then you'll be like, oh, I didn't need him to say he is God, he is God, he is God. Because then I would have been like, oh, he said it 13 times, not 14 times. So no one's beating around the bush. There is not the exact word in perfect Arabic where Jesus runs up and down the street screaming, I am God, in whatever language you prefer. He says it in so many ways that unless your heart is like what's the thing I think the black rock lava stone, unless your heart is like diamond glass stone, there's no way you cannot understand this. And the fact that you don't understand this either means you know it's saying that, but you're beholden to religion to not admit you believe that or understand it, or you really do not understand it, in which case that's a very bad spiritual position for you to be in. That's what I have to say. I don't want to be mean. Steph, you have thoughts?
Oh, the next question is why is this like Jesus committing suicide thing so popular right now? His next question is why did Jesus crucify himself for these sins? I think is what he meant to write.
He offered himself as a sacrifice. This is something that, your prophet, the one I guess you say you believe in, which if you don't believe the Bible, then you have no business believing any other prophet anyway, including false ones. But your own prophet would say something like, who can thwart the will of God? No one can thwart the will of God. So take a step back, approach your own religion, that God is sovereign, whatever view of God you have, whatever God is. Yes. But if I'm wrong, fine. But, but yeah, I was assuming that. So if you're not Muslim, but regardless.
You know what's interesting though, Nate?
They would say, who can thwart the will of God? No one. So Jesus, if he's only a human, then you're really onto something. But if you're Muslim, you don't believe he crucified himself anyway. But if you believe he's God, like the Christians claim, you also can't use that as a polemic against Christians, because from your own standard, Muslim standard, you cannot thwart the will of God. If this is the will of God, you cannot stop it, and you may get zapped by lightning for questioning God. God is sovereign. God cannot die ultimately because you cannot kill a God. This is words from your own, book.
Yeah, but I can understand where someone could take that and run with it, because the Bible says, or Jesus says in the Bible, full disclosure to whoever it's talking to, I don't believe that I'm an atheist, but I'm just saying that the words say, no one takes my life, I lay it, I have the power to lay it down, and I have the power to take it up again. So I could understand where someone could look at that, and if I find my hair had a charitability plus 2,000, I could understand where someone would say, oh, if he lays it down freely, isn't that the same as committing? Like, I could see where someone could stretch it to that length, but I think you're on thin ice.
Well, I mean, that's like equivalent to like suicide by cop. Like, I mean, it is basically suicide. I agree with you. Well, it's similar, not the same, because I think that is a more clear case. upshot, but the spirit of it is you forced their hand, knowing what would happen. So it's like you were too chicken to pull the trigger yourself. However, that's slightly different than Jesus predicting what's going to happen. People who rightly understanding he is claiming to be God many times, that's the whole reason they wanted to crucify him for it. So Jesus predicts the future. He always knew this was going to happen. This was always his plan, and is to redeem humanity. Like, no one's going to say, well, maybe there's a few, maybe this guy, but if somewhere like, a husband sacrificially throws himself in front of a car knowing he's going to die to shove the rest of his family out of the way, well, I don't think anyone is really going to say, he committed suicide. No, they're going to say he sacrificed himself to save the family which he loved. But then when it's Jesus, he committed suicide. No, your godless religion is forcing you to say that, or you'll get killed by that religion, or whatever other reason you have. So no one would rightly say, Jesus committed suicide. They would say he sacrificed himself for the sins of all who would believe. That is not suicide. That is a sacrifice to save untold billions of people if they will repent and believe the gospel and call on his name for salvation. That's the answer. So that makes the case for suicide. It kind of shows your hand, right? And it's like shows kind of how you're not a good faith actor. If you're, because you would never say that about your own family. It's like, my dad didn't commit suicide. He jumped in front of a moving van to push me out of the way to save me, not so he could die. Same thing. Final thoughts, anyone before I have to run?
Yes. I want to thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Steph for trusting me, both on Friday and on the free Discord thing.
Aww, you're good people, Miranda. Now accept Jesus and repent.
I'm not going to thank Steph for modding me on Friday because she knew it was the right thing to do.
Wait a minute, then I don't get any credit? Come on.
Oh no, you get credit for trusting your instincts.
Alright, I'll take it.
Hey Nate, you had really good arguments today.
Thanks for the birds or not?
I know, across the board. You're really sharp at
see you. Is it the mentally blue? My tongue is still bright blue.
Wait, could we close on that topic real quick? Senor, do you know anything about this and what it is? Because I'm puzzled. I am more puzzled by the blue dye brand thing than I am by the furnace right now.
Apparently it's in blue.
No, what is it blue dye? What is it blue dye?
It's mentally blue. It's like a supplement that's been marketed as something to help with like the mitochondria or something in your brain or body and like.
Oh really?
Improve connectivity between like because I guess it's supposed to be like this.
Oh, you're using that?
Yeah, I've heard enough people talk about it that my curiosity was piqued. Usually I ignore all things supplement because I just don't care. But this one I'm like, you know what? It's not that expensive. Let's see what happens.
You know, Steph, if I see this for a week straight, I'm gonna say the supplement works.
Apparently it's been all the rage, like Chad knew exactly what it was when Nate said it. I've never heard of this, but
and keep in mind, Chad seems to have the same level of condemnation for this methylene blue that he does for your newfound furry group. So consider that Chad is wrong.
Chad's never wrong. Right?
I understand you have to say that, but if he needs some Christian brother correction, we will send him a bottle of this and some cat ears, and we'll set him right.
Nate, if you suddenly seem a lot more like quick on your feet and even more intelligent than you already are, and you become some kind of genius,
Or become an atheist.
No, not an atheist.
I couldn't resist.
We'll play mine. Well, my family is in Toronto. They have landed, so did you feel a chill in the air, or like?
Like, what are you talking about? I'm on Dixon Road across from the Toronto airport, ready to intercept them.
Hey, what's your family doing in Toronto?
I woke up this morning, I woke up 5 o'clock this morning, I saw something trending. Some black guy, I think in Ohio, was in a car, police stopped him and told him he had come in the car because he had no lights on. He said, well, it's daylight and it's not raining. And they were saying, doesn't matter, you're supposed to, and he was like, call the supervisor. And I broke the window, punched him in the face, dragged him up. You guys see that?
No.
Okay. I'm taking my break walking.
Yeah, I saw that. Let me see if I can find the video on Instagram.
Yeah, maybe fine.
I might have shared it with people, but I saw it this morning. Are you talking about the guy
This one is right.
He just kind of remained like very calm. The guy was like very calm, and he just had his hand. They told him to put his hands, and he put his hand like he followed all the directions, and they still snatched him out the car, broke his window.
And he was like something about, my window isn't working. I guess he must have locked the doors, but he was very calm. Yeah, they busted the window, reached in there, punched him, grabbed him out, punched him again, and they slapped him when they returned. Grabbed him out.
Let me find
The guy in dreads, it's a young guy in dreads.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, that one. Yeah. I'm like, what in the square building?
That's because they feel protected under this administration.
But the sad thing about it was there was a brother in there too. There was a brother cop. He stood right by his
but I had something. All right, I'm gonna look for that video. I don't know. I can't find it. But there was a guy. You know that guy? I think he's on CNN. Hassan. Have you seen that? 20 people versus Hassan. And it's like 20 Trumpers. This is, there's some good clips out of there. Oh my God, so that was really good too. Let me see if I can find that, I can't find that in the video. I'm sure it'll pop up. But this stuff is good too. The Hassan, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on, if I go on music mode, hold on. I can probably play this.
You should just comply, just do what they told you.
Yeah, let me switch to this and I will look for that, but
no problem.
This is what I have now, and I'm like, I completely forgot about it and I thought it was good. So let me see. Crap.
Liberal said, liberals always capping for criminals.
Huh? Whatever. F out of here.
Okay, here it is.
So in regards to your claim, I just want to start by asking this. Do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Sorry, can you hear that?
It's not my name.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Hassan.
So in regards to
conservative.
your claim, I just want to start by asking this. Do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant. I'm American.
Well, immigrants are not Americans. Immigrants are the people that were born here.
That's not true. What's the basis of your claim?
Are you talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming American?
The 14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
Any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
I'm aware of that.
There's about 40 to 50 million naturalized Americans.
Many.
But
You seem aware of it because you said Americans versus immigrants.
so, but are you understanding that the process of getting all these immigrants that come in here we've been also the millions of immigrants, it's up to the millions, it's the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
Positively, I would argue.
people like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs in their own fields that we go to college for that we get into debt for. And because more blue collar work, especially in construction, agriculture and so forth, and the hospitality industry, we cannot get jobs in those fields, so we require
for a job in construction?
No, I went to college. Many people here are in college or went to college, but we can't even find jobs in our fields, also because of the H-1B visa program as well. But in regards to just your claim about immigrants specifically, we couldn't even get jobs to pay for housing.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Okay, is this in regards for American citizens?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm unaware of that statistic, but from what I see, from right
I'm an immigrant and an American, and I employ many American citizens, both naturalized and the ones born here.
My parents came as immigrants who became naturalized, so I'm not necessarily opposed to immigrants.
So you're the child of immigrants?
Correct, I'm a child of immigrants. I was born
But you don't accept that immigrants are Americans?
Not at this moment.
Your parents are American?
Not at this moment, no.
Your parents
They're
are American?
citizens. They became naturalized.
You just said you can't be citizens by being naturalized.
No, I was born here, and I'm not opposed to naturalization. I never said I'm against naturalization.
Are you against naturalization?
No, I never said I was against naturalization.
Yeah, and everyone was here, they can play it back on YouTube. You said Americans or immigrants. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are States citizens.
But they're immigrants, you said.
No, they came here as immigrants. However,
So they are
the
immigrants.
claim
You
that
said,
we can.
I came here as an immigrant. I'm an
But at
immigrant.
this point, when they came, the United States economy, the United States economy was not at.
It's better now. The American economy is better than it's been.
So in regards to your claim, I just want to start by asking this: do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant. I'm an American.
Well, immigrants are not Americans. Immigrants are the people that were born here.
That's not true. What's the base of your claim?
Are you talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
Any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
Sir.
Oh, wow.
Maddie ate her up. He chewed. Don't ever.
You know, have y'all seen this young kid? I think he's like he's
blonde.
Yes, he started off in high school doing these little debates with people, and they've been moving him around. He's in college now, and it's like
very smart.
Eats the shit out of these motherfuckers.
I know, he makes them look so stupid.
I was like, damn, like he be schooling me. Like I'd be like, damn.
I was watching him on TikTok during the election cycle. He's very good. Very good.
He needs to get into politics.
Yeah. It's you know who's also good too? Remember the guy who went viral at the Kevlar which is, she had a rally in Atlanta and he was like doing Kendrick Lamar, not like us.
Yes.
He's also good too. Yeah, they do TikTok together.
Did he work with her or something like
I
that?
think he's Young Democrats in Georgia or something.
Yeah,
the Young Democrats.
Part of the Young Democrats, yeah.
But you guys remember Maddie got fired from, they won't admit it, but from MSC because he challenged the Israeli spokesperson about what they were doing, the lying and genocide and, in Gaza. And then like the next couple of days he was taken off and then told him that he stepped down. They basically fired him for that. But Maddie is awesome. Don't debate him. He's a very good debater. But he had some facts.
Yeah. Wait, do you have the whole clip for that, Sin?
I don't. It's probably on his channel today on CET.
It's probably on YouTube because this is Jubilee.
Yeah.
He has a couple of clips from the Candace Owen one. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So it's just on Jubilee YouTube.
Yeah,
you know who started all this shit with these me debating 20? It was a high school teacher. This white liberal high school teacher. He started doing that. Like he would debate Republicans, young Republicans, right? And
Mateo.com. Z as in zebra, ETEO. It's probably on his platforms, Mateo.com.
So it's definitely on YouTube Jubilee. Like if you go to YouTube and you put Jubilee, because this is Jubilee. As soon as I put Jubilee in YouTube, it comes out. So it's an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah. But Maddie has his own platform though, it's Mateo.com. That's another point. They keep firing these legacy media folks when they don't comply or come forth. And then they go and start their own podcast, YouTube, their own platform. And over time, they're matching, they're on credit, they can say whatever they want to say, have whatever guest they want to say. And over time, they're doing really well. Maddie has his own platform, Sotero.com. You see Joy start her own podcast. I think she's starting to do decent numbers. Don Lemon has Lemonation. Over time, he's starting to do decent numbers. So legacy media can, be both sides or, lean one side or whatever. Don't give the facts or what have you, or try to obfuscate. And they're a dying breed.
Yeah. I found it, Sin. I think I want to play it. It's an hour and a half. Or hour and 49 minutes. Y'all want to hear it? I'm not going to play the whole thing all at once. It'll be like in 10 minutes, so that'll give us 14, 15 clips to play.
or at least through each person that he debates. Hopefully y'all don't get bored. If y'all get bored in the audience, somebody come up here and tell us, like, chill out, this is just too much. Because, like, what I enjoy doesn't mean y'all enjoy it, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Spirit, Scotty. Ghetto ass Scotty.
Scotty Plus.
He's no longer in Plus. He's moved down.
That's right. That one, it's like queued up, I can play it.
He's in the hood now.
Trying to do that. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay, let me see if this plays. Okay, let me know.
Okay, play it.
Alright, 1 second. Did that work? What's it?
If you're playing it, Spirit, it's not playing. You're gonna have to go. You put it in music mode, right?
Let me see.
So those 3 dots.
Yeah.
And you got it in music mode, and you're playing it from the phone. Or
Yeah.
from...
1 second. Let me try this again. So I'm unmuted. Let's try this. Wait, did you hear any of that? No.
No.
Let me try again. Pardon me. Okay, let's see if this works. Wait, do I have to have my AirPods out or something? Or no?
Yes, you gotta have your AirPods out, I think.
Okay, we do that. Okay, now let me know if this works.
I hear something.
Something that I was the greatest. I wouldn't want to hurt you or anything like that, but if I don't do it fascist. Okay. So do you concede then? I mean, why do I concede you're a fascist who would condemn the Nazis? Yes, I concede. Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing here? Because I mean, you just seem offended. You just seem offended, to be quite frankly. Like, I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am. Okay. Well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really care about being. Yeah, sure. I don't care though about being called a Nazi is the whole thing. I don't care about you call yourself a Nazi, fascist, and a General Franco. Well, yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole thing. You don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in democracy. Why are you sitting here to televise debates? This is democracy. You don't want to debate because it is the means to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean it's fully free speech after we win. Again, I mentioned the only good thing about this fascist moment the whole reason you guys are so open about it. The whole reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction. Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple. Hey, it is what it is.
All right. Pause. You can vote it out by.
Did you hear?
Totally did.
Yeah. The guy's crazy.
He's crazy.
Makes no sense. Who was that? Was that Nick Fuentes? Who was that?
That is Nick Fuentes.
Nick
Yeah,
Fuentes.
he's a
Yeah, that's
fucking idiot. He's a fucking straight out racist. I can't stand him.
That's their hero. A lot of these MAGA, that's their hero.
Like, anytime, I can't stand that motherfucker. Like,
the only thing I like about Nick Fuentes was last week he went to Orchard on Trump. He called him fat, stupid. He started with him, burn your MAGA hat. That's the only thing that I agree with Nick Fuentes. The only thing.
yeah, he's acting like a he's doing it because he's not getting his way. He's still
Yeah. Still a Nazi lover. He's so racist. And you know the weird thing about it, I think his grandparents is Mexican.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think he got mad because he did a podcast with Candace Owens. Can't stand her. came on bad on the end of that spectrum. And then he called her a bitch and PEII her. Yeah, when he doesn't get his way, he starts to call people a bitch.
Yeah, he's a little bitch. So let me go ahead and play this real quick. I'll try to do it maybe for each debate.
Yeah, it might be something, but yeah, let's stop at each.
It's over 10 minutes for each debate. I'll stop it. I know our ADD or ADHD in this room is swearing and stuff. Alright. Let me see if I'm in music mode first.
community stomping on police officers' heads is a crime. I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. No, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years? Have you studied protests? Have you seen? Myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you couldn't even imagine. So conservatives, it's not about that. It's about tribal warfare. That's what we're in the U.S. I don't know where you're in the UK. You're from India, so I don't know. I'm from India. Oh, you sorry, your parents are from India, so I'm American. You have your own state. I'm an American. You're an American citizen. Okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing. Being an American citizen, absolutely. Here's the sure you know that, but born here. Born here in my family, when you just settlers in the 1500s, so I have some stake in it. Okay, sure. A little different. You're a descendant of immigrants. I didn't know communists. You're very Native American to me. I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about? I think you're getting confused with that. I think it's happening before the 1500s. I think you're getting what's happening before the 1500s. There was indigenous people here that came here from the indigenous means. Listen, before indigenous people, let's talk about somewhere else. Why ask a question if you're going to interrupt? I'm not sure if you know what the meaning of indigenous means. I do know what it means. It means they came here first, right? They came here from Asia by way of land bridge. I haven't argued with Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody else about that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Yes. So my point is, we have nothing to do with crime. So if I immigrate, I mean, I think you're doing the right thing, dude. And I'm trying to figure out exactly where I'm from. I think you do. Please don't offended by that, but it's offensive. You're wondering what has to do with crime. He's curing. You guys talk about immigration and where they're running down that. I hope right now you're doing a very bad job of making the case that he's not pro-crime. Just like you're bound to apply. You'll probably get another one, actually, if I ask for it. Wow. So I think I'm just saying you made a round table. You've seen a room of 20 people who agree with you. Wow, amazing. I'm amazing. That must make you feel good. You know what? I'm just going to be you can even soldiers you the outrage, right? Wow, this is great. I love it. Do I have to say anything at this point, or you just keep going? Please. My claim is that I don't care if it's pro-crime. You might go back to the song. We agree that it's pro-crime. I have a question for you, though. Do you care on the opposite side of the spectrum? Yes. Do you care about law being administered to the opposite side? Yes. I think anyone saying somebody sees that shouldn't be pardoned. I think that Donald Trump shouldn't have pardoned 9 Republican members of Congress who were convicted of crimes. And I don't think Joe Biden should commit. I don't think Democrats should pardon Democrats. Fair. But I don't understand where we are in the U.S. I think I do know, because your argument is sort of this issue of like in a day, U.S. that doesn't exist anymore. We're headed towards some nihilism. No laws, nothing. It's not about that. It's that conservatives for too long have been playing it safe. They've been playing by the law. They've been playing by the law. Yes, they have. Maybe it's just the Bush president. Conservatives are doing by the law. Let's be respectful to your guys. Let me finish. Should we be that respectful? But okay. I'm trying to bring back. So let's both bring that. Okay. I'm conservative. Okay. Let me tell you this. We didn't play it too safe. We've been playing by the book for too long. At this point, bullets are over. Right? The left has made their point. They're willing to be peaceful in Washington. The left never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to. Whether it's getting me the left or you police officers. Look at LA right here. You think they'll stand down? They are a bunch of liberal Marxists. No, but I mean, they listen to liberal Marxists who tell them what to do. I mean, I think they listen to who signs their paychecks as a guy. I love subtle dimensions. We both agree Donald Trump's program. You're just fine with it. No, I don't. That's what you said. So I don't agree with your tenets. I don't agree with your definitions. It's all a definition of crime. It doesn't operate on a police officer. It's not a crime. That's your definition of crime. That's the 18th Native American. I am Native American. If you say so. So, going back to the topic at hand, we have different definitions of crime because you're talking about it. The criminal code in this country. If you need a U.S. criminal code, let's focus on it. I'm sure you and I actually agree on. We agree that people shouldn't stomp on police officers' heads. Can we agree on that? I do not agree on that, and I agree with this conversation is kind of no, because first of all, you're saying what? That the police have the authority, that they're given the authority. I don't accept the authority that's been given to the left in our position. I'm a conservative pro-police, and you know we don't even argue. Hey, listen, you're going to find me crying your guns right now. You can't even tell us that you are going to be blown at the end if you think that life are going to struggle with the English language for the 2 hours. And you're trophy kids right now. Okay, so newsflash, the conservatives are liberal to me. Okay, neocons, libertarians, all those mainstream people, they might as well be leftists to me. Okay, that's how far to right I am. Do you understand my position? So are you saying this? What you're saying, about obeying police?
racism. This asshat has the audacity to say that he is a Native American. But I'm sorry.
These white folks saying that they're native to this land.
Did you ever see the worst of it? There is worse to come. It gets progressively worse. I watched this.
You said you watched it.
I'm telling you, like but here's the thing. It's exactly what you think it is. Nobody should be really surprised by it. It's just actually seeing it live and in person. I mean, actually being able to watch people. And when you watch it, it actually makes sense. Like these are people you probably pass on the street. You probably see in the grocery store. These people, I'm telling you, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just saying it gets progressively worse. It is the most astonishing shit you've ever seen. I'm probably you haven't played the worst one yet.
Is it your friend J3 in here, the one that you said I'm so glad he found her? I think it's J3. The one from
I wanted to make sure not to say JB because, JB is mess. His name is pretty close to JB, but J3, yeah, thank you for being here. And we can look at each other for, what's to come, right? Because if Democrats get in office again, we're going to be in that same boat that the Labor Party is in right now, which is trying to play cleanup of the Conservative Party's mess. So that's what I was saying. We need to learn from each other and listen to each other as much as possible because the same way I'm sure you were shocked that Trump won, we were shocked that y'all voted for Brexit. I know maybe not you specifically, but the country voted for Brexit, right? Because we knew that it was going to be disastrous, and I don't know who was behind it because the whole business community, at least that I was a part of in the tax world, we were like, there's no way this is terrible, and this will equate to trillions of dollars coming out of the UK economy. Anyways, I just wanted to say that. But I don't know when this clip came out, but this stuff just started popping on my timeline, Quinn. So I didn't even know that this gem of an interview was out there.
Yeah, this is.
No, it's not an interview. What happens is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's not an interview. So it's a show. It's a show that they do. It's actually the last one. The first one was done was with Candace.
Yeah, we played that in here, but I didn't know that another one dropped.
Yeah. So Minnie did his. I think it was yesterday.
So maybe on our Monday, we can play these on our Monday.
I don't think it's one every week though.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
It's I don't know to this degree, but I watched this one because Joey posted it. I saw Joey posted it, so it took me there and watched it. I watched the whole thing early this morning. Like it's I'm telling you, like it's the craziest. I'm having to say that it's crazy.
Yo, the second guy just makes me think this is a bunch of racists.
Wait until you hear, because listen, just keep on playing it.
I just found it, but I don't know if you guys plan on doing the whole thing. I got
The whole thing, we're just trying to go through, we said we would go through each person, but I think maybe two, because two got us to 9 minutes. We'll just see how it goes. But I'm gonna try to keep it so that we don't cut off the entire debate. Alright. I'm about to play it again.
Yes, we do.
So, I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is, your claim is completely bad faith. You do not care about being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime. Your side is pro-crime because you're a progressive. How am I pro-crime? So I'll give you an example, right? So your side, not Donald Trump, has passed a series of laws in California. Let's go California. It's where we are right now. It's where I'm from. Are you from California? Okay. So in California, for example, the state legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years. It was life before. Now it's program. The legislature in California. Just progressives in
support sex offenders coming off us. I think they should be on the line. You and I both agree that sex offending is a bad thing, especially child sex offending, right?
It seems like you and I agree on that.
I'm arguing this. I'm not here to debate that. I just kind of I'm here to debate Donald Trump being pro-crime. I'm saying that Donald Trump was friend of Ghislaine Maxwell, and Ghislaine Maxwell is the worst child sex trafficker of our lifetime. She's certainly do you know Ghislaine Maxwell? She's actually not. Jeffrey Epstein's the worst. He's dead. I'm talking about people alive right now. It's interesting that you didn't use his name, right? When he the one who did this. Oh, great. I'm glad you brought that up. Jeffrey Epstein, before he died, did an interview with Michael Wolff. He's on tape. I don't know if you heard the tape. He says my closest friend was Donald Trump. You know, was his closest friend. And Elon Musk, I'm not sure if you've heard of him, he tweeted recently that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. And Ghislaine Maxwell, who was the right-hand woman of Jeffrey Epstein, when she was on trial for child sex offending, which you and I are opposed to, Donald Trump stood up and said, good luck to her, I wish her well. So yeah, that makes him pro-crime and pro-criminal if he's being soft on child sex trafficking. He's clearly saying he was friends with Epstein. You haven't seen the videos. They danced together, party together.
He's not supported the pedophilia part.
Actually, Trump gave a speech about 20 years ago where he said Epstein's a great guy. He loves young women a lot. We're very young. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, laugh, laugh. So yeah, I think he's pro-crime and pro-criminal. So he's got the except for anything. Do you have any friends who are criminals? Not that I know of. Certainly not child sex offenders. No, do you? Of course not. Okay, so we're both in agreement again.
If you came out tomorrow that one of your friends is a child sex trafficker, you'd stop being friends with him. Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. And I'd go on TV and I would say, oh, look, Mr. Hassan was friends with this guy 10 years ago. Therefore, he should go to trial.
Said, I wish them well when they're on trial. Would you ever go up and
I wish you well on trial.
Yeah, child sex trafficking.
I wouldn't wish someone well, but that's your gotcha. That's your gotcha. It's what it is. You weigh that right. Okay, really straight to your question. What's his policy?
Yes. So when he left office in 2020, he left behind the highest murder rate for over 100 years.
He left behind the highest murder. That is the most bad faith thing.
It's a fact from the CDC.
You know what? Here's my finish the sentence. You're just lying to people. You don't. I'm lying. Yeah, finish the sentence. Donald Trump does not cause the murder rate. Murder is a stable number. He's more responsible for the murder rate than Donald Trump is.
So Donald Trump's not responsible for murder rate, but other politicians don't have a reason.
Because it's the same law. That's like saying, no, that's like, no, all state Republicans are too. Saying governors who are soft on crime are the ones that are going to be finished the sentence.
When Donald Trump left office in 2020, between 2019 and 2020, according to data from the CDC, from the FBI, from Pew Research, the 30% increase in the murder rate between 2019 and 2020 was the single biggest jump in the murder rate since 1905. He's pro-crime.
Who's doing the murdering?
The murderers.
So aren't they responsible for
Why did it go up on his watch?
What?
Why did it go up on his watch?
That's real hard to figure out. Right? We shut down the whole economy during COVID. We told everyone they couldn't go out unless it was to violently protest. We told people that if a cop tries to arrest you, that cop's probably going to get charged with murder.
I think the pandemic had a lot to do with it. The fact that I finished in 2020.
What? The pandemic didn't finish in 2020. You want the murder rate?
Great for years.
But Joe Biden actively induces policies that are pro-crime and has to name the policy that it will I asked you for like 10 minutes.
I'll do it right now. There you go. But as you told myself on the messages, he pardoned violent crimes.
That's not a policy.
You know that releasing violent crimes is too crazy.
What's his policy? Name is Bush. Name a law he has signed.
It's a policy, it's not one time.
It's like Jimmy Carter pardoned the draft guy. It's like
people that dodged January 6th, the pardon.
I'm not judging that. The Jimmy Carter, do you really have a right to Jimmy Carter draft guy? Does that mean I don't listen? I don't know.
Jimmy Carter, do you support the pardoning of people who went on to be prosecuted for sexually abusing a 7-year-old child, illegal gun possession, or reckless homicide?
Here's one I can pardon someone for sexually abusing a child. They will telling against the government that they believe in rigged elections. That's what he pardoned for. He didn't pardon them for pardoning a sexual child.
But they were criminals who committed those crimes. He let them out. So that means
you're saying you say they're criminals because they did the crime, right? Would you extend that to illegal immigrants? They're all criminals because they committed a crime. I have a feeling your position is
sorry, no, we're going to talk about immigration.
Someone who's illegally in the United States not a criminal, but someone who illegally in the capital is.
The Supreme Court has said
the Supreme Court has said that anyone who enters the United States is not a criminal. Jump to Twitter. You want to get the change the case site, please? You said the Supreme Court citation of the case. Yes, that entering the United States illegally is not a crime.
It's called Arizona versus United States 2012. Go look it up.
Pause. You've been voted on by the majority. Please return to your seats.
How's it going? Nice to meet you, man. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. I really just more want to get an understanding. When you say pro-criminal, what do you mean? I mean that when confronted let's not forget, I mean, we've got 5 minutes left, I'm surprised I haven't come up earlier. He's a convicted criminal himself, sitting on, okay, I want to make sure I understand you correctly. You sound strong, but you're saying, I appreciate that. Every time that he's been confronted, not every time, most times, a lot of the time, a lot of times, he's leaned towards criminal activity. I didn't say criminal activity, he has committed crimes, been indicted for 88 different criminal offences in 4 different jurisdictions by 5 different grand juries. He was convicted himself on 34 different criminal offences by a majority of his peers. But let's pop that for a moment. Separate to his own crimes, when confronted with the crimes of others, or the alleged crimes of others, for example, a Chinese crypto millionaire, Justin Sam, who was being investigated for market manipulation, Trump dropped the case, invited him to the golf course, invited him to the White House, he examined the guy, he examined $70 million in Trump. So, is it possible, because we were in the burden of proof, so you have the proof, is it possible that all these things that he's done that supposedly make him pro-crime, is there another reason for the doing it? If there's other justification, for example, let me give you an example that you can like from it. J6, is it possible that he could have done this to unite the country, to move past, to go to a new chapter? If it's even possible, I think you have to admit that there's another possibility, therefore he's not pro-crime. At least some possibilities. So let me agree to disagree. Yeah, okay. So I agree with you that the intent could be different. I don't think Donald Trump was sitting there saying, how can I increase the level of murders? Let me release some murderers. I'm not saying he did that during the sex. I don't think he was trying to unite the country. That's where we disagree. That's bullshit. In fact, he divided the country further. But intent doesn't really matter to my claim. If he's releasing violent criminals, it doesn't matter. No, he's pro-crime and pro-criminal. No, but that's a big indictment to say pro-crime. And if I'm confronted with crime, I'm confronted if well, he is, because for example, no, it could be possible. It's very, very free. You know, my friend earlier, like Ally, said, where has he done stuff that's increased crime? And I'm telling you, people have been pardoned who've been convicted on multiple other crimes. These people who've been pardoned had previous criminal records. They were not just some folks chilling around and go, we're against the takeover of our country, we're opposed to rebellion. They were a lot of people already hardened criminals, militia members. He looked at those people and said, you know what? They've been convicted, in many cases by Republican judges. I'm going to let them out. Yeah, that makes sense. Is it possible, if you're not long term, if Joe Biden had done it, you'd be attacking him. Sure. Is it possible that their conviction was part of a plea? It's like, oh shit, I can't get out of this, so I gotta take a plea now. Some of them, maybe. Others we saw with our own blind eyes on tape. I mean, for instance, I wanted to did you watch live on January 6th? To be completely honest, I'm pretty honest on this. I'm more trying to target. You're saying he's pro-crime in my head. I'm just thinking this line, but I didn't even finish 1 second. If you think of this line, there's a possibility that he might have had other reasons. For example, unifying the country up next chapter, right? That could be the reason. Therefore, it's not pro-crime. There was other reasons. I'm saying that's a possibility. If that's I'm saying it's a possibility, but I'm saying it's irrelevant because you're knowingly releasing violent criminals out into the community, pardoning, not just releasing. Then yes, you are being pro-criminal. I've interviewed police officers. I don't know what I've interviewed police officers who have been assaulted, had to retire from the police officers, broken bones. I've interviewed these police officers. They've been beaten by people who they then seen walk off the streets and then carry on threatening them. Yes, when Donald Trump is responsible for that, you're definitely pro-crime. Look, I doubt that. You've had police officers.
Any comments?
I mean, I didn't comment on lunacy. Like, it's just amazing to listen to.
Some of these people are allowed around electrical outlets, and there's
Which is scary.
They are only sane as the worst of the morons items that come in here.
Yeah.
At least they can form acceptance. However, the net result is that it's the same absolute dribblement and nonsense that the people who come in here to defend them can say.
Well, the second guy, I swear, he's a character from Healthy Debates. And the one that says he's indigenous.
Stop. I'm Native American.
I love my Healthy Debates, yeah.
I guarantee you that the Biden that come in here, they are studying this, well, studying too intensive word for them. They don't study, they don't learn anything. But I would imagine that they will pick up some key phrases from these debates and they will start using them in here. You watch.
Oh, there's no question. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these people actually come on this app, Scotty.
Oh, it would be his friends on.
Yeah, they sound like they're on this app. They sound like the ones that are articulate. They can come up with some bullshit and these fucking guy gonna be like, preach! You know what he's talking about. No, motherfucker. He learned a couple words, that's it.
Well, because they're all of a hive mind. So, I mean, they all say the same things because they get all of their garbage from the same can.
That's a good one, man.
Yeah, I like that.
Good morning.
He was just with Magger, the AT&T programs, before you can argue with them.
Roka, let you up, babe. You raised your hand. Where's my Maddie? My Maddie. Matt has his hand raised. Oh, he's gone now.
On that, if I can say something really quick, just that, good morning. Let moderators at stage. I just wanted to add to that something I don't hear in these conversations often, is that with Donald Trump's first term and this term, I read something several times, I can't find an article, where he's literally brought the most criminals and felons into his actual cabinet. If you guys do a deep dive, I think it's the most in presidential history of literally bringing felons in to serve in government capacities, from his campaign manager to one of his generals. His whole cabinet is full of felons or ex-criminals, and nobody ever brings them to him.
Yeah, General Flynn. The other generals that he had, though, amazing. But Flynn was a retired general. They're already, like, I'm going to be honest with y'all. His brother, Charles, is just as bad. He's just as fucking bad. And I'm not talking about, like, criminal activity. I think something's going on in their brain. So, like, if y'all remember, General Flynn's son used to do all these crazy-ass conspiracy theories on Twitter. When it was Twitter. And then you have Charles Flynn, who's still active duty. He's still active duty to this day. Like, if you've ever listened to him give speeches, like, I know this guy, right? Because he was in Indo-Pacom. He was in USAPAC in Hawaii. This dude had, it was a warrant officer celebration or something like that. But they had I think, a speaker. So, he was speaking, it was like the weirdest shit ever. We was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you have senior leaders like, why is he talking about conspiracy theories? Like, and this is a 4-star. I don't know why Biden didn't fucking, like, it's kind of hard to fire an officer, right? You can give them, you can't really fire an officer. That's why a lot of them, they lose their position and they might end up working paperwork or whatever. They pretty much have to get kicked out. And the only way you're going to get kicked out if you do something that's against the law or against the UCMJ. But this motherfucker, dude, that whole family is screwed. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe these type of people exist in the world. Especially at the 4-star level. So this is a bunch of white people, I believe, that have a gripe with change that had got him promoted. Because this dude, you can tell, they're on some other shit.
Hey, Patty.
Huh?
Have you guys seen the AI-generated video that Trump posted with him in the Oval Office with Obama? And then 3 FBI agents come in and push Obama to the ground and cut him up, take him out of it.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about it, but we're going to save that for Lisa. Lisa's going to have her home at 3. And I don't want to start talking about it and we get so in depth when Lisa really wants to have a room on it. You know what I'm saying? I just brought it up this morning so that y'all have a preview of what's going to happen. But yeah.
I think it's like 20 plus, but the 11 that either felony or have criminal conviction, violent work with Trump. Steve Bannon, Tom Barrett, Elliot Brody, Michael Cohen, Michael Flynn, Rick Gates, Paul Manafort, George Nader, George Papadopoulos, Roger Stone, Alan Weiselberg, and there's like at least a dozen other names or whatever.
Jeff Sessions, who was co-conspirator number 1, the Bugle report. This shit is fucking crazy. Jeff Sessions, fucking Barr. The reason why fucking Lev got arrested was it was campaign finance violation, something like that. He went to prison for fucking campaign finance violations. The reality is he got locked up because he was on his way to Russia to do some fucking bidding for Trump and Jeff. And if he would have got where he was supposed to go, it would have been a criminal act, a serious criminal act that the president committed. And Barr, trying to protect Trump at the time, had him arrested for some other frivolous shit.
Wait, you mean the same Bill Barr? Whose dad was the headmaster at the school in Dalton that hired Jeffrey Epstein in his first job?
Yeah. But yeah, it's weird because like if you listen to Lev's congressional when he talked to Congress about what happened, if you read the Mueller report, it jives. And then his interview that he gave on Chatter, it's like, this dude has not swayed away from what exactly happened, so you know he's not lying. Or he's just been practicing this lie. But the Mueller report actually says co-conspirator one, we know that's Jeff Sessions. This everything put together is like, he's not lying. He's not lying about this shit. But yeah, crazy. So, any other comments on what we just played, or anything else you want to throw out there before I start playing? All right, let's go.
To testify to be assaulted.
You've been voted up by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks. Summer negotiations between forever. High fees and slow trades. Hard pass.
Well, this is my favorite one, right?
Nice to meet you, Manny. So you claim that your main claim is that Trump pardoned some people from January 6th. By the way, I was there. I saw it all firsthand. At a football field away. There's smoke in my eyes. I'm bloodied. It was a crazy day. No, of course not, because I didn't enter the building. It stayed very peaceful. But your entire claim is that he pardoned this time. It's basically you're going up. Let me say this. You're saying with this pardoning of Walter, if you keep talking about former members of party keeps pardoning criminals. That makes it. You know who else pardoned a big criminal? Go on. Hunter Biden was pardoned by his mom. I mean, she was crack cocaine. He had hookers. But then they claim that like Joe Biden in an instant was program. He should have done it. Well, he should have done it. Overall, he should have done it. It was just a pardon. It'd be fine. I already mentioned. There's also the fact that Joe Biden wasn't actually convicted criminal in office. Trump hasn't committed any crimes. Trump hangs around with criminals. He spent much of the 80s hanging around with the New York mob. He hung around with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's I think you know, Jeffrey Epstein lived in West Palm Beach, the area, and that's the closest golf course you can go to. He's very much Trump and Epstein. As soon as Trump found out, Trump is in Epstein. No, I do not. Let me explain this. He lived in the area in Mar-a-Lago, near Mar-a-Lago, so he bought, obviously, a ticket to go in there. As soon as Trump found out that Epstein had done all those bad things, immediately, yes, it is. That's not true. It's 100%. So listen to this. Elon Musk tweeted out in a rage, okay? Do you really sometimes? So Cashman literally said that Elon Musk had no access to the Epstein files. So Patel said that Epstein killed himself. Do you agree with that? Wait, whatever he says goes then. Yeah, I don't care. He knows more information than I do. People upstairs. He knows more information than I do. But here's the actual place. I'm trying to look him out because he said you agree with Cashman Patel and Epstein. He knows more information than I do.
Pause. It's time. Please return to your seat.
Surrounded is now a podcast. Available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime. My next claim is that Donald Trump is defying the Constitution. traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white. How does the United States, I mean, we've come so off topic, but how does the United States look like? My name, sir, what's your name? My name is, my name's Connor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Took a little bit of an outage. Because I'm suited him on fair enough. Fair enough. How would Connor's America look? What would it look like? Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be. I don't know, what does the government look like? What's the government look like? I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader such as U.S. Franco. It could be a kind of aristocratic class, could be someone who thinks that, whatever. Frankly, the people, I mean, we could hold a vote on it, kings are not democracy. Well, sure, you can have a vote to get to that state. No more votes afterwards. Absolutely. 100%. Wow. And if that vote kills you and your family, you're fine with that. Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills because that's the whole thing. I mean, Carl Schwarzenegger tend to kill everyone. Carl Schwarzenegger makes this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right? You call even the Nazis there, too. Absolutely, I don't care. You call the Nazis. I frankly don't care being called a Nazi. I didn't say that. I didn't actually say that. I said leave without the Nazis. Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But what about the persecution of the Jews? Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic. I didn't think I had a problem with procrastination. Not really. Because you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews. I think that there was a little bit of persecution. So I have no reason to shut it. You were a little bit more than a far-right Republican. What can I say? I think you say I'm a fascist. Yeah, I am. Absolutely. There's two who's clapping just to get myself where everyone feels it. Because you know the millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out who the fascists and the Nazis are. I'm not ashamed of that one. During the pre-war period prior to World War II, it was only those parties that properly enacted the people's will. That's why they won. The conservatives were bad cats. You know, the favorites, they didn't care of killing people who don't like you. Quite frankly, I'm not. Eventually, Franco killed a lot of innocent people. Oh, he killed communists. He killed people who raped nuns. He killed priests. What about children who he killed and women who he killed? What are you talking about? He never killed any women or children. He was killing combatants. So we only killed combatants. Killed any innocent. The White Terror was only punishing those people who did acts of terrorism. And are you supporting like raping innocent women? Nuns, dude. Killing priests. I mean, priests don't brandish guns and kill just refuse to condemn the Nazi Holocaust, my friend. I don't think you're in a position to ask anyone anywhere. So I quite frankly don't care what you think about me. If I'm a Nazi and he's a Nazi, me, the Nazi needs ultimately your dignity because I can't believe in your dignity. I don't believe in a saying that I was courageous and I want to hurt you or anything like that. But what do I get? I don't think I'm fascist. Okay. So do you concede that? I mean, why do I concede you're a fascist who won't condemn the Nazi? Yes, I concede. Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing here? Because I mean, you just seem offended. You just seem offended to me, quite frankly. Like I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am. Okay. Well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really care about that. Yeah, sure. I don't care though about being called a Nazi is the whole thing. I care about yourself a Nazi and fascist and a General Franco. Yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole you don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in democracy. Here to televised debate. This is democracy. Because it is the means to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the speech that we want. But it doesn't mean it's supposed to be free speech after we win. I mentioned the only good thing about this fascist movement, the whole reason you guys are so open about it, is the reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, you kind of put past him, is the friend-enemy distinction. Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple.
Alright. Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seats.
You already got any comments on this minute?
And that pause that happened was when he just stopped talking to him. Like there was no point in going. That's really profound in a discussion like that. A person just, I mean, there's no debating fascism. Like the whole discussion is about, I mean, the whole topic is about Trump's circumventing the Constitution. So if you believe in autocracy, you don't believe in the Constitution. So why are you here debating? What's the point of you being on the stage and talking?
Yeah, you should have waited for another question.
There was absolutely no question he could answer. They're all based in, all the questions are based on, Trump's circumvention of democracy, being pro-crime, all those things being tied to the same thing. So and just like he said during the debate, like, why are you here? You don't believe in any of this. Why are you here? Why are you talking to anyone? So it's absolute lunacy. Like if this is not performative, it's lunacy. It's even lunacy if it's performative.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because my brain kind of paused for a bit in there, but is this the cat? Did he just say that he would vote for the dictator? What? Man.
And then proceeded to say, he said, well, if he votes for the dictator, would you be okay if he killed me? Well, he's not going to kill me. How the fuck do you know that?
The cognitive disconnect. What form of reality are they? I truly am at a loss for words. I'm trying to get out my thoughts.
You simply have to understand privilege, Brian. When you understand that being privileged, anything is possible. Even unrealistic things are possible. Because you don't believe that there's anything that's off limits. There are points where white supremacy, where it's debilitating for black folks because it limits our access, but for them it's debilitating because it erases their reality. They have no sense of what's real. Everything is on the table. So he actually believes in a world where he can live amongst a dictatorship that defends him, like that actually benefits
hurts everyone else but him. Yeah, until that cannon comes around, or that lens, I should say, comes back around to him. The notion, or the white supremacist feeling and belief, and I'll just do a level set to make sure we're not talking about, when I say white supremacists or white supremacy, that doesn't necessarily mean that, the KKK hat wearing, but it's the mindset, because I understand that, people come in and out of the space who may not, who may say stuff that they may not get, and forgive me if I'm being too simple in that, but the mentality that you're superior, the feeling that you're the entitlement, the feeling that like the previous dude who thought he was a Native American, that mentality that if others who do not look like you gain equality with you, then you're losing.
Same delusion. It's just manifests itself differently. If you talk about people from we can add people in there from the KKK. Because
absolutely.
They're poor whites. They have no access at all, other than just being white. And yet they still feel superior to those who are in the same financial situation as them. And so it's absolutely applicable.
It's only like the third one.
No, he's like the fourth one, but it's short. Trust me, it gets worse than him.
I mean, while we was now I got my ebonics going, but while we were listening to this, I went and found the YouTube, so I'm gonna try to watch
center, even though I may believe and know from facts that an observation that some of these cats can't be saved, but to watch, like you said, they are among us. I'll pause, but one of the things that got me, it did a reminder to me after the 2020 election. I'm going to go back to that, just looking at the numbers of that, because those are numbers that I still recall off the top of my head. President Biden won by, what, it was 77 million, and the March we lost, but he still had, I think, 72 or 73 million. And, you know, that's a total of, what, 150, 160. That was basically almost half the country that voted. So there's still a whole other portion out there that may have that same thought process, mentality, perspective that didn't vote. And like you said, they're amongst us. We work. They're at the freaking pharmacy. They're at the repair shop when you go to get your car fixed. So how do we? And maybe this is just a thing that I think on. I don't know if there's an answer how to navigate that space. You know, there are some people who are Republican who are sane and believe in the Constitution, and then you have extremists, MAGAs, whatever, that want to, like these cats so far, want to see shit burn, like, period, except for white people. And I don't know how I can't have a conversation like many just stop, like, dude, I cannot have a conversation with someone who's opposed to me when their opposition of me is rooted in my, you know, death and murder and ultimate annihilation. I mean, how do you have a conversation like that? You don't, yeah.
That's exactly right. It's just not, when you watch the video, you'll see that during this conversation, after he's established that he is a fascist, by his own admission, by the way, the conversation led him to that point. And he said, well, what can I say? He said, well, you can say that you're a fascist. He says, I am. That's what I am. So by his own admission, he's at that point, and he just stops talking. There's nothing else to say. What can you possibly say? But when you notice, I want to give away, but I can say at least this much. There will be people during the course of this conversation who think that Mindy was wrong for not continuing a conversation with a self-identified fascist. They think that there's actually some conversation there. They think that, but this is based on what? This is based on their belief that in free speech, which is a part of what he doesn't believe. How do you have this conversation with people? When he told us, he said he wants to keep the parts he likes. That's what they feel like. They want to. Yeah, Brian, your phone's going out. When the guy said that he was a self-proclaimed fascist, did the rest of them start clapping? Yes, they did. Yeah, that was the chilling part. And when they looked around, like, listen, I mean, I'm looking around because I want to see who these people are, because you're going to be the people that get attacked by these millions of people that identify you as fascist when they watch this. And he's exactly right. Man. I say that all the time. If we could actually see the people that we were talking to on here, you probably wouldn't even talk to them. I'm dead serious. Like, you only see caricatures, you see pictures of whatever they want to present to you. But if you could actually see them in real life, you probably wouldn't even enter in a discussion with them. I know I wouldn't.
People don't realize that a lot of these people on here I wouldn't even freaking give a conversation to. This is a mess.
Well, to that point, I mean, that's why when you guys or when Lisa
where she says, ping in your MAGA friends, and I comment like, look, to me that's an oxymoron, because I don't have the bandwidth or the energy to engage with someone who has I can engage with people who have respectful disagreements with me, because I don't know everything, and I am trying to learn throughout this rest of my life. But when somebody's cats like this dude on a fundamental level, no, it is not worth my energy. It is not worth my currency of time to engage and to be connected with people like that. And another thing, it just reminds me, another thing, I think, if not with all the cats Maddie has engaged in so far, and this is a minor point, I guess, but the fact that I see it here on the app, or see it, I hear it, when he actually agrees with them on something, they keep arguing. I'm like, no, he agrees with you. He agrees with you. It's like a short circuit. It's like a syntax error. Oh wait, he actually agreed. Well, I'm gonna keep arguing because shit, that's what I've been programmed to. But he agreed. Bruh, or sis, or whoever. Man,
you know what they're about though. That is about, because that, it's obviously about many things, but most of all, it's built into their identity. They have attached themselves to this identity, and it just says no matter, and it simply says, I don't agree with you, even when you agree with me, I don't agree with you. I just don't agree with you, no matter what you say. Even if we can find a place where we agree on certain things, but they all because they perceive that as the same device that they use it for. They use it. They think that you're trying to build a bridge with them to find commonality, and they don't want to find any place. They don't even want to find any commonality with you. They think that you're using it for that reason.
Then they have to acknowledge that you're human.
That's exactly it.
My bad, okay, go right ahead. I got a half day today, so I'm sitting here like, alright, this is gonna be my entertainment.
Hope it is. Sorry, alright.
Detail matters. Say the same. Thank you. Nice to meet you, sir. Alright, so I kind of want to start at the basics or the foundation. I want to see, can I just check? Yes, so you a fascist? No, okay. I describe myself as, I think, just a Christian. I'm a devout Christian. And so, I want to start, what is your connection to the Constitution, and why do you love it so much? What makes it so important that Trump would defy something like the Constitution? Great questions. My first connection is I'm an American citizen. I naturalized American citizen, took a pledge to this country, to the Constitution. As a previous speaker said, the Constitution is not perfect. A lot of things I don't like about it. I don't like the Second Amendment. There's various amendments. I don't like the way the Senate is set up. I'm sure there's the things you don't like about the Constitution. The difference is, I don't think you can just illegally define the Constitution. I think each and every one is going to make up whatever wants. Certainly presidents who are elected with an oath. Right? Donald Trump took an oath to preserve, protect, defend the Constitution. And now when he's asked on television, isn't it your job to uphold the Constitution? He said on NBC, I don't know, which goes against his oath. And I'm identifying specific amendments where he's fine. He's only 6 months into it, presidency. Define the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He wants to define the 22nd Amendment, being president for a third term. This is a problem we have right now. Free speech is under assault. The free press is under assault. Due process is under assault. The right to be in your home and not be invaded by federal agents, the Fourth Amendment, is under assault. So that for me is a problem. Okay. I like to start to say I really don't find the Constitution that important. I find it to be like a 300-year-old document, and it was created to defy the country that subjugated your ancestors in India, and then your parents might move from India to Britain, and then you move here to tell us that we should listen to a piece of paper that you were never even connected to begin with. So I want to to say, like, if I don't care about it, why do you care about it so much? How do you run a country without any kind of rules of due process? Like, how about you do care about it? Because without the First Amendment, we wouldn't be sitting here. Well, I agree with the First Amendment. I think you agree with Donald Trump's crackdown on the First Amendment. He's imprisoning people for their speech. He's threatening free speech media organizations. He's threatening peaceable assembly. These are all rights under the First Amendment. Why are you bothered by that? As a conservative, claims to love the First Amendment. So I don't like the First Amendment. I like free speech. Okay, so the First Amendment is what guarantees free speech. In your case, I'm from the UK, and you guys do that democracy, we don't have the First Amendment. So that's one of the things I do like about the Constitution. I wish the UK did have the First Amendment. Some people are journalists. All right, so then for praying outside abortion clinics and stuff like that. So you're opposed to people being arrested for speech crimes. Honestly, it depends what it is. If it's like, let's see what happened with the previous meeting. As long as it's someone who agrees with you, by the government, I consistently support free speech 100%. Okay, I don't think it's. So do you think Donald Trump has defined the Constitution by cracking down on the First Amendment? So I think he's cracking down on free speech, like the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, who's just released from prison by saying his First Amendment right now. And I agree with the judge, and I disagree with Trump deporting him, but I think that's more a matter of free speech and not the Constitution. I think that's good at this moment. I think you've conceded that he's cracking down on free speech, which is the First Amendment. So he has defined the Constitution, so it's a pleasure to be. I disagree with what you said.
All right, pause. You've been voted on by the majority. Please return to your seats.
Great to meet you. My name is Guy. Do you really believe that the Constitution is important and good? Overall, yes. Do you believe that the Constitution can be eroded through democratic processes? What do you mean by eroded? Is the original intention of the Constitution being destroyed through a purely, democratic or legal process? I'm not sure I agree with that. Okay, I think if you're democratically amending the Constitution, one of the rules of the Constitution, that's fine. If you can find a constitutional way to get rid of the Second Amendment, I'm not sure of that. So let's pose a hypothetical where the entire population of the United States has drastically changed, and the population now has completely different intentions about what to do with the country. Let's say it wants to give it all back to Mexico, dismantling the United States of America. If that's the case, then what's the use of the Constitution? It hasn't defended the country. In fact, it's allowed for its destruction. I mean, on the side of the premise, how did the whole country change? Demographic replacement, mass migration. I mean, where's the UK? I do want to talk about immigration today. I want to talk about everyone's itching and disputing immigration. I've saved it for you. But given we're on the sense of the Constitution, you asked the question, what is the proportion of immigrants in this country? What proportion of the population is foreign? It's very difficult to measure because the actual projections of the number have been changing more rapidly currently. I think the best estimate or the version I think was about 15%, yes. Yeah, just under full 15%. Which is more actually than the original estimate was. So we have 15% are not going to change the country between the Constitution. How's that going? It's actually as somebody wants to amend the Constitution and get rid of things like the ridiculous way the Senate is set up, the second amendment, various other things. It's really hard to change the Constitution. They made it impossible, almost impossible. Last time we had a Constitution amendment, it was 20, 30 years ago, which is why I think members of Congress pay. Which is why I think, no, I get it. Here you're getting this scenario where 350 million people all become foreign-born migrants, or the children of migrants, Indian migrants, even though America is a nation of migrants. And then amend the Constitution and give the country back to Mexico outside of your imagination. Where is that happening? Let's bring it back to the actual discussion. What can you please? You entertain my hypothetical, but then instead of sticking to the point of the Constitution, you said, well, how would you bring about your hypothetical? And then when I can hear you still like, oh, but the Constitution's got a lot to change. I understand that. I give you also wanted to get a sense of when you're a great replacement, guys. Okay, yeah, you're a real good journalist because you don't talk to people who identify as like a political ideology. I mean, that's very limited. I don't debate fascists. I'm not talking to them. Frankly, that's upsetting. I think there's a big problem when, we value freedom of speech so much, but any, real journalist is not going to talk to somebody because they identify with the politically incorrect ideology. Just talk to them in front of you. What are you talking about? You literally stop talking to him. Everybody is talking right in front of you. It's pointless. Okay, yeah. So he doesn't believe in free speech. Okay. He doesn't believe in what's freely speaking with you. You're the one who shut up. No, he said very clearly. Okay, so I spoke free speech. So I said, one election. After one election, my guy comes in. And after my guy comes in, nobody gets to speak. It's a vote. Yeah, I'll listen to you when I say that. We'll listen to your conversation. Let's talk about you want to talk with you. Just let's go back to the Constitution. Please do. I list 4th, 5th, 14th Amendments. The sound doesn't say Trump is dividing. So you just hold that. What do you know? I believe that the Constitution is valuable because it represents particular interests of the founding stock of Americans who made this country great. Do you think due process is important? Someone said that's a very core of American shares. what I think makes the Constitution function, what allows it to save this country and to actually make it work, are the people who are. I'm not sure what you're going to decide. Hold on. James Trump can find the Constitution. That's what I claim. You can have these weird hypotheticals of taking it to a different man. Which is what's the function of the Constitution? I'd rather not have your. You already did. Look at how just 5 minutes ago when you took the immigration out. Okay. Let's bring it back. I want to bring it back to the first, the fourth, and the 14th Amendment and the 22nd Amendment. The only thing you say is you've got two very good positions. One is to say I don't think he's defining them, and I'll say why you're wrong. Or you say I don't care that he's defining them, as one of your colleagues said, in which case I don't know where this conversation goes because you don't believe in democracy. Yeah, that's fair. So do you think it's wrong to dismantle the Constitution? So there's two options ahead of you. Do you agree? This is important. Do you agree? Does it mean something? Let me ask the question. Ask me questions. You're not answering the basic point. Well, can I think Donald Trump is dismantling the Constitution? I want to agree that Donald Trump is dismantling, because I'll agree with you on that. I think he is dismantling. I think he's completely unconstitutional. He's interpreting it in ways that are more judges do not agree with him on. Okay, well, I agree. All that is not agreed about. And the judges don't agree with the people who wrote the Constitution. How do you know that? Okay, let's take your example, the Second Amendment. Let's say that a bunch of the Second Amendment. No, it's first, fourth. You don't want to talk about it. You're interacting. You're ignoring me. First, fourth, fifth, 14th, 22nd Amendments. Those are my amendments that I came with. If you don't want to debate them, just say so. I'm trying to understand your ideas. Say so. You believe that dismantling the Constitution is about first, when it's about parts of the Constitution that you disagree with. You would be fine getting rid of the Second Amendment, even though there would be the dismantling of the Constitution. When we don't have a Constitution means I'm not the one sitting here. Like your pal. You say you agree with the Constitution. Say you just get rid of the money. I don't agree that Joe Biden should come in and say by executive order, Joe Biden put out executive order saying Second Amendment no longer applies. I can round up everyone's guns. I don't agree with that. Your result is he's activating them. But I don't agree with you. That's what you're doing. It is constitutional. It's fine with being defined in a constitution. And I would have said something. You can't bring yourself to say anything. Let me say for 7 minutes. All your friends have seen me ask you several times. Do you agree that Donald Trump is defined the first, fourth, fifth, 14th, and possibly 22nd Amendments? I understand he's defined the first. I understand what you're doing in here. What you are attempting to do is simply frame this conversation like you did with the first claim about Donald Trump. But then when anybody asks you any kind of question that presses you to the least degree, I said I would dismantle the Constitution. I'm doing it constitutionally. What I'm trying to get to is to prove to everybody who's watching that what you care about is not the Constitution and what it represents or creates. You care about the Constitution only insofar as it allows you to achieve your political worldview. We agree on that. I care about the Constitution because I don't think presidents should be fascist dictators and violate the Constitution. That's what I'm saying. You care and he is divided. The president should have the power to lock you and me up if we write an op-ed that he doesn't like. That's what I think the president should be able to crack down on us if you and I decide to go protest outside his parade. I don't think the president should be able to deprive you and I of due process. We'll cover that argument without worry. And I think that's not an argument.
Alright, pause. You've been voted out.
I take ownership. It's good to meet you guys.
Hi, I'm Jessica. Nice to meet you. How are you? So Trump is defined the first, fourth,
fifth, 14th, and maybe the 22nd too.
Okay. So I want to focus on the first and the fifth.
Okay.
So you say that Trump is defying the First Amendment. Can you give me an example?
For example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events. A Trump-appointed judge said that was against the First Amendment. He's been cracking down on media organizations he doesn't like over their speech. If they say stuff he doesn't like, for example,
cracking down how?
So, for example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events. He said
the White House.
That's not how it works. They were already at the White House. He deprived them for access to and punished them for their speech.
But how do they all judge the press?
Which is why a judge he appointed, Trevor McFadden, said this was contrary to the First Amendment. A Trump-appointed judge, and he's calling MSNBC and CNN illegal media organizations are not ipso facto.
That's free speech. He can call them whatever they want to.
Attacking the media.
Yeah, he can attack
As the executive.
Yeah, he can say whatever he wants. That's literally the First Amendment.
He can say whatever he wants.
Absolutely.
But the media can't say what they want.
They do.
But he's going after, he's suing them, he's using lawsuits to crack down on the press. Presidents have not done that
Lawsuits.
before.
They give him 34 felonies that Hillary Clinton did.
No media gave him a lawsuit.
No, but people on the Democrats.
We don't talk about the Democrats.
Okay. So he can call them whatever he wants because that's the freedom of speech.
He's threatened to go to prison for reporters.
He
wants to really said reporters should go to prison for reporting. He threatened someone with prison rape. Right? That is against the First Amendment.
Okay. How is that against the First Amendment?
You don't think sending reporters to prison
I can.
Okay.
And I think he's very.
I mean, it's almost like he did do to the Associated Press, but okay.
Yeah, okay, so the Associated Press isn't allowed in the Oval Office, which is his office, that's his executive space. And they are allowed in the press room, just like CNN, just like The Guardian.
Which he thinks are illegal media organizations. He calls them enemies of the people.
You called him a fascist. You can say whatever you want.
Yes.
Yes.
But the president is, I'm not the president of the United States, you're the executive
So
power.
no,
He's
the
bringing down the
First
media.
Amendment only applies to the citizens, but not the president.
I'm sure that you. But the president is not more than anyone.
Yeah, absolutely he does.
And he doesn't just say stuff. As I say, he actually does stuff. He actually does cracked up. For example, Fifth Amendment.
Yes.
Due process. He said you have violated due process.
Yes, except for people kind of forget that Clinton, the 1996 Immigration Reform Act, where you can get limited due process when you have expedited.
American citizens.
No,
American citizens.
who's getting deported of American?
American children have been deported multiple this year.
Oh, okay, no. Their parents have been deported, and their parents say, "Take my baby." Was mom legal?
We don't know because they didn't go to court and the judge.
They don't have to go to court. That's not a part of the due process.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm very aware.
Are you a lawyer?
Do I have to be? We're making an argument now we're making.
It's just a question. Are you a lawyer?
Okay, we're making an
I'll take
argument.
that as a no. A Trump-appointed judge in the case, lots of Marxist lefty judges do
I don't
not
care.
A Trump-appointed conservative judge said you cannot, it is illegal and unconstitutional to expel or deport an American citizen without meaningful process. He said that in April. So that was an act that Trump did. It was illegal. He got rid of an American citizen from the country without process.
So,
It's a Fifth Amendment violation.
Since I'm not up to date on that specific case, I'm sure you can. So,
Well, you wouldn't know whether American citizens are being deported. It's a pretty big story.
yeah, the
Maybe if you read the fake news, you might know.
what?
If you read the fake news, you might know what's going on.
How would I know what's going on if I read fake news? I don't watch CNN or Rachel Maddow. Sorry,
That's why you don't know that your fellow citizens have been deported this year.
my fellow citizens.
American citizens have been deported.
Okay, when a child goes with their. Sorry, guys, it's time. Please return.
Any comments?
They're all fucking stupid. Just all getting dumber as the show goes on. Well, that makes
no
them
rational response. Yeah, there's no rational response. It's like, it's like you're talking to somebody. They can't even, it would be a difference if their argument had some basis in rationality or made sense. You can't even say that. It's like, it's almost futile to even like debate them.
Yeah, they have a problem answering questions. They can't ever stick to the topic. It's always a what about is it's always coming to like they can never address the issues that they're at hand.
You know what's crazy? I actually agree with him. It's just it doesn't jive with what they're supporting, right?
Yeah, because if you can ever admit, go ahead.
Because like if you listen to them speak, right? Like when she said she doesn't support them deporting U.S. citizens. Well, I didn't see that on TV. Like it's happened. So you actually agree the citizen deported. You do believe in due process, but you're not. I don't know. It's just weird.
It's selective. They believe in the process as long as it doesn't hurt them, or as long as it only selectively benefits them. They honestly believe it's like for us, we look at this and we say, listen, this should be applicable to all. When you are innately privileged, and I mean to the extent that it makes you like these people, it deludes your thinking into believing that literally this should work disproportionately to benefit you and no one else. For us, that is complete lunacy to listen to that. But for them, it makes all the sense in the world because that is a reality that they believe that they have lived with, and also that they believe that they believe that in some way they are losing their elevated privilege in this country. You heard one of the guys that say, that something he alluded to the fact that it should deport all the people who don't belong here. They can't ever identify who that is because that will erase the good-bad binary, the one that their view of themselves as good people. They actually don't think they're wrong about this. It is absolute mental
it's also because they get their news from one source. I do believe that if they would widen their purview and get an assortment of news sources, that not many, but some of them will not have these views that they have. But there's a steady stream of propaganda, one will on Fox News, and at the exclusion of everything else that's real, so that's their reality. In addition to that, if you notice, many can, I'm sure everyone's going to say this already, many can come to when the Democrats do something wrong and be able to say that, but they never go to execute on it. They never can say Trump is wrong.
Right, because it's a part of they can't say that because it's a part of their identity. And that part of that identity suggests that you, liberals, leftists, whomever you may identify these people to be, are my enemy. You are my sworn enemy. So, in whatever capacity that exists. So whenever you say, I'm going to disagree with it, doesn't matter if it falls along the lines of logic. It doesn't matter if we find some commonality, some agreement. I'm not going to agree with you because you are my enemy. That is the extent. They don't have critical thinking skill. That has been eroded. It's been diluted by what they believe. That is almost the textbook definition of a cultist. That is what they believe. That is where they've attached their identity to. And because they do, you hear these conversations where they jump all over the place, trying to make it appear rational. But it's not, because they don't actually understand what they're talking about. They don't know the Constitution. And furthermore, they don't care about it. Because it's all about what disproportionately benefits me and works for me. They have this really crazy, really crazy belief that somehow the country has disproportionately benefited other people, immigrants, minorities, and has somehow excluded them from the process. This is what they believe. They live in I say this consistently. We live in two different Americas. We live in two different realities. That's why we look across like these people are absolutely nuts. Because we live in two different realities. And one has been forged for these people to believe that they should live in an existence by themselves that disproportionately benefits them.
To your point, I said it at the previous break, but again, in my opinion, but the notion that others, quote unquote, that are not white who are making progress is somehow a threat to their position. Like, how do you ration? This may be a rhetorical question, but in my mind, I cannot have a good faith dialogue with an individual like that. I mean, like, there's a whole, if Connor or whoever, chained up over here believes that, their position of whiteness, or their standing in the country of America is threatened by, say, one of my sons who goes throughout this life, gets a degree, or whatever, whether it's degree or not, but, lives an honest living, then somehow that is a threat to them personally. That it makes me short circuit, and that's where, to extend upon what you're saying, like, that's what gets me, that dude. So you feel that all these people need to be sent back to their countries, not to mention that this ain't the only group of people that this country belongs to are the Native Americans. And the white folks who, like, again, the do-dims, like, well, I'm a Native American, my people came, bruh, no. So, the fact that these cats see, quote-unquote, others as a threat to their standing, I don't know where
America. They're voting for their own. I mean, these kids look like kids. These kids are like the kids that's wearing the hat to the back. A little perky outfit, like the jeans and the button-up shirt. They don't look like their parents are super rich, but they look like just suburbanites.
I mean, a lot of them are just middle class Americans who, but they live in. Let's be clear, some of them aren't even that. I mean, if you're just talking about general income, I mean, obviously we can't speculate, we don't know that, but I mean, to Pat's point, they look like normal, regular Americans. Like normal, regular people.
They look like my daughter's friend.
Right.
I mean, my daughter would hang out with. One of them looked like a little Abercrombie and Fitch kid. One of them looks like she might be really liberal with her colorful hair. Like, this is like weird. I don't like them.
Like they probably listen to the same music. Probably listen to hip hop and R&B. And yeah, want to get those people out of the country.
Well, I think, Brian, it's funny you say that because he gets into that later in the talk. You can see it.
They love him some TV, they love him some King Von, they love some rap.
And you guys side note, did you all see that little 9-year-old in Memphis rapping to the Marching Band Chicken?
I did.
You guys see that?
I see it.
They started off down to your point. They probably do listen to that.
Listen, there's no probably about it. They have listened. We used to perform, and this is you said this example. We used to perform in places, in some small areas, and the people that would come would be white, and they know all the lyrics to the songs. Don't believe this. This is not a new condition. That is how they divorce the reality. I mean, this is how they divorce their perception from the reality. They live in different realities themselves. And it's obviously, it doesn't make any sense because all the stuff that they do contradicts the things that, and you'll see again, you'll see it in this discussion. Many gets into it in this discussion.
I saw a white doctor went into King Von. What's that stuff called about taking to the